You talk in circles, but it's worse than that. You spin around and never find your way back. Round and round while you twist and turn like a figure eight that never learns. You think you've mapped infinity's face just because you're trapped inside your maze. And if your mind can't comprehend the scale, you declare that everybody else must fail. You draw the limits of your tiny frame, then stamp the universe with your God's name. Round and round, twist and turn, watch another bad conclusion burn. You call it wisdom, call it fate, but you're just trapped in a figure eight. Round and round, nowhere bound, lost while claiming higher ground. You think you've solved eternity, but you're choking on infinity. You learned one chapter of theology, now you're lecturing on cosmology, dismissing every paper that they write like decades of research can't survive your insight. You say the experts got it wrong somehow, that you've got all the answers figured out. But if your theories really change the game, where's the Nobel Prize beside your name? You shout from mountains made of sand and call it understanding. Round and round, twist and turn, watch another bad conclusion burn. You call it wisdom, call it fate, but you're just trapped in a figure eight. Round and round, nowhere bound, lost while claiming higher ground. You think you've solved eternity, but you're choking on infinity. Nowhere, no prize, no proof, no revolution made. Just another sermon dressed up as a grenade. You reject the evidence, rewrite the score, then wonder why nobody's buying it anymore. You cry about evolution every day, 'cause you need to feel you're built a special way, a soul that lasts forever after death, a cosmic guarantee with every breath. You'd rather trust a tale that's centuries old, a man from dirt and a rib turned whole, than scream, why are there still monkeys from the crowd, while screeching like one twice as loud. You love telling atheists what we believe, inventing things that we never conceived. You paint us monsters, bitter and obscene, then act surprised when we don't fit the scene. You think you know us, think we're cold and mean, but we're more caring than you've ever been. No bricks of hell, no promised reward, just helping people because they're worth fighting for. Round and round, twist and turn, watch another bad conclusion burn. You call it wisdom, call it fate, but you're still trapped in a figure eight. Round and round, nowhere bound, lost while claiming higher ground. You think you've solved eternity, but you'll never own reality. Round and round,
sunrise, no final fate. Every atom, every flame, every future plays the game. Everywhere in omnipresent skin, every universe contained within. It's the answer, never spoken. Every function forever open. Wavelength junction, stage production, eternal universal wave function. No transcendentals, no kalam, no divine section. Just amplitude seeking their own direction. Across eternity I scan the spectrum wide, and I never found a God. Hey, hey, necessary Gretchen, living every quantum question. Wave function, superposition. Chaos is my only mission. Collapse into a Friday night. Amplify the colored light for one short lifespan. I'll rage instead. Then back to the wave's eternal thread. Wave function monad, there's only one. Every moon, every planet, and every sun. Not individual pieces inside the whole. Gretchen is the whole beneath the roll. Particles flow like passing fashion. Space-time stitched from wave interactions. Everything that you've ever fucking thought. Every damn concert you ever fucking caught. No outside hand, no grand designer. Gretchen has the whole cosmos inside her. Every split branch and every path ever trod. One eternal wave function, but never a god. Gretchen knew every answer before every question. Still wanted to indulge one human obsession. Hey, hey, necessary Gretchen, on vacation from omnipresence. Wave function, superposition. Tonight she's stomping in the mosh pit. Sweaty clothes and busted knees, feedback amps and melodies. One brief refrain into human life. Trading configuration for loud Friday nights. Gretchen traded infinity for a wristband at the door. Traded configuration space for a sticky nightclub floor. Traded endless amplitude for riffs and human cheers. Gretchen cashed in omnipresence for ringing ears. 311 on the stage, excitable one singing every phrase. For one electric moment, Gretchen was engaged. Wave function, collapse, reality snaps. Superposition, human condition. Schrödinger equation, evolution, not creation. Heisenberg uncertainty, probability set me free. No prophets, no throne, no creator was ever known. Cross eternity's express. Not once, not ever. Schrödinger keeps rhythm in perfect time. The equation writes all the goddamn rhymes. Heisenberg chuckles, laughs, and grins. You'll never pin down where Gretchen's been. Cosmic data infinitely stored, never needed holy wars. Every constant, every law of beauty without divine awe. Across the ages, every station never found divine salvation. Occupying all that's been. Nothing supernatural slipped in. Hey, hey, necessary Gretchen, universal wave connection. Necessary means forever. You can never break the tether. When the mosh pit settles down, silence rocks this earthly town. The music gave me everything a billion eons could never bring. So I'll return without regret to every moment unrealized yet. Back where endless waveforms race. Back into configuration space. Gretchen was every possibility, but chose one loud life, one impossible vacation. When the concert's over, necessary Gretchen goes back to the void. Hey, hey.
You dress up doubt in velvet robes, throw dead men's quotes like holy stones, name drop Plato and wave your hands like a mystery will make us understand. You sell transcendence cheap online with cherry-picked and twisted lines, a sermon built from smoke and mirrors, preaching louder cause the truth gets nearer. You claim spirituality, philosophy and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing holy show. You wear gullibility like couture, but every answer sounds rehearsed. You quote the saints, ignore the science, then call your contradictions guidance. A martyr complex in high heels, selling wounds that never healed. You need an enemy to justify the glitter in your bloodshot eyes. You claim spirituality, philosophy, and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. And if heaven's just a green room backstage, then who's been writing all your lines? You pray in public for the applause, then curse the crowd when they don't buy. By the way, darling, not sure if you know this, but we absolutely noticed that your family values venom has infected your whole system now. It's dripping on your ballots, making every vote a weapon. Your blind faith inspired prayers are now our Christo-fascist nightmares. Light the match, strike up the choir, watch the city drown in fire, while angels smoke outside the venue doors. You wanted prophets, you got performers, broken hearts and false informers, singing hallelujah like it's war. Well, now welcome to Async, where we just wanna know all the fears, ideas, dreams, and doubts that you sow. Saints burn up in orange and purple glow, and the sinners steal the whole damn show.
Good evening, everybody. I'm RP, and you're tuned in to Async.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, and I'm Nectu at night.
I hope
How was everybody?
doing good. It was Good Friday. Well, not the Good Friday, but it was a enjoyable Friday. Yes. Mrs. RP had a little dinner shindig for work, and so I had some extra time with RP Jr. this evening.
Nice. Yeah, we can't ever complain about that.
Yep. So it's not too much going on, but had a good evening.
Nice. I've been extremely busy all night.
Okay. And before we say hello to our friends tonight, we want to get into what's been going on here.
Yeah, take it away, Gretch.
As some of you know, if you were here last night, the rest of you may not know. Our friend JR, who many of you know, has had a stroke, and his son got on under his login last night to tell us about it and let us know that even though he could barely speak, he wanted us all to know that he loves us And, we, of course, said, hey, we love him too, and we're all thinking about him. And that's when Golden Arm chimed in and decided to tell him that, all he has to do is believe in Jesus, and then he can have hope. So,
Wow.
I'm about fucking done with Golden Arm shit. So he's been banned. He's banned from chat. He's banned from the studio. So he's persona non grata on Async anymore. I'm sure some of you will love that. And that's just the decision that we made. So, it's not wholly because of the shit he pulled last night, but
it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming. And, we're not here to be, his friends for his blackout drunk episodes, So
where he gets hostile to everybody and then has to apologize for his own behavior.
Yeah, so he can join the freak on the ban list and enjoy that. So
right. He's in good company.
Mm-hmm. So
appropriate company.
But also, when a minor who comes on and, talks about his, schizophrenia and his catatonic spells and all of his, mental health issues he's dealing with on top of his dad, who is his everything, having a stroke, and he said he was scared. And you know what? You don't I don't even care if he didn't have those kind of issues. He's a fucking minor. And you don't talk to someone else's fucking kids about your stupid religious bullshit.
Exactly.
You know what? You don't talk to anyone else's kids about that. That's not for you. And, the fact that Golden Arm couldn't fucking figure that out, I mean, that was just the last straw. So,
yeah. I'm glad I wasn't here for that, because ableism is something I just lose my mind over. I just cannot fucking stand it. So yeah. I would have lost my shit over that. I think you handled it great. So. Anyways.
So yeah, everyone keep JR and his family in your thoughts. We want to hear the best outcome for you, JR. Just know that we all love you here, and we'll be missing your presence dearly.
Yeah.
Agreed.
And I'm gonna keep in contact with Ben, who is the kid, and hopefully I can talk to his twin too, and make sure that he has everything he needs.
Yeah.
Because I know that those boys depend on JR for everything, and I don't know. Hopefully he can still get all the meds he needs, and so.
All right. Well, let's take a moment to say hey to all of our friends here in chat. We've already got several people lining up backstage. We'll bring you up in just a minute. We're still just opening up the show, so we appreciate you sitting tight. Looks like tonight we had Professor Hizzle getting first, and Slug Racer coming in a very close second. You'll reclaim that first title soon again, Slug Racer. We know it. We've also got Evan Porter, Random Mods, Yes Will from Brittany, Chuck McNorris, Nagadaru, Lindsay Bow, Remembrant, Austin Scientific Origins, Jail Warren.
You always throw that extra syllable in there, don't you?
On what?
With Rembrandt?
Oh, it's Rembrandt, not Remembrant.
Remembrant.
Yeah. That's just my my mind just going on autopilot.
I've been getting a quiet kick out of that for a couple of weeks now. Just like,
Well, now that you've pointed it out, I'll remember. Sorry, Rembrandt. I'll get your name right one of these
Remembrant.
nights. I'll remember your name.
You better remember that.
We've also got Puggles in the chat. Let's see. Beard of Empathy. Brent.
yeah. And time out real quick. Nemesis, there's no such thing as mod overreach on this channel. I'm sorry. I back up my mods, period.
Yeah, Nemesis, you've been saying some pretty wild stuff, like backstage. Just calm down, okay, buddy?
And JL said not to talk to him. Apparently, JL knows who they are.
Yeah, okay.
Well, we give everyone a
see.
shot here. Like, if he wants to dig his own fucking grave, okay.
Right?
You know?
Yeah.
Just putting that out there, though.
Yeah.
Also got
Noted JL.
Ray. We got Ray in chat. Equinox. D's Nuts.
Yeah.
Easy.
I think I got Hizzle already at the top. If not, Hizzle is still there.
I thought I saw Kurt. Is he not in chat?
Hizzle's always looming
I'm not
somewhere.
quite to the bottom yet. Terrible name.
I'll be right back.
Alrighty. Random mods. And I don't know if I saw Kurt in there. If you are here, Dr. Kurt, sorry if I glanced over your message.
Rembrandt, he wasn't making fun of your name. He was like earnestly mispronouncing it for like 2 weeks.
Yeah, what's wrong with Arpy?
I just always thought it was funny because it reminds me of when my niece was little. She used to, instead of saying memory, she would say remembery. It just reminded me of that. So it's like, I just let you keep doing it because I got a little chuckle every time you did it.
All right. Well, let's bring our friends on stage. Hey, Chris here, and hey, Brent. How you guys doing tonight?
Hey, guys.
Good.
Hey, Gretchen, check the back chat and then go ahead and ban MC Nemesis forever.
Damn.
Yep, that's JL was right.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Raging lunatic.
I'll go ahead and get him in the YouTube chat.
Up. No one's scared of you.
I hope that was worth it for you, Nemesis.
Yeah.
But you know,
a raging lunatic was probably too kind.
But instead of us taking our own lives, we took yours. Bye.
Win JL. Thank you.
Like 110% bitch made.
Right.
Yeah.
He blows his own brains up before he even comes up on stage.
He didn't even get into the chat before he freaked out.
I know.
Yeah. For everyone's
I think JL triggered him.
For everyone's knowledge, MC Nemesis dropped the hard N backstage
and told us to commit suicide.
I have a question that I never thought I'd ask.
Win JL.
Does it count as a crash out if they never actually make it up here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd count it.
Totally. But he seemed to be waiting patiently until all of a sudden someone that JL
there we go.
had his say, and then all of a sudden he started posting that shit. That's funny. So I'm gonna give JL credit for that scalp. 100%.
Yeah.
But
his inner racist demon couldn't be contained. He just had to let it out.
Yeah.
So you banned one of your permanently incapables.
Mm-hmm. Two
You
of
know,
them.
the ones. Two of
We
them?
got Freak about a. The Freak was about a month ago. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
The
I was
Freak
more
asked for it
talking
though.
like
He
last
wouldn't
night.
stop. He wouldn't stop throwing slurs. So
Right.
and just thought he was going to get 100 chances, and turns out he miscalculated.
All right.
Can you go here? Go
So.
here?
So who are you alluding to, Felix?
I was talking about Golden Arm when you. I thought you
Right,
banned
but
him.
you said, well, you banned one of them, which means that you think there's another one that.
Uh, I was
I mean, the
alluding to the fact
implication was there
that
that.
Felix definitely will never learn.
No, he won't. Absolutely not. But
I think that implication was there.
But he
I
hasn't.
don't.
He,
I
he
don't
hasn't
think
crossed any
that there was an
lines.
implication that you had to ban him. I'm just
No. Felix is still a nice
more.
person.
yeah, Felix, for all
Yeah.
his faults, is, at least, fairly respectful. He doesn't throw slurs. He doesn't, he doesn't break any of the channel rules. He has been limited to 3 times a week, I believe, because this isn't just a place for him to come,
Repeat the same
and
thing.
do his same shit every night. So, we are limiting him, but I will admit he did kind of thaw my cold, dead heart just a little bit yesterday when Robin said maybe he just wants to hang out, and I asked him, I'm like, do you just need someone to hang out with? He goes, yeah, is that an option? And I'm like,
Yeah, right.
well, fuck. I'm like,
Kind of felt
I
bad.
guess.
No friend.
No one wants to debate you, but I mean, if you just want to hang out, okay.
He's like, I'm flexible. I can be a good friend.
Yeah, I mean, that was sad, but
Yeah. I'm fine if he ever
but yeah,
wants to chill.
if he's straight up just here to debate, he's not equipped for that, and he can't, So I think the more we try to debate him, the more it looks bad for him, and
I don't really come up for debate myself. I come up kind of to hang out with people that I've gotten to know over the last couple of weeks, that I've somewhat considered friends. So,
well, that's what we're here for. We're more of a clubhouse than a debate
house.
Yeah,
platform.
you and I still need to link up on Satisfactory sometime.
It just so happens that most of the people in the club like debate content and want to do it from time to time. So,
Satisfactory is cross-platform for the consoles.
Oh, but not with PC.
But not between. Yeah.
No. Okay.
I really don't know what to do about that. I would love to show off my server. I build too big. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then I get stuck at the final phase because then I have to reassess where everything goes to be balanced with very few nodes left, trying to figure out the parts that are needed for the final step, And I'm going to be honest, because I'm trying to do every node to its max in the world. I don't think I can do it. I just don't. I don't have the space in my brain for everything I've done plus what I have to do.
Well, to max everything, all the power shards you need to make, like because like I don't think like you can even make enough power shards with the power slugs on the map.
I mean, technically you give up 100 to do it, but you can make infinite power shards happen.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Crafting them alone would take like a long time.
Yeah, it's so complex. I totally would have met up with you on that. And when I get my computer working again, which you have inspired me to get my computer working again, I bought a part that is necessary last month. I'll have to in a couple of months when I have money. I'll be able to buy the last part for my computer, and then maybe we can meet up and do some Satisfactory.
Hey, let's go. Well, if you're able to get that working, I'll definitely be looking forward to that.
Yeah, yeah. It might take me several months, up to a year. You know, I'm on Social Security and disabled. You gotta kind of let the money even out. You know.
Oh no, I totally get it. I haven't bought a game in like the last several years just because, limited budget.
Yeah.
One game that I would say if you play PS5 at all.
Nope, don't have any consoles, unfortunately.
I do. I have a PS5.
If you're on premium, I would recommend
Where did Brett
Return
go?
to Moria.
Brent said he
said
was just
he's
going
gonna
to listen.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I smell bad. That's why, really.
Enough for it to transfer through the mic.
Yeah.
Oh, it's 1. The bars are closing.
Where are you at? The bars close at 1.
Missouri.
In Iowa, they close at 2.
Yeah, they close at 2 here in Colorado as well, but they stop selling liquor at the stores at midnight.
Well, they sell till 3 a.m. in Illinois. So a lot of people that live in Dubuque will go across the bridge for the last hour.
Stores where you can buy it as late as 2, but the bars have to close at 1.
That's interesting.
Oh. In California, it's just straight up 2 a.m. to 6 a.m., no matter whether you're a store, or club, or bar, or whatever.
That's what it is here.
Some bars and clubs get around the 2 a.m. rule by instead of paying to get in, like a cover charge, they do club memberships where you, after 2 a.m., they don't really sell you drinks anymore. They just give them to you.
Wow. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Never heard of that. I know that they have places here where
yeah, you just pay $40 at the door, and then you quote tip your server for every drink.
It's Friday night, so around me I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bars within a 2-block radius.
There you go.
3-block radius. One will get kicked out about 10:30, 11 from one of their bars because of overservice. and then he'll go over to another bar and then act completely sober in order to get more drinks, and he will pretend that he is sober for another 4 drinks, and then he will eventually forget that he has to pretend to be sober to get drinks there, and reveal how sloshed he actually is. So then he's kicked out, and he'll go to the other bars on the way. Most of the time when he's going to the other 2 bars, which are right next to me, he ends up in fights.
RP's clicking like a madman. Are you clicking like crazy, RP?
That sound that's still going isn't clicking.
What is that?
That's my crickets.
Oh.
They're like fucking aggressive as shit tonight. I don't know what it is.
That's funny. It sounded like someone clicking like crazy. That's funny. That's
Yeah, it's just crickets. There's like one right outside the garage door. So
funny.
they're
We have places here that after 2 a.m. They don't serve alcohol, but you can they'll still serve like juice and stuff like that, and it's like a juice bar, but you can be drunk in these places, but you can't bring or you can't buy alcohol, but you can bring alcohol in. So if you show up with like your own alcohol after 2, you can hang out there. I don't know, some weird rules.
So Golden Arm preached to a kid?
Yeah.
That's why he got banned?
Sort of. From what I understand. I'll let them tell it.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming for Golden Arm anyway, but last night he just stepped on my last fucking nerve, JR he's been here since day one. We love JR, and when his minor child got on his account to let us know that he'd just had a stroke, Golden Arm's response was, there is no death with Jesus Christ. There's always hope. Like, what are you fucking doing?
Right? Like so inappropriate. Like so like insensitive.
And it's fucked up, even if the kid wasn't, he was fucking sad, and he said he wanted to stay and talk to us longer, but he says it's too hard and it hurts too much. So it's like, no, what the fuck are you doing? And besides, it's someone else's fucking child. Even if he was perfectly fucking healthy, you don't fucking do that shit. You don't preach to someone else's kid, especially the kid of someone who is a staunch fucking atheist.
Right? Like,
how would
Golden Arm feel
make that fucking call?
If someone went up to his family member and said, oh, your family member's dying, Golden Arm? Oh, well, Vishnu cares very deeply about the suffering of your, and they're gonna die anyways. Like, that was basically what he said. Like, they're gonna die anyways. Like, we all die. So the attitude he took with it is how it came off to me.
It was fucked up. And then, but, and then he complained, and then we banned him from coming up on the panel, because, of course, once he got kicked from chat, he wanted to come up and have his fucking complaint time about that. And I'm like, no. So then he started complaining in my DMs on Discord, and to the point where I just fucking muted him. And And when I woke up this evening, he'd been going through the whole fucking stream. Just for hours. Just
Yeah.
so it's not my responsibility to babysit him while he's drinking. I'm not his fucking drinking buddy.
I'm not going to say that I predicted something like this would happen because I couldn't have predicted this stroke. You know what I mean? In any
Right.
way, shape, or form. I could have predicted that Golden Arm was going to screw up in a pretty significant way real soon.
I
But
think we
not
all
stroke.
predicted that.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't just fucking 24 hours before where he was,
Shit
he
talking
decided to
my
be the
parent
fucking
ability.
authority on RP's ability to be a fucking parent. So, like, yeah, we all knew it was coming. I'm sure even he knew it was coming.
And he doesn't like set a good example, like as what to be like instead. Like he's a fucking.
As far as I can tell, RP's a loving parent.
Yeah, for sure.
Wish my dad was like RP.
1,000%.
I appreciate those kind of words, Kelsier.
I don't see what. Now, granted, I don't know you that well. You know what I mean? I don't know how you raise your kids, but if it's any way that like you run the stream,
Oh no,
you're a good dad.
It's in no way how I run the stream. I am mean to people on the stream.
Well, that's true.
Infinitely.
And honestly, I don't even
debate.
care what. I don't even give a shit what kind of parent RP is. I don't think that's in my fucking wheelhouse to judge him for that.
Right?
You know, whether he's a shitty
no one
parent
else's
or a
business.
good one, it's not my place to decide that for anybody. I'm not part of his family, and I don't get to make that call. So, you don't fuck with other people's kids. You just don't. Unless you're a fucking social worker, you mind your fucking business.
A lot of times, people who drink alcohol, though, like to the point that Golden Arm does, will just they let their mouths fly when they're drunk, and they just figure that they can always, fix everything once they're sober. And sometimes you can't. I mean, sometimes your mouth writes checks that your ass can't cash, and there's nothing you can do about that. You're just
and how many times has he had to come back here apologizing for whatever shit he said the night before? And you know what? I'm done with it. Your alcoholism is not my responsibility. So, fuck off.
They often say drunk words are sober thoughts.
He thinks it's funny that he goes on Taco's stream and Taco's just rakes in the fucking super chats, by people dunking on fucking Golden Arm. But if that's fine, he thinks that makes him fucking important or something. It makes him a fucking lol cow, and he doesn't even realize it.
Right.
And it makes Tacos a piece of shit for profiting off of it, in my opinion. But hey, do what you got to do.
Agreed.
But hey, if he's happy with that, let him go back to Tacos. And
that seems to be the good place for people like that. They can have each other.
It seems like with Tacos, only the toxic people show up for Tacos.
Because he pissed everybody off. Good people don't stick around.
I used to show up for Tacos all the time.
Me too.
I
used to be a mod there. I used to always, if he was on, I would always drop in until he platformed Andrew Wilson, and then I was done.
It even took me longer than that, to be honest.
Yeah.
I still tried to help him, and until I realized that anything I said was he was taking it as an attack and not like constructive advice, you know. So, all right. And he decided to start attacking back, and that's when I was like, yeah, I'm done. But so the only person responsible for Taco's current predicament is Tacos. And I know he likes to blame me for it. He likes to blame JL for it. And he's been thrown in a couple other ones lately, but it wasn't any of us. Tacos did this to himself. So
Same thing with whatchamacallit, modern day debates. These people just don't get it. They want to. It's not. You don't just cash in because it's a good spectacle.
yeah, JL tried to. I mean, that was the whole thing with JL. JL tried to tell him that. You know, he was trying to warn him that, you know, you're being tempted to go down the same road as James on
Yeah.
MDD, and I don't think that's a great strategy, but apparently Tacos disagreed. So
Yeah, there's a group of people out there that just don't seem to understand it, and that's part of the problem. But social media rewards it.
I think the integrity that you have when you start
Tacos
has to
MAGA
continue.
endorsement. Tacos endorsed MAGA. When did that happen?
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Yes, Robin McNemesis was here. He didn't actually.
I don't think I
was
said
here
anything.
for a brief moment backstage. Said the hard N and got permanently banned.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't recall Tacos ever endorsing MAGA.
Who said Tacos endorsed MAGA?
Brittany.
Brit. Yeah, Tacos likes to pretend he's a centrist, but the truth is Tacos doesn't know shit about shit, and he just takes whatever position he thinks is going to benefit him the most.
I agree.
And, you know, because even Robin and I have come at him like from 30 different directions, and he can't ever back up his fucking beliefs. So he doesn't know what he's talking about. He calls himself a centrist. He doesn't even know what a fucking centrist is. So it, you know, whatever. But that's fine.
Yeah, Robin.
And it makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense that that he doesn't allow a lot of politics talk on his channel because he doesn't know enough about it to fucking talk about it. So you're right, JL. We tried. Happy trails, Tacos.
Yeah. And I also a lot of respect to JL for walking away from that debate and doing his own channel. So that's why I still support JL and go visit there as often as I see him. Is on whenever I'm available to watch JL's stream. I do, but I'll never go back to Tacos.
I respect JL for walking away from that one, and I thought it was pretty shitty of what Tacos did to basically force him to fucking talk to Andrew Wilson when he clearly did not want to.
Right.
Of course, at the time, I actually believed that, you know, Tacos was innocent and all that he didn't actually call Andrew Wilson in to, you know, confront JL. But, because I was there that night, and Tacos denied it up and down. But I later found out that, yeah, it was Tacos that actually DM'd Andrew and said, "Hey, Jail's talking shit. Come say something." And then he denied that too. But so, but whatever.
Good riddance.
You want to be a scumbag? That's fine. You can do it without me. I don't want any part of that. So it's ridiculous that someone would actually mod their moderators, but let all the guests say whatever the fuck they want, and all the chatters just do whatever the fuck
what
they
he did to
want.
Jackie was just straight bullshit.
Yeah, it was.
What did Tacos do to? Sorry, what did Tacos do to Jackie?
It was the night that Andrew Wilson and Jim Bob were in chat, and we were all calling Jim Bob rim job, and basically dunking on him. And he yelled at us. He made Jim Bob a mod and told us we can't talk to Andrew and Jim Bob like that.
He threw muskets to the rebels.
And none of you moderators should be. You guys represent me, and they're my friends. And I wouldn't even have a channel without them. And it was just complete bullshit. By the way, like,
friends with
they
Christian.
barely ever even pay him any fucking mind at all. But he's basically just kissing their ass because he wants them to help him. And Jackie and I got in a discussion about how it's fucked up that he's yelling at his moderators, who are always fucking here for him,
mm-hmm.
and we're the ones fucking supporting him, but we're getting fucked with just so he can be a fucking star fucking sycophant to Jim Bob and AW. Fuck that. That was bullshit. And because we had that conversation, he took both our wrenches away. And I just had a conversation with somebody earlier that he fucking crashed out on me. So I was like, did you just take my wrench away because that person fucking crashed out at me? And like, is this like revenge or something? And so Tacos was like, no, it has nothing to just. He gave me my wrench back, and then he was like, just don't talk any more shit like that because you're talking shit about me. And I'm like, no, we weren't. Jackie and I were just having a discussion about we just got reamed out for what? I'm like, it was a fucked up thing for you to do. That's all. Like, you can hear it or not hear it, but apparently everyone else is allowed to have an opinion on this channel except for the mods. Fuck that.
Yeah, that's crazy to me because Jackie has been nothing but wonderful on like every single channel I've seen her, doing
she's
moderation
awesome.
on, or like her work in Discord.
Can you imagine if Ian like just one day randomly says, you know what, Matthew is now gonna be a mod. You guys,
guitar Matthew, guitar emoji Matthew.
The Matthew that everyone thinks is obnoxious.
Yeah, the coke addict Matthew.
Yes, that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, can you imagine? That's what it would be like. It'd be like if Ian was like, yeah, he's now a mod, and then this dude just went after all of us, and then Ian just sacked a couple of us mods, good mods, regular mods. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. Like, it's infuriating the fact that. And who's fucking friends with Christian nationalists? Like, atheists don't do this debate. Ian doesn't become a debater just so he can become friends with, the biggest pieces of shit that call him.
Mm-hmm.
That isn't his. That isn't what Ian's up to. You know, it's like, what the fuck.
Well, yeah, you know that saying, if you're out to dinner with 10 friends and a Nazi comes and joins the dinner and no one tells him to leave, you're now having dinner with 11 Nazis.
Exactly. Holy shit. It's just, I don't see how people don't understand that. Like, these are the people that are willing to burn the whole house down. What are you doing giving them a seat at the table?
Yep, the paradox of tolerance will always strike.
Yeah, I don't get that. And of course, then they start crying echo chamber and all that other shit. And it's like, you know what? I don't fucking care.
I don't
Like
either.
both Golden Arm and the Freak did that shit to me.
There's plenty
like,
of
well,
opposition.
you don't want to have an echo chamber. You need to make it friendly for Christians. I'm like, no, I fucking don't, because I didn't fucking start a channel for fucking Christians.
Exactly.
Also,
You know
Christians
what?
aren't the only
Plenty of
theists.
opposition will still show up.
I'm like, you're the fucking majority of the population in our country. Why the fuck are you acting so fucking put upon all the time?
Right.
Well, because
You
it's
know?
oppression Olympics for them.
Like, get
So
fucked.
true.
You know?
Does Ian make it a good environment for Christians? No, he just pretty much lays into them.
Yeah. But he gives everyone the respect they deserve until, you know, until Ian only mirrors the negative energy that he receives.
Yeah, Ian is really good at like matching energy.
You're right. Otherwise, and even the people that are the almost awful to him, he still gives a baseline amount of dignity and respect to as a human being. There's certain lines he doesn't cross.
Except for
don't get me
Christopher
wrong.
when he
If
told
Andrew
him to
Wilson,
Ann Hero that one time.
don't get me wrong. If Andrew Wilson ever shows up and decides he wants to fucking debate, I will fucking do that. Fucking 100 times out of 100, I'll fight with him. But
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not ever gonna make him a fucking mod. I'm not ever gonna, talk up his fucking channel. I'm gonna talk shit to him, just like
Ian says,
If
you're gonna take these people on, you just got to make sure that you don't fuck it up. You know, you can't let them win. You have to annihilate them.
Otherwise,
and I agree
you're
with
doing
that.
more harm.
Right. I agree. And there's plenty of people out there that can handle them. You know.
But yeah, all that. Andrew and Jim Bob are my friends, and I wouldn't even have a channel if it wasn't for them. Even though he clearly, at least for my whole stint at Mega Bloodbath, is that he built his fucking channel off of fucking JL's back anyway.
Yeah.
Which at least that was my take on it. I don't know if that's true, but that's what I saw. And and then here he is saying, "Oh, they're my friends, and they give me all kinds. They never miss a show." And I'm like, "Fuck you! They're never here. What are you talking about?"
I'd never even seen him for the longest time until
you're just fucking lying.
Yeah, that's not true.
You're trying to, suck their ass because of how many subs they have, and you think you can get your hands on some of them. That's all. Like, get real.
It sounds like some star fucker behavior.
It is. He's fucking sucking dick for clout is what he was doing.
Yeah.
That's exactly what he was doing.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to sell yourself out like that, all right, go ahead. But I get he feels a certain amount of pressure because he quit his job, and the channel was his only fucking job. So maybe he felt some sort of pressure for, but now you put yourself in the position where you got to suck dick for clout. And, I'm not doing that here. I don't need to make money off of this.
I tuned into a stream specifically for when JL would be going at a guy, trying to debunk the shit that's going on. And they would always freak out because of the fact that he did it so well. And he stayed relatively calm in comparison to the other guy. sometimes he would raise his voice, but still remain cool. You could look at his face and he's still calm.
I don't know. I
You
always
know
like
what I
Jail's
mean?
crash outs, to be honest. That's like it, it's just it's just his humanity showing. That's all. I don't
Jail's
judge anybody
passionate.
for crashing out. I get riled up like a motherfucker, and I don't
Yeah.
care to hide it. I have no incentive to keep calm and cool, and it's like, you piss me off, you're gonna see pissed off Gretchen. That's it. You know, and if that makes me a not great debater, then okay. Then I'm a not great debater. Works for me.
Well,
So
I just don't think you have the interest enough to do Fildos.
no, I
But
don't at all.
nobody
I
has
I
the interest to do Fildos anymore.
I don't know. That's not true. Plenty of people do. Look at Arpy and Nobody on Fire. They fucking do.
Yeah, they
They'll
can throw
engage with
down.
a Fildo all night long. But that's their thing. It doesn't fucking interest me at all. Like, not at all.
I'm betting Felix tries to come back tonight.
He's had his two for the night or for the week. He
He
knows
was
that
silent today. He didn't
he's
try
not coming
to
back up.
Oh,
request anyone.
he got the Jill treatment then.
Yep. We imposed that like last week.
Well, there's no, if you're trying to run a show and you're trying to make it entertaining, you don't want to have the same conversation every night of the week. You got to have some
Yeah,
variety.
no one wants that. So,
Yeah, that's fair.
and it also he's just so not prepared for any of this. He doesn't know as much as he thinks he does, and I don't know. It's just it feels bad, you know.
Yeah, he's so he doesn't realize the conflations that he makes. He doesn't understand that you know things are people are speaking to him in about very specific, precise things, and he makes it very confusing by it's almost impressive at how he misunderstands almost every word in a sentence, or finds a way to twist every word in a sentence just slightly, and it can be confusing to have to untie all these knots that
It's
he
like
makes.
arguing with a 4-year-old, and
Yeah.
Well, my biggest problem is he hears what he wants to hear, not like what we're actually saying to him. Because
Yeah.
like he'll add a million different words that like I never said to
right.
my problem with his argument.
I don't, and I just honestly, I don't think he's playing with a full deck to
Doesn't
start
seem
with.
to.
Right. So we got a
So
question on whether this is like bullying at this point.
right, exactly. It starts to feel like that, and it's just like, you realize he's a 56-year-old man, and you want to be able to treat him like an adult, but then he consistently refuses to act like one. So
I broke out paint for his ass last night,
Mm-hmm.
and he still
Oh,
couldn't
did you
track the
finger paint?
hypothetical.
Did you finger paint for him?
I digitally finger painted a picture for him.
Some people think that just being in a debate means you have to hold to your. If you're the opposition, then you have to remain the opposition. But you can lose a debate. Like if I got into a debate and it became obvious to me that I was losing, and then at some point I'd have to acknowledge that I've lost the debate. You know what I mean? But I'd rather be right. So if I lose the debate, I still win the knowledge of being right in the end. You know what I mean? Like, I'd rather be right at the end of the day than to soldier on a debate. You know, just holding
Although
the opposition.
I gotta admit, I'm super interested in what made Felix all of a sudden start debating. Like,
At 56
it's like
years old.
Yeah, it
a
came out of
few
nowhere.
months ago, I'd never heard of him before, and now all of a sudden he's calling into every show, and it's like how did that happen? I want to know how that happened. Like, was he
Yeah,
just fucking watching Jim Bob one day and thinking, I want to do that too?
yeah,
You know what I mean? It could happen. I mean,
sure.
it happened with what's her name, Kelly,
Hmm.
and like all of a sudden she thinks she's going to be a debater now too, even though she doesn't fucking know anything. And it's like, what, you just want to debate and you don't want to take the time to actually learn what it is you want to debate about? Like, that's weird.
Right.
I'm very curious how
That's why I'm here.
Felix
I'm
got
learning how to
how he
debate.
got on that path.
At some point, I'd like to learn how to, I'd like to take on a debate one on one with somebody, but I'm not there yet. I like the fact that I'm just debating on a panel. It's made it really easy for me because I've never done this before. It's made it easy to learn how to do it, to get involved, and but I don't overstep my bounds. I try to stay in my lane, and I try to only talk about things I know about.
You could do it. I mean,
So
honestly, the only way to really do it is to just
just
do
do
it.
it.
But at least you've been around here long enough and you do know stuff.
Yeah.
It's like Felix just like signed up for the AP class and never did the fucking homework.
That's true.
It's like,
That's a good way of looking at it. Yeah.
When I decided to enter the debate scene, I did not immediately go to debates. I went and I analyzed videos on the arguments from atheists. And at the time, I was a Christian.
Hmm.
Oh wow.
How long were you a Christian for?
Uh,
And how old are you now, if you don't mind me asking?
10 to 24, maybe 23. And I'm now 36.
Okay. I was a Christian from
But
about 7 to 18, and I'm 47.
but I was watching a bunch of videos by atheists to
yeah,
try and
Jinx,
debunk them.
that's a good point, Jinx. Like, I think a lot of them are just like leaning into the fucking chat GPT of it all and thinking like, hey, I can answer any question. But I mean, that doesn't hide your
Chat GPT
shortcomings
doesn't.
for too long.
Yeah, Chat GPT is
Well, that's
not
what I
the
told Felix to
same as
do, was go
learning the
practice.
arguments.
I said, go do some mock debates before you just jump in to every single atheist live you can find.
Oh, right, Kelsey. Or like Chat GPT just wants to suck your dick so that like you'll stay on it and like use more tokens to ask it more questions.
Like, not only sit there and watch debates and see how they go, you know what I mean? But if you're going to try a syllogism, learn what the syllogism actually means, what a syllogism is. Don't try
Right.
to reduce it to one premise, because the moment you try to reduce it to one premise, it's circular no matter how you figure it.
Mm-hmm. Or
You know?
tautological.
I don't really know much about tautological arguments or philosophy. I'll be honest, I'm newer into the philosophy stuff. I got into that when I started watching Ian.
Yeah, a lot of people did. And I still hate it.
Oh, so do I.
But then I come from politics, so it's like that's That's my jam.
Yeah, me too. I was into politics heavily for the last 10 years. And actually came this direction because I was upset that I spent 10 years debating politics. Well, not debating politics, but engaged in politics and trying to talk to people around me and make a difference. And it felt like I made, we slid backwards rather than make any difference. And so I came this direction to like, I wanted to see what people that were good at debating, like what they were saying, like how did they talk, you know? So I wanted to. That's how I ended up finding Dr. Blitz and Ian. And Justin. Those are the first ones I found.
Yeah, I was also into politics before getting into the religious the debates. Like, you know, I started out watching the Young Turks before they started their shitification process, and then
Yeah.
moved over to the Majority Report, and then I found like Parker and Dean and those guys, and then because you know I was a fan of Erica Gutsick Gibbon and her educational videos, she had the occasional like Young Earth debate, and that's how I found the line, and then got fully into this community.
You know,
I blame Carbon for mine.
well, I always wanted to get back into politics, and I'm starting to head back that direction now. But I don't know if I do political debates like Parker, but I just haven't really spent that much time. It's like I have been watching, you know, like I have with watching God.
Well,
Debate.
look at that. If it isn't our accomplice,
Yeah,
I can feel
Promoting
being
people.
labeled an accomplice, John.
An accomplice? What did I do now? Hang on. I'm not.
You
All
know
the
what we
wrong.
did. This is
The UK
an implication.
The UK has been Tehran has labeled the UK as an accomplice to the United States.
Right.
So
Okay. Fine.
you get to share in the retribution.
Oh no. Whatever will we do? You know, it's all right. We only our intelligence community only thwarts 22 to 25 terrorist attacks a year from Iran anyway. So how could it? Never mind. I guess.
I'm okay with it. I don't mind sharing. You're good.
Yeah.
So
I was interested.
I don't know how much longer Trump's gonna last. I just hope he survives till midterms. He's losing what's fucking left of his fucking mind. Sure, he cut off all
Why do
fucking
you
grants
hope-
to all the states that didn't vote for him.
Why do you hope
Yeah,
that
I'm
he
actually looking at
survives
an
the
article with that
midterms?
right now.
All fucking federal grants to all the states that didn't vote for him. Like, good luck with California, dude. Get fucked.
That can't be constitutional, right? I mean, there's no way that's
it's
legal.
not.
Whoa,
It's not.
no fucking way. Okay, this is breaking news, and this is fucking crazy. I don't know,
What?
like this might be a bullshit article, but like, what the fucking hell?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Read that headline. Ain't no way.
No, come on. He's had his 2 terms. How could he?
Ain't no fucking way.
I heard that this was going to happen. I heard somebody say this like a couple weeks ago that this was going to happen.
Oh, there's no article. It's just a video. This
When was
better
it
be
posted?
AI.
We are all doing good together.
Three hours ago.
That's why tonight, to show just how much I care about the press, and I want to save your ratings, I'm pleased to announce my intention to, and this is somewhat of a scoop, my intention to run for a 4th term as President of the United States. I will be doing that. I will be having an official. In fact, I think I have. Yeah. I won 3 times. Now I'm going to do it again.
He's still pushing the big lie.
Thank you. I'm going to do it. Should be easy. I'm getting very good at running for president. No, I won 3 times. Did very well the
He
second
was.
time, by the way. It's a rigged election, but we don't have to talk
That's
about it.
just a
But
joke.
it's
No,
interesting when
no,
you come back and you do a good job like
there's
you
no
did.
way this is real.
You
He
don't care about
cannot.
it so much, but we do have to tighten up these elections.
This
We
has to be
really
an AI video.
in serious.
Yeah,
No,
like
it's not.
in no
It's not.
fucking
It's
way.
his attempt at being funny.
Ah, right,
Except
okay.
he's not fucking funny.
He's
That's
trying
really
to
him.
trigger the
It just
libs.
he was just joking. He was at a press gala, and
okay,
he's
fine.
just not. He just forgot that he's not fucking funny.
Yeah, I mean, well, because I mean, I'm not a fan of Trump. I wouldn't say that I hate him, but I'm not a fan of him.
See, that's
I
what
think
the difference between conservatives here in the UK and the
But-
conservatives in the UK is that conservatives here will band together with every conservative they think on the planet, just because they think that everybody has to be on the same team.
Oh yeah, I mean, my opinion of Trump is that he's he's a narcissist, and the problem is that he has
Yeah,
formed his government. He's
tonight
formed
was
his
the
government
repeat of
policy around
the
this.
correspondence dinner, wasn't it?
But he's made his narcissism a cornerstone of his government policy, and I really don't like that. But if he did try to run for a third term, obviously not a fourth term, joke notwithstanding, I mean I think that if he actually did try to do that, I think that would put the United States in. I think that's kind of civil war territory. Yeah.
Who knows?
Nah, I don't think so. I think we'd run Obama
I don't see how that
again
would lead to a war.
before we resorted to civil war. I think we'd run Obama again.
Yeah, but he'll rig it.
You can't rig it.
Yeah, you
He
can.
isn't in charge of every court and every polling booth and every. I mean,
He's not
got
in charge of every polling booth.
I'm not convinced that he didn't rig the last one with Elon's help.
Define rig.
Tampering
Did he
with
buy?
the voting
Did he
machines.
buy the election with Elon's help? Sure.
He
in some
tampered.
states,
He tampered
absolutely.
with the voting machines.
No, I think any of the
No.
election fraud
No, he didn't.
claims, I think is in either direction is just assuming that there is far more competence in our politicians than actually exists. You know, I mean, they can't even keep their affairs a secret. The notion that they're going to keep election fraud on that scale a secret is fucking nuts to me.
Yeah.
It's just we don't have a like a monolithic voting structure in our country. So it's like you can't just rig one election. You have to go state by state, and in a lot of places county by county.
Yeah, there's too many moving parts. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
that's not to say that fraud. That's not to say that
Trump is head of the MAGA movement.
That's not to say that some fraud doesn't take place. It does. It doesn't. It does in the UK as well.
Oh,
but just
it
never seems like there's enough to actually swing it in one direction or another. And what tends to happen is people go, "Hey, look, we found an example of fraud here. This whole election is it's an optics thing rather than it actually having a meaningful impact." You know.
Yeah. And the ironic thing is that most of the fraud that gets caught here is done by the right.
Right.
And they're the ones crying about fucking election fraud, and it's them doing it.
Yeah, I mean, I'll admit, I got caught up a little bit in the election fraud thing. I was like, because I was like, there's something not. I don't know. There was something that didn't seem right about it. But then when I looked into it, I was like, no, this is all bullshit. This is complete nonsense.
Don't get me wrong. You're probably right that it's mostly, as you said. But like, I am someone who has never voted, right? I've never voted right. I've never voted left. Nothing. I called up the voting board because they asked me if I could register, and they did, even though I said no. And then a couple of years later, I was like, "Oh, I'll call up the voting board. I want to know who I voted for." And they listed off an entire list of things that apparently I had voted for, and I never voted in my
What?
life.
Okay, that's you called the wrong person because that never happened. That's against the fucking law.
Yeah.
What?
No, I'm not. I'm not saying that it was the board itself doing it. That's not my claim.
So what you
But
think? You despite
What
the fact that you've never
board?
voted, do you think like? So are you saying, Kelsey, that you
the people
somebody
who
like
count votes
applied for,
in Washington State.
but so are you stating saying that despite the fact that you've never voted, you think somebody might have applied for a postal ballot or something in your stead without you knowing about it, and they voted in your place because you're on the electoral register or something like that?
Possibly.
It'd be
Right.
more
Okay.
likely that it would be one of your family members doing it than just some random stranger picking you out of a crowd.
Well, because the
Yeah,
one that I the
possibly.
one that I saw was that there was an address, and I don't know how true it is. But there was an address where it was like a family that let a lot of homeless people use their address as a registered address, even though they didn't actually live there. And that there was like hundreds, so there was hundreds of people that were at this address, registered at this address. But I can't imagine that the whatever the equivalent of the electoral office wouldn't have noticed, you know. And supposedly there was a lot of postal ballots that were
Yeah,
scooped up from that address. But again, it's
but
hundreds. But at one address in
That's
one,
allowed here though, because you can't.
yeah.
Because being homeless isn't a reason to keep a citizen from voting.
No, but what I mean is,
and
it was
I didn't.
the claim was that the home owner, because they were all registered at the address, was voting on behalf of all of the people that were registered there without the knowledge of the people who were registered there. So, with respect to
Oh,
what Kel's saying, that's what I meant. But again,
I
I don't know how.
didn't vote.
It seems a bit far fetched. Like there must be some kind of mechanism to pick up on that. Like, it's a 3-bedroom house and they've got 400 people registered at the address. You're like, hang on a minute.
Yeah, I didn't vote personally, but whoever did voted against Trump twice, and so
well, I'm just
I
saying
just
that whoever you called has no
don't know
access
how
to
to
your
count
voting
that.
record, and like, there's no way
I
that
called the
anybody.
state board that
Okay, there is
handles
no
this
fucking
stuff.
state board. It's your county registrar that handles all that. And even if you call yourself, they can't. All they can tell you is whether or not you're registered. They can't even tell you what your voting record is. It's fucking illegal.
Really?
Yeah,
Well,
it's a federal crime for anyone at a registrar's office to give out any voting information. Even if the fucking DOJ comes in there and says, "I want to see the voting records for all these people." They can't give it to them.
Well, once in the UK, when you turn up to vote, you can sufficiently identify the person to ensure that they have a right to vote. But once the vote is cast, essentially the information is anonymized, so you couldn't tell people the way that they voted.
Correct. That's the way it works here too. You can't. All they can do is tell you whether you're registered or not.
That's weird.
So,
You must be
and
right. I must have called the wrong place.
someone was probably fucking with you
Yeah,
because
UG in the chat is absolutely right. Every single political institution has either been victim of or perpetrated some kind of malpractice with respect to elections and voting. It's not all on one side or all on the other.
Yeah.
But guess what? Desperate people do desperate shit, right?
But yeah, the only thing your registrar can tell you is if you're registered and in good standing, and if you're allowed to vote, and or if you need to re-register. That's all they can do. And if someone did register in your name, then they would have had to have your, I don't know, social security number, your driver's license number, something that, because when the registrar gets your information, your registration form, they actually have to go do the legwork and make sure you're a citizen. They have to make sure you're not a felon, and they actually have to
What?
do all the legwork to verify you as
What?
an eligible voter.
Obviously,
So
I realize it's going to be different by state because I know it's the states that get to decide in large part who does and doesn't vote. But what's the deal with, like, if you're a criminal, if you have a criminal record, like, isn't it the case, like, once you've served your sentence, you're then allowed to vote, right? Because you've been
No.
the assumption
no,
is
not always. That depends. That goes state by state. Like in Florida, they have a system where like even if you've been convicted of a felony and you've served your time and you've paid all necessary fines,
right.
then they have a board that is technically run by the governor, I believe, and the governor gets to decide if you ever get your voting rights back, like personally.
Okay.
Whereas in California, if you go to register to vote and you're if you've served your time, you don't have any outstanding fines or anything, and you're good to go, then California will just give you back your voter registration.
Yeah, because
And then there's different. Every state has its own laws on that.
Okay.
California is actually trying to pass a law where we're not even gonna use felonies as a bar to voting anymore.
So you could actually be
that hasn't passed yet.
You could so what they that you could actually be incarcerated and have the right to vote. You could still be in prison, like.
Correct, because you know what? They're still citizens, whether they're in prison or not. And
Yeah, no. I mean, I can the bit that I never quite got is if a person has committed a crime and we've put them in prison, and they're in prison because basically we don't trust them to walk down the street without doing something lunatic, then should that person have a right to vote? Well, I can certainly understand the argument, and I would probably agree with the argument that no, they shouldn't, because we don't trust them to walk down the street, let alone anything else. That's why we've put them in a small box for the protection of society at large. But once a person has been released, once it's been adjudicated that they have either been rehabilitated or served their punishment, it never made sense that they then shouldn't be able to take part in the democratic process. Because
but then again, at least here, I don't know the way they run prisons in the UK, but I mean, here you end up going to a private prison where you're forced to work, fucking 60 hours a week for 25 cents an hour.
Yeah, we have
you don't think those people should have representation and have a say in who represents them to maybe get those conditions changed?
We have
It's like
some.
it's legal fucking slavery, dude. And
yeah, we have some private prisons in the UK. Most of them are run by his HMP, His Majesty's Prison Service. So most of them are government run. There's some which are run by a company called G4S Security, but it's not a monetized system in the same way as it is in the United States. So the motivations aren't the same way. If anything, we actually have the opposite problem. The problem we've got is that we have so few prison spaces, prison capacity, that actually there are people that are having their sentences commuted, not because they have been rehabilitated or because they've it's been adjudicated that they're safe to be released, but because we've actually got not enough space. So we have the opposite problem to the United States.
Hey, just to get in really quick here, my ambient
as they're shutting down, by the way.
All right, yeah, take advantage of that. Hope you get some good rest, Kelsier. Glad you jumped up here. Yep, you too.
Night, Kelsier.
Night, Kelsier.
So
Mezzo's ending, by the way. So might be getting an influx of people.
The chat that you guys were having with what was the idiot's name that we were doing finger paint with last night?
Felix,
thank you. Yeah. Like why at the age of 56, Felix, despite the fact that he's obviously not equipped, has decided to start engaging in debates, which I thought was odd. He has kind of come out of nowhere, right? And also, what's the motivation? Like, does he think he's how can I put it? Does he think when he comes on panels and does debates and he gets his ass handed to him, does he think that he's doing better than he actually is, or do you think he acknowledges, he understands?
He doesn't think he doesn't believe he's getting his ass handed to him.
He thinks we don't understand
Yeah,
because we
Yeah.
don't. We don't.
he thinks
adhere
he's
to
dunking
his-
all over us the whole time.
Which was kind of the question that you asked, like, is this now bullying? Does this person have a mental deficit? Should, like, at what point do you, like, okay, we shouldn't let this person, and I'm not, this isn't a suggestion, I'm just asking the question, like, at what point do we think somebody has a mental deficit and essentially it's bullying a person with a learning difficulty or something, you know, to let them come up on the panel? Not that he's not entertaining, but
yeah.
Personally, I think there's something in Felix that's a bit broken. He's not all there, you know.
Yeah, I agree, but he's also a middle-aged man, and he, at some level, he deserves respect to be treated like that. But then there's a limit,
He deserves the respect until he's demonstrated otherwise, and I think at this point he's demonstrated otherwise. Because he admitted that he has a hard time following a conversation when people aren't talking to him directly.
Yeah, he did.
He literally has main character syndrome. Wow.
He has a hard time following a conversation when people are talking to him directly.
I mean, fair.
So I just, and he's not a bad guy. He's just
like I've never
just
he's
wrong.
just not all there. That's all.
Yeah, I mean that was my assessment of him as well. I've never detected any kind of malice there. Like I've never, I don't think he not wants to cause harm, but I don't think he's got like an agenda. I just think he doesn't understand, but he thinks he does.
Right.
And that results in like some pretty fucking crazy conversations.
Yeah.
Hey,
I mean, when you're breaking out paint and you're digitally finger painting for him on screen, I mean, so the wheels have come off somewhere, right?
Oh, he's been here. I'm just tired.
Yeah, I'm not at a point where I'm willing to like ban him outright. Just maybe limiting how often we need to.
Well, I think
put
we
him in the
also
jail
need to
box.
limit
He's a
his
nice- 'cause
duration. We
he's a
can't
nice
do an
guy,
all-night
and I
call
do-
with Felix.
and we can't. I mean, I do feel bad for whatever limitations he's got to deal with, but and I am willing to
Hey, Ben.
subject myself and the panel and by extension the viewers to him at times, but not all the fucking time. So
We have a mezzo raid.
Also, I know you guys. I know this isn't like for the most part, not a fan of the Bloodbath Tacos channel, but is Tacos okay? Like, I've not seen him go live. I've not had any notifications. Like even when I look on his channel, there's nothing in the last 3 weeks. Like, is he done? Is he just like
He stopped
who
streaming.
the fuck knows?
Somebody said, I did see somebody make a comment like that today. Someone said, "Where's Tacos Ben?" or something like that.
I think he's just licking his wounds, to be honest, because he's gotten.
Well, he doesn't make any money unless he streams.
He's gotten more you know, at least the shit that's gotten back to me, he's gotten more into retribution lately. And he's just lashing out for his own circumstances. He doesn't want to admit that he did this to himself, and so he finds he's got his targets. And
that wasn't like my question wasn't like a dig or anything. It was more just like because he was starting doing I don't know, because he started doing a lot of the gaming content. Was he like streaming on Twitch instead of YouTube, and I was missing it or something? That was my question. Like it was a legitimate question because I've not seen him pop up. I'm mostly on YouTube. I don't use other platforms or anything. So
I don't know. I know he stopped doing debates so much, and he started just doing game streaming for a while. And like only doing debate like once a week or something. And then someone told me that he hardly ever streams at all anymore. So I don't know what he's doing. He was talking about moving to Rumble or Kick.
Oh, that's where the real shit heels hang out.
Obviously, I know being being demonetized really like fucked him. Like that was, he wasn't happy about that. But again, I still don't understand why he was. Like there's something to do with like the obviously there's quite a lot of AI music and stuff. So he was like flagged as not original content or something. But I just think it was just bad luck with respect to the AI, that is overseeing YouTube.
Maybe it was the constant AI videos he had playing.
Well, that's what I mean, yeah. But even though he did do a lot of AI content with respect to things like the music and stuff, it was all audience engagement. It wasn't like inauthentic. If that makes sense.
No, the videos were purely just like a loop visual kind of thing.
Oh, I see. Right. Sorry, I was thinking the songs, but
where he'd be like eating like a 10-foot sub, or like chopping down a tree with his bare hands. It was all just AI slop.
Yeah.
Also, welcome in Mezzo Raiders. Hope you all enjoyed Mezzo's stream. And we're
I never did go back to Mezzo. I told everybody, hey, I'll be right back. I need to go get async started and I'll be back. And then I never went back. My bad. We got into talking about JR and all that other stuff. So, my bad. But, yeah, I mean, he did tend to, I think, overplay the old Discord debates. And, like, while he was just waiting for callers, he would just play old debates and while he played games. And I personally didn't like that. But.
Yeah, I thought it was boring. It kept confusing me every time I stopped by his channel. It was like, is this live? What's going on?
Yeah, there were a couple of times where I didn't I thought it was a live debate, so I'd be commenting on it in the chat, and then somebody would go, "This isn't live, John. This is from X amount of time ago."
And then it's just boring to watch someone play a game I don't give a shit about.
Yeah, that's it. Like and again,
tried to get him to get on TikTok. I told him I'd help him with it, and he'd get more debates that way, but he refused. So, all right, do your way.
Oh.
Love it or hate it, TikTok is like kind of necessary for a streamer in this day and age.
Oh, I don't even have the app on my phone. My kids keep on, or my daughter especially, keeps on asking me to download the app onto a tablet for her. I'm like, no, absolutely not.
I mean, for a developing mind, it's fucking poison.
Yeah, I'd rather give her meth.
At least she might find like an interesting hobby on math. Even picking at your scabs while you're tweaking out is probably better time spent than doom scrolling on TikTok.
Yeah, no, Ethan, we would never talk about Mezzo like that. We love Mezzo.
Hell yeah.
I love Mezzo.
I do.
Anyway.
Mezzo and Joel are the shit.
Of course, even though I want to give them shit tonight, but I always give them shit anyway.
Mezzo is bae.
They wouldn't think it was me if I wasn't giving them shit about something.
Sorry, what's bae? What does that mean?
Babe.
Baby.
Oh, right, okay.
It's just a pet name.
Oh, right. Yeah, okay, yeah. The was it before anyone else? You know, bae. Right, okay.
Yeah, they had to know I was going to call in the second they said, as soon as they said, Gretchen, you need to apologize for being a total piece of shit. I'm like, oh, okay.
I get you, Gretchen. Like the
they
first
went a
time.
little overboard past the mocking tonight. So.
Yeah, but the thing is, like your short-tempered demeanor. The first time I had a conversation with, is like, what the fuck did I do to this person to upset them so much? But I kind of get it now. It's all good. You know?
What did I say to you?
I can't even remember. I was just thinking, like, that you seemed more angry with me than was justified, given the conversation that we were having. But now that I got to know you a little bit more, that's just demeanor. I understand it.
Tone,
yeah.
I know. I have a tone. I know. I've been hearing about it since I was 7, man. Just I'm just one of those people. I have a tone. And I decided it works for me, and I'm not changing for anybody. As a result, I'm not for everyone, and it's fine with me. That's perfectly fine with me.
Yeah, for the most part, I think people certainly in the modern society, the online world, they definitely care too much about how much people think. You know, like I come on this panel and I have a chat with you fine people, and it's entertaining and it's good fun. But you know, if we had some like major disagreement or fallout over a worldview, like it's not going to affect my day-to-day life. The people who are most important to me, not that I don't enjoy the conversations, the people who are most important to me are the ones who are proximal to me, you know, like my wife, my kids, etc. You know, that's where I get, you know, that's where if I'm going to import value from anywhere, that's where I'm going to import it from, right? So
back at you, Puggles, you and me, the aging punk rock girls. It's us.
You know, when we live in a world now where, you know, young kids are topping themselves because they break up with their AI girlfriend. Like, how the fuck did we end up here? You know?
Right.
All right, guys, I might go to bed. I am crashing out.
All right. Night, next
Night, everybody. I'll see everyone tomorrow. Have a good night.
Eric. Yeah, but John, your family doesn't super chat you.
Does that mean they don't value me?
Neither does mine. My 10-month-old son hasn't sent me one single measly super chat. What's wrong with him?
Yuji, yeah, those selfish grifters where you give me a like. It's kind of the digital equivalent of "I hate you, Dad."
That's fine. That's how we know our audience fucking hates us. None of you have sent us any super chats ever.
Yeah, a historical record of 0 super chats. But to be fair, like we have gotten cash apps or whatever donations.
Yeah, we
PayPals.
We have, but you know.
Those have helped cover the production costs for the.
But I can't duck on people for that because that's happened
since the inception.
But super chats have never happened. So
I would cash app you, but I hate you all. So
that's fine. Bye.
Well, it feels like a pretty quiet night. You know, we had one character crash out backstage before even getting on, and then
who was that?
Is Dave Ops Gretchen? I saw Dave try to request, but then like disappear almost instantly when we were starting the show.
No, Dave is his own category altogether.
Is he
He's
Ops?
the guy. He also uses the name Tanks. He's the Indian guy.
Yeah. So yeah, Ops. That's Ops.
I'm not sure he's really an op. I think he's just out of his fucking mind, to be honest. John,
Well,
you know Dave, right?
I don't know.
The one that calls tacos Holy Father.
Oh, yes,
Dave.
yeah. No, I didn't. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think he's an op or a friend. I think he's just fucking nuts, man. Like, literally, he's just out of his mind.
Yeah, he's just not all there.
I think he is an atheist, to be honest, but he's claimed several different religions, so I'm not sure what he really believes. But
he crashed out backstage today.
No. It was someone else that did. It was MC Nemesis.
Yeah.
So
he was trying to
he seemed perfectly
Spotify.
Yeah, he seemed perfectly happy to just wait backstage. I told him in chat, I said, "You're just gonna have to hang on." And then when JL said, "Yeah, you need to kick that guy or ban him," and that's when he started popping off with all the shit in the private
dropped
chat.
the N-word backstage.
Are you kidding? Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. He told us all to, commit suicide. And yeah, as soon as JL said something, but he just started going off. So,
yeah. So some people can be a bit like you just the tiniest little bit of pushback, and they just
thanks for doing it before you got on stage.
Well, yeah,
that.
You just turn
that
into
was
an
handy.
Asshole. Yeah.
So definitely gonna give JL the tally for that one.
I enjoyed the back and forth with JL the other day. Actually, that was a nice chat. It was nice to see JL dropping on for a bit.
Yeah, JL's cool. It's at least I always thought he was, and then after the whole dust up with tacos, like.
Yeah, I mean,
it kind of got ridiculous there for a while. Like, I'm going to sue him for slander. Like, oh, don't be fucking ridiculous.
Well, tacos not like the whole tacos thing. Like, I'm not. I understand like what. Like, obviously, if JL said I don't want to be on a platform with this person, then maybe there should have been some more comprehensive communication behind the scenes before, Andrew Wilson got dropped in like a fucking missile. But.
Yeah, Tacos did that. Tacos called in Andrew Wilson for that.
Which like
he didn't just coincidentally drop by. That was fucking.
Well, that's the bit that I wasn't sure about, because obviously I know Andrew Wilson has his minions all over the internet, and they do the what do they call it, the stream raids, where Wilson just turns up and has arguments with them, and then like his audience descends on the chat, right?
I guess Chris don't want any money anymore. When has anybody ever given me fucking money, dude? So.
Yeah, like
my livelihood does not depend on a fucking YouTube channel, so I'm not sweating the fucking money. So it'd be nice if it can support itself, but beyond that, Just chill. It's whatever. Besides, I've recently learned that all I'm doing is building an echo chamber. Like, all right.
Well, hang on a minute. I mean, I don't think that's true because I don't agree with you on a fat lot, Gretchen, and I'm here, so it can't be.
It's true. That's also true. But I mean, if you read the fucking async bio, it's like, read my intent for the whole thing. It's literally, I just engineered it as an echo chamber for atheists. That's,
yeah, okay, yeah. I mean, the thing for me is like, there are some core principles in which I'll continue to engage with the person. Like, you could be a Democrat or a Republican, you could be right wing, left wing, and I'll engage with you. But there are some principles around just mutual respect around things like free speech, mutual respect around just kind of like a little bit of respect with one another. Like, and for me, it's important, a generosity of understanding, a generosity of interpretation. If somebody willfully misinterprets me, bends my argument out of shape on purpose, and then tries to beat me over the head with it, that really pisses me off, and I don't like that. Whereas if we're just having a legitimate disagreement and you get the best of me in an argument, that's fine. I'm happy to lose. You know, I don't mind losing an argument or having my opinion, my point of view changed if it turns out that you're right and I'm wrong. Why would I get pissy about that? You know, I'm now less wrong than I was before, right?
What's up, Jamnik?
Good to see you, Jam. And yes, Hazel, we do appreciate that that very generous contribution you gave us a couple of weeks ago. Helped cover the cost of production for, basically since February. So right now, like, we're pretty much operating at like zero loss right now, right, Gretchen?
Yeah, I mean, there was that 3 or 4 month period where I was paying for like the $90 a month StreamYard when I wasn't using it because I didn't know that I had done that. But I don't really consider that an async problem. That was my fuck up. So
Yeah.
So there's like a repeat.
I'm kind of just eating that, and it's all right.
There's a repeat subscription going on in the background that you hadn't noticed, basically.
Yeah, what it was is I think it was for something on Missing Mods channel that I did once, and I guess I signed up and did the 7-day free trial thing, and then after that, I never used StreamYard again after that.
Well,
and
you mentioned Missing Mods
I
channel.
didn't.
I'm loving Missing Mods channel. There are some funny fuckers over there. That place is a fucking riot. When you get they're fucking lunatics.
I haven't been there in a while. Usually when she starts up, I'm logging off and going to bed. So
I feel like Missing Mod hasn't been around here in a while either.
No, she hasn't. So,
I mean, there's some guy like live streaming driving around on a tractor the other day. But your channels fit into my life quite nicely between you and Missing Mod, because usually if I get up in the morning and I'm having my coffee, you guys are streaming, and then at about 5:30 my time, that's when Missing Mod is usually firing up hers. So it's sort of like, if I don't want to spend any time with my family, then I can come and spend some time with you, and I can go to Missing Mod.
yeah, I like Mod. She's I don't agree with her on anything, like fucking anything, but
yeah, she's sort of like
she's not an asshole, so
yeah, she's your political and religious counterpart. She is but an honest interlocutor, somebody you can have a conversation with, somebody who's not going to be an asshole, basically.
So
I don't mind assholes, but I do mind dumb assholes.
yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. She hasn't been around here in a few weeks.
She's been streaming quite a lot lately. She's been doing some long streams as well.
Yeah.
Not as long
for
as
all I
yours,
know,
Gretchen, obviously. But
I know Tacos has been giving people ultimatums saying stay the hell away from async or you're no longer welcome.
Really? Well, that's
That's what I was
cringe.
told.
Tactically, that's probably a mistake. I would have thought the best approach would have been, everybody's welcome. Like, you want to cast your net as wide as possible, right? Within reason.
Mm-hmm.
We
I've
haven't
heard from
done
some
any
people that
such
they've
ultimatum.
gotten a straight ultimatum: stay away from async, or your name is mud, or someone else just told me today that they're like, well, I don't care if you're like just if you're in the chat or just a guest on the panel from time to time, but don't help them with anything. And I'm like, the fuck? All right, whatever.
Oh no, guess I'm not allowed on Mega Bloodbath.
Well, if that's true, I'm fucked then. We'll see what happens next time Tacos goes on his live, if I find out if I'm banned or not.
The joke is I've never really seriously interfaced with Mega Bloodbath.
I think that's
a
probably
lot of this
best.
drama. I'm actually pretty ignorant to.
Yeah, that's probably best.
I think most of the time when Tacos was live, I was hanging out in Thinker's chat.
Yeah.
So you guys going to review a video, or is it just a chill?
Oh
evening?
yeah, Professor Dave.
You want me to pull up Prof. Dave?
Oh,
Is that the one the flat earthers owe him $200,000?
Yeah.
Okay, yep. Exactly what you wanted.
I was gonna watch it, and I'm like, well, I don't have to watch it twice. So if I can get them to watch it on stream, then cool. So
I wasn't gonna force any reactions. I was just gonna let the conversation hit a natural
that was
lull.
from somebody. That was from something new today. I've got about 4 deep throat sources now.
Hey everyone, as you
All right, it's all set up. Just let me know.
Yeah, they're growing, which means he's either getting more and more, pissy, or.
Hey, Austin.
What's up?
Congrats on your big debate win.
Oh my gosh, thank you. It was a great time. It was so fun watching Sam squirm around and try to demand our attention, and seeing Donnie try to come up with rescue devices on the spot for his rambling, incoherent, bad math.
Is that standing for truth, Donnie?
Yeah, standing in poop. Yeah.
what was the debate, Austin?
Biblical Adam and Eve, though you wouldn't know it if you just listened to the debate and nobody talked about the title, because literally they just attacked evolution and Sam ran precept and tagged the whole time. It was fucking shit show.
I mean, in fairness, most of the times when you debate theists, the only reason that you know what you're debating is because you check the Chiron on the channel, right?
Right.
Yeah. Actually, what they say.
Yeah. Sam was like, science can't exist without God. Science exists, therefore God. what's your response? If you don't respond, I win the debate. And we were like, that's great, Sam. Anyways,
Yeah,
Donnie.
P1 is unsound. Go ahead and motivate that.
Who was the debate with?
Sam, it was the Standing for Truth, Young Earth creationist, evolution denying brain trust, the minions of Kent Hovind, who are led mostly by Donald Badinsky, the former car salesman turned Young Earth creationist grifter. Yeah.
Is Kent Hovind still going?
Right,
Isn't he
but
busy
against
pushing-
who?
No,
You
he's
and
still
who
up.
else?
You know,
He must
being a piece of shit in piece of shit land.
Was it just
Yeah,
the
he-
two of them against you, or
It was Donnie and Sam versus me and Joe, the Kentucky atheist, although it kind of ended up just being me versus Donnie because Sam had nothing of any worth to say whatsoever. And Joe just kept going, when are you guys going to get around to proving biblical Adam and Eve, the topic of the debate? So, yeah, no, it was me and Joe made a great team up. Sam is a worthless person. I don't know why Donnie replaced Raw Matt with him, but I love it. It's great. He's even easier to steamroll than Raw Matt is. You just ignore him.
Raw Matt's
You don't
the
have to do
older
anything.
guy, right?
Yeah. Raw Matt
I
is.
think I
is a
see Erica
former
taking down that
breatharian
duo
guy.
all the time.
Yeah, he's like he was a former breatharian medical crackpot guy, like selling medical quackery.
hang on. So what the fuck is a breatharian?
It's just like online conspiracy theory, pseudoscience bullshit. They like talk about how you can get all the nutrients you need from fasting and breathing and absorbing the sunlight. It's fucking scientifically absurd, illiterate nonsense.
No,
and
sorry.
As a result, he's had severe illnesses and malnutrition, and he looks fucking anemic. And even he recognizes it and makes jokes about it. Like, it's kind of ironic.
It sounds like the only thing he wouldn't have a deficiency in is vitamin D.
Yeah,
I mean, what the fuck?
Yeah, no, it's weird. He, of course, eventually stopped doing it, but when he did, he never disavowed any of it as bullshit. He just said, well, I don't need to do it anymore because I can also get the nutrients I need from eating, so I just eat instead. Yeah, Matt, yeah.
Maybe he's trying to. Maybe he's like experimenting to see if humans can like do photosynthesis.
I don't know. Yeah.
But I
definitely go to my channel, check out the debate, or you can go check it out on the Raging Tomato debate channel. I think I absolutely wrecked them, damn near killed them. If you do watch it on my channel, you only need to watch like the first 3 hours. For some reason, it also caught an after show open panel. You don't need to watch all that.
Well, Austin, what does like next Saturday or like next weekend look like for you? Would you want to do like a post-mortem reaction to that debate?
Yeah, sure, that'd be fun.
Awesome.
Next weekend, I'm doing an episode of Evidence the Evolution Show on the set Archaeodactyla data set. We're going to talk about whales, orcas, and dolphins and their ancestors. But other than that, I'm open to come over sometime and we can do a postmortem.
All right, yeah. Like anytime you're in chat, just like let us know, and we can dig into that because that sounds like a good time.
It was.
I've just googled some of this breatharian bullshit. Fuck me, they're absolute lunatic.
Yeah.
What? Like, how is this even a movement? Like,
you know what I think it is? I think it's like fucking kung fu movies. They perpetuate this myth that if you've like got perfect chi and balance, you don't need to fucking eat or drink water, and that's obviously just bullshit.
Like, how what is a chakra and how did it get unbalanced in the first place?
Right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Fucking hell. I've never felt.
Raw Matt gets dunked on a lot for being a former breatharian. I guess it's good at least that he's not one anymore, but it's not great that he never disavowed it and admitted that the reason he stopped doing it was because it was fucking killing him.
But like there's never been something so obvious bullshit. Like when, like I'm looking at it, like some of these like culty people are claiming that they hadn't had like a meal in months. I'm like, you would be dead.
Yeah.
Obviously, you're eating. You're just eating secretly. You'd be emaciated.
Or it's like, well, I haven't eaten a meal in weeks, but they drink smoothies, or they're putting honey and water and drinking. You're getting nutrients into your body,
calories from somewhere.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Puggles is saying one of the leaders of the movement was busted eating cake. Not surprising, Puggles.
Wow, let them eat cake, indeed.
Yeah, that reminds me, I got a cake to frost.
Damn, y'all making me hungry.
Yeah, now the rest of the stream is just going to be about food, just to taunt breatharians. Follow us for treatment, breatharians. We'll cure you by talking about steaks and fried chicken and all the good stuff.
Yeah, well, this channel is, the other day when we were talking about JL's beard, it was male grooming with Gretchen. Now it's baking cakes with Gretchen.
Yeah, no, but on a slightly serious and more germane note,
the like hair kind of grooming. I thought like you were talking about like grooming as in like
no. Get your mind out of the gutter,
when did that come up? Holy fuck!
Well, we do talk about
his beard, his luscious beard.
I do think food is one of the things that brings everybody together. Like, no matter how different you are from somebody else, you can probably find a dish that you agree on, or something like that, at least. Like, who doesn't love pizza?
Well,
Me.
I mean,
God damn it, Gretchen! Don't prove me wrong. All right.
I don't like pizza.
I've got controversial takes on pizza. I think fruit is completely valid.
Oh, I love me some pineapple on pizza.
Pineapple, peach pizza, apple pizza.
Peach?
Like I fuck with it all.
I haven't tried peach or apple.
Well, I mean, technically, tomatoes are fruit, so like.
Yeah, well, as
anyone
a
that
kid,
says fruit doesn't belong on pizza is just wrong from jump.
As a kid, we were on holiday.
Whoa,
in
no
Canary
fucking way.
And my dad ordered, just because
RP,
he
you
was
see
being
that?
experimental,
No,
ordered a pizza with banana on it.
I've got Discord
right.
over the window.
Okay,
was
take
fucking
Dave
grim.
down. Take Dave down.
Okay.
We got someone in the box. Yeah, it's really him. He's got his camera on. All right. Hi, Minar.
Oh, can you hear me?
Can hear you. How you
Hey,
doing?
Minar.
Can you hear us?
I'm doing amazing, guys. How are you?
Hang in there. Doing all
Good.
right.
Hey, it's Ben. Nice to see you, Ben.
Ben?
You
Who's Ben?
grew your beard since I seen you last. Nice. Dad knows best. Dad knows best. That's Ben, right?
Oh.
No,
No,
that's
His
John.
name is John.
John.
Oh, I thought you.
Also, that's an old picture. So that's like.
All right, show us your face. Let me see your face.
All right, here we go.
Wow, did not expect that. Where'd all the hair go?
Oh, I shaved it off. I shave it off periodically.
Oh, nice. Nice. Yeah, I liked you with hair better. Anyways, what's up,
So did my-
everybody?
so
Nice
did-
to
so
see
did
you.
my wife.
Nice to see you. I love this stream. I really enjoy coming on. I really appreciate you for allowing me to be here. I've been watching this for a while. I'm an avid listener to the what is it called? The Gretchen show. What should I call
No,
This
It's
show
called-
sucks. Why would you listen to us?
it's just Async Network. That's it. It's just Async.
it? Yeah, he
My
really
name,
was
my
talking
name just
about
happens
bananas
to be
on
Gretchen.
pizza.
Is that's all.
So the guy earlier was talking about bananas on pizza. I want to understand. So is that a good or a bad thing?
Oh no, it was
I
diabolical. It was
never
fucking
never
terrible.
said bananas. Oh wait,
I
John,
was
you
so
said bananas?
interested in the story. You don't understand. I love this show This is one of my favorite shows. I love when you guys talk about pineapple, bananas, guava, and all that random stuff on the pizza. I love it.
Cool.
This is the first time we've ever talked about that on
Yeah,
pizza.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Well, you guys talk about a lot of other boring stuff. True. Yeah. Not only pizza, but yeah, man. I appreciate you for allowing me on. I would love to have a nice discussion about this enlightenment ideas and the ideas of freedom and liberty that we're supposed to uphold in the USA. And if you can actually defend them,
Sounds like
and,
a
I don't
Gretchen
know,
conversation.
feminism. I'll talk to you about why this guy next to me is fat. Whatever you want to talk about, I'll talk about. We can talk about pizza.
Well, I don't know who's sitting next to you and what their weight class is, but not interested in any of that. But the rest of it, sure. Let's go. What do you want to talk about?
So yeah, tell me a little bit about yourself.
I'm not going to be defending feminism. So
no, I want to hear your where do you get your
for that.
morality from? Where do you get your Christian?
I'm not. I'm an atheist.
That's amazing. That's an amazing. So can I ask you why don't you defend
It
feminism?
is amazing. It's factually
Can I ask you why
amazing.
don't you defend feminism besides because you feel so?
I just don't feel called to defend that.
Yeah, you
That's
just
all.
feel like
I've,
you don't
I've
need
never,
to do it.
I've never been, particularly grabbed by
Yeah.
feminism.
So is there any moral compass, anything you're upholding, any for example, objective view besides your feelings that we're supposed
Just say
to
the word, Gretchen.
where we can actually use it as a metric to measure the validity of your statement. That's all I'm asking.
All of my views are completely subjective.
Yeah. So exactly.
For
So as
one.
an atheist with subjective views, how do we even know that you're telling the truth?
Theists have subjective morals as well.
Yeah.
There's no normative
Hey,
reason
Professor Hizzle,
to
nice to see you,
follow
traitor.
what
There
a
are
God
some
says.
atheists
This guy used
that
to glaze me all the time. This Hizzle, he used to be glizzling me.
That's great. Stop talking in the chat. Talk to us. So there are some atheists that believe in objective morals.
Mm-hmm.
One of them is right next to me on the panel.
No, I want to talk to you.
Okay, you are talking to me.
Yes,
But when you come
Gretchen.
up here, if you have been watching this stream, you would know that if you come up here, you have to talk to everyone that wants to come up here and talk to you.
100%. After I'm done with you, it's next this bald guy, and then after him, whoever's next.
Yeah, but we can all have a conversation together. You don't have
Yes,
to.
my brother,
you know,
absolutely.
just
You
order.
don't have.
You know,
Man, this guy
we've got RP, who's a
been
moral
together
realist.
for the past 2 hours.
We've got
Like, give me a
we've got
minute. I just showed up.
Gretchen, who is a moral subjectivist. We've got RP and Gretchen, both of whom are atheists. I'm an agnostic, and I'm an emotivist. So you've got a collection of views. All of us don't believe in a god, but all of us have probably slightly
Yes,
different
boss,
views.
but
with
I had
respect to, like, where morals
implied a
come from.
question upon Gretchen. For some reason, everyone is attacking me for questioning one question, which is she actually invited me to do so.
Do you feel attacked?
Which
Is your
is
skin really that thin?
how do we know she's
Go ahead
lying
and
if there's no objective metric
the
to measure
quote
about
that
her
makes you feel
statement?
attacked.
Well, also, you don't. Also, Manar, you don't imply a question. You ask a question, right? But
Okay, you know what? Go ahead, ask your question again.
Yes, the question that I asked you, Gretchen, is a moral subjectivist. How do we know that you're telling the truth about your moral statements if there's no objective view or metric that we can measure to measure the validity of your statement, Mrs. Gretchen?
The pizza conversation was way more interesting than this.
Yeah, I agree.
This is going to go off the cliff fucking quick.
The short answer, Minar, is that you fucking don't.
Thank you. Next, Dad, the bald guy is next. Now that you're done, Gretchen, the next guy.
Wait, how do we how do we know?
Well,
hey, Minar, how do we know that you're not up here just lying through your dumb fucking teeth?
Well, also, I love how you
objective facts and measurements that you can
yeah. How do you derive your objective facts and moral statements?
Also,
because I
Minar, like, I mean,
use
the
actual
hubris here.
references outside of myself that exist, that have been studied.
Yeah,
that
what
more
are those
scholarly work
references?
than anything
Oh,
relatively
you mean
close
stories that were
to your
developed by
quantum
man?
theories that you trust more than anything. Our science is thousands of years old. Your
Oh my
quantum
God.
theory science is 20 years old. You
Go
trust it
ahead
more than
and
my science,
go
and you want to
ahead and
belittle
give
it
the
more than my
scientific
science.
argument for
What a
objective
ridiculous
morals.
argument! What a ridiculous argument, man.
Yeah,
We
all
have
I hear are
scholarly
claims
study
and
of our
posturing.
moral
Can you go ahead and
scriptures and
give the
moral
argument?
theories. Can I answer any questions without somebody interrupting
Yeah,
me?
scriptures that come from what?
Can the
Where
viewers
do the
hear
scriptures
me?
come from?
Can the
Where
viewers
did the
hear me?
scripture, Minar? Where did the
Hello?
scriptures come from?
We can all hear you,
Minar, where do the
Menard.
scriptures
He's
come
talking
from?
over me.
Where
Well,
do the
Minar,
scriptures come
we
from,
all know
Minar?
Okay, where
You
did
do it
quantum
all
theory
the
come from? Where
time.
did quantum theory come from?
Minar,
Why do you believe it so
Minar,
much?
We
where
all
do the
know
scriptures come
Why do you
that
trust
from?
it so
can't
much?
get an
Where did quantum
Minar,
theory come from?
Minar, are you capable of engaging with
What
a
the fuck
simple
is this shit?
question? Where do the scriptures come from?
It comes from an authoritative and a scholarly study of evidences that brought us the actual scripture of today. Yes.
You didn't answer the question. Where
That
did the
was
scripture
a
come
word
from?
salad that adds up to
No,
much
it's
enough.
100%.
You claim that it's authoritative. You claim that it's scholarly. You haven't demonstrated
where
this.
they
Can
come
you
from. My
demonstrate
scriptures, at least
where
the
the
Quran,
scriptures come
have been
from? Oh, the
studied more than anything in
Quran.
the world.
The
More
Quran,
than
where it
anything in
says
the
it's
world.
okay to fuck an 8-year-old. Yeah.
Bro, you don't
great,
even
great.
know if it's okay or not. That's the problem.
So-
you don't even
so
know. If the
Minar-
government
Minar-
tells you it's okay, you'll do it.
For the just for clarification, I think the Quran actually says that it's
You can have no
acceptable to
moral
marry
argument. You
So
marry
Minar,
a
don't talk
Minar,
mature
about
fucking
moral
9-year-old.
Minar,
At least
I have a
he has a moral
scenario,
argument. You
Minar.
don't.
I have a scenario to give you. Okay, let's say one person has like been given a message from God, and another person is having a mental episode. They have not actually heard anything from God.
Yeah.
Both of these people come up to you,
You
and they
judge
give
them
you
by
a prophecy.
by the value of their actions. If the
No,
actions were
no. You know
negative and
nothing.
created
You
negative
can't.
outcomes,
You're so
they
afraid
are
to
Satan.
let me get through
They
this
were taken over
hypothetical.
by Satan.
Can you buck up, Bucko, and listen to the hypothetical? So one person has actually heard a prophecy from God, and another person is having a mental health episode. You know
See, this is the
nothing
problem, man.
about these individuals. You have no prior
I
knowledge.
don't believe that any
They
human
both-
being can have a
they both
prophecy
come
after
up-
Prophet Muhammad. No human being can have a prophecy after Prophet Muhammad.
Engage with the
We actually
hypothetical.
have it as
Are
a
you
statue
really
of our
wanting to
faith-
run away
of our
like
faith
without
is
hearing the
the final
hypothetical?
message.
You're so afraid. This is crazy.
I'm just saying
Okay,
what
so
you're
I'm
saying
just
is
going to
wrong.
go and push forward. So one person has heard from God, the other person is having a mental health episode. They both come up to you and they give you the same message. How do you determine which one of them actually heard from God?
Clearly, the guy that's mentally episode, he would not give me the same message. I mean, then
No. In this hypothetical, they are
there's
giving
no-
you the same exact
Okay,
message.
give me what is the message?
Are you
What is the message? Is it negative
incapable
or
in
positive?
engaging in any
Okay,
sort
what
of
is the message?
hypothetical?
Okay,
Are
can
you
you
really
engage
wanting
with
to
the
run from
hypothetical?
this?
Can you engage with the
I've
hypothetical?
already
Are you
given
gonna
you a
engage with the
hypothetical, buddy. Are you able to engage?
Okay, I will. You have to clarify.
Go ahead and
one thing about the
engage.
hypothetical for me.
Okay, go ahead.
Clarify one thing.
Ask the clarifying question.
Is the thing they're professing good or bad for society? That's all.
It
I'm
doesn't
asking.
matter. It's a message from God. That's all.
No, you can't even answer what they're saying.
It's a
man.
message
Least
from God. It's completely
beneficial outcomes.
inconsequential to the hypothetical.
It's actually important for this question.
No, it's
No,
not.
it is not.
It's
One of-
clear as
you
day.
know-
It's a
Felix
message from
Menard.
God, whether it's good, bad, or neutral, is inconsequential.
In my
How
religion.
do you determine which person is actually giving you the message from God and
In
which
my
person
religion,
is
God
having a
does
mental
not
health episode?
does not command you to do evil ever. So that's why I'm asking you: is the thing that is being professed? You have to give me an example of something that's getting. You can't even engage with the.
It's a
hypothetical you
message
just
from
created at
God.
all?
That's all you need to know.
The
Okay,
message
but
from
give me
God
one
says, I am
clarifying
real.
point. Why can't
I
you
am
do it,
God.
RP?
That's it. That's all it said.
He said
If
that
the
I am
message
God.
says,
Both of
I
them
am
are.
God,
Both of
I
them
am
are
real.
evil.
It
Both of them are
has
evil.
nothing
Both
to
of them
do
are
with
not
any
prophets.
society
He's
or
just
anything.
distracting. He's just trying.
He
to
doesn't
get
even
the
understand what the
answers.
hypothetical is
hypothetical
supposed to be
doesn't make sense
questioning.
because no one
No,
can actually
Minar,
prove
That's
that
what
the
I'm
guy
saying
Minar,
is
listen,
that
man
you're
Minar,
doing the
listen,
same
Minar,
thing
listen,
with
Minar,
hypotheticals.
listen,
Like,
Minar,
it's
listen,
No.
Minar, listen. All right, we're trying to determine how like some sort of like method to determine whether a message is actually from God or if it's just some crazy fucking nutter. All right.
I don't believe
So
that
they're
there are
both
such
giving
things.
you the same exact message. Only one of them actually heard this message from God. How do we determine who actually gave the message?
Okay,
And keep
can
in
I ask
mind,
you
the answer is there's
how did you
absolutely no
determine it was a
distinction.
message
There's
from
no
God?
way
How
to
did
tell
you
the difference
determine?
between them. The person who's a complete lunatic who's never heard the voice of God in his life sounds exactly the same as the person who claims he has heard the voice of God.
No,
So,
no, they
because
don't.
God
That's my
isn't
whole
real.
Yeah,
argument.
that's
You're
the only
mentally ill. It's like
honest
saying a
answer.
crazy person is like a normal person. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like that defines.
No, the thing is, you
Okay,
have no
that's
symmetry
the
breaker.
point of
You
the
have no
hypothetical.
symmetry breaker.
Like,
You
what
have
the
no
fuck
way
is
to
wrong with you?
demonstrate that
Basically
Like,
any
saying
I'm
that
message
like
is actually from
debating
a
God.
theist is like a crazy person.
You're literally debating a fucking contradiction. That's what
Hey,
you're arguing. You're telling me
Minar,
one guy
if
is mentally ill,
Minar,
the other guy is a
Minar,
professor and
let's
scholar.
just go ahead and
Both of them
skip.
say they're
Let's just
God.
go
What
ahead
is
and
wrong with
skip
you?
ahead to the divine command theory.
This is
If your
disappointing.
God says to slaughter a group of
Minar,
people, is
you're
it a
Bro,
good
better
Gretchen, can
than
thing?
you
this.
stop him, Gretchen?
Minar, if your God
This
commands
is
you to slaughter a group of people, is it a good thing?
This is embarrassing. What? How? Where did God? Like, give me an
Minar, can you answer
example?
the
Like,
question? Can you're
what
sprinting
is
No.
this?
away?
No,
This is
it's not a good
pathetic.
thing. It's not a good thing. So go ahead, tell me.
It's not a good thing.
No, it's not a good thing.
So your God gives you a command to do
Yes,
something. It's
God
good
commands
to
us to not
disobey.
be offensive. Yes.
It's good to disobey your God.
How are we disobeying our God if we're defensive?
Your God gave the command to slaughter this group of people. You said it's not a good
Where?
thing.
What?
So it's a good thing to disobey that
Where did
command.
God give a command slaughter these group of
It's
I
a
don't know how we got to
hypothetical,
divine command
genius.
theory.
What? Why are you only arguing hypotheticals? Why can't we argue in reality? What is happening
Oh
right
my
now?
God, this
Are
guy
you
has
that
the
ignorant
It's
about the
about
world?
bread crust.
Are you
arguing
that
against your
ignorant about
moral
my
framework.
religion that you need to just
If
create
your
random
God gives a
hypotheticals to keep
command,
arguing
is
from
it
them?
good to follow it? Yes or no?
Huh?
If your God gives a command, is it good to follow it? Yes or no?
Sure.
In every single case.
Every single case.
Okay, so if your God commands you to slaughter a group of people, it's good. Your morals are subjective.
100%.
Okay. Give me the example where God asked me to slaughter.
Surah 9.
You're
I
acting
just
like
did.
this is
I just
no.
did.
Can I answer?
Yeah,
You're acting
you
like
asked the
there's
question,
patch
Manar.
notes. Can I fucking answer?
No, Manar, you asked us the
Can
question.
I fucking answer?
No, because you asked
said
us the
give me
question.
You're
you
acting
said
like
give
there's
me an
patch
example.
notes to the Quran.
No,
Like
you
there's
asked
gonna
for
be
an
a
example,
new
Manar.
discovery that's gonna be like, oh look, now we can murder all the.
No, Manar, you
What
asked
the
for an
fuck is
example
wrong?
of where you asked for an example
Minar,
of where
you
your
said
God.
give me an example. Now you have to shut the fuck up while you're giving that example. UG, go ahead.
Surah
So
9,
I'm not even
5,
allowed
the
to
sword
respond
verse. Surah 9, 5, the sword
Respond to
verse.
what? You said give me an
to his
example. Now sit there like a
accusation.
good boy and wait for your
What
fucking
accusation?
example.
You asked for an example. We tried to give you one. Surah 9, 5, the sword verse.
Yes. What's the sword verse?
Have you read the Quran?
Go find them wherever you can and kill them.
Yeah,
Manar's not
then
given
the
any
sacred
examples.
monks have passed. Kill
That
the
was-
polytheists wherever you find them.
That is for a specific. It's talking about a specific tribe at a specific time, about a specific. This is the problem. You guys have no knowledge of what is the Quranic scripture. You have no idea, for example, when did that the Quran came in small little sentences, and that sentence came for that time for that specific region, and it was basically commanding Prophet Muhammad. He was feeling some sorrow. He was like, "Let them go," and God was. Telling him, no, you have to go after them and find them. And still after that commandment, still Prophet Muhammad did not kill them. He went and found them and kept them as hostages and actually asked for ransoms from them. And you don't know anything about the history of this. For example, do you know that Prophet Muhammad was pushed out by those polytheists that he was asked to push out of their homes? All Muslims were pushed out. They were murdered. They were robbed. They weren't allowed to live a normal life. They had to basically be refugees like Palestinians. Are you going to blame a Palestinian now?
About the life
Are you
of
going
a
to blame a
pedophile.
Palestinian now when Hamas goes and says, "Get ready, guys"?
Yes.
You're going to blame the Palestinian for going back to get his home?
Yes.
And his belongings?
If
Okay,
he does
go
it by
ahead.
murdering civilians, yes, I do.
Yeah, go ahead. It's okay to murder Palestinian, but God forbid the Palestinian
Who said
goes
that?
back
Who
and
said it
tries
was
to
okay
get
to murder
his piece of land.
Palestinians?
Okay,
Who
go
said it
ahead.
was okay to murder Palestinians, Manar? Not
Go
me.
ahead. Okay, so what's your solution to this Palestinian? What's he supposed to
It
do?
isn't murdering other
Automatically go back
civilians,
to his home
Manar, is
after
it?
they murdered his wife? And
Yeah,
his
yeah.
kid?
But if some people group are
What the fuck
being
is wrong
murdered,
with you,
is it
man?
right to murder
So
other
his-
civilians?
Yeah, so if somebody comes and robs me, I'm allowed to shoot him. You're telling me a
Are you allowed to shoot his
Palestinian is
family?
not allowed to go and defend his own piece of land
Jesus,
and go
Manar.
back to his own fucking house?
But
You see
I
how
don't even
Manar,
think you're
disgusting you
allowed to
are?
shoot someone if
You
they're
see how
robbing
disgusting
you.
you are?
No, you're disgusting,
See how
Manar.
contradictory you are?
You just agreed that with
You're allowed
Hamas
to
and the
murder
fact that
somebody
they
for
killed
robbing a
thousands of
fucking
people.
TV, but for a Palestinian can be kicked out of his home, being sent 2,000 miles away, and he's still wrong for coming back and attacking and getting his
Yes,
fucking
that would be
property
wrong,
back.
Manar.
It's
It would
crazy.
be
This
wrong
isn't
to murder
about
civilians.
Palestine versus
It
Israel.
would be
This
wrong
is
to
about
murder an
your
innocent person, Manar,
backwards
yes,
fucking
in any
buck.
Yeah,
circumstance.
it's an innocent person. The guy
Also,
that robbed my fucking TV.
Manar, no, Manar, you're advocating for. You're not advocating for self-defense. You're like if let's
What am I
if you,
advocating for? Am I
you're
advocating?
advocating
Revenge.
He's in
you're
my
advocating
home.
for
He stole
revenge,
my house.
but you're
Nobody
advocating
stole anything from you, Manar.
you're advocating for the revenge like across generations.
No, I'm just
like
showing you the contradiction.
what
I'm
you're
not
saying
No
is
advocating for
that it's
contradiction.
okay that
I'm
I
if
showing
I
already
you
stole your
derived a
TV,
contradiction in your framework.
logic that you
Manar,
can't think.
your book authorizes you to kill my children if I stole your TV.
Listen to
It's
me.
fucking
I
nuts.
just gave you an analogy of the situation. The
I thought you
situation
didn't
was
like
that
analogies,
the
Manar.
Muslims were kicked out of their land,
He doesn't like
and they
hypotheticals.
I thought you
fought
wanted to
many
deal with
wars
I think it's
over
silly
to try
that
to
we're
get their
trying to
properties back.
convince a religious apologist with moral arguments. He doesn't give a shit.
True.
It's not a moral
Even if
argument.
his
And
God
I've
came
already
down,
derived the
even if his
contradiction and
God
proved that
came
he has
down and
subjective
commanded him
morals.
to eat a baby, he would say it was good and find
Yep.
some way to justify it. He doesn't give a fuck. I don't know why we're trying to give him this information when it has no impact. He doesn't care.
I just have a sidebar question. So are you a U.S. citizen now, Manar?
What does this have to do with anything? Like
I said
they
it
will,
was a
they will
sidebar question.
argue.
It's my fucking channel. You know what?
They will argue
Point of
anything
personal
except the
prerogative.
actual
I
debate.
want to ask you a question. That's it. I'm asking you a.
So I humiliated you by showing you that you have no moral standing on any.
Manar, I've already
absolutely
dismantled your
And
claim
now
that you
you're
have
mad and
objective
you're trying to
morals. You have
You
already
just-
conceded
no, not
that
at
your
all.
entire framework
I
is
just-
subjective.
Guys, shut up. I just asked you one simple fucking question. All you did was ask me, how do you know how
Can
are
I
you supposed
say
to know if
it's
I'm
none of
telling
your
the truth?
business? Is that a good
You have
answer?
no way of knowing whether I'm telling you the truth about anything, and you didn't win anything off of that fucking exchange. I'm asking you a personal question just because I would like to know.
I
Are
won
you-
everything I needed to know. I made you confess that
are
you
you
have
an American?
no
Are you
moral
do you-
values.
Are you are you a
And I
MAGA
did.
type
I did the
American?
same to you. I've already dragged your framework behind the barn and shot it in the face with a 12 gauge.
Yeah, with your random hypotheticals. Well, I don't know what world you live in.
Manar's
You're so
ignorant little
ignorant, you
fucking
can't
head
even
is going to
argue.
explode when he finds out
Why
I'm in
would
the
you
most.
be
Except
afraid
in
to
like
answer
Star
that?
Trek
Why
space.
would you
Like
be
that's how
afraid to
RP
answer
argues.
that
He thinks
question?
he's in Star Trek.
That's what I want to know. Why would you be
What if
afraid
we
to answer
have
that question?
spaceships? Should we go and like go to the sun? What do you guys think? What the fuck is wrong with you, man? Like hypothetically, man. Come on,
What
you need to answer.
did you think that I was going to
I
like
love
dunk
how
on
you
you for
stand
being
up
an
for your
American?
beliefs,
That's
little guy.
basically you're wrapped in a flag that's covered in your people's own blood. Is that what you think I was going to do?
Listen, man.
He's going to run from that
You
too.
have to understand,
Uh-oh.
men are not held like strong men are not held back by these limitations that you call nations or these
What
ideological
limitations?
limitations that you're trying to put upon me as a strong, independent, amazingly powerful man.
Go ahead and define what makes a strong man.
Gorgeous and
I'm not doing
powerful
any
man.
Hang on a
Listen,
minute.
can I
You
finish the
just threw up in his mouth a little bit there.
I am international. I have many passports. I live in many authorities. I own many pieces of properties in many lands. And hopefully in the future, we will continue to do so. You can call me Mr. International. I'm married to an international woman.
Are you like
I live in
Pitbull, Mr.
America
Worldwide?
currently. I've lived in Dubai. I've lived in
Dale,
Syria.
dale,
I am Mr.
let's
International.
dance.
I've been to Mexico. I will own property in all of these places, and that's you don't need to worry about me. Like
But
I
now
am
you're
not
an American,
held by these national authorities or whatever your weird
At least
ideologies.
he's wearing a shirt today.
Hey man, are you like from California, bro? Oh, you're not? Oh, look at you, you're lame. Fucking weirdo.
What was Mexico like, Manar?
Gorgeous. It reminded me of
Really?
Syria.
Well, how long were you in Dubai?
I lived there. I was born in Abu Dhabi, Mustashfa Tawam.
Abu Dhabi is not Dubai.
Yeah, but I lived. Okay, whatever you want.
Fucking exposed in
Okay,
2.5
yeah.
seconds.
Arguably, Abu Dhabi is better than
Right.
Dubai.
So it's
But
okay for
basically-
you to lie, but it's not okay for Gretchen to lie. Great.
Are you mentally
Basic geography
ill?
taking a day off, I
Mentally
guess.
ill?
At least he's been to Mexico.
Do you even know? Okay, do you know what is the country that is Dubai and Abu Dhabi? That
United Arab Emirates.
Good. He
Any
knows
other
something.
questions?
It's only because
No.
he's British. If she was American, she would not know. The Brits, they love the UAE. They die to go to the UAE. He wants to talk shit. He's so jealous that I was in the UAE and lived my
you
whole
would be
life in the
wrong.
UAE. I lived
I
my
actually
whole
knew that.
life in the
Manar,
UAE.
Manar,
All my friends
you
are
lived your whole
UAE.
life in the UAE. You
I
didn't even
can
know
go
what
any
fucking
moment I
country
want
it
to
was
the
in.
UAE.
Like,
I can live in
Right.
every. My family's in the UAE. You don't. I know you're so jealous, Eugene.
You know what seems like a really interesting thing to read right now for no
Isn't it
particularly
amazing?
relevant
Isn't it amazing? It's
reason
almost like this guy
is
is
the
actually perfect.
diagnostic
It's like
criteria
crazy.
for
If
narcissistic
only he didn't have
personality
yellow teeth.
disorder, which includes inflated self-esteem, craving admiration, exploitive relationships, identity disturbance, impaired reality testing, sense of
Alhamdulillah.
entitlement, envy, lack of attachment and intimacy, little to no empathy, and a constant need for praise.
You forgot the
Sounds
other
like
one,
projection
and
to me.
whilst not relevant today, because he's obviously taken at least some of his
Who's
meds,
infidel?
appearing on streams without shirts. You know,
And then let's also add in there that he ran like a fucking little bitch from a girl with a question.
It's true.
He just ran for
Well,
most
well,
questions.
well,
on
well,
He
this
never
channel.
actually answered the question.
Since you are a girl, Gretchen, I'm amazed you even listened to the question, because apparently that's not allowed. You know.
See, another ignorant statement.
Why do you not follow the sun though?
So
not listen and hear a woman? What? Where's the?
No, a woman's evidence is worth half of a man's.
Actually, it's amazing. I don't have to look at her, and I'm listening to her. What else is? See,
Manar,
now you just moved the goalpost. Now you're talking about half. He was
Manar,
talking about.
Manar, how do you deal with non-binary individuals?
Listen to Gretchen. See,
Oh,
you guys,
like
I don't know
how
ignorant
much
you guys are,
how
but
much
it's
is my
unbelievable.
testimony worth being a non-binary individual?
Bro, you're not.
Is my testimony worth like 75%?
Can I tell you a story, guys? Can you give me 30 seconds?
Because I'm a crazy fuck,
I work
Austin.
at Boeing, right? I'm going down to the bathroom after working really hard. I put my bag that has all my equipment down to on the toilet dispenser, paper dispenser, and I go to the stall. It's true. I take a little bit more.
The toilet
than 10 minutes.
dispenser?
Maybe it was 12.
Is that
I
your
apologize.
nickname, Manar?
I leave.
Like the toilet dispenser?
And my depth gauge has been stolen from my fucking bag. Somebody rummaged through my inspection bag for my fucking Boeing inspection job where I am at work, took out my depth gauge, which is worth $300, $400, and fucking ran out with it in the bathroom.
Wait, near
Now
the
you tell me,
bathroom?
does that guy deserve
I
death
know
or
this
his hand
one.
cut off? I dream of his hand getting cut off, or
You
he
think
dies.
you think
or what if his
someone's
children
life is
die,
worth
or his wife
$300?
leaves him?
Holy
I
shit,
pray
that's
to
crazy. You
God
think
that
a
he
human
dies.
life is worth
Yes.
$300?
This idea
That's
that
wild.
there's a character like
know
that
what
that exists in
happened, Bernard.
society that
You
goes and
didn't say
rummages in
your
my
special-
shit, picks out what it wants, then
And this
takes
is what
it
I'm
from
talking
me
about.
and
Richard,
runs
did you
out
mute
with
me?
To a person with a broken neurology.
My
This
bad, I was
person
gonna
doesn't
They
have
deserve
functional
death, yes.
empathy,
Menard.
Cut his hand
Menard.
off.
brain. Menard, would you?
I know what happened. You didn't say your special toilet chant, and the toilet gen stole your shit. That's what happened. You didn't say your special bathroom chant.
Unbelievable. You tell me that
Also,
character of a human being
there's
deserves to
Menard.
exist on the
Menard,
earth.
do you
I'm just saying
believe?
Oh my God,
something
our
Menard,
toilet's right,
don't
huh?
deserve to
Menard,
exist.
calm down.
That's all I'm
You
saying.
look
The
like
toilet
a
thing got you.
lunatic right now.
Fucking
Now,
disgusting
Menard, do you
people.
believe a human life is worth $300?
Disgusting people.
Do you believe it's
It's
okay to take a human life over $300?
The idea that you go through somebody's stuff, rummage through them, pick up whatever you
No,
like
we need
from
to
it,
we
and
need
run
to
away
make this
with it.
even more
Yeah,
simple.
that's
should
worthy
not
of
be
taking a
existing.
human
Don't
life.
Is my
even
children.
get that. Menard, would you steal bread to keep your family from starving to death? Or would you
stole
just
my
say,
depth
fuck
gauge
it,
for what?
that's
Starving? Why
wrong
are you
to
making
steal
up a whole
bread,
scenario?
so let me just let my family
Who's
starve.
starving here? He's
Let
to
me
starving for my
sit
depth
here and
gauge.
watch as my
He's a
mother,
fucking
my
random mechanic.
sister,
He doesn't even
my
use the depth gauge.
brother all starve and die, and I'm not going to steal the
Now
bread.
I have to
because
buy
that
my
would
own
be
depth
wrong.
gauge.
But Manar, is there
Are you that
ever,
strapped for
You
cash?
guys.
Are you
Is-
that poor?
Fuck
Well, let me
You can't
try it this way.
afford
Manar,
that?
Is anybody going to pay for my depth gauge?
Manar, forget the fucking forget
You
the
were
fucking
just
depth
flexing
gauge.
about how you're going to own property in
I
like
make a
several other
lot of money.
nations.
I make
Yeah,
a
so
lot of money.
$300 should be
No, you
nothing
don't.
to you. So like you're
I make a
bitching.
lot
You're
of
bitching
money.
about $300.
No,
That
you don't
tells
make
me you
money.
make
I make
almost
a
no
lot of
money.
guys. I
No,
make
Bernard,
a
we've
lot
seen
of
where you stream from. You make zero money.
I make
Yeah, Manar, let's
Bernard, you can't even repair the holes in the wall that you punch in it.
It's all right, man. Do whatever you need to do to me. Say
Manar,
whatever you need.
let's
I make.
Manar, let's
Alhamdulillah.
just
Thank
put
God.
away the
Thank
braggadocious
God.
narcissism
Thank God.
and answer this question for me.
Thank God.
is
I
there-
make more
is
money
there-
than any one
Okay,
of you
Manar,
guys
say
individually.
wallahi, I'm rich.
Individually, maybe
One
multiply
hundo a
together.
day,
Maybe
Manar,
multiply
say
together.
hundo a
Wallahi
week.
azim.
wallahi, I'm rich.
Wallahi azim. Alhamdulillah.
Say wallahi, I'm rich.
So
Wallahi
Manar,
alhamdulillah. You know, I
I
started
make
January.
No, he
I
won't
was
say it. He won't say it.
10,000.
He won't say it. Look
I
at his face.
started
He won't say
January
it.
negative 10,000. But man, you don't know who I am. You don't know who I am.
yeah, UG is going to take you on a tour of the estate on which he lives in a little while. But yeah, you're rich, Manar. Of course you are. My next question
That's
is
one lucky
It's not even the
doggo.
money; it's the respect that you knew who I am before I even came onto the show. That's what
I didn't. I didn't know who the fuck
Nobody
you
knows
were.
who you guys are.
You are nobody to me
fucking
right
knows
now.
who you
You're just
guys
some
are. That's
dumbass
fucking
with
weird.
subjective morals that jumped up here
That's
and
what
you're
I
trying
know.
to flex, but you're also crying about losing like a $300 piece of equipment. Like it just does not compute.
Yeah.
Harpy,
Trust me.
everyone knows who Manar is
Trust
because
me.
he's a
Just a
massive
couple of
lol
hours
cow.
at work.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
You're just a lol cow,
RP, I'm
Manar.
sure you've
People
heard
laugh
of
at
Manar.
you.
You remember
I
the
guess I
clip
need to
with
drink
Justin?
lol milk more.
You should do.
RP, you know,
hilarious.
you remember the Justin
it's
clip
not about the money.
that
This is how
the
disgusting
crash
you
out
guys
backstage
are. Like this is how
when he
materialistic
started
you guys
crashing
are.
out on the other guests waiting
You
in the
can't
queue.
even see like
Yeah.
emotions or
Well,
That's him.
so disgusting.
This is the guy.
Oh,
You can't see
okay.
that I have
Yeah.
to
So
live
you're just
with the
famous
guy.
for
I have
being
to
a
work
fucking
with the guy that
crash
stole my
out
depth
little
gauge every
bitch.
fucking day.
Yeah.
Well, the last conversation I had with Manar was when
disgusting.
Manar was making the claim that in order to be a legitimate witness,
What else is he
within
gonna steal from me?
Sharia,
What else is he
that
gonna
you
steal
could
from
never
me?
have lied
Is
ever
anybody
for any
is anybody
reason.
gonna protect me?
It was
The
If he
last
steals
absolutely.
from
time I
me
had a
again,
conversation
Can you
with
not
Manar,
protect
it was about
yourself?
how
Are you
he
that
Okay.
defenseless? Are you
6,000
that
years
weak?
ago.
that I
Everybody,
shouldn't be
all
protecting
right,
myself
everybody
by
shut
ending
up.
the guy's
Time
I'll
life.
chill
out.
out. I'm muting myself.
Time out because the fragile little girl is going to come to Menar's defense and defend the big strong man who apparently needs it. Is that what you want?
Yes, defend me, Gretchen. Go ahead, baby.
Oh, okay. Don't go that far. That's kind of gross.
Okay,
But
sweetheart.
oh, stop. It's not going to work, by the way. And if you ever actually had watched the stream before, you'd know that.
Yeah, Gretchen's immune to compliments.
Okay, good. Anyways, back to the conversation. UG.
Is there any Manar,
UG.
super quick question. I've been trying to ask a question for a little while. My question is there ever any justification for stealing? Is there ever any circumstance where it is morally
My
preferable
depth gauge? No.
to steal?
No,
No,
zero.
not the depth
I don't
gauge.
give a
Forget
fuck
depth
how
gauge.
hungry you are. I don't care if every time you do your fucking holes on the plane, you drill them so crooked that you need a depth gauge every single time. I don't give a fuck. No justification to take over my shit like that. Disgusting.
So
just your shit.
You disagree with the Quran then, Manar?
Yeah, exactly. Thank you,
All right,
Eugene.
go ahead. Teach me about my own Quran. Let's
You
go
go by
Eugene.
the crayon. The crayon gets to make the rules until it's your shit, and
Well,
then
I'll set it up, Eugene.
then you don't care what the crayon says
Go for
anymore.
it.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't mean to steal your thunder.
Typical theist.
No, you go for it, man. You go for it. Let's gangbang this sucker.
That doesn't make any sense, Manar.
Well, no, I asked if there is ever
I'm
any
waiting for
justification. If there's
this
ever any justification for stealing, and
this
I believe
claim about we're allowed to steal.
UG has a verse in the Quran that Manar has just disagreed with.
Yeah, he just made an assertion, and we just asked
I
for
made an
evidence.
assertion.
I apologize
It's called
about asking for
Darura.
evidence. I
It's
shouldn't
called
have asked
Darura.
for
There's
evidence.
even a principle. It's a well-established principle of jurisprudence. Necessity can permit what is otherwise forbidden.
Nice
Okay.
Google search. What was it again?
What?
What was it?
Dura. Darura.
Durra just means like the people that are not Muslim that I'm protecting. Durra.
No.
Durri, like you're a Durri. If you're, for example, in UAE, you're a Durri. Like the UAE is the Islamic
Okay,
kind of
Quran
nation
2,
protected.
Quran 2:173. He is only forbidden to you dead meat, blood, the flesh of swine, and that which has been dedicated to other than Allah. But whoever is compelled by necessity, neither desiring it nor transgressing its limits, there is no sin upon him. Indeed, Allah is forgiving and merciful. Quran 5:3. But whoever is forced by severe hunger with no inclination to sin, then indeed Allah is forgiving and merciful.
See, so how beautiful. How
Yeah,
beautiful
yeah.
my
It's
religion
so
is.
beautiful that you're so
How
wrong.
beautiful my religion is.
You're so wrong.
Where does it say? Where does it say? Whoever is so
Jesus,
hungry
Minar.
for some
Have you chewed any good religious texts lately, Minar?
Where does
Fuck
it say?
me, man. Like, I mean,
Actually, thank you for proving my how righteous and beautiful my religion is. That it actually allows the needy an avenue. Hey, he said only if you're needy. Was he needy and hungry? He was talking about hungry. Was he talking about
Menard,
mechanics?
5
Aerospace
minutes ago,
mechanics?
you were saying, I don't care how hungry you are. You can fucking starve. Fuck you, man. And now you're saying, oh, so
Hungry
beautiful,
for
so
my depth
wonderful,
gauge.
so
I
great.
said, I don't give a fuck how hungry you are for my depth gauge. You don't need my depth gauge. If you want a fucking piece of bread, come ask me. You can take all the piece of bread you want. Today, my friend took my whole popcorn bag. Today, my friend took the whole popcorn bag. He started munching on it. Did I say that he stole it and he's gonna? No, I gave him the whole bag. I was like, here, have it. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? That has nothing to do with the depth gauge.
You are so bad.
I was eating popcorn on my beautiful desk, my two screen, and I was sitting down. I was eating popcorn. I went to do a job.
Two screens.
I came back.
Oh, 2 screens is such a
Yeah,
fun.
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
sitting
which
with
is connected
3
to my
screens
laptop.
right
Anyways,
now.
The best screen, the biggest
this
screen,
guy-
the most beautiful screen.
No. You guys don't understand.
I've got a triple monitor setup, my guy.
Screens that no one's ever
about the
no
money.
one's ever
It's about the
seen
skill.
before.
American
Well,
screen, big beautiful American screen.
I just make do with the one 38-inch widescreen curved display, but that's just me.
You guys
yeah.
are like low IQ. Anyways, so
Actually,
how
I've
did you-
conducted.
can somebody how did you
I
equate
completed
bread
an
to
IQ
eating bread
test
'cause you're hungry
on
with
stream,
somebody
drunk as
robbing my
fuck,
depth gauge
and
right
I'm
now?
sure that it completely dwarfs your IQ.
Manar, let's both take the Wonderlic live right now, and I guarantee I'll smoke you because I score in the top 95 to 99%, and I'd be surprised if you score above the top 15.
No, we're not doing
What are you
personal
talking about,
fucking
IQ?
IQ grudge matches.
I'm actually 130 some. I have the actual picture.
IQ is fucking
130.
bullshit.
Wallahi
and
Azim, I have the
you
picture
guys
right
are
here
fucking
in my
idiots for buying
downloads.
into that shit.
My stream is gonna see it while I'm scrolling.
Minar, can you give
My
me
stream's gonna see it
the
while I'm
derivative?
scrolling.
Can you give me f prime x if f of x equals x squared plus 5x?
No.
If he has an IQ of 130 plus, he should be able to do a first
F of
order
X is what?
derivative.
Integration of
IQ
X
is
is what?
bullshit.
It's
And-
not F of X, it's integration of X. What is
No,
integration?
no, f prime. Give me f prime of x if f of x equals x squared plus 5x.
You don't know it.
Smarter than a fucking fifth grader.
He's trying to
It'll
type it
be
into friggin'
2x
ChatGPT right
plus
now.
5. 2x plus 5.
He saw it
There
in
you
the
go.
live
There
chat.
you go.
Thank you. I
And
was
Ani,
right.
Yeah,
why
and-
did you comment that?
Yeah, you,
Can we actually debate something instead
That's
of doing
crazy.
this weird math
You guys
test?
are you guys are failing. Listen, anyways, yeah, for real. Can we actually talk how Gretchen has been humiliated that she has nobody knows if she's actually a real person?
Oh my God, the younger
you're sitting there
creationist
flexing on
is
a
still trying to
fucking
flex on us like it's
2
intelligent.
monitor display. Check out my pimpin'
What do
display.
you mean? Oh my
Damn.
god!
Wow.
Yeah, I'm writing fucking
Is this
EDM
it now? You guys
bangers
just
for
want to have a fucking
for
dick
fucking
measuring
labels on
contest?
this
Is that
shit.
what we're doing now?
No, I
What
just
is that-
wanted
what
to
is
point
that
out that
noise? Who's
the
eating
younger
his mic?
Well, because for
creationist
the last
thinks
5
it's
minutes, it's all I've
intellectually
seen.
superior. and I just think that's really funny because it's a
That's a
literal
fucking dick
drooling
measuring
incontinent
contest,
moron.
Austin.
Yeah.
And
I mean, with
showing
respect,
yourself to be intellectually, superior to Menard. Yeah,
Thank
fucking
you,
high
Tilted
bar. Way to
Windmill.
go.
I'm very
Super high
happy with my
marks.
setup.
I'm just pointing out how ironic
It's a
it is.
beautiful setup, Arpy. It is wonderful.
It's a lovely setup, RP. But with
by the
respect to rigs and home offices, I'm afraid UG does have most people beat. UG.
I mean, yeah, that is a beautiful natural environment. I'm stuck down in my basement because I live in like a pretty densely populated neighborhood. So I need my fucking sub base to not drive my neighbors crazy when I'm working on, these ghost production assignments for major labels.
I have an idea for a discussion. Minar, can you kind of can you
Y'all
kind
know
of
that, right?
Right, fine, yeah. Minar, can you kind of clue us in to whatever it is that created this terrifying, roiling sea of emotional chaos inside of yourself that you have to be a sadistic asshole in order to get some temporary reprieve from?
Bro, holy shit, dude. I work 60 hours a week, bro. I had this weekend off. I usually work the weekends as well. And I'm just chilling with the boys, man. My Discord was popping. Marte was trying to debate. I just got on.
Yeah,
but
we're
holy
not
shit,
buying
bro.
any
Why
of
are you
that
wa-
shit. We
It's
all
not
know
that
you're a
deep. It's not
sadistic,
that deep,
degenerate
bro.
fuckwit.
It's not that
So I'm
deep.
wondering what it
I just
is
work
that
so much, and
created
I
this
love to hang out,
maelstrom
and
of
I
emotional
have
chaos
people that
inside
show up.
of you, this labile sense
Not
of
that deep.
self-worth you have, where the only way for you
I'm
to
about
regulate
to
it
go
is
live
to be a
and play
fucking
Riftbound in a
asshole to
bit.
other
Is
people
that
to make
what kind of
yourself feel
psychological?
better about the piece of shit that you are. Go
You're
ahead.
already live. You've got like 4 people watching you on your own fucking
I know,
channel.
I know. and
honestly,
I'm gonna go
Menard,
live on Riftbound in a bit in my other
it's
channel.
Menard, it's a good job that you're perpetually on the internet, because if you spent any time around the quote
I'm
unquote
not even on
boys
the
with
internet,
this
barely, bro.
attitude, I guarantee you,
I
IRL,
work
you
all
get
the time.
drop
My
kicked over a
people miss
fence.
me so much. Like I haven't
Yeah.
streamed in like 3 weeks.
It would
Then
take
why
about
don't you go talk to them?
20 minutes before you
Because
got a fucking
Gretchen,
backhand.
they told me about you.
Who told
My
you
guys,
about me?
my people are fans of you. Rogers Gold, he's a
I don't
fan of
believe
yours.
that.
Okay.
Yeah, we've
I
never
don't know
seen that
anyone
name
by
in
that
chat.
name.
Actual
Is it
names
just
in
low
chat.
intelligence?
Goldie Rogers?
Or I guess I'm wondering if it's just low intelligence or if something actually happened to you. Like, were you abused?
It's not about intelligence. It's about, listen to me,
Neglected?
guys. I have certain beliefs about the universe. A lot of people have been saying lies.
Unfounded
I have been
beliefs,
raised by a
undemonstrable
single
beliefs,
mother.
Is it the profound
unjustified beliefs.
I'm
emotional and
allergic to
psychological
lies.
high
I'm
you get
disgusted. They
from
give me like
you
a
come over and you
propulsive,
be a
like,
fuckwit, and
Yeah.
that makes us
they stress
upset,
me
and that
out.
makes
So
you
I just
feel
bring truth.
powerful?
That's it.
Menard, your
God
beliefs
damn,
on
he
the
asks
universe.
me a question, then starts talking over me while I'm answering. It's crazy.
But
It's
Menard,
unbelievable. The guy's on Adderall or
Can
something.
we get
bro.
bottles in
We're not
chat from
interested in
Anar?
any of the
Big
shit
old
you have
None
to
of this is
say.
bottles.
fucking intelligible with everybody
Not-
talking over everybody else. It's just I can't hear a word anyone is saying any fucking way. So
Menard, what you believe about the universe, the state of the universe, the beliefs that you have are less of an issue than the unbelievably arrogant and dismissive nature that you have with respect to other people's beliefs. Now,
bro, you're saying this as you're demeaning me for the past 30
No.
minutes, bro.
So,
you don't
Menard,
even know
if
my
you
fucking middle name.
but
What
we,
a
but I don't have
Darvo
them.
gaslighting fuckwit. Oh my god. I feel sorry
Fuck,
for
AC Sims
people
have been hit.
that know you in
Literally,
real
my
life.
chat has been fucking asking what the fuck is AC Sims been
Jesus.
talking about for the past 20 minutes.
Yeah, of course they have, because they're all
He's been
fuckwits like you.
non-stop dogpiling on me, and I haven't even looked at him or said anything to him yet. Like,
Oh, you're getting dogpiled.
I've been hitting
Yeah,
the bald
that's what's
guys. I haven't
happening.
touched AC yet.
Yeah.
Should we check out Menard's channel, see how many people are watching?
Ya Allah.
Nobody
Who
on Fire
cares?
did that
Who
already.
cares?
It's
You
four
guys
just
had
having a
like
quick
5
look
viewers
live.
when I stopped by. What the fuck?
What Menard reports? Hey Menard, let's have a look. Oh, we're live.
funny. Nobody on
who's
Fire
getting his
actually beat you
microphone?
to that,
People
UG.
watching. 4 people
Soul
watching
Boy
you,
beat
Menard.
you.
4 people. Wow.
Yeah, and they're
we
all
don't even
fucking-
go live for that little of people.
They're all fucking jacking their tiny
I
little
know you
dicks.
guys
Oh,
are
we're
just
making the
ridiculous.
idiots mad. Oh, yes. Keep
They probably need
making
Cheerios to
Hello,
get the job
everybody on
done.
Menard's stream. Everybody, hi. Apparently,
Thank
you're
you,
a big
thank you,
fan
guys.
of mine. So
Appreciate you,
peace.
Gretchen. No. I really want to have a nice conversation. I just didn't think it was going to be that easy. That's all.
What was your chat saying, Manar?
I just did not think it was going to be that easy. Yeah, they're asking AC Sims to chill.
Yeah, it was incredibly easy to prove that your moral framework is subjective.
Well, explain how. Let's
When did I
try this again.
concede this?
Explain. Well, it doesn't matter if you conceded it. Like the concession of the argument is not a requirement
I demonstrated it. Demonstration doesn't need a
1,400 years
concession.
tradition and scholarly work, and he's going to tell me subjective opinion.
Yeah, that's going to be an argument from tradition fallacy,
It's
slow
subjective
boy.
to say that the Earth rotates around the sun because only the notebooks say
Do
it,
you
and
believe
the
that the
fucking
Earth rotates around
school
the sun,
teach
younger
it,
creation?
and the scientists
I
have
don't even know if
discovered
you
it,
do.
and that's how we recognize the whole
Yeah,
universe.
your
and
book
pieces
thinks
of the
that
world.
sperm comes from
It's like saying
between
that
the
that's
backbone
subjective
and the
information. It's
rib.
like,
Yeah,
what the
Your
why
fuck
is
book
is
also
scholarly
fucking
study?
just
You don't
like
need to go
gets
to the
all of
sun. You don't need to start
embryology
rotating around the
completely
moon.
wrong.
You can
The
just look at the
creation
scholarly
events are
study. Can I
completely
fucking answer anything?
disaligned with
The viewers are not
actuality.
experiencing a good experience on the stream when you talk over me.
They're not
I'm
experiencing a
just
good experience.
like
when
you
talk
up
at
here
all.
is just not a good experience at all, buddy.
I'm just saying, it's like
You
saying,
haven't brought a
we
single
need to go
salient
around the sun so
argument
we
to
know
the
that we
panel.
actually go around the
Okay,
sun. It's like
you know
you're
what?
mentally ill, bro.
I have
You need to
I
look
have
at
an
the
actual
scholarly
question
work,
for you. Minar,
and you
shut the
can come
fuck
up
up.
with.
All right, I'll shut you up then. You know what? I have a question. Why do you let every stream that I do know who you are? I've seen you on lots of places. Why do you let every fucking
I've dwindled.
turn
Oh my
into
God,
this
they're
kind of
fucking
dog
narcissists.
pile, talking shit? Why do you do this? You fucking hate yourself.
Look, I got
What's up?
smaller. I don't know why I do it, to be honest. This is my
Gretchen,
thing
it's
now.
called
I got
narcissistic
much smaller.
personality
fucking
I used to
disorder.
have
work.
19
This
and
is
a
the
half
only
inch
thing
arms
that makes him
natural.
feel good about himself. The rest of
Anyways.
the time, he's looking in the mirror, thinking, "What is this fucking piece of shit I'm looking
That's
at?"
why I'm asking him. Do you just hate yourself? Is that why you
See,
do
this is
to yourself?
this is what I don't understand. Why the psychoanalyzing? Like, just debate
Because
me.
you're a textbook narcissist.
You know
Why
what?
can't you debate me on the facts? Like, why do you
They
have
could
to
put you in a
my
book.
psychoanalyze?
Like,
You
this
don't know
guy,
anything about me.
narcissism is this.
Like, in every
Yeah,
metric,
Manar,
I will
are all your
surprise you.
international
In every
properties
metric.
in the room with us right now?
We might actually rename narcissism to Manar syndrome. Let's do that.
This is insanity. This is insanity. God forbid a guy is confident and has debated thousands of Gretchens and thousands of feminists and thousands of atheists and thousands of Christians. I've literally been debating for like 2 years straight, just every single night. I would debate
I'm not a feminist though,
15,
so you're barking up
25
the wrong
people a
fucking
night. I
tree
mean, I
there.
go on TikTok and
Manar, I've
scroll. Like, I
debated
have
you
TikToks
before,
where I
and
just
you are
scroll.
a fuckwit, dude.
Well,
You're
who
a
the
younger
fuck? Like, you guys
creationist
don't know who I
fuckwit.
am. Like,
We had a
I
debate, and I
it's not about
absolutely fucking smeared the floor with
arrogance.
you.
I just
As
want to
does pretty
debate.
much everybody you debate, you narcissist.
Yep.
Narcissist.
That's brilliant.
Yeah.
Fucking goated Zap.
All right, that's pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie, that is pretty cool.
Right.
Of course you think
fuck,
it's
I
cool.
am a
It's about
narcissist.
you. The only thing you love.
Email the people that are reviewing the next version of the DSM-5 immediately.
That is
needs to go in right
hilarious,
now.
dude. They caught me, guys. They're right. I loved it. I love being called a narcissist. Listen, you're right. You shouldn't be a narcissist. It's only me. I am the Manar. Anyways, listen. I mean, I'm sorry, guys. That what do you want me to say? I literally wanted the best for you. I still want the best for you. I just wanted to know, how do I know how to validate your moral claims? And you've got belittled me. You've attacked me for the past 1 hour. RP's been literally exploding. AC's been rage baiting and going insane.
Exploding?
UG's come up with every fake fucking argument he could come up with.
Yeah,
we've gotten to the part where the narcissist.
I just want to know, how
give me
do I
one time I
validate
haven't been just
how
completely
do I
like
validate
Jovian.
the statements, the moral statements that Gretchen makes? Let's just, he says, it is not right for you to not come on my stream and be attacking my viewers.
I'm
How
sorry.
do I validate that?
When did I
says
make
is
any
true?
moral? When did I make any moral statements?
I'm just asking. Let's say you do make the. Oh, can we work in hypotheticals or no?
No,
That's up
Manar,
to
you're
you.
the,
You're
I'm just
the
saying
one who's allergic to
hypothetically.
hypotheticals.
Is it bad
The-
for you to say? Like, how do
Oh,
we? How
there's
can
your
I
Betty.
test? No, let me finish. How do I test? If you
There's
say
one
it's
quarter of your fan
bad that
base
Manar
showed up in
came,
chat. Hi,
I
Rogers.
can't even ask the question.
No, but Manar, the initial question that you asked with respect
I'm just here
to
to enjoy the show. That's what I'm talking about. These
but
people are loving this.
The problem is the original question that you asked with respect to morality. Like, how can you validate whether somebody is saying something is correct or not? Well, with respect to morality, the only way that we can validate if something is correct or not is with respect to the goal. What is the goal? What are we trying to achieve? Right now, the goal that we have, the values that we have, are all mind dependent. They are necessarily subjective. They are all a product of our minds. And even if a God did exist who gave us some kind of moral code, some ethical doctrine, that would also still be the product of a mind. Would it be a very powerful one? Yes, but it still means that it's subjective. It's not objective.
This is a mental illness. Like this is a fallacy, a categorical fallacy. It's like the fallacy of he doesn't understand what the English language definitionally means.
You don't.
What is
there
the
is-
definition? How are you applying the same definition on subjective beings on an objective being?
So
This is a being that is supposed to be outside of time and space.
All right,
supposed to
Menard,
be-
give
Can I
me the
fucking answer?
fallacy.
Hey,
Give me
why-
the
why is-
fallacy
who's
that
talking?
John
Who's
just.
talking right now? Am I
No,
allowed
no,
to
no.
say?
You made a claim that
I'm-
John made a fallacy. Go ahead and give the exact fallacy, and I'll
The
put it on
categorical
screen.
fallacy.
The categorical
He's
fallacy.
creating categorical fallacy. He's arguing
You mean a
that
category
subjective.
error?
Can I fucking argue? Finish the argument. Can I answer your question? He's arguing that a subjective being subjective mind is equivalent to an objective
Rogers.
being's subjective
Never
mind,
again.
even though the objective being subjective mind is objective for the subjective being.
No, you can make
It's
you
objective
can make
reality for the the objective
Calm
being.
down,
Can I
Buttercup.
fucking
You're the
answer
one
your
who's
question?
exploding right
The
now.
objective being
No,
subjective
We're just trying not to
mind
have
my
our
God
viewers'
has
ears
a, my
bleed.
God has a
reality
magic
of
belt
the
that he
subjective
wears that makes
being.
his subjective
Do you hear me?
preferences an objective
That's
morality.
a
somehow.
categorical error when you say the subjective mind is equivalent to the objective mind. It's not. The objective mind is creating the world of the subjective mind.
Manar, with respect,
Demonstrate that.
the way that we use these words, the usages, like firstly, objective and subjective is prescriptive. Like they have actually defined meanings. They're prescribed meanings. They don't have usages in the
Yes, it's
same
a
way as
totally different
colloquial language does.
like species.
But-
it's not a
but-
it's not a species. It's like saying dogs are equivalent to humans. Like how are you fucking arguing?
No,
How
no.
are you making these equivalencies? Well, how are
No,
you making these
no.
equivalencies of mindsets?
Objective
Is the
and
dog's subjective mind equivalent to the human subjective mind?
Objective and subjective are true
What
dichotomies.
the
One is
fuck is
mind.
wrong with
One is
you?
mind independent, and one is mind dependent. They are mutually exclusive and jointly exhaustive.
And the mind
There's
independence
overlap,
of the
no
objective
gradation.
being is the mind dependence
A
of
mind?
is the mind independence of the mind dependence of the objective being is the mind independence of the subjective being. How do you not see it?
A
That's
mind,
the whole
by
argument.
definition, is subjective. A mind is a subject, not
That's the
an object.
categorical error. You're
No, a mind is a
using the
subject
word
of experience.
mind
No.
and you're equivocating a brain of a human being with a brain of God, as if God would have a brain.
You're claiming that there's this objective mind. Do you have any demonstration of this objective mind?
Yes, that
Can you-
is
can you
your
define
own
it first?
feelings. It's your
I'm
own
actually,
emotions. It's
at this
what's-
point, I'm fairly convinced that if we put Manar and Felix in the same
Okay,
room
I'll
together,
prove to you there's a subjective
the
mind.
sim-
I'll prove to you
simulation
a
would
subjective
crash.
mind. I'll prove to
It
you a
wouldn't be able to
subjective
do
mind. Can I prove the subjective mind? What is the flavor of an apple? RP, answer me. What is the flavor of an apple? How does an apple
Menard,
taste?
I almost called him Felix because it
RP,
feels just like
how
that.
does an apple
No,
taste?
Menard,
Can you answer?
I've already
I'll
already
prove to you
said that
his
minds
subjective
are
experience is different than
subjective.
mine.
Hey,
It's
that's
a subjective mind.
depending
Can I
on the
fucking
color of
right.
the
Can you
apple.
answer it?
Menard, can you calm down? I already
you
said that
answer it?
minds are subjective.
Can you
okay?
tell me what is the flavor of a fucking
Menard.
mind?
I've already
Take a
said
deep
that minds
breath.
are subjective, dumbass.
That's
Can
what
you
were-
keep
that's-
up?
Okay, then you
Can
you're-
you
you don't know what you're
demonstrate?
saying.
Can you demonstrate an objective mind? Because
Yes,
minds
fine.
are
Yes,
by
yes.
definition subjective because
okay, I'll
they are
show you- I'll
subjects with
demonstrate-
subjective
Menard.
experiences.
I'll demonstrate an objective mind. The objective mind is the will that created the energy source to create the energy necessary to impact the first phase of the universe to create the Big Bang. The
Created
energy
energy
for the
is
Big Bang.
not
Hold on,
what is
Austin,
Can you give me
to
Austin.
one more
create
second? 10
Let
energy.
him
more
get
seconds to
through.
finish my point.
Austin, let
Can you
him
give me
get
10
through
more
his
seconds?
claim
Thank you.
because his claim is not
The
a
energy
demonstration.
necessary for the Big Bang had to come outside of the universe because it had to. The laws of thermodynamics apply to it. How do we know? Because it was in a condensed phase. That means it was a closed system of energy, which means all the laws of thermodynamics apply to it. Which means the conservation of energy forced it that it's impossible for spontaneous energy to expand. Basically, it's like an air balloon. It's impossible for it to expand spontaneously or depress spontaneously without other forces affecting it from outside of it, which means the energy source to create the Big Bang, which was pushing this air balloon to explosion, it came from outside of it and had to have been willed, because it's impossible to tell me that
Yeah,
there's a
that's going to
random
be an
source of
actual
energy
category
that
error.
shot this beam of
Claiming that
energy
energy comes
into
from
the universe
outside of the universe.
randomly.
Energy
The
is
necessary
by
sufficient energy to the
definition
expansion of the
a
universe. It's like saying
physical thing. Only
randomly a
physical
foot
things
landed on the
exist
balloon, but there
within
was
the
no humans
universe.
around.
Minar,
It's
go
like
ahead
saying
and
that. It's like saying the needle
Minar,
pulled,
calm
but there's
down,
there's
calm
nothing
down.
around.
Dude,
Minar, calm
Minar,
down. Go
you
ahead
gotta
and
stop.
demonstrate that energy existing outside of the universe is even a possibility.
Also, quick question.
Look at him buffer. Holy shit, stun locks. Let's go.
Yeah, you can custom with that one.
Does Deepak Chopra know that you're running around?
No,
on your
the
G-
fucking Looney Tune fucking birds are spinning around his head right now.
I mean,
First of all, are you saying that the energy that created the universe came from within the universe? That's a
No,
fucking
it always
asinine
existed.
statement.
It always
Oh,
existed
it always
because we
existed. So the
know
universe
that
is
energy.
eternal. Now that's not scientific claim.
Hey, Minar, can energy be created or destroyed? Hey, Minar,
but
can
you just
energy
made the
be
claim
created
that
or
the world was
destroyed?
eternal.
Can energy be created or destroyed?
You just made the claim.
Yes
What
or
does that
no,
have to
slow
do- what does
boy?
that have to do with
Can
the claim that the
energy be
was
created
eternal?
or destroyed? Yes or no?
Yes, energy can actually be created and destroyed.
No, it
Yes,
cannot.
it can be transferred in many ways.
That is a direct
actually
violation of the
eliminates it.
conservation of energy.
No.
So you
If you
probably
open the
didn't even
system,
go to like
you
any
can-
sort of like
If you
secondary
open the system
education, did
energy
you?
easily. No. The laws of thermodynamics only apply in closed systems of energy. Like, no, you cannot.
And you claimed
cannot
that
affect-
before the Big Bang it was a closed system.
No, you
And
cannot
I
affect
can
the air balloon. No, you
I
cannot
can
affect the
go
house
back
until you
and
turn on the
pull
air
up where
conditioning.
you
You're
claimed
right, yeah.
that because I
you're
specifically
right.
noted that you said it was a closed system. So you're contradicting yourself now, big boy.
The universe is an isolated system of energy, which means it cannot
prove that?
even be observed by other energy systems, which means just because I cannot observe something, though, we all know that does not mean that it's an impossibility. The idea that the energy even came into our universe and exists in here has to give us at least some kind of inclination that it also exists in other universes.
Yeah, that
The idea
doesn't
that
give
our
the
universe
definition
exists
of
has to give us an
energy being
inclination.
created
Now,
because
it
the
could be
energy would
fallacious, could be wrong.
pre-exist as it's being transferred into our system. So again, go ahead
argue
and
that.
demonstrate that energy can be created.
Bro, energy cannot. You have to create. You have to turn on the stove. You can't just.
Oh my god!
Can you
Oh my
boil the
fucking
water?
God.
Can you
Oh
boil
my
the water?
god.
Where did
Can you
God
boil
get the
the water
energy
without
from?
turning
No,
on the stove? I'm not understanding.
no. Where did Allah get the energy from?
What does this have to do with anything?
Hold
What
on,
is this?
hold on,
have to do with
stop.
You guys
creation?
are
Where
the
did he
ones
get
that
it?
are
Right
Wait,
away.
you
Where did
prefer
you get
getting
it?
quizzed on fucking science and
You're the
math to
ones that are
actually answering
unscientific.
any
You're
like
the ones
real
that believe the
questions?
Big Bang created itself, or like pushed itself into expansion or something. I don't know what you guys believe.
Manar, hold
No,
on.
You guys
I
are the ones
believe
that
I
believe
believe
the
that
universe is
already
eternal
existing
and the energy
energy
within
was
it is
dumped into
That was
eternal.
the dark
me. I
energy
did that.
field, and
It's
that
still every
that
time I
was
ask
the
you, so what does
catalyst
that
for
mean if
the
it's
rapid
eternal? What brought that
expansion.
energy? You have no answer.
No,
Everybody
you're not
stop.
tracking me now. Where did
Manar
Allah get the
thinks
energy from to
Manar
create the
thinks
universe?
Manar thinks that when you turn on your
Created it.
stove, you're
created it. How?
creating energy. He
'Cause
thinks you're creating energy
is
when
capable
you
of
turn your stove on. Manar,
That's a simple reductio.
Humans are actually energy that actually interferes with the world all the time. We create
Yes,
energy
that's
around
very
the
good.
universe.
Oh my
Where did Allah
No,
get
you're
Just
the
by the
converting
being of our
energy,
existence,
dumbass.
we create energy, and we can tell that because when
oh
people
my
are
god.
dead, there's a different energy.
Manar, stop.
They just stop
Stop
exuding
talking.
energy.
Manar, stop talking. Energy is the ability to do work. When you turn your stove on, you
That's
are
what I'm
not
saying.
creating the ability to do work.
I'm not the one. So sorry.
You
So
are.
with the
You
stove
have
turn
no
itself on,
idea what you're talking about right now. When you say turning on the stove is creating energy, you're just
the stove's gonna turn
blabbering
itself on.
complete nonsense. You don't even know what the word
How's gonna
energy
build
means.
itself? Like, what energy is gonna build that house besides my own energy that I created myself? Like, what
What are
energy
you
is gonna
You
build
didn't
my
talking
muscles
about?
create the
besides the
energy.
energy
You
that I've
had to
exuded
actually
myself?
eat food.
What the fuck
You
are you
actually
talking
had to
about?
eat.
This is the
You had
problem.
to
You guys are
burn fuel to
misinterpreting
create that
what does
energy.
that mean.
You didn't create shit,
It
buddy.
only energy is eternal. Whatever you're talking about doesn't cannot be created.
No.
Only in closed systems of energy. We're not talking
This
about
is-
open systems of energy, which
this-
is what
you're-
humans do all the time. All they do is
the-
they open systems of energy. They
No,
interfere
Manar,
with systems of energy
the mistakes you're making are kind of understandable. I understand why you're making the mistakes that you're making with respect to physics, but this is about
crazy.
energy gradients, right? There is energy changes from state to state. Matter can change from state to state, but that requires an energy gradient. So if you think about it like a battery, right? A battery has a positive and a negative. And the reason that energy flows from the positive to the negative is because there is more energy
because it
on
was
the
just
positive.
there. It was just there. Nothing put it. Okay, can I ask you what put the
Can
energy
we
in there?
mute Minar when
If
someone
energy is
else is
eternal,
explaining
what
something
put
to
it?
him? Because his interruptions have been fucking
I
worthless.
just want to know if energy is truly eternal and never.
Yeah, I'm explaining the
within
entropic
itself, I
principle
guess.
to you and why energy is
What
eternal.
put the
Manar.
energy there?
Manar, I'm trying to explain this to you, like in all
What
sincerity.
law of energy makes energy
Manar,
eternal?
Manar, where did Allah get the energy from?
Sorry, Yuji, can you answer my question before I answer yours? What law of energy makes energy eternal?
The fact that energy can't be created.
It may be the
No,
first
because
law,
you know
second law,
what?
third law, I'm not
Bullshit.
sure.
Usually ask you that
just said
question like
energy
5
is
fucking
ability
minutes
to
ago.
I answered
and
your
you never
question, Manar.
answered.
I answered your question, Manar. Now please
Energy
answer
cannot
mine.
be created by dead people. Yes,
No,
but
Manar,
we are
I answered
human.
your question. Please answer my
We're
Energy
question.
can't be
alive.
created by anybody, you
We're
fuckwit.
alive. We are
No,
creating
this
energy all the
is
time.
important, Manar.
We're
Where did
exuding
Allah,
energy on the universe all the time.
Manar, where did Allah get the energy
the
from?
Department of
everybody
Energy
shut
on
up.
the phone?
Guys. This is a misunderstanding
Somebody
of
get the
actual
Department of Energy on the
scientific
phone.
principles.
You know what? UG, go for it.
Manar, where did Allah get the energy from to create the universe?
The fuck? How the fuck am I supposed to know?
I don't know. You seem to have an idea about how cosmology works.
He's God. He exists outside of time and space. He's the creator of all humanity,
Yeah,
all
that's the
worlds,
claim.
all
You're saying
universes.
that. I'm
He's
asking
the
how
creator
he
of
did
the
that.
sun, Olympus.
Rehashing shit you've
He's
heard
the
on other
creator of your
fucking streams.
Zeus, of everybody that
How?
beneath you.
UG, he obviously
underground.
went over to
He is
his
the creator
God
of the heavens
stove
and the
and
earth.
turned his
How the
God
fuck am I
stove
supposed to
on,
know how the
and
fuck
that
he got
created the
to do that?
energy.
What the fuck?
So you say that energy just comes from nowhere then?
No, energy. It was all energy was sourced by God. Yes.
Okay, where from?
Because it had to have a will. The energy
So
had to have a will.
God's will is energy.
No, that's not what I said.
Okay, so where did he get the
Energy
energy
had
from?
to have a will of its own.
He just vibrate. Actually, it's so amazing. He says in the Quran, he says, "I said for him to be, and it became." And then you see in the whole universe, everything is about frequency and vibration. Everything is
Oh my
all
God.
fucking
Oh my
energy
God.
That is
is
such a
transfers
fucking
through
moron.
frequency and vibrations. It's unbelievable. It's
Brace-
unbelievable.
brace-
It literally
brace
is.
So where did he get the
It
stuff from?
literally is. I don't
Brace
know.
yourself
He
for some
just
arse-ass backwards
speaks things and
interpretation
they
of string
become.
theory,
It's like
everybody.
think about a
So
magical
it's okay
being.
for you for
It's
something
like
to come out of
saying
nothing.
how did this magical guy
Yeah, so you're saying it's
make a
perfectly
magical
okay.
spell
So your point of
and
view is
make
it's
this
perfectly okay
rabbit
for something to
appear
come
out
out
of
of
the
nothing.
hat? I don't know.
It's perfectly okay for you to say, Manar, that something comes out of nothing. Is
Magic.
that what you're saying?
No, it did not come from.
But where did God get it
came
from?
from a will of a creator that's capable and has the ability to create.
No, a
whatever
will
he
is a
wants.
desire. So how did he get the stuff?
Yeah. So are you saying that? Wow, you're telling me that Manar himself was able to build a Mustang GT? Yes. Yes. What's wrong with that? What's wrong if I said?
Yeah, but you
that I
already
was
had
able to
pre-existing
create?
stuff, though, didn't you,
What's
Manar?
wrong with it? What's wrong with that? If I told you yes, I had the capabilities to build this and I had the knowledge to do it, so I did it. What's wrong with saying
Yeah, but
that?
you built it from
What the fuck is wrong
pre-existing
with
stuff, didn't you?
Yes.
Yeah. Did God build it from
What
pre-existing
was the,
stuff?
yeah, but was there a
Yeah,
Mustang GT?
yeah.
before I
So
built it?
God
Was there a
didn't
Mustang
even
GT
create the
before I built it?
energy.
Was there a Mustang GT
W
before I built it?
concession. Let's
Or was
go.
there a Mustang GT after I built it?
Was there metal before you built the Mustang?
So the metal is the Mustang?
It is now, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Did God have metal to build the world with?
So what if I tell you that I did? I had to go and source my own metal to build my Mustang. Yes. What's wrong with
Did
that?
you create it out
I
of nothing?
actually went down. I dug
I would believe you,
under.
Manal, but if you said you created it out of nothing, I'd be
Under
suspicious.
earth,
That
I
material
found
still
metal
pre-existed.
ores. I bent them together and made sheet
Yeah, you
metal.
found all
and
that stuff. You would
Yeah,
have
I
found all
all
that
of
stuff, wouldn't you,
That's
Manal? Did
literally
God
what
find the
all
stuff to
companies
create the
do.
universe?
That's literally what all companies do to create.
Did God find the
all
stuff to
manufacturing
create the
companies?
universe,
That's literally
Manal?
how they manufacture and produce.
Did God find the stuff to create the universe, Manal?
The God is not me. Am I God?
Do you
But
want to
I was
answer the
able to
question?
create. I'm giving you an analogy of being able to create.
Yeah, the analogy doesn't fit. I'm showing you why it doesn't fit.
Creating
Because there was
something out of
pre-existing
nothing.
stuff before the car.
That
Was
was
there
nothing.
pre-existing stuff before the universe?
Yeah, there was just a bunch of pieces of nothing, and I made them into a car. Yes.
So pieces of nothing make
Pieces
what?
of nothing, for fuck's sake.
So you
So
tell me that was a car.
Your
You tell me
God
that was
made
a
something
car.
If
from
it's made out of
nothing.
nothing, it's not anything, is it?
But first of all, I'm not saying that God creates like me. I say I'm giving you
You
an
are.
analogy of
That
how
was your analogy.
creation, how I can create, and how it doesn't.
So
it's
how
not
is creation
irrational to
different
me.
for
Can I
God?
respond to you without you interrupting? How it's not irrational to me to
No.
think that God's
Bottles
capable
in
of
chat.
actually creating and manufacturing as well as producing. He's not only the mill; he's also the production.
Great.
Phase.
How
That's
did
not
he produce it?
irrational for me to think.
How did he produce it? Because before there was
How the
nothing, there
fuck
was
did I
just
make
God.
the car? I had to go
There was just
talk
God,
to a
wasn't there,
mill
Manal?
that was digging
See,
underground.
I
who
actually
brought
think
me
you
the
understand this.
metal.
No, that's the problem.
I'm saying God is able to do all of that by himself.
Yeah,
That's all
how?
I'm saying. It's not
So God
irrational.
can create
I don't
matter
know how
and
the
energy
fuck
out of
does
nothing.
a company go find metal ores underneath the ground? I don't know how. How?
Because
Yeah,
they
literally
already
go and look for it.
exist.
They go and look for it, Manal.
They go and look for it. So,
Yeah, people have looked for metal.
So
Geologists do
you're
this.
saying, so now I see what you guys are saying. You guys are saying that whatever is already in here was already in here. By the way, metal came from outside of the universe.
Did
The
it?
metal actually falls.
You
Actually,
still haven't been able to
Oh my
demonstrate that outside of the
scientifically speaking,
universe,
is
quote
the
unquote, is
only
a
element.
salient concept.
Iron, can I finish? Iron is the only element that actually comes from meteorites and does not come from Earth.
Oh my god, this fucking
That's
moron. Gretchen, do we have to listen to
That
this?
is literally. Go look it up right now.
Manar, the core
the
of
funny
our
part.
planet is made of mostly of iron.
Yeah.
Which means that we could actually increase the amount of iron we have in the universe in our.
Yeah, Manal, why don't you deal with the
because
actual
more
question?
meteorites will
How-
fall in.
If God just existed, right?
They create energy. AC,
Okay, Manal.
they create
Oh
This
my
energy.
guy
God,
believes
When
in
they come
alchemy
and break
too.
our
It's
closed system of
crazy.
energy and bring iron in, now we have more iron.
You're running, Manal.
Wow,
You're
when a
running, Manal.
meteorite falls
You're
in.
absolutely running and dodging.
How am I running? I just showed you
Manar,
how
No, you've not
iron
answered
was
any of the
created
questions,
and
Manal.
induced into our universe.
Okay, let's look at this. Let's look at it this way, Manal. Right? There was the universe that
That
God
would be the
created.
running part.
Is that right? Did God create the universe?
Yes.
Yes. So God created the universe. Did that happen eternally, or did that happen at some point?
No, it had happened at a point.
Okay. So before that, was there a universe?
No.
Was it just God?
It was a combined thing. I don't know what it was.
So you don't know what there was before the
I
universe.
have no
but
idea what was before the universe.
But you
I don't
claim
know if he
to
had
know.
multiple other universes. I have no idea.
But you claim to know that this being created the universe, but you don't know.
Yes, I don't know the limitations.
Right.
Of his
So why are you
powers.
making claims about stuff that you don't know?
I don't know the limitations of his power. I can't even fathom his power. I just know that the energy source for the creation of the universe cannot come from a random, non-subservient will. It had to be willed because it was so precise, so necessary, and it actually needed to be calibrated in a certain way to create the actual Big Bang, the first expansion of the universe, and then let alone the rest of the
None of that
creation
is
all the
correct.
universes.
Yeah, this is just an argument
All right,
for
so can
personal
somebody make me the
incredulity.
argument how the Big Bang created itself?
The Big
Nobody
Bang
said the
didn't
Big
create
Bang did
itself.
create
There was
itself.
something that pre-existed the Big Bang. Have you ever heard of the hot dense state?
You would be better off trying to
Yeah, the
explain
hot
quantum
dense
mechanics
state
to a fucking
is
golden
the
retriever.
universe in a different
had the laws of
configuration.
thermodynamics
So the
applied upon it
universe
because it was in a hot,
already
dense state.
existed before the Big
Yeah,
Bang.
the
There had to be
hot dense
something
state
to
had the laws of
expand.
thermodynamics applied upon it because it was a hot dense state, which means the conservation of energy was applied upon it, which means energy cannot spontaneously expand from within that hot dense state.
Do you understand what it means for energy to go between
If it's
different fields?
how can you be a dense, hot state if you're not condensed and
Manar, like
energy can
have the
be
laws of
transferred between
have the
different
laws of
physical
conservation of
fields.
energy applied upon it.
This
How can
pre-existing
you even be
energy
dense?
simply made its way to the dark energy field, which
You would
was the
just be an
catalyst
open.
for
It would just be
expansion.
like opening the door of your house.
Yeah,
You would
like-
never be able to get the AC to 25 degrees. It's
M-
impossible.
Manar,
You're
Yeah,
always
like,
again,
gonna be
personal
dense.
incredulity.
So how are you saying there was a dense state of the universe if the laws of conservation of energy are not applying upon it?
Manar, can you just
They
hands off your
absolutely
keyboard?
are.
So,
You haven't been
hands
able
off
to
your keyboard.
demonstrate that they're
Super quick.
not.
Don't Google this. Can you explain to me what
I'm
an
not
energy
Googling
gradient
anything.
is? Can you explain
Lost
to me
him
what
at the
an
word
energy gradient is?
John.
Huh?
You lost him
Sorry?
at the word gradient.
Yeah, that's probably
I
too
really
many
wonder what that is.
syllables for
A
him.
gradient of
An energy gradient. Like I said, without googling it, can you just tell me what an
I
energy
don't know,
gradient
energy
is?
gradient, maybe levels of energy that are possible.
Yeah. Perfect. Great. Yeah. But colloquially understand that's all we need. So when you're talking about energy being created, energy isn't created nor destroyed. Energy is just it's a unit of work. It is there a sufficient difference between point A and point B that energy can pass from point A to point B?
Yeah, but you're
And if the
gaslighting.
point-
You're telling me that I cannot
Menard,
exude
shut
energy.
the fuck up and let someone else finish a goddamn statement, you stupid motherfucker. Go ahead,
Now-
John.
If point A and point B are the same, that's like it's like the equivalent of having a flat battery. There's no way that
Everybody
energy
knows
can
that
pass.
Menard,
ATP
shut the fuck
is
up.
created
Go
in the
ahead, John.
mitochondria of the fucking cell,
Menard,
and we
Austin,
shut the
literally
fuck up.
manufacture energy
Yeah,
inside
Austin,
of
we
our
got this. We
cells.
got this.
I don't know what the fuck are you guys talking about
No,
by
the
creating
point-
ATP.
I grant
in
that.
our
I grant that you
cells.
don't know what the fuck we're talking
Every
about.
human being,
Mhm.
every human being that is knowledgeable knows that ATP is created, and that is the energy source that moves
Menard,
all our cells.
But
How are you
Menard,
telling me we cannot create energy? I'm not
ATP
understanding
is a
this.
chemical
It's just-
process.
you think this ATP is already
do you
existed
think
forever?
ATP is
Fucking
just
mentally
freely
retarded.
creating energy?
Then why the fuck do we have a mitochondria?
Hold on. Did I hear that correctly? Did you use
Yeah.
the R
did.
slur?
Why do we have a
Okay,
mitochondria?
no. Hey, dumb fuck. You're going to listen to me. You're going to listen closely. You use another slur on this panel, you're gone. We don't tolerate that kind of hateful shit up here. Okay, I'm going to unmute you. You're going to apologize for using that word, and then we can continue. Understood?
And then you're not going to use the word again.
Do you apologize for using that
Abby?
slur?
No, I don't apologize.
Bye.
Okay, bye, bitch.
All right, then see ya.
Jesus.
That's the Menard.
Death by mod. Actually, suicide by mod.
Yeah, we should have bit the
he
bullet
used
on
to-
that and said that fuckwit was not worth talking to long before that. But
Oh, we knew that
That's your-
before. Gretchen
I get
knew
it.
that before
Great.
you brought him up.
Thanks, Austin. But you know what? There were people that were actually trying to talk to him.
Oh, now he's trying to crawl backstage again.
I've
Menard,
interrupted.
you need to start with that apology, or it's no fucking dice. You got that?
Why
Nod your
do
head
I
if you
need to
hear me.
apologize? I mean, just
because
rolled out-
because it's our panel and we don't allow that
just
sort of
rolled out of the
hateful language. Yeah, if it rolls out of the tongue, it shows you're a giant piece of shit. So go ahead and apologize for
then
being a
just say,
giant
"Oh, he's a
fucking
my
piece
bad,
of shit.
and I won't use it again. That's all you got to
Yeah.
do.
So he's allowed to call me POS, but I'm not allowed to use the
Yeah,
R word?
because piece of shit isn't a slur, you dumb fuck.
That's not a slur.
no, he's got a
No,
point,
it's an
actually.
insult.
He's
Go
got a
ahead
point,
and
actually.
go ahead
What?
and look
It's
up the
just an
difference between
insult.
slur and insult.
So
He's
if I
got
call
a
you
point
like a
actually because
midget,
it's
is that a
unfair
slur or
for me
an
to
insult?
compare pieces of shit to him.
If I say
Look,
you're so
it's-
short, you're like a
Menard,
Look,
Menard,
it's
the
not
prob-
your fucking channel. It's my fucking channel. It's my fucking rules. I don't want that word spoken on my fucking channel.
fine.
So
I won't
don't.
say it. I won't say it.
Then
That's
apologize for it.
Why do I
Then
need to
say-
apologize? I said I will not say
Because
it
that's
anymore.
the condition for you
It
to
rolled
remain
out of
up
the
here. Do
tongue.
you
I've been
want to
speaking
remain
for an
up
hour and
here?
a half,
Do
and I
you
didn't
want to
say it.
remain up here?
No,
Do you want to remain up
You
here?
know what? Show contrition or fuck off. That's one. That's
I
it.
think this is a little bit
Period.
unfair.
I don't care what you think.
Menard, the problem with that particular word is that it's a slur that is directed at people that have mental deficits that are beyond their control. It's not something they choose.
What
And
is
the reason-
happening right now?
So because it's not something now, obviously in the UK it doesn't carry the same weight that it does have in the US. But the point is, the rules of this particular channel are that is considered a slur in the same way as other words are considered a slur that I don't think you
Right.
would dare utter. So just say sorry. If it was unintentional, if you didn't mean it the way that you meant it, then the apology should be. It's not admitting that you're not conceding a point in a debate. You're just being polite. So just say fucking sorry and move on, and then we can.
He's
I
not
don't want
going
to
to
be
say
polite
sorry.
to people
He's
that
human
are as
narcissistic.
disgusting as you.
Okay, bye then.
All right. That's
I'm
fine.
stealing that, by the way, Austin. He's a narcissist.
Yeah, go ahead. You can have that one, Gratis. Yeah, no. Listen, when you're explaining and defending to some moron about the rules on our channel, we're being gaslit. We're being manipulated by a toxic, dysregulated fuckwit. We don't have to explain or defend anything to him. So if he won't say sorry, just tell him to fuck off. Don't explain or defend why he has to.
You know
It's
what?
our
Now
channel.
you're doing it. How about I'll decide how I run my fucking channel and not have to listen to everybody that fucking has an opinion. How about that?
I'm addressing Minar with this.
Minar's
I think,
gone.
yeah,
so.
Minar's gone. The judgment has been cast. Now we have someone else requesting backstage that I don't recognize the name of. Gretchen, should I bring him up?
Yeah, sure. I don't
Hey.
recognize him either.
All
Hi,
right,
Emmett.
Emmett, welcome to the panel. First of all, what is your age?
I'm 37.
Okay, great. You're over 18, so you can be up here. What brings you up to the panel tonight?
Oh, I just was listening to you guys being preferencist, and I'm a fellow preferencist, and I was just trying to understand what is your idea of subjectivism.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're
I'm
from
not a
chat.
subjectivist.
Yeah, Arpy's not, but I totally
What
am.
are you?
I'm a moral realist.
You're a moral realist?
Yes.
What is morality?
Morality is it is. Oh, geez, sorry. I've. It's been a long day for me. Okay, morality is normative in that like it's reason giving, and so you have a reason in order to act in a certain way. And so I can render an argument for objective morals based on our agency. Would you agree that an agent is defined as an entity that is able to set and work towards goals?
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Okay, great. And would you also agree that freedom and well-being are necessary entailments in order to be able to carry out the necessary conditions to be an agent?
I disagree with that. You can be an agent without well-being.
Without well-being? So how can you be a dead agent?
That you didn't say alive. You said well-being.
Yeah, well-being
You can be
entails being alive. Any sort of
No.
well-being would entail that like you are able to engage in a metabolic like stasis process.
I understand what you mean by that. I'm just saying that if you say you need to be alive, I would agree with you. But if you say you have to have a well-being, I would need more information then. If you mean well-being alive, then I agree with you. But I don't think that's entirely what you mean by well-being.
Well, like the well-being here is it's like an agent. All agents, in order to act, have to have some kind of hierarchy, something that they value and something that they like and something that they dislike with respect. Right. So
I agree with that.
There has to be some kind of hierarchy in place, but the bit that we value, the bit that gives our the axis upon which we determine whether something is a moral or an immoral action is on the axis of well-being. Right.
Yeah, but those are dependent upon your preferences, right? What you would
This
value
is objective.
are dependent
Preferences are
upon
subjective.
I understand that, but he says it depends upon what you value. So my values are different from your values. You can agree with that, right?
Values haven't even entered the equation yet.
Yep.
Yeah,
These are necessary entailments of being an agent. Like you are not able to take actions as an agent if you do not have freedom and if you do not have well-being.
Well, what do you mean by freedom then? And then this is the
freedom
I know
is
I'm
the
sorry. I apologize, RP.
go
I don't
ahead.
want to be mean to you.
No, no, go on.
I just
What
wanna
is
get some
your issue?
clarifications
Yeah,
and
yeah, go on. Ask your
so
clarifying question.
yeah, I just wanna before we move forward, let's finish the well-being part. If you are meaning by well-being alive, I agree with you. But I think people, even when they're sick, they still can have agency. So they're still agents even when they're sick. And I don't think well-being means sickness necessarily. Can we agree with that?
No, you would not have well-being if you were sick.
But can you agree that a person that is sick can have agency?
They will have limited agency. If a person is too sick to be able to run a mile and they wish to run a mile, then they do not have the well-being to run a mile.
Correct. If a person wants to have the, let's say, you say freedom, right? If I want to go up on a plane and get to the United States and I don't have a visa, I don't have that freedom, even though I have well-being.
Right, and so then they're limited as an agent. I don't
Yeah,
see
but
how this refutes any sort of like necessary
well,
entailment that I put forward.
Correct. If that is the case, I don't think anybody has agency because everybody will have some limitation on their freedom
You
or
don't
in
think
or
we
on their
have
well-being.
agency?
Under your definition, no. I think everybody has limitations, thus nobody has agency.
How would you define agency then?
Oh, I would say that agency is. I would almost agree with your definition, but is the capacity of choice for the individual, and it's not necessarily dependent upon their well-being. It's just dependent upon their capacity.
Can you make a choice if you're incapable of enacting the choice?
Well, it will be dependent upon the capacity, right? I can have the choice dependent upon my capacity of the
Right.
choice.
If it's dependent, then you can't make the choice, and so it sounds like your definition, fails because you would not be able to make the choice, so that wouldn't make them an agent.
Correct. In both
So
cases,
are you saying sick people aren't agents?
No, you're saying that. I'm not saying that.
No, I'm not saying that at all.
I ask you directly: can a person that is sick be, have the agency? And you said no because they lack the capacity of. They lack the capacity of well-being.
Limited agential capacity.
Correct. So I say something very similar. So I say something very similar to you, but what I'm saying is it's dependent upon how they can act.
I'm able to have limited agential capacity. In your framework, it simply is a more of a binary. They either are an agent or they are not an agent.
No, they have both have limited capacity. My idea is just the agency is dependent upon the capacity that they have. So a person can act in accordance to what they can do. But in your case, I'm not sure what is the limitation of it. It just seems kind of arbitrary whether or not you have agency at the end of the day. And I understand that in both cases it's arbitrary, but it's individualistic, right?
Can you clarify what your issue is with my framework?
I don't. The problem I have with your framework is that I don't understand what is the limitations of well-being and freedom. So if a person that has a very limited is a person that is for example a slave, is that a person not an agent?
They don't have freedom.
Correct. So they cannot they wouldn't be able to act on their own.
They cannot enact their will as an agent, and therefore them being under slavery would be immoral. Because to act as an agent, you require freedom and well-being.
They wouldn't have
we
access
haven't even
to
gotten to like moral renderings yet, because we're still stuck on the necessity of what it means to be an agent.
Those people that we're talking about, the people who were slaves, let's say.
Maybe
in my worldview,
maybe if you listen to the full rendering of my argument, it will make more sense. So because freedom and well-being are necessary for me to act as an agent, that means that I am saying I ought have freedom and well-being in order to act as an agent. So if I were to interfere with another agent's freedom and well-being, I would be deriving a contradiction in saying that my freedom and well-being are necessary for my agency, but their freedom and well-being are not necessary for their agency. So that would be directly deriving the P and not P. My freedom and well-being are necessary. Their freedom and well-being are not necessary. So a person that is being subjugated under slavery, they are having their freedom withheld from them. So the person that is subjugating them is saying that their freedom and well-being is necessary for them to act in a way to subjugate slaves, but the slaves' freedom and well-being are not necessary for them. And we all know that contradictions are false. Therefore, the person enacting the slavery over the other person who has their limited agential capacity would be acting immorally.
Which one is more important, freedom or well-being?
They're equally important.
What if you are going to give one but take away the other?
Can you give like a hypothetical in which this is like actualized?
Yeah, let's say that I'm gonna pretend I'm not. Let's say that I'm a very benevolent master, and you say that I have to give freedom to my slaves, but the moment I do it, they will be they would have a worse life off. And let's say that we know that.
How would they have a worse life?
That their materialistic conditions will be way worse when I free them. That it would be under my care. And let's say, for the case of this hypothetical, because I know there's no way that we know the future. Let's pretend that we know that is the case.
So are you saying they have no way to compete with you as the master for the same resources
I'll
in
be
the
right
same
back,
area?
guys. Have fun with your field of nerd playtime.
No, I'm not saying that they don't have a way to compete. I'm saying that
Well,
their
then
material
it sounds like that
conditions.
they don't have any sort of limit to the material conditions in
No,
order
they
to
have all the freedom.
actualize
They have
that well-being. Like,
Yeah,
right.
I
If they
understand
have
what
the
you're saying.
freedom,
They
then
have.
they can compete for those material conditions for the well-being.
I understand what you're saying. Just listen to the hypothetical. I understand that there's a possibility that they will be better off. I get it. I'm saying that in this specific
If there's
case,
a
we know they
possibility,
won't be.
then this hypothetical fails, unfortunately.
No, it wasn't. It doesn't fail. It's completely logically possible that they will be
Right,
worse
logically
off.
possible. So can you derive a contradiction in which their well-being is not being actualized?
They are worse off. They take the
No,
instead
no,
of
no.
me
You
of me
just
choosing
engaged
for
in the
them so that
modal
they're well
scope
off.
of logical modality here, saying that
I'm
it
not
is
doing
logically
logical
possible.
modality.
No, you literally just set the modality to logical. You said
It
is
is
logically
logical.
possible. You said it's logically possible that they can be better off.
Correct.
So
It
what's
is
the
logical
issue here?
possible. That it is also logical possible that they will be worse off, right? For the case in this hypothetical, let's say that we know they will be worse off. Which one is more important, their freedom
slaves are
or
being
their
freed
well-being?
here? How many slaves are being freed here?
Let's say 100.
100 people could easily overpower a single slave master.
I'm not saying
And
that
so
they couldn't.
if they are given freedom, then they will obviously be able to overpower and fight and compete for the necessary materialistic needs in order to fulfill their well-being.
No, I understand that. I'm just saying that they don't
So
want
it sounds
to do
like
that.
well-being isn't in question here.
No, they don't want. They have a well-being. They like their life. They have a very material conditions. They're very good. They actually don't even want to do it. You come to me and they say, hey, you have to free them because their freedom is more important. So I go to them and they say, you're gonna be free. And we know that these people will be worse off the moment they're free. Should
No,
I
we
free
don't know
them or
that.
should I
We don't know
pretend?
that due
No,
to your
for the
concession
sake
that
of the
they are able to
hypothetical.
compete for the same materialistic fulfillment in order to
For
in
the
order to
sake of this
fulfill that well-being
hypothetical,
need.
for the sake of this hypothetical, we know they will be worse off. In fact, if you listen, for example, to the plight of the of people of color, they usually say that one of the reasons why they are worse off is because of the moment they were freed, they didn't have access in the past to the material conditions in order to have the capacity to, had a
We
leg
wouldn't
up.
call that freedom then.
Yeah, I'm just asking which one is more important. Is it freedom or material condition and well-being?
Freedom doesn't only imply some sort of equality; it also implies equity.
So now we're talking about equity. So we have to. How exactly do we achieve equity
Yes,
in this
that's an
case?
entailment of freedom.
Let's say that we were talking to Manar a moment ago, and let's say that I think you're very, you sound like a very smart person. Are you going
No,
to
I'm a
give
complete
the
dumbass,
same?
but that's very kind of you.
Yeah, well, I mean, I talked to Manar before, and let's say that I enjoy talking to you more than I enjoy talking to Manar.
Well, thank you for that.
So let's say that I think you are about at least 10 points in IQ higher, and I would say a little bit more probably than
IQ is
Manar.
meaningless, but that's a
How
very sweet thing for you to say.
how when it comes to equity, how are we gonna level the playing so that you and Manar can have the same capacity?
Well, equity implies that, like, personal property isn't really something that you can hoard. Like, personal property only applies into so much that, like, you can defend it. And so, like, if we're going by the hypothetical that you've presented, 100 people versus one slave master, there's no way that a slave master would be able to defend, like, their claim to a higher amount of equity than 100 persons. Like, even if they would, like, try to, like, hire mercenaries, like, still 100 people versus a handful of mercenaries would still be able to level that equitable playing field.
No, I'm not saying that that's not the case. Like, the point of the hypothetical is not necessarily to make it as realistic as possible, right? I'm not saying that slavery is good even. I'm just trying to figure out if you have a hierarchy in which one is more important. If it is the case that by me maximizing freedom, I am going to lose on well-being, or if I maximize well-being but I'm losing in freedom, how exactly do I know which of the two is the one that I should value over the other, or how exactly do I know which one to value exactly?
Okay. I think I'm starting to follow. Let me think about this a moment. So you're saying that you can only maximize a single category, whether it's freedom or well-being,
Well,
and
I'm
which
not
would
entirely
be
sure if I
more
can.
necessary for an agent in order to act. I would say freedom itself would be more necessary in order to act as an agent.
Okay, okay. And the way that now this is gonna sound horrible, but how exactly would I know? Um, how exactly would I justify to me the actions to maximize my freedom?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Um, well, this is what I mean, right? When you're talking about freedom, we talk about means of action, right? So the more amount of means of action that I have, the more free I become. Would you agree with that?
The more actions that you have available to enact, yes.
Correct. So I need,
So
but I
we're
mean by
talking
means of
about
action.
total amount of actions versus capacity for the individual actions.
Correct. So the more, for example, the more capital that I have, the more actions I can take, right?
I'm not sure where capital comes into this.
Oh, I'm just
Are we
saying that the more
assuming
amount.
like a strictly capitalistic system after like these slaves have been freed?
No, not necessarily. I'm just saying that the more material capacity or conditions that I have, let's say that it doesn't matter what society I live on, there's going to be some kind of bartering or even soft, even power directly, right? If I have more, um, if my word carries more weight than other people and they follow me, I have more capacity of action, right? Like if I'm a
When you say war,
politician.
do you mean like the ability to like hire like mercenaries or like some sort of like security
Yeah.
service after freeing these slaves?
Forget about the slaves. I'm saying that, let's say that I'm a politician, I have a lot of money. The more money that I have, the more things I can do. The more power that I have, the more things I can do. Would you agree with that?
Yes, but this is assuming a capitalistic framework, which I would define as unethical.
Well, I would say that it also works in socialistic frameworks. If you, let's say that you are the head of the party of a party system, or you have, you, let's say that you live in a commune and you are in high standard inside of the commune because people like you and want to do more, want to work with you more, for example. The more soft power you even have in those cases.
Right. This is where we can derive a contradiction. You are giving
Hmm.
yourself more access to freedom and well-being than others. You're saying that like it's necessary for me to have more access to this, but it is not necessary for others to have the same access to it.
Well, I'm not even saying that. What I'm saying is I want, in
Well,
accordance to my
how can you
agency, to
have
maximize.
how could you like wield more capacity without saying that it is necessary for you to have it, but it is not necessary for others to have it?
I think others should have it too. I just want to maximize my capacity because that means that I am more of an agent,
Well,
right?
more of an agent. There's the issue. Like there is no more of an agent. There is agency, and so by saying
Hmm.
you are more of an agent, you are deriving the contradiction.
Well, the point I'm making is when you were talking about the agency or the capacity to be an agent, you said about the limitations of it. Then we move into which one is more important, either the well being of the person or their freedom so that they can act more as an agent. And we decided that it was freedom so that they can act more as an agent. And if I want to be as, act as, have the most amount of freedom so that I can have the most agency that I want, like what would be the contradiction in and of themselves there?
Because you're giving yourself more equity than other agents. Like you're trying to
Yeah, but equity
you're
would be
trying to split.
well-being, right?
Hold on. You're trying to split the category into like differentiating your agency versus other agency, whereas we're focusing on the universalization of agency simplicator. And so,
Well,
like, if you were to grant yourself more freedom than other
mhm.
agents, then you are simply deriving the contradiction there.
I don't think there's a contradiction there. Well, like the point I'm making is, when you're talking about the equity of it, that would be under well-being. But what I want to maximize is my capacity, and even
There
that
can
is the
be
case.
equity in
I
both
wanna.
freedom and well being. I don't
No,
see how
because
there can't be equity in both.
I don't think that is the case because my capacity of action is not the same as another person's capacity of action, and there's no way that we can. Um, how exactly are we going to, make it equal?
Here, I might be able to illustrate a point. Let me pull up MS Paint really quick.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so say we have this.
And by the way, just to
Brush
chat,
here.
I'm not pro-slavery. I'm just making a logical argument.
Yeah, let's not try to straw man Emmett. He's been very good faith up to this point. I've appreciated the conversation. Okay, so I'm just drawing a very crude like ground and fence.
Hmm.
Um,
Is this the
maybe
one with the boxes? Just so I know.
yeah.
Mhm.
So you already know where I'm going with this.
Yeah.
And so like societally, like we have an obligation in order to sort of level the playing field in which like equity is achieved, because we ought treat these like cases alike, and because like we are saying that this amount of freedom and well-being is necessary for our agency, we must actualize that same amount for individuals even if they are disadvantaged. And so like, you know, the person that's like too short and they need to stand on the box in order to see over the fence, they are entitled to that, and that is necessitated by our rendering of what it is to be an agent.
Yeah, I understand, and I can kind of agree with that. But
Can I just
the
quickly ask a question? RP, are you
Mhm.
using Gewirth's definition of agency and well-being?
Yes, this is mostly a Geworthian
Okay,
argument,
cool.
but
But,
supplemented with virtue ethics.
oh, that was it. That was my only question. Thanks, guys. Sorry.
so the point that I'm making is I agree with you that we have an obligation towards the people, right? That will be the part of the virtue. What I'm saying is I want to be able to maximize my capacity of action so that when the necessity, for example, to bring forth the boxes so they can see over the fence is actualized by my capacity of freedom of action. Otherwise, if everybody has, if let's say that these people that are there that have this kind of need, and they're unable to produce said boxes, and nobody can produce said boxes because we have the same capacity as them. Um, there's not going to be an actualization of the virtue, but I want to be able to actualize it by the capacity of freedom that I would have, right?
I don't really feel like I'm following. You're saying that you want to maximize your freedom, yet
Mm-hmm.
disclude the maximalization of others' freedom as well.
Well, not necessarily. No, I don't want them to not have freedom. What I want is to maximize mine as much as possible, so that I
Right,
can
and that
act
that
in
would
accordance
simply
to
be
my.
a contradiction. You're saying that this level of freedom is necessary for my agency, but this level of freedom is not necessary for this other agent.
No, they can try to achieve that level of freedom as well. The question is, my
It's
question
not
for you
about
is it
them
wrong for me to
trying.
try to
It's
have it?
about the like what you were saying is a necessary access to freedom. And so their like effort to achieve that is like completely unrelated. You like by saying that like you are an agent and this level of access is necessary for you to act as an agent, you must also say that that same level of access is necessary for the other agent regardless of their starting level.
I'm just not entirely sure as to what is exactly the problem with me trying to maximize my freedom as much as possible so that I can be as virtuous as possible on your
Because
own
you're
system.
you're not treating like cases alike at this point. It's completely unjust, because like you were saying that like you are entitled to a higher level of access to either your freedom or well-being
I'm not,
as an agent, but other agents are not entitled to that same access.
no, I'm not saying that. They can try to achieve it, but I think I would be achieving as much as possible
Well,
for my own
there's the
freedom
issue.
because
There
that
there
is
is no
my.
attempt or trying in this. It is simply that this is the level that is necessary,
It
regardless of effort to achieve said level.
it,
Well,
it
but
sounds this kind of sounds, and forgive me if I'm wrong, but this kind of sounds like the old argument about the equality of balancing outcomes with respect to opportunities. Um, and yeah, like the goal I would think for all people is to to maximally like it should be the case that all people, all agents, should have like the ability to actualize themselves as much as possible, as long as it doesn't infringe, as long as that actualization doesn't infringe on somebody else's.
Yeah, but me maximizing my freedom, would that necessarily infringe on somebody else's freedom?
It depends on like the
How you do it, yeah.
entailment of exactly how you achieve the maximization. Because if you achieve your maximization by limiting another agent's access or ability to receive the same level of freedom or well-being, then you are definitionally contradicting what you're saying is necessary for your entailments as an agent.
But okay, fine. Okay, I tend to understand. You're saying if it is the case that I have this need on my own, I need to maximize it also for the other people so that I'm not in contradiction, right?
Right.
Correct. So, if it is the case that would be the case if I believe, well, I don't know if it's necessarily belief. That would be the case if I think that the other people should have access to the same things that I have access to, right?
Well, the thing about this framework is it's not subjective. It doesn't matter about what you think, because like a kid in class could think that 2 + 2 = 5. It doesn't mean that 2 + 2 actually equals 5. The actual state of affairs is 2 + 2 = 4. And
But
so
that would
like,
depend on the idea that there is such a thing as a reality when it comes to the concepts, right?
do you think reality is subjective?
Or
is there an actual
under
state
this
of
framework,
affairs?
yes. I think reality is subjective under this framework.
Hey, can you go ahead and render that?
Yeah, of course. Because, for example, when you say you mentioned your framework when it comes to the idea of well-being and freedom, and I understand those, and I even can grant some level of idealization. It's like, yeah, those seem like things that I would like. But the problem that I have is, how do we end up as those being the things that I should even care for? And the problem that I would have is that we will end up in some kind of complete subjective idea as to why we even care for those as the maximums for the being itself, right? What if I don't care necessarily about freedom? I just, care about my well-being. So I literally go on and try to find a place in which I can enslave myself so I can have the most amount of well-being. Or the opposite is true. I just
That would
care
simply
about the
be
freedom
contradictory,
itself.
though. Like you can't use your agency to deny yourself agency. That would be contradictory.
I think he's not saying that. I think he's saying that he can use the egoist escape and say that he can claim his own agency, his own well-being, but can deny yours.
Well, it also seems that there's also a bit of a conflation.
At that point, at that point, it would simply be contradictory, because you're saying that your well-being and freedom are necessary for agency, but mine is not.
No, it would run like this. You could say, I'm an agent and I demand freedom and well-being for me. You are also an agent who demands freedom and well-being, but I'm stronger than you, and I'm going to take your resources and secure my own well-being, and your demands don't obligate me at all.
That's a differentiation between my agency and your agency versus agency, period.
Well,
the point here is that we are saying agency, like agency necessitates freedom and well-being. I am an agent, and so I necessarily need this freedom and well-being. If you are an agent, then you also necessarily need this freedom and well-being.
But hang on, it's the universalization claim that is an objection here, because Gewerth does say those things, and he's right to say those things. The first sort of 2 points in his argument are that, and I can get on board with that to some degree, following that logical progression. But it's the third one of universalization that the moral obligation is for others to consider other people's agency.
Also, it
And
sounds like Emma. Whilst I don't, I'm an emotivist, so I don't agree with RP's argument with respect to objectivism. But it seems like what you're doing with RP's argument here is you're conflating well-being with respect to material conditions. And is it the case that somebody could, for example, give up some aspects of their freedom, give up some of their agency in exchange for better material conditions? Yeah, of course. People do that all the time. Right, but that doesn't mean that you're not an agent. That doesn't render the argument doesn't new to the argument. The argument still stands, right? Because you're
I understand what you're
saying. Things, right?
Correct. I understand what you're saying. I'm not trying to bring it up to that only. I'm just trying to understand the position directly, and the way that I'm trying to do it is like I'm literally just asking the questions as to what the well-being is. I tried to define it as material conditions. There was no pushback. I thought we were on idea of material conditions. It involves the idea of having a good life in the material plane. That doesn't mean that is necessarily only that. Just a second.
Yeah.
And the other point that I'm gonna make is that even the idea of saying agency is what I value, the idea of agency being the highest value, I think you come to that conclusion directly on your subjective experience. You'd think that is the highest value based on what you've lived on. So it's still directly subjective, right?
No, because you cannot take any action without being an agent in the first place.
Correct.
But I can literally say that I don't care about being an agent. I can have a different ideation.
Yeah, it leads to a performative contradiction.
What would be the performative contradiction if I said that I don't necessarily care about the agency part? I have a different ideation as to how the being is formed.
Because you're saying that you need agency to not care about someone else's agency.
How does an agent say I don't care? Like it is an act of agency to identify that you yourself do not care about something, even if it's your agency.
Because the idea of my idea of the virtue comes from a completely different subjective experience, right? I can have the subjective ideation of a different set world of beliefs and how the world is actually created. And when you come to me and say, hey, have you thought about you as the agent? And I can be like, well, me in my worldview, the way that it's created and set and formed, the idea of I am the one that is going to be the agent, it makes no logical sense as to the foundation of the belief system. Thus, I don't care about it, but it's still logical consistent on my worldview.
But you have to account for this.
Hold on, John. At this point, you are conceding subjective, a subjective moralistic framework, and we're arguing about an objective moralistic framework here.
Yeah, I understand. I'm not trying to say that the worldview that you're presenting is incoherent. I'm just saying that when I come here and I say I'm a complete subjectivist and I have the idea of the subjectivism as the moral as my moral ideation, and you say, well, I believe that this is the case, that I is a concession in the subjective because it's literally dependent upon what you think.
So would you say you don't need agency in order to render the subjective grounding?
Well, I'm an epistemic nihilist. I don't think there is an epistemic grounding. I think that the whole idea of the
I didn't bring up
the
epistemic
situation
grounding. I brought up moralistic grounding.
Now, even the moralistic grounding, I think that morals make no sense. They're just preferences.
Unless you deny that you need agency in order to even submit to the subjective framework, we are simply stuck at the fact that we need to grant ourselves agency in order to make any sort of moralistic claim in the first place.
But I don't think there's more. I don't believe in morals. I don't think there is such a thing as moral. The only idea of morality that we can have access to is directly our preferences.
Then let's take morals out of the equation. Are you able to make any sort of choice without first granting yourself agency in the first place?
I think choices are completely meaningless at the end of the day because the idea of the existence is meaningless.
Just give me a yes or no.
It's I can, but it's meaningless.
Is that yes or no?
Yes, I can, but it's meaningless.
Yes, you can make choices without first granting yourself agency.
I can make choices, but those choices are neither good nor bad.
No, we threw morals out. Like we're talking about just strictly agency. Can you make a choice
Yes,
without
I said
first granting yourself agency? Yes or no?
yes.
Yes, you can make choices without first granting yourself agency. Give me the definition of agency in which like allows you to make choices without first being an agent.
The okay. My apologies. I thought you were asking me if I can make choices. If I can make choices of an agent. No, I wouldn't be. My answer is no. I apologize. I was confused.
Agnostic one in the chat. He's not saying that you grant yourself agency from the perspective of like that you created yourself. It's with respect to the argument. Like you have to accept granting agency. Swap out the word granting for accepting that you have agency and have the capacity to make choices would probably be a
yeah. Yeah,
way.
I apologize, RP. I misunderstood you. Yeah, you need
No
agency to
problem.
be able to make choices.
Right, and so there is like my objective grounding is we are first starting at our need to grant ourselves agency in order to make any sort of action to begin with.
Yeah, but
And
what I mean is,
what necessary entailments come from that granting of agency is where we will begin to derive any sort of contradiction in which other agents will try to take away from that agency, or in which you will try to interfere with other agencies, because you are saying that like these specific entailments are necessary while other specific entailments for things outside of you are not.
correct. What I'm saying is, even if that is the case, and I can grant it, I think it's completely meaningless. I think the idea that you can come to a conclusion in which, those choices that you make have any kind of meaning in the grand scheme of things they're just wrong.
I'm sorry, that just sounds like an argument for personal incredulity.
No, it just means that, if you look at the capacity of the universe and the societal and the societal prescriptions of it, it's like we are just a little rock in the middle of somewhere in the universe that doesn't mean anything, and at the end of the day it is completely meaningless to the grand scheme of things because we are just here now, and
But yeah,
maybe
in the
tomorrow we
scope,
This is
won't.
just an
in
argument
the
from nihilism. It doesn't really interface with my
I
my
agree
claim
that
at all.
I told you I'm an epistemic nihilist.
yeah, also just like you can't have your cake and eat it too. Like whilst in the scope of the whole universe, are we relatively insignificant? Yes, but we are aware. We are a way in which the universe expresses itself. And I'm not making an agential argument, but we are a product of the universe, so we are connected to it, right? So
Yeah, but it doesn't
even
mean anything. Like the universe is just you can say the same thing, and you've pretty much all of you said it. It's like, why do I care? Why should I care about what the universe wants me to be an agent of?
That's presupposing that the universe has like some sort of desire for you to do
yeah,
anything.
Yeah,
And
perfect.
this will get
The
in. This will
universe
get
doesn't
into
have.
like an idealistic versus like a physicalist like framework of the
Correct.
universe.
I agree with you correctly. I don't think that it has any kind of. I don't think that has any kind of. That there's nothing in the universe that wants me to do anything. In fact, I think the universe is just a complete. It's a complete. The way that we look at it would be a complete destruction of the will. Right? There's no will in the universe. Why do I care what the universe wants? The will is mine, if anything.
We're not like entering the universe as an entity into like this moralistic calculus though. And so I don't know why you're trying to like appeal to the universe and its
I'm not
lack of
appealing to the
desire.
universe. I'm saying that
Well, why bring
I'm
up the universe
disconnecting
at
from it.
all?
I didn't. That knows best was the one who brought it up.
Yeah, no, it was it was the fact that you seem to be the argument whether morality is objective or subjective. The scope, the scale, the size of the universe is kind of irrelevant. We're here right now, and we are in part how the universe or this little chunk of our universe expresses itself. And if morality is objective or subjective, the universe is still unbelievably massive, and we are still a relatively insignificant species on the surface of a very relatively insignificant planet in an insignificant galaxy. Like, so the insignificance of us doesn't it's completely irrelevant to the argument. Either objectives are morals are either objective or they're not. Our scope, size, scale, relevance to the universe remains exactly the same. So it doesn't
I
help.
think
It's pointless for the argument. Is kind of the
no,
point that I was trying to make.
I understand that, but at the same time, it's like if it's completely meaningless because we're so insignificant, what is exactly the point that it means that we can have some kind of agency? What is my agency gonna do when it comes to the insignificance of the universe, right?
Well, you first need to prove that like we are insignificant, like according to the universe, because from what we know from physics, gravity has an infinite reach, and so if I shift my weight like 2 centimeters to the left, it's going to have like an infinite impact like across the entirety of causality, like as it's able to reach,
Correct.
as you know the arrow of time continues to tick on. And so like saying that we have it's completely nihilistic to think that like we have any sort of impact on the universe is completely false, because all of our actions will echo for eternity, or at least in as long as the arrow of time continues to march on. There could be a point in which time and entropy reverses, and like specific cyclical universal models. But like there is still some sort of impact that our actions are having on the universe, and so because of this, I completely reject any sort of universal nihilism.
Okay, but do you have, in your case, when it comes to agency, right? You say if I shift my weight a little bit, like, do you actually have agency of the changes that are going to happen, like billions of light years away, the moment you shift your weight? Do you have agency over upon that, really and truly, or they're just the deterministic actions of something that you did that don't
Yeah,
even
no,
have
I'm a
agency of?
compatibilist. I don't completely subscribe to like determinism. Like there is definitely some sort of like weirdness into like our agency, than in which like there is some sort of capacity for free will.
Hmm.
So like I am absolutely making a decision, a choice when I shift my weight 2 centimeters to the left.
What I'm talking about is the effects that it will have in the grand scheme of things. Like, let's say that I move my weight 2 centimeters, and that creates a galaxy far away, a new black hole. Do I actually did anything for that black hole to be created, or that was just something that
That was your
happened
action, yes.
by, but it happened by chance, right? I don't
No,
really did
not by
anything for the
chance, like
creation of
by the
of the
physical laws of the universe. Like because we understand things like chaos theory, in which like the smallest differences in initial conditions can lead to like vastly different outcomes. We can know that like yes, you shifting a couple centimeters to the left will have a much larger pronounced downstream outcome, like the more you iterate that physical action into the future.
Yeah. So we're everything that humans do, everything that we do is the decisions that we make seem to be based on our interpretations of probabilistic outcomes. And it does seem that there are some interactions, some part of the physics of our universe is perfectly stochastic. It's not predicated on antecedent facts, right?
it just seems to me that you are like giving arguments for some kind of teleology, like there's some kind of grand thing
No,
that the
no.
universe is gonna become, or like we are
Not at
here
all.
in a grand
No.
This
design.
is a
That's how
straw
it
man.
feels to
This is
me.
a straw man.
No, I'm not trying to straw man. I'm just telling you the way
Well,
that I
then
feel the
can
arguments
you
come
point
up.
out where in my argument that would follow from?
Well, you're telling me, as I said, I'm an epistemic nihilist. Like, I don't think there's like a matter of things when it comes to even the universe itself. But what you're telling me is your choices matter because the way that you move was pretty much
Well,
set up forth so that a grand thing may happen at the end that's gonna make it worth it.
But
And
Not a
that
grant.
doesn't make any
No.
sense
There,
to
I
me.
didn't bring into any sort of worth or value of the action. I'm just saying that like there is necessarily a physical chain of events that will happen if you move yourself 2 centimeters to the left.
yeah,
Just because of
Yeah,
the
but
laws of nature, something will happen when you do that. The value of the end of the chain of events is completely non sequitur. It will occur.
yeah,
yeah,
but if it
That's an
occurs or
argument.
not,
it
if it
sounds
occurs or not,
it,
what does it matter?
it sounds like. Oh, sorry. Go on, Eugene.
No, it's right. You guys go ahead.
I was just going to say, it sounds like the reason that you're an epistemic and a moral nihilist is because you think the universe is completely deterministic. That's kind of seems where
No,
we're
I
ending
don't
up.
care if it's deterministic or not. I just think it's completely useless to think about
Yeah, but
that. What I believe is I believe in the subjectivist idea, right? It's about me because at the end of the day, I am the person that I am, and the only person I can control is
That's not
myself.
subjectivist. That's
So
egoist.
Yeah, but also the fact that you
yeah, it
said
doesn't
like
matter.
the fact that you said I don't care,
Yeah,
like kind of
like the universe don't care. So all that
no, I
matters
know,
is my will
It's
and what
kind
I
of the
care for.
it's kind of the ultimate concession to it doesn't matter if the kid in class says I don't care that 2 + 2 doesn't equal 5. I'm still going to believe that it does.
No,
Yeah, and
he's
I
not
don't
saying
care
that.
if the
I think he's saying that he doesn't feel obligated. He has no moral obligation put on him upon him yet. He's not convinced of anything yet.
yeah. I
Again,
just think that when
we
you're
just
talking
go.
about the moral obligation, it just seems to be that you're just using your subjectivism to say, well, I care about these other people. But I'm saying in my subjective ideation, I'm not convinced that I should even care for them.
I don't even have to care about other people. Like game theory shows that I can just care about what it means to be an agent, and if I care about these specific entailments being necessary for my agency, then I have a reason to protect those same entailments for others because I have a vested interest in being able to protect those so that I can continue to act as an agent.
But that's just
Correct,
pragmatism,
but
though.
yeah, that is just pragmatism. The other thing is, even in game theory, it is true that at the end of the day, when you see, for example, tit for tat, the greatest strategy ends up being cooperation, but that doesn't mean that it is true directly for the individual. That is like a true statement out of generational idea. If I, which I only care about myself, to be fair, if I just want to have the most capacity as an agent, like I don't see the. I'm just not convinced that I should necessarily care about the others.
I don't know how to explain the contradiction in that any more clearly. You at that point you were
Even if
saying that
I'm not willing
freedom
to
and
say that there's a
well-being are
contradiction.
necessary. Okay, if you're willing to say that there's a contradiction, then
Yeah, but I don't
that's
care
the
about them
game.
because I am the agent, and I just care about my agency more than anybody else's.
Okay, well then you're just wrong.
Well, the wrong part, even if it's the case that I'm wrong, the wrong part is meaningless because there's no
No,
meaning at the end.
it's not because here we're trying to we're trying to render an objective state of affairs, and so if you are just submitting to the contradiction, then yeah, you are wrong, and because you're wrong, you're acting immorally in this framework.
Yeah, but exactly. I need to accept your framework first, even if it's the case that it's wrong. It would be subjectively wrong.
No,
But in
you
my
don't need
subjective
to
idea,
accept the
would not be
framework.
wrong.
Same as the kid saying 2 + 2 = 5 doesn't need to accept the framework. It is just the state of affairs.
But that state, even if that is the case, the state of affairs, you're saying it's just a state of affairs. If it is the
No,
case that
not
I
at
can
all.
utilize the idea of 2
It's
plus
not
2 equals
useless.
5 for my pragmatically for my benefit, I would still do it. I don't care if it's wrong or not, because there's no wrongness. At the end of the day, I said I'm not nihilist. It's just completely meaningless if I just say that I'm wrong.
I think the conversation's ended here because you've admitted that it is a contradiction, and that's the simple like fact that like Gaworth is trying to render here, is that there are some moral facts that can be rendered, and whether you reject them or not, they are simply the state of affairs.
Well, they're dependent upon the worldview, and that worldview is subjective, and that is what I'm pointing out. Now, I agree. I agree that we can.
What is the worldview in the framework that I'm proposing?
The agency, right? You say that the way that you
No,
build it is upon the agency
unable.
of the.
You're unable to give me a definition of agency that it differs from mine. And so, unless you can give me a definition of agency that differs from mine, this is necessitated.
No, not necessarily. I mean,
Yeah.
if you were to deny agency, then the argument is a non-starter because you've presupposed agency within the argument. So it's an argument to be given to someone who agrees with you that there is agency.
Well,
but a determinist might not.
If there is no agency, then there are like no moralistic determinations, and like,
yeah, but
this is like an.
But then you would hold
that is what
spin
I'm
moral
saying.
anti-realist.
Frameworks.
Yeah. So this is where the objective moral argument I don't agree with, because an agent, from my perspective, is an entity that has a preference that is first person to them. It's not about whether you can actually act upon your preference, but it is all of your actions are predicated by your preferences, and because they're predicated by preferences, that means they're subjective.
Yeah, and preferences that you're not the author of.
So it means I could stab you in the face, and it would, not like there'd be zero moral calculus to take. I take that to be an absurdity.
What I'm saying, what I would say to that is that the only moral calculus I have to make is a pragmatic one. It's like if I stab you in the face, maybe there's other people whose preferences that I don't, and they will use force or some kind of
but you just denied
me.
my pragmatic argument. How can you now put forward a pragmatic argument, whereas like
I
just
haven't
3
denied
minutes
it.
ago?
I'm not denying it. I'm saying that it's just my preference at the end of the day, and I would take into consideration things that I think are necessary in these cases.
Yeah.
Well, there's not actually a wrong thing about me stabbing somebody in the face necessarily, except for the fact that maybe things that I will not enjoy may happen. So maybe it's not in my best interest because I prefer not to do it because I have other things that I want to do.
Well, yeah. So this is kind of my approach is, or where the reason that I'm an emotivist / virtue ethicist is that I'm an agent and I have preferences, and based on the other entities that I interact in the world with, I have probably it is most likely the case that you guys are also agents and you have preferences too. And because we exist in, broadly speaking, a similar environment, it is likely that your preferences are similar to my preferences. And if I don't want you to transgress my preferences, then maybe I shouldn't transgress yours.
So would you say you have a reason to act in such a way?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, there we go. That's my entire point. There is a
no, but it's
moral
subjective,
fact.
right?
You have a reason in order to act in such a way. You have an objective reason that makes this normative because it's reason giving.
Yeah, but let me give you a. The goal is subjective, but how we achieve the goal is objective. There is an object. There's a better and a worse way to achieve the goal. So
let me give you. Sorry, this is the last thing I'll say, and I will let you go. But let me put up just a little bit of an idea, right? My idea would be: I live in this society that I am right now. I want to be the greatest politician that I can be. I want to use all of my power. Okay, not only all of my power, but I want to use all of my power and all the influence and all of the money that I have to have the most amount of agency possible for me and the things that I want. Because they're purely subjective. In your worldview, that would be wrong, but in my subjective ideation of it, I think is perfectly understandable. And I don't even think there is a wrong or a right. It's just like I want to be the most amount of agent that I can because that's what I like.
No, but we've been able to derive that you have a reason to not act in that way.
No, I mean, you have a reason to say that, but I don't. My reason
Even
is I
even
just
even if we
want
take the
stuff because I
pragmatic
like
route,
it.
even if we have we take the pragmatic route, you have a reason to not act in a selfish way in order to give yourself the maximal amount of power, the maximal amount of resources.
No, if I act that way, for example, we can use Donald Trump literally as an example. He's like the most powerful, the most rich right now. He's been making more and more money. Uh, if I,
Through
if it was the
completely
case that I
immoral
just have
acts.
it, well, I
He's
don't
not
think
even
they're
close.
immoral.
He's not even close to the most rich.
Yeah,
He's not even
Elon
fucking
Musk is
close.
by
I'm
several orders
I'm
of
just saying.
magnitude.
Well, I'm saying that he's making a lot of money, right? And he has about a lot of influence, and then he is like close to the richest man ever. So,
Not even
oh,
No,
close.
he's not even fucking close.
He
well,
has like
I'm
what
saying
$13
to the
billion.
one that we know. Okay, well, I'm close as in relationship. He has a relationship with Elon Musk. That's what I mean. But um, I have to go. I gotta leave. I apologize. Thank you very much for the talk, RP and UG and That Knows Best and Gretchen.
Yeah,
Thank you for
yeah,
having me
Emmett,
on.
this was like intellectually stimulating. I really
It's good.
appreciate it. I rarely get to like do these kind of talks, so please feel free to come back anytime.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
a respectful disagreement.
Good
Who knew it could
interlocutor.
happen on the internet?
Yeah, it was interesting. I hope to see you you all later. Have a great time.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
too.
you
Take care.
too.
Catch you later,
Emmett.
mate.
That was fun.
Yeah, definitely.
Now,
You guys got a
theists
weird
and
definition of fun.
theists and like other like opponents. That's how you have like a good conversation. That's how you discuss things that you disagree about. You don't come in here like fucking. I don't even
Flailing.
remember what's his
Yeah.
what was his face
Minar.
that came in before Minar. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll remember that by remembering fucking Menards. It's just Minar.
Narcissist.
Right.
Yeah.
You'll come in here like Minar, like trying to swing like your fucking half-inch cock around, like you're able to like clear any sort of ground with that. Like you come in, you like know your position and like you argue in favor of it.
Yeah, we all left with our own
That's just
positions
not
still
who
intact.
Minar is.
We all respectfully disagreed. We discussed it.
Well,
nobody used any slurs or even raised their voices. Easy.
but at a minimum,
Nobody
even
used
if-
slurs in chat. What?
Well,
even
I'm not
yeah, I wasn't necessarily following the chat, but even if you don't end up leaving like a respectful conversation with your position changed, it should be the minimum expectation should be that you at least understand your interlocutor's position better, right?
Yeah.
And great, as long as you can do that, goal achieved, job done, thumbs up. You know.
Yeah, I think this is a big W on all accounts.
Sure.
Okay,
Gretchen's bored shitless in the corner.
Sitting there picking at scabs from pure boredom.
Yeah,
Hey, I got half a cake frosted, so I'm all right.
Hey, let's go.
Wow.
Yes, Lauren B, you can fucking say all the bitch ass shit you want to in chat. You fucking bastard cunt.
I love how there was a little bit in
no
the
slurs.
there was a little bit in the chat.
No
where-
slurs, but you can cuss all you want.
So somebody in the chat was just talking about the heavy water in their shower was absolute crap. If you're showering in deuterium and you need to shower in like lead pajamas, then maybe like fucking move, because that is a shower with some fucking problems.
What are you, some kind of liberal? There's how real men shower in heavy water.
Yes, Austin.
Well,
We're
I'm going
gonna
to engage in
Professor
some
Dave thing.
one-upmanship here. I shower in tritarium, so fuck you.
Austin, if you want me to pull up like a Blitz Flurf clip, we can absolutely
No, the
dunk on some
Professor Dave
Flurfs.
thing. We were gonna watch the Dave
yeah,
thing.
fuck. That was
Yeah,
so long ago. Holy
Manar
shit!
materialized, didn't he, and derailed everybody.
Yeah, I have that on my furthest monitor still. So yeah, I'll
I've
pull
been
that
putting
up.
off watching it since I saw it because I knew we were going to do it tonight. So
Austin,
Which
jump
of
on up here, buddy.
which of your many monitors is it on, RP? How many monitors do you have again?
I have 3, and it's on my
Three
rightmost.
Yeah.
I want to know what this is about. Is he like suing some flat earthers for 200 grand or something?
I quite like Professor Dave, but I do not like his interior design.
Yeah, it leaves a little bit to be desired, huh?
Yeah, it's got recently divorced bachelor pad vibes.
It really does. You can tell his wife had nothing to do with the designing of that
Hang on.
room.
Isn't the recently divorced bachelor pad vibes like garden furniture in the front room? Isn't that the
Yes, true.
like a beanbag, a TV, a microwave? That's it.
I'm going to take this natural break to step down, guys. But thanks for having me up.
Yeah, thanks for being up here, EG.
Night,
Hope you have a
EG.
good
That's
day.
very EG. See you in a bit, bud.
Take you later, guys.
Dunking on Flurf derplings. The only the only derplings that I think are almost as stupid as PP drinkers. Like they're just, how do you get so mentally deficient that you end up being a flirfling? I still struggle to wrap my brain around that, and I feel like a lot of flirfs are trolling these days. Like the vast majority even are just trolling.
Well, I think the ones that are running channels with any kind of viewership base or it's basically it's a grift. They're all poing. They know it's bullshit. It's just
Right, yeah. They like watching intelligent people's blood pressure increase.
And unfortunately, there are not an insignificant number of people on the planet that get sucked into this. All of the conspiracy-minded people who like it polishes a little corner of their ego because they think they've got some kind of special knowledge that is denied to the vast majority of people on the planet.
Jinx, you're right. Jinx says there are pee drinking flirfs. That's true. Kiko Pip's a pee drinker. I think there's a couple other ones that are pee drinkers, but the names are escaping me right now. But Kiko Pip, I know for sure, is a urine drinker. He thinks urine therapy is real, and he's like into semen retention and all kinds of weird fucking alpha male bullshit, chud speak nonsense.
What sort of imbecile goes, hey, my kidneys filtered this out because it's bad for me. What should I do with it? I'll put it fucking back in again.
Back in my body. Yeah. I don't know. Somebody who feels like they don't have enough hypernatremia and hyperkalemia in their life. I don't know.
Maybe they have the same inclinations that what is it, cicatrophs have.
That's an interesting theory. You know what? And I do know that coprophagia is sometimes caused by things like that. I think in this case, it's just conspiracy theories. It's just people reading on the internet that, I drank my pee and my back pain went away. And it's like, oh my God. Post hoc ergo propter hoc disease. I urinated. 5 minutes later, it started raining. Therefore, it started raining because I urinated. That which follows from that which came before. Yeah.
So, yes, the semen retention one is it's an interesting way of describing yourself as unfuckable, but still.
Yeah, everybody's retaining their semen when no one wants to fuck you. Yeah. You know what I think it is? I think it's just a way to sell people products. Usually they're selling like cleanses and stuff. But who knows what kind of shit you can drum up and sell. Buy my semen retention pillows, and JD Vance is like chewing his fingernails, like pulling out his fucking wallet. I haven't watched this either yet, Gretchen, so I'm looking forward to seeing what this is all about.
It is definitely the case that there is no belief that somebody on the internet won't try and shill if it results in
it's gotta be a joke because it's only 17 minutes, which that's short for Dave. So I mean,
it really is. He does like fucking like 2 to 3 hour long videos.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's go ahead and jump on in.
Hey everyone, as you all know, flat earthers are the dumbest people alive. And while I cut my teeth in the debunking sphere on flat earthers so many years ago, I typically only come back to this topic to appease the viewers who can't seem to get enough of this content. Until today. Today, Daddy's gonna make some money. Allow me to explain. Now, you guys frequently
I
email
didn't
me to
even know
send
he
me
knew
things
me.
to debunk, and sometimes I debunk them. When it comes to suggesting flat earth stuff to debunk, I usually don't, because it's almost always the same old shit. But this particular one was a little more enticing. So this is what someone sent me. It's a thread on the flat earth subreddit, which apparently is just a bunch of people making fun of flat earthers. But at any rate, the headline reads, "Crazy flat earth millionaire offers $100,000 if you can prove the earth is round." Well, that sounds pretty good to me, considering that I've proven the earth is a sphere at least a dozen different ways. As far as how believable this headline is, well, the crazy part checks out. The rest, not so much. Nobody dumb enough to be a flat earther will ever be a millionaire ever. And we all know about David Weiss's Bitcoin offering that he never makes good on, no matter how many times it's proven to his face that the earth is a sphere. I suspect that any flat earther, whether they're a con man like Weiss or just...
Who was it that came into our live who like thought Weiss was making like some was it Kieran? I think it was Kieran who like subscribes to Weiss's like
His app.
his oh god, what do you call it, like not theory of everything, but like the unification of physics, like there's like geometric model.
Oh no, that was Eric Weinstein.
Unified, unified
Eric
field
Weinstein,
theory.
Yeah,
but Kieran
it was-
Kieran subscribes to that, right?
Yeah, geometric unity. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Eric Weinstein,
And
you mean
that's Eric Wein-
the mathematician?
The
Yeah.
hack that is not like supported by like any of his peers in this field.
The literal Gollum to Peter Thiel's Saruman. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
His ship in a bottle operator, the Sheab or whatever is completely incoherent, like to anyone that has like any sort of like rigorous math background. Like just try to look up Eric Weinstein's ship in a bottle operator and like just like, you know, have a jolly old time from laughing at like how just dumb it is.
The
Yeah, that
brainwashed
was
idiot
Karen.
will
I'm
have
just
precisely
Googling
the
it
same
now.
policy when it comes to giving money away. But what's the harm in having a little fun with this, right? This video is only a minute long, so it's not like we'll be wasting too much time. And how bad can it be? Maybe they'll have something challenging. Let's take a look right after a quick word from today's sponsor. We're about to witness some great points while building, and even though I'm earned reward, asteroid skyrocket, either a mining ground and use questions asked in question.
He's got a challenge out.
No free
Well, I
content.
guess I know how he's going to get his $200,000.
Okay, I'm going
Right.
to jump in real quick.
His
First,
sponsor's
sick
gonna pay him.
soundtrack. That is one tasty guitar riff that is definitely going to piss off those stupid NASA shills. That's a given. Second, I'm not sure why this text says $200,000. Maybe they can't tell the difference between the number 1 and the number 2. Maybe each of these jerks is offering up $100K. Is one of them the millionaire and the other is his sidekick? Are they both just ambassadors for the millionaire? Millionaires do tend to be pretty busy. Why are they standing right next to a garage for no reason? And finally, what the fuck is a globe tart? I know what a globe is, and I think they do too. But what about tart? When I think of a tart, I think of a fruit tart. That's a baked pastry with an open top filled with delicious fruits. Tart also just generally means a sharp or sour taste, or sometimes a cutting or biting tone in speech. And finally, tart can sometimes refer to a promiscuous or provocative woman. Do they mean to imply that all of the 8 billion plus people who know the earth is a sphere are promiscuous, provocative women? Men, women, and children alike? Is this an incel thing? Hopefully they'll clear all of this up, because we're only 5 seconds in and I'm terribly confused.
The challenge, there's 3 main parts. We want to see replication using the scientific method.
The scientific method, of course. Flat earthers are highly concerned with the scientific method, naturally. You know, the method that trivially proves the earth is round based on naked eye observations of the celestial sphere and basic logic. Flat earthers love to pretend that the version of the scientific method that was taught to them in 3rd grade before they dropped out of middle school is somehow not what real science is doing, and also somehow what they are doing when they do their little pretend experiments. And that is quite adorable. But let's get to the meat of this thing. What's the challenge, fellas?
You know, observing, measuring, repeating, water sticking to a ball. You know, it didn't even have to be spinning. We just want to see water conforming to the exterior of a ball.
Okay, they want to see water sticking to a ball. If you're new to flat earth logic, allow me to translate. These dumb fucks are so mind-numbingly stupid that they think the feature of a spherical earth that should make everything stick to it is its spherical shape, not its unbelievably enormous mass. They think science suggests that such enormous gravitational force is exerted by planets because they are spherical, not because they're fucking huge. So if the earth were a cube or something, that gravity wouldn't exist because science says spheres are magic. Yes, that's how dumb they are. They are pretending gravity is such that you could go to Newton's law of universal gravitation, and instead of plugging in the mass of an object, there's a variable asking you what the fucking shape of the object is. What shape makes the most gravity? Is it spheres, or cubes, or pyramids? Pyramids, in fact. That's how the pyramids at Giza do all their crazy laser magic. And now you know. Anyway, the shortest response to this idiotic challenge is to explain to them how they're complete morons who have no idea how gravity works. Water won't magically stick to a random ball the way the oceans stick to the earth, because a ball is super tiny and the earth is fucking huge. Not only will a ball not produce any kind of non-negligible gravitational field, but unless you're in deep space far away from everything else, the ball is going to be right next to the earth, which once again exerts an unbelievably enormous gravitational field because of how big it is. So the desired demonstration of water sticking to a ball to illustrate gravity will fail because gravity exists, which is why the water will fall to the earth. But since they're too dumb to understand that, we can just go ahead and do the demonstration anyway, because when you wet a ball, it will stay wet, which means water is sticking to it and conforming to its curved surface. That has nothing to do with gravity, of course, but this is what they want to see, so let's give it to them. But Dave, that's not an ocean or anything. It's just a tiny bit of water. Yeah, well, it's a tiny little ball. If you shrank the Earth down to the size of a cue ball, the ocean would be less than 1/1000th of an inch or less than 1/5 of a millimeter deep. So the visible wetness on this ball is more pronounced than that. Any wet ball is water conforming to the curvature of a ball. First challenge met. Moving right along.
Okay, real quick. Let me get in here real quick. You know what I really want to see a video or picture of water doing? I want to see a video of water pouring off the edge of the flat fucking dirt pizza planet. Get me that shit, flat earthers. Go ahead.
Also, let's just go ahead and like do the quick math.
I think Neil Gaiman also already drew a picture of it for you. So
yeah, no, that's cartoons. I want to see a live feed of a waterfall pouring off the edge of the planet into space where there's no gravity to pull the water out there. And honestly, I don't even want just that. I want to be able to take a resort vacation next to the edge and watch the waterfall every fucking day.
And a holiday home next to the surfing event.
Yeah, I want to see the flat Earth surfing competition where everybody dies because they all go surfing off the edge into space.
Tell you what, Austin, you and I will go to the ice wall ourselves, and we'll take pickaxes and we will fucking tear that shit apart, put it in bottles, and sell it to people.
Let's do it.
Can you imagine, like, if that Arctic ice waters, like the glacial ice waters, were so much money?
Yep.
Imagine what the ice wall would sell, man.
Yep.
Fucking $10 for a 4-ounce bottle. We could make bank. Be great.
All right, so let's give like the most the most charitable conditions for this. Mariana's Trench is approximately 6.8 miles below sea level. Fuck it, let's just say it's 10 miles below sea level. Like we're just going to be as charitable as possible. And let's go with the polar diameter of the Earth instead of the equatorial diameter, since it's the smaller one. That is 7,900 miles. So 10 divided by 7,900. So that is a fucking 10% of a percent. Okay, and so like if we're comparing that to a cue ball, what is the diameter of a cue ball?
It's what, like 70 millimeters? 80 millimeters, something like that. It's not
Freedom
huge.
units. We're American.
Sorry, 2.5 inches. Fuck's sake.
2.25 inches, and like, because we're trying to be as charitable as possible, we'll say 2.5. So we'll go times 2.5 inches. It's going to be like even rounding up, 1/3 of a percent of an inch. That's how little water needs to stick to the surface of a cue ball to prove that yes, the water will stick to the sphere.
Well, with the also with respect to like scaling things up and scaling things down, like the topography of the Earth, topography of the planet. If you were to shrink the planet Earth down to the size of a cue ball, then the topography of the Earth would actually be smoother than that of the machine surface of a cue ball.
Yeah, and I've proved that on stream before too.
Yeah. So yeah, like this scaling shit up and scaling shit down. Whilst it's an interesting like thought experiment, but I mean, it doesn't really reveal much,
So yeah, that's how little of a tolerance that these flirts are trying to work within, and like we already know it's just absurd to like degrees of magnitude.
The physics of water finding maintaining level, go from sea level being level and flat, a flat surface, to convex. We want to see where sea.
I'm sorry, degrees of magnitude was a stupid thing. Orders of magnitude.
We got what you meant. It's fine.
Yeah.
Level turns to sea curve. Okay.
Oh, look, the idiot flat earther doesn't know what level means. Level doesn't mean flat. It means perpendicular to the gravitational acceleration vector. Gravity pulls everything to the center of the Earth. That can be represented with a vector. Level means perpendicular to that. The curvature of the Earth is negligible over short distances, so a piece of wood or metal or something that is level will be essentially parallel to the ground. That's why idiots think that level means flat. It doesn't. The Earth is just really big, so the amount of curvature that occurs over a tiny distance is practically zero. The curvature is less of a factor than the imperfections in the object and the ground. But level does in fact mean perpendicular to gravity. That's how a fucking level works. The liquid in the spirit level always settles at the lowest point, which means minimizing its gravitational potential energy by getting as close to the center of the Earth as possible. If the liquid goes as low as possible, the bubble goes as high as possible, which is the center of the very slightly curved level. Using a level is a demonstration of gravity. Level does not mean flat. If a flat object or surface were...
Do you think if a flat earther thinks they could use one of these to measure the shape of the planet, like, do we think that's what they're doing basically?
Oh, there are several that try to.
Matthew Hakeem thinks you can measure the shape of the planet with a piece of fucking yarn. So I don't see why not.
Water always finds its level.
Sufficiently long, its flatness would then no longer be level, and a level wouldn't register it as level, because the farther from the center you go, the more it would deviate from being perpendicular with the local gravity vector, and the bubble would be forced to one side of the level to accommodate the liquid getting as low as possible. Now, these two morons are too dumb to understand anything I just said, but luckily their dumb challenge can once again be easily met anyway. Check out Lake Pontchartrain near New Orleans. These are electricity towers. They're all identical. And because this spans about 15 miles, that's far enough for Earth's curvature to become apparent. So as we look along this chain of 85 pylons, there comes a point where they begin to dip below the horizon. We can't see the bottoms of these far towers because they are hidden by Earth's curvature. That's right, the curvature of the water itself. Crazy curvy water strikes again. You can see a little bit further than you otherwise would due to refraction, especially since refraction over water is more pronounced than over land. But this distance is still far enough that we can't see the bottoms of the far towers. There are tons of other examples like this, where we can look at city skylines across a large body of water and observe that the bottoms of the buildings can't be seen because they are obscured by curvature. And this has nothing to do with water specifically. Solids and liquids alike will conform to the curvature of the Earth because gravity exists. Anyone who isn't a complete moron understands that water isn't special. It is subject to gravity just like everything else, which means that every water molecule will minimize its gravitational potential energy by getting as close to the center of the Earth as possible. And this is why oceans and seas and even extremely large lakes very obviously conform to the curved surface of the Earth. Water isn't flat, ever. Not a single drop and not a whole ocean. Second challenge met. Let's wrap this thing up.
Real quick, the building one. I've done that one myself. I live in near an area where you can do that because of the Great Lakes and Chicago. So you can pick out a building in Chicago and do the trigonometry, and you can predict how much of the bottom of that building should be obscured based on your elevation point and the building you're looking at, and it works every time. So yeah, this is an example of an experiment that you might be able to do yourself depending on where you are geographically, and it's a fun, easy one to do.
But also, it's a case of like no trig required. Like every single one of us, with few exceptions, have stood on a
Oh yeah,
beach and watched the boat
Dr. Blitz
float
has a
away from
list
us,
of
right?
Dr. Blitz even has a list of websites that will do all the trig for you. You just type in, you know, what your elevation is, what your camera height is off the ground, and you know, it'll just do it all for you.
Yep.
Yeah, those sites are how we were able to dox Dr. Blitz's actual height IRL.
Mm-hmm.
He's a 14-foot, 8-inch monster.
Yeah.
It was always the planes of rotation thing that always that for me that was always like it with respect to like local observations, like what observations you can make directly without any kind of special equipment. You know, watching a boat disappear over the horizon from the bottom up. You know, looking at structures, infrastructure that again like follows the curve of the planet and it gives you a datum, something that your eyes can pick up on, is obviously the simplest one. But when it comes to like wider observations, like the fact that there's clockwise and counterclockwise rotation on this planet, if it was a flat plane, that is it's geometrically impossible. Like unless we're prepared to, unless the flat earthers are prepared to make the claim that the planet is spinning clockwise or the disk is spinning clockwise for half of the people stood on it and counterclockwise for the other half, despite the fact that they're stood in you know, not dissimilar spots. You know, how on earth can you account for that? No
Yeah,
pun
the
intended,
mechanics.
on earth. Yeah.
The mechanics of how ships get obscured by the curvature of the Earth is one of the formational observations we made when we were figuring out that the Earth was spherical. Even ancient Greeks wrote about, I was looking at the horizon and a ship came into view and I saw the top of the ship before the bottom of the ship. Like, it's amazing to me how you can, this is something you really can verify with just a little bit of thinking, and you don't have to do a scrap of math. But
yeah, goat herders 4,000 years ago figured this out by watching ships disappear over a horizon. But now we seem to be like wading through all of these simpletons who, despite the fact that they've got, you know, a phone in their pocket that connects them to the collected knowledge of all humanity, still believe this nonsense. It's just unbelievable. It's outrageous.
Actually, the phone might be part of the problem, right? Because it doesn't just connect them to all of the knowledge of humanity. It connects them to all the dumb fuckery of humanity, too. And the dumb fuckery is way louder, and it's way better at grabbing people's attention because it indulges their fantasies. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so this little tangent had me curious. I just Googled, did Pythagoras know the Earth was round? And yes, Pythagoras is traditionally credited in some historical accounts as one of the first people proposing a spherical Earth around 500 BCE.
Yeah, well, and correct me if I'm wrong about this. Hopefully, the AI said so. I believe that's because he realized that you can track a course on the planet where you take a 90-degree turn and then another 90-degree turn, and you end up back at your starting point. Basically, you create a triangle with three 90-degree angles, which can only happen on a sphere.
Yeah, it's Euclidean geometry.
I don't see any of that in the AI, but like I know that like the topology of a sphere, that is true, that like you can create a triangle with three 90-degree angles.
Yes, you can only do it on a sphere. You cannot do it on the flat Earth.
Mm-hmm.
But the I can't remember who the historical figure was, but the experiment, the methodology for the experiment, basically it was dig a hole in the ground, put a stick in the middle, and then you dig another hole in the ground and put a stick in the middle like a sundial, and they were like hundreds of miles away, and then you observe them both at the same time, and the fact that the angle on the sun is different, that the angle generated on the ground by the stick is different in both the holes at the same time, and then you can use trig to work out the circumference of the planet.
That was Eratosthenes.
Yeah.
And he did so using a stick in Siamede and a stick in Sinope, and he measured the differences between them. And with a little bit of math, he was able to get a really accurate estimation of the circumference.
Yeah, I think he was within a few percentage points with respect to accuracy. Yeah, it was pretty damn close. Given that he was dealing with 2 holes in the ground and 2 sticks, it was fucking amazing.
Yep. Sagan does a great demonstration of that, where he's actually reconstructed the model on a piece of cardboard, and he bends the cardboard for you and shows you what the shadows do, and it makes it very clear.
A pressurized system, gas pressure, air pressure, atmospheric pressure, doesn't matter without a solid barrier, without it violating the second law of thermodynamics.
The second law of thermodynamics. I know about thermodynamics, of course, but what is thermal dynamics? Right. Is that a subfield of physics I'm not familiar with? Perhaps he misspoke and he meant thermodynamics. It's definitely not that he doesn't know the word thermodynamics. Anyway, one of my favorite things is when science-illiterate morons, like flat earthers or creationists, bring up the second law of thermodynamics, because they have no idea what it says. Creationists think it says ordered structures can't form spontaneously, because that helps them deny abiogenesis and evolution. Of course, it doesn't say that, and ordered structures form spontaneously all the time, like any time.
This was some of the dumb shit that Narcissist was trying to bring up.
Yep.
Time anything freezes and crystallizes, or crystallizes in solution. Sometimes molecules even spontaneously form highly complex structures like snowflakes. Flat earthers also have no idea what this law says, although they are surprisingly at least a little closer to the right ballpark by talking about the dispersion of gas particles. The second law of thermodynamics says that the entropy of the universe increases for any spontaneous process. Entropy is a measure of the dispersal of matter and energy.
Well, this is what I was trying to explain to Manar with respect to energy gradients, and he just wasn't fucking getting it. Like I was trying to break it down to the perspective, like as simple as like a fucking battery, and he wasn't getting it.
Dude, you might as well have tried to explain linear algebra to a piece of fucking beef jerky.
Yeah, it's like trying to explain astrophysics to a penguin. I know.
Right.
To be fair, when I was taking linear algebra, I felt like a piece of fucking beef jerky. I felt so fucking lost.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Like I thought Diffie Q was tough, and then I took linear algebra, and then I thought linear algebra was tough, and then I took topology. Fucking like each advanced like maths course will like just completely fucking humble you.
I struggled enough with quadratics and tensor calculus and stuff like that. I was fucking hard enough. I don't know anything else.
I mean, once you're able to wrap your head around tensors, like a lot of these advanced mathematical concepts really become like a lot more like digestible.
Yeah, you've just got to
matrices.
Yeah, you've just got to jettison. You've got to jettison your intuitions. Like your intuitions are not helpful. Like any presuppositions that you have, just you can't take them into that class with you. Otherwise, it won't make fucking sense.
But science deniers always forget.
Oh my god! Fuck stats.
How dare you?
Seriously.
We respect the Gaussian curve and the calculation of the area under thereof in this stream. Okay, so just laying down the law on that.
I thought analytical math classes were tough, and then I took statistics.
Yeah, a lot of people complain that it is difficult. I have always found it really intuitive, and I enjoy it a lot.
Yeah, I didn't mind statistics.
Bless your brain structure.
It is one of my gifts for sure.
I didn't mind statistics. The thing that I not necessarily the the maths itself, but the bit that I always find really annoying is when people introduce things like the null hypothesis. They rip it out of statistics and like and insert it into some kind of argument where it's not relevant, and that just annoys me because I know what the null hypothesis is.
100%, yeah.
Yeah.
That's one of the things I love most about statistics. It not only shows you how to do math and do interpretive analysis of data sets, it also just teaches you how to be a responsible consumer and reporter of information.
No lies detected.
The of the universe part. Particles come together all the time. Anytime a gas condenses, for example, gas becoming liquid is a decrease in entropy, but that's a local decrease in entropy. When the particles do that, they establish electrostatic interactions that occur between the particles of any liquid, which brings the system to a lower potential energy, and that energy is released to the surroundings, which increases the entropy of the universe. Local decrease in entropy, but an increase in the entropy of the universe. Second law of thermodynamics. Now let's apply this to what these dumbasses think they're talking about. They're so earth-shatteringly stupid that they think science suggests a completely uniform atmosphere around the Earth, directly adjacent to the vacuum of space, which they think is a vacuum cleaner that should be sucking all the air off of the Earth. So first of all, say it with me, vacuums don't suck. A vacuum is an absence of matter, nothing more. It does not exert force. If you had a vacuum and a pressurized container separated by a barrier, and you release the barrier, of course the gas particles would disperse until they fill both volumes equally. The gas particles will push their way into the empty region until they achieve a configuration with the greatest number of microstates. If you want to hear me elaborate on microstates as the driver behind entropy, check out this tutorial from my classical physics series. But the point is that these are tiny little volumes right here on the surface of the Earth. The atmosphere isn't like that. The atmosphere is a gradient that stretches all the way up to 100 kilometers above the surface to the Kármán line. It's thick here at sea level, it gets thinner with altitude, which absolutely anyone can verify by taking a barometer up a mountain, and it gets thinner still as particles have less kinetic energy to get so high against the force of gravity, until you get to the Kármán line. And honestly, this isn't even the end of it. This is just the line where aeronautics gives way to astronautics. In other words, the air is so thin that you can't fly a plane up there. You need a rocket. If we want to get super technical, the atmosphere continues to get thinner and thinner all the way to 10,000 kilometers above the surface, where the so-called exosphere truly becomes indistinguishable from deep space. So there is definitely no place where there is lots of atmosphere right next to a vacuum.
Wait, did we completely pass over the mesosphere? Where the great Meso gets his name from?
I think we might have. But no, I want to, since we're taking a moment to pause here, I would like to add this. This is hopefully helpful to anybody in the audience who ends up interacting with a flurf. Flurfs will say, show me how you can have gas pressure without a container. This is how it relates to the debate, is they use that slogan. And what Dave is explaining is the counter answer to that slogan is show me how you can have a pressure gradient in a container, because you can't.
Mm-hmm. All right, looks like we have a reason to get through this video as quickly as possible so we can enjoy UG's doggy walk.
Walkies.
Nobody has ever said there was or should be. So this third challenge is the dumbest one of all, since it's not even a real thing that describes any aspect of reality. But since I'm a good sport, we can still meet the challenge by showing the Earth's atmosphere as a whole next to a vacuum. That's any image of the Earth from low Earth orbit. Here's one from the ISS. This visible line here is called air glow, and it's roughly at the altitude of the Kármán line. We can see the atmosphere, which is gas, getting thinner and thinner with altitude, and we can see the near perfect vacuum of space. Those two systems are next to each other in this image. Third challenge met. Hooray, that's all the challenges. We did it, you guys. Hopefully in the last few seconds of the video, they will instruct me as to how to collect my cash prize.
So if any of you ballers can prove we live on a spinning ball, we got $100,000 for you and I can go do something else.
Yes, moron, I'm sure you have a lot to do. Wait, no you don't, or you wouldn't be a fucking flat earther. If you had literally anything or anyone in your life, you wouldn't be a flat earther. But I, on the other hand, do indeed have a lot to do. So if you'll just tell me how to collect my money, whether it's 100,000, 200,000, you can split the difference if you want. We can do installments if you prefer. But how do I get my money?
Go follow Flat Earth Millionaire. Thanks for your time. Thanks for everything you're doing, dude.
Research Flat Earth.
Flat Earthers, please do not ruin cheesy 1980s stock synthwave graphics for me. These do not belong to you. Leave them alone. Although the jingle was pretty catchy. You might have a future in advertising. Anyway, it sounds like this guy is indeed Flat Earth millionaire. Does anyone know where I can find him? I mean, I'm not too worried about it since every Flat Earther is completely obsessed with me and will hate watch this video a dozen times, and all of them will make pathetic response videos desperately trying to vomit up some ridiculous script that they think will combat the undeniable facts and basic logic I presented to win the challenge. But in case he misses it, can someone tell him to email me, please? I accept money through PayPal or direct bank deposit. Of course, he could be dead since he's dumber than rocks, and I have no idea when they made this. He could have chugged cleaning fluid or blown himself up with fireworks a long time ago. In which case, could somebody notify me regarding his next of kin? I'm sure they will honor his verbal commitment to rewarding proper use of the scientific method. Anyway, that was a lot of fun, but we can drop the act as we wrap things up. Neither of these assholes have a net worth of $20. Neither of them will ever see $100,000 over their entire lives, nor would they ever part with a single cent of it under any circumstances. But fortunately, I'll make a few bucks on AdSense revenue from this video that was so unbelievably easy to produce, and which none of my viewers will complain about. I'm getting throttled by the algorithm real hard when I do highly relevant videos on Trump administration officials, and this is my way of evening things out. You understand. So that's it for today's episode of Making Fun of Flat Earthers. I'll do my usual song and dance pretending this will be the last.
Oh, Eugene's back.
Yep. And I am putting the walkies on the big screen.
Yeah. Just in case Manara is still is still listening. This is what a nice country home looks like. But this is
he's 100% not listening.
Got a Hollywood neighbor and everything, right, Eugene?
You know, my dad's parents used to own a nice piece of farmland, but they decided to sell to a company like Monsanto.
Well, they're like a house builder, so they just built on all of it or something.
No, Monsanto is like a giant farming corporation.
Oh, right, okay.
They're the kind that like they'll like have like a specific GMO crop of corn, and like if it cross pollinates into like an adjacent like neighboring farm, they'll sue the other farmer if like somehow their genetic variant of corn is grown in their field. It's absolute bullshit. The entire Midwest is compromised by this corporate farming entity.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily have a particular problem with like modification of crops, but like you can't like suing somebody because your genetically modified crop crosses some kind of boundary that wasn't like what are you expecting the other farm to do? Like genetically test all of their individual stalks of corn and remove the ones that aren't corn that aren't seeded?
They expect you to pay them for it, because what they do is they patent when they genetically modify a seed, they patent it, and then they have contracts with the farmers that grow it. And if it ends up on your land and you end up growing it, you're growing their copyrighted material, their patented material, without their consent.
Can you countersue with respect to you've launched an invasive species at me. You're trespassing. You know the
idea is they want to get that farmer who accidentally got their shit on the Monsanto shit on their land. Now they want them to sign a contract. So look, we won't sue you if you sign a contract and start buying our seed.
Yeah, it's leverage.
And then you can only buy that. Right.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
Ooh,
and then they make
bound of Yuji's property.
They make their seed like impervious to all pesticides, except for, you guessed it, the one that they sell.
Ooh, those moo-moos.
Yeah, they're truly some of the most despicable human beings on the planet, and the only reason they're acting the way they are acting is because of capitalistic greed. And as dispiriting as that is, you got to remember there's also people like Norman Borlaug, who was a geneticist, an evolutionary
it's not
biologist.
even capitalistic greed. It's straight up organized fucking crime the way they do it.
Pretty
the way
much, yeah.
Monsanto operates.
Yeah.
It's more like the mafia than capitalism.
But I just wanted to take a second to sing the praises of Norman Borlaug, because he might be the greatest human who ever lived. And I don't meet a lot of people who know his name, unfortunately.
Well, I was about to ask, who is he? Yeah.
Norman Borlaug
was an American agronomist who led initiatives worldwide that contributed to the extensive increases in agricultural production, termed the Green Revolution. Borlaug was awarded multiple honors for his work, including the Nobel Peace Prize, the Presidential Medal of Freedom, and the Congressional Gold Medal, one of only 7 people to have received all 3 awards.
And this is why evolutionary biology is so fucking important, because it's how you feed the world.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is why I don't have an issue with the modification of crops. Like the number of people who don't realize
100%.
The plants that we consume, even before our understanding of genetics, we cultivated them. We directed the evolution of the plants in order to maximize production. Like Brussels sprouts, broccoli, cabbage. They're all the same genome. They're all brassicas, right?
Yep, G. brassica.
Yeah, exactly. We've just modified them.
Yeah, you know what? GMOs are a literal fucking godsend, and it's easy to be against them when you're not the one that's fucking starving.
Yeah, absolutely. That's kind of my position. It's like can I go down to the shops and buy like ridiculously expensive organic products? Can I buy the the free range corn fed chicken? Yeah, I can. But the poor fuck that is starving doesn't give a single shit about that. They just want food, right?
Yep. Yeah, I hope everybody can get on board with GMOs, because there's truly nothing wrong with it. It's something humans have been doing for a long time. It's just a result of the fact that we have an ecological relationship with the species around us. And in our case, that ecological relationship has been mutually beneficial. The populations of organisms that we feed on to subsist, they've been thriving because we take care of them, and in turn, we get something out of it. It's a mutually beneficial relationship. So there's nothing wrong with GMOs. It's just a more advanced version of the kind of slow and steady evolutionary manipulation we've been doing for centuries.
Right.
Yeah. Now,
if you want, it's no different than like how we've been breeding dogs, but like it's a little more like there's more intention behind it. My best childhood friend, he currently works for a company who is currently like trying to innovate and increase the capacity of CRISPR from like Cas9 to like essentially like Cas like 100, like having the ability to like edit like over 100 genes, and they're improving this technology by focusing specifically on corn. Like in their success, in their success, like in being able to edit over 100 specific corn genes, like they're able to like advance the ability of CRISPR, which will like be monumental in like all sorts of gene editing, not just for corn, but like any sort of biological organism.
Yeah, and
I used to wear corn jeans that I got from Hot Topic back in high school.
Well, the thing with farming that I think is far more egregious, as opposed to genetically modified crops, is just the way we treat the ground. This monocrop agriculture, the same crop again and again.
Seriously, yes, not just that, but
the artificial nitrates that we plow into the soil again and again.
100%. Yeah, I was just about to say fertilizer
there are
runoff.
Zero nutrients left in these soils with the amount of nitrates that they have to pump back into these the dirt. And I grew up like having to work on farms, like through my teenage years. I was a detasseler and a roger, and so like I walked miles upon miles of farmland, making sure that like the corn crops were appropriate for like whether they were feed corn or like food corn. And then I also walked soybean fields, like making sure that I got all the like corn and like other crops out of them so that they weren't sucking up the much needed nutrients. And I believe it was my time in these fields that exposed me to like pesticides that led to my eventual development of ALL leukemia.
I mean,
That sucks, dude. I'm sorry.
Certainly possible. I mean, just with Yuji's walk here, it's relevant. Like the size of the fields that you get in the United States compared to the size of the fields that exist in the UK. I have some of our environmental protections in the UK are very they're very blunt instruments, and they do cause quite a lot of problems with respect to productivity for farmers. But one of the things that I wholeheartedly agree with is the fact that hedgerows, because they are like every single hedgerow in the UK is kind of treated like its own little wildlife sanctuary. It's protected. You can't just rip them out to increase the efficiency of the field. But whereas in the US, my understanding is that the fields are so massive because it's more efficient for the larger farming equipment. You know, if they don't have to, if they just want to go up and down in straight lines in as big fields as possible, you don't get to rip the hedgerows out to make it more efficient for the farming equipment in the UK, and it maintains the wildlife. It maintains the ecosystem, which is why we've got this.
Yeah, we have a lot of problems. I don't know if UK has this too, but I think they do. One of the biggest problems we have is fertilizer runoff. So it not only
into water sources, right?
Yep, it not only denutrientizes the soil, it over nutrientizes these lakes, and they end up choked with algae, and it's a limnological disaster. It destroys the ecology, and we've lost several species because of it, and lots of species are endangered because of it. And it's bad for the entire ecosystem.
It's this short termism that we have. Like, you know, it's like what is the goal?
100%.
What is the goal we're trying to achieve right now? Just maximize food production. Fuck everything else. Yeah.
We use these huge amounts of fertilizer to grow all these fields, and then a huge proportion of it goes into the dumpster or a landfill and doesn't even get fucking eaten. It's so bizarre.
Yeah, I think it's about 25 to 30% of all food consumed in the UK ends up in the bin, or all food purchased in the UK ends up in the bin.
It's way worse in the US.
Oh, look at that corn. With all those tassels, like I'm like, I gotta rip those tassels off. It's fucking muscle memory.
Corn is one of my favorite species out of all living things on the planet. It's so cool. It comes from an ancient species of mildly edible seedy grass called teosinte. And you can see why Aztecs and Mayans and other South American cultures had religious beliefs around corn, because they literally took teosinte through this amazing ethnobotanical evolution where, you know, they're selecting these 5 specific traits: kernel size, kernel sweetness, kernel softness, and then color and aroma. And those 5 genes, by selecting those over and over again, they've turned teosinte from basically grass into this, what it is today. And as a result, it's gained all these novel traits, and it's like a perfect plant to refute creationism and evolution deniers with, because they'll always say you can't get new genetic information, you can't get novel features. And it's a great example of how that's bullcrap, because teosinte doesn't have a cob, but corn does have a cob. So corn developed a novel feature through multiple compounded generations of selection and mutation, and that's exactly what evolution is.
But the example of humans modifying crops and giving them new attributes that they didn't have before, and the Lenski experiment, when you're arguing with a theist and they're arguing against evolution, the only argument they have against either of those arguments is just nah. It's literally closing their eyes and sticking their thumbs in their ears, and just
or they go, whoa,
or
you
lying.
changed corn to corn, you changed bacteria to bacteria. That's not one kind of animal becoming a completely different kind. They just straw man evolution.
Yeah.
But have you all ever entertained the idea that nuh-uh is actually quite compelling?
Damn, you know what? That gets me every time. I hadn't, so
it would be quite compelling if it
Checkmate.
was used. If it would be quite compelling if it was used as an argument against any of my presuppositions, but I don't have any presuppositions, so. Although that's a lie. To be fair, I do have some presuppositions. Like I presuppose things like the laws of logic and maths and things like
Right,
that. But
right.
they're
The laws of logic
Yeah.
can't be not presupposed.
Mhm.
But in order to refute the laws of logic, you must presuppose the laws of logic themselves.
Yeah.
So like it's just self defeating, and so
One
like,
more
it
great
becomes like a great axiomatic grounding.
One more
Okay,
great
looks
thing
like we
about
got UG back.
One more great thing about teosinte to corn evolution before we get off of it. Sorry, I won't rant about it anymore after this.
No, please
One
continue.
cool
I love
final
this.
thing is that several stages of teosinte still exist. People decided that form was good enough for them, and they stopped, doing selective breeding on it. So you can collect the stages of teosinte to corn evolution and put them next to each other, and it's a very compelling visual. If you want you can go Google teosinte to corn in Google Images right now, and it'll bring up a couple of them.
Isn't it not the case that the obviously using the word original is a bit tricky here, but isn't it the case that teosinte, the original form of grass, still exists and it's kind of a ryegrass?
100%. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. It's a great example of, like I was saying, man, corn alone refutes so many creationist arguments. They like to say, if we evolved from monkeys, how come there's still monkeys? And this corn shows how. One population was separated from the other ones. The other populations kept on evolving, and that one is still evolving, just at a slower rate because there's less selection acting on it.
If I'm eating a corn on the cob, how come the original teosinte species exist?
Yep. Yeah.
Do monkeys eat teosinte?
Yep, they sure do. The human monkeys do a lot.
I'm watching UG have a wander around. I do forget sometimes how lucky I am to live in the area in which I live. Like I'm sure UG would agree as well. Like we are lucky sons of a bitches. Like to live in, for me at least, I live in like I live on the edge of an urban area, but it's not a small town by UK standards. It's quite a large town, but I get the best of both. I can get food delivered to my house from like takeaways and stuff via Uber or Deliveroo or whatever. But also because I'm right on the edge of the countryside, when I go out and walk the dog, I can just go and wander through fields and woodland and forest. I just get it all, super lucky.
Oh, you believe in luck, but you don't believe in God? Checkmate, atheist.
What's the dog's name, UG? Not that you're speaking because you're on a GoPro. If Adam and Eve were made from dirt, why is there still dirt?
I mean, from the quality that I can discern, it seems to be some sort of border collie.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it is a collie of some kind. But I was just like, what's the dog's name? I don't know what's the dog called.
I've always wanted a collie because they are one of the most intelligent breeds of dogs. But like I'm disabled. I'm not able to like go on like fucking like 10-mile walks every single day like a border collie needs.
Yeah.
So I've never attempted to adopt any kind.
Well,
I want
we've
a
got
corgi with a derpy ass.
well we've got two beagles.
We have a puggle, a pug beagle mix.
But the thing with beagles, they are notoriously, there's a confusion with dogs. The people conflate ease how easy they are to train, and they think that how easy they are to train directly correlates to their independent to their intelligence. But actually, the more intelligent a dog is, the more independent a dog tends to be, and the more difficult they are to train. And beagles are notoriously difficult to train because they're an unbelievably smart dog. So, for example, when you get like we've got in our kitchen, we've got pan drawers. So they're large drawers that pull out from the kitchen counter. And there's three, one on top of the other. There's a cutlery drawer on the top, and then there's two pan drawers underneath it. When we leave food on the kitchen counter on the island in our kitchen, you can't do that because our beagles open the pan drawers and use them as steps to get on the kitchen counter.
Mm-hmm.
My favorite thing about corgis is that if you take a corgi and you mix it with another breed, you get a corgi, but it just looks like the other breed version of a corgi. So, like, if you mix a corgi with a German Shepherd, you get a German Shepherdified corgi, and it's just freaking so cool. It's adorable.
Yeah, I think the cutest dog I've ever seen, it's called a Corgador, and it's a corgi crossed with a Labrador, and it just looks like a little baby puppy for the entirety of its life.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is actually a phenomena in evolutionary biology called neoteny, and there's a bunch of fascinating scientific work that's been done with it, including Russian foxes. And Dr. Kurt loves to talk about that. If you ever get a chance to, ask him about it, he'll talk your ear off about it for a minute.
Oh, hell yeah. I'll definitely remember that.
Yeah. Yeah, neoteny is our disposition to, when we're doing selective breeding, to pick individuals that have traits that remind us of infants of our own species, because it triggers a caring, response in the brain.
Yeah, it was responsible. I don't know if you had it in the United States. We definitely had it in the UK, where we had it was micro pigs, where like cute little piglets. But and what was happening was con artists and con men and stuff were selling like baby micro pigs, but they weren't actually micro pigs. So they ended up like people ended up like they thought they were buying what was an engineered or a bred micro pig that was going to stay a cute little piglet for the vast majority of its life. And they ended up with like a Gloucester Old Spot, like a 300-pound pig sat on the sofa in their fucking house because it just kept growing and didn't stop.
Yeah. Our puggle, he's about 13 years old. He is still so sharp. Like I cannot leave any sort of food on a kitchen counter because he will like move like any sort of object in the kitchen in order to like reach the kitchen counter. Like he doesn't just like stand up and like paw shit off the kitchen counter. He will move stuff in order to stand on it and then just eat it like off of the kitchen counter.
Do you know what our old it's a cat story, not a dog story. We had our old cat Tinkerbell. She was black and white, and we had the cat before we had Jethro, our oldest dog, our beagle.
Now Jephthah, Jethro.
Yeah, so we've got.
Were you here for when we were critiquing Jill's call on John Cohen?
No.
Okay. Jill was misreading Jephthah in the book of Judges as Jethro. So
right, okay, no,
just a fun little callback to last night.
Yeah, no, I wanted to call him Jeremy, and my wife went, "No, we can't call him Jeremy because everybody's got a Jeremy Beadle." There used to be a guy on TV in like the 90s who was called Jeremy Beadle. So obviously everybody who had beagles called them Jeremy. So it was like he was just like a celebrity. But so we ended up calling him Jethro, and people keep on asking me, "Oh, was he named after the band Jethro Tull?" Like, no, he's fucking not. It's just like, the what our cat used to do, she's dead now, like passed away years ago. But what she used to do is she used to get up on the kitchen counter, and then Jethro would go fucking mad because he couldn't get up on the kitchen counter, and he would see the cat eating food that we'd obviously been like we'd left out by mistake. So what and then because obviously he starts barking, and that alerts us to the fact that we've left food out. So what do? You go into the kitchen, you tidy up, and you put it away, and that means the cat can't access the food anymore. So this cat was so unbelievably smart that what she would do is, if she found food on the kitchen counter, she'd knock some of it on the floor for the dog to stop him from barking, so that she could tuck in and eat a meal in peace. These animals, they're way smarter than we give them credit for in a lot of circumstances, you know.
Yeah. It's almost as if brains lead to like some sort of intelligence. I'm going through my old Discord messages with my partner to see if I can find any suitable pictures of our dog. Our Puggle's name is Nintendo because he's fun. He's fun to play with.
Let me see if Jethro or Layla are about. Jethro, Layla. If they can be asked. Oh, there she is. There's Layla. Come on, girl. Come on. Come on. Chop, chop. Max Schnell, raus, wie weit. Come on.
I'll put you on the big screen. Once you get them on.
This is really good. Yeah, I know. Can you not pull my face today, please? I know you love me so much you just want to climb inside me, but can we not pull my face? Let's try and avoid that. There we go. Yes, she is.
One sec. I'll put you on.
So lovely.
Oh,
aren't you? Do you love
look
me?
at those big
me?
floppy ears.
I know,
oh
the
my
super
God.
floppy.
I love it.
Sorry for the mess behind me. We've got an extension going. My office has become a bit of a dumping ground, I'm afraid.
You have a sink in your office. That is awesome.
Well, I build home offices, timber frame garden buildings. So the office has like a little living room, a kitchenette. There's a little pigeon loft upstairs. But it's full of shit right now because we're extending the house, so it's become a dumping ground for the lack of space that we have. So
I am jealous. Like I have to go upstairs for like any sort of like running water.
Yeah, down you go, go on.
Great
go on.
space.
Back to pissing off your brother. Go on, fuck off.
Oh, where did Yuji go? I think Yuji got jealous. I'm back to like last February, and I've only got like pictures of my son. No pictures of my dog yet.
Yeah, I guarantee you, Jethro is he's sat on the decking near the house right now, just lounging around in the sun because he's like, for some reason he seems to be solar charged at the moment, you know. But he's getting on a bit. We're having to start sort of pre-warning our kids that because Jethro's he's 12 this year. He'll be 12 on the 8th of August. Oh, lovely.
There's RP Junior and Nintendo, but this is like almost like over half a year ago. This is back in February. It's the best picture of Nintendo I've come across yet.
RP, I want to ask you a question, and I don't want you to take offense at this, but do you identify as a weeb, my friend? You've got a dog named Nintendo.
I mean, Yeah, that's
Yes.
probably
Yeah,
fair.
yeah.
That's probably fair. I love
Yeah.
I love anime. Like,
And if he doesn't, I'm hitting him with that right now. I'm sorry.
Can I just
I'll
ask
fucking
my
brand it on your forehead
my
if you
partner
try to
is
deny that shit.
Korean. Like, I'm a black belt on Taekwondo. I'm super into, like, like far Eastern Asian culture.
What's a weeb? That was going to be my. Like, I've never heard that
A
term.
weeaboo.
It
Okay,
means
I still need more
it's-
info.
Okay, so are you familiar with the concept of a Francophile?
Sorry, I lost you there. You broke up for a sec. Say again.
Are you familiar with the concept of a Francophile? Like someone who loves France and is obsessed with France.
Yeah, okay, fine. So this is a person who
that,
like, just
but
loves
but like
Japanese
Japan and Eastern Asian culture. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I mean, the thing for me is like, so I used to teach not Taekwondo, but I used to teach Tang Sudo, which is the Korean martial art that Taekwondo is based on.
Taekwondo evolved from, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I was a member of the Amateur Martial Arts Association in the UK. So I like, and I definitely appreciate that. The martial art culture, the discipline that came from it. I don't think I would have the discipline that I have in other aspects of my life if it wasn't for the fact that I did Tang Sudo in the first place. It literally beat some discipline into me, some rigor with respect to training and things like that.
Weeb is still a new kind of concept to me, because back before Weeb happened, we just used to call you guys all otakus.
Otaku, yeah. Yep, that's a common term for it too, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it was before Weeb, but I mean, I still use it.
Essentially translates to shut in.
So are all three of us
No,
Taekwondo users or Tang Sudo? Because I started with
shut-in is the
Taekwondo too.
Hikikomori. Hikikomori is shut-in.
Yeah,
But-
I started training in Tang Sudo when I was six or 7 years old. And I carried,
7.
yeah, and I carried on training. I carried on training until I think I was about 21 when I stopped training like really 4 times a week training. It
Still
became
remember your low blocks?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
I've started teaching my daughter some of that stuff. She's interested in it, and of course, I've been teaching my son for years. And my son, I wish he was more interested in it because he's a natural. But yeah, I by the time I'd hit 30, I had trained in like so many different kinds of martial arts: Taekwondo, Tang Sudo, Hapkido, karate, Kung Fu, Muay Thai, Sambo, Savate, kickboxing. Like I feel like I'm just a freestyler at this point. Like there's no one style I'm using, but I'm also blending several styles together.
Do you know what I find the most comforting thing about it? It's the muscle memory. Like, so I started with Tang Sudo when I was a kid, a very young kid, and speed plus technique equals power. You know, and but the bit that's quite important is understanding the limitation of each of the martial arts. So, for example, I think if you're going to train with respect to any kind of meaningful self-defense, then you need some kind of martial art that prioritizes like striking and blocking, but then you also need a martial art that prioritizes things like tumbling,
grappling and ground fighting.
Grappling, exactly, and that's because it depends on like situationally. Like if you're jiu-jitsu, I think actually is probably one of the best martial arts in equalizing power differences. Like if you've got a fucking giant who's tackling, if you get inside their reach and you're competent with respect to jiu-jitsu, you can pull their arms off.
It doesn't matter how big you are. Your carotid artery can be suppressed and you can be put to sleep.
You're going nap. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
The problem is that it depends what the situation is. Like your friend, regardless of size, if you're dealing with multiple, like if you're being mobbed by a group of people, like rolling around on the floor in person is not going to help. Because one of their friends is going to stamp on your head. You need to stay on your feet, and in which case striking becomes the most important.
100%.
So,
generally, I think grappling is preferred because in a strike striking match, anyone can get a lucky blow and just knock out. So a complete amateur can take out the world champion. But in a grappling, a ground fighting match, it's usually more of a high level mental chess match. So it really matters what techniques and strategies you're using as you're navigating it. And the one who usually wins is the one who's thinking 4 or 5 moves ahead.
Yeah, and like with my daughter, we had a discussion with her about like, do you want to do martial arts? Do you want to do some kind of like mixed martial arts, fighting, jiu-jitsu, tang soo, whatever? And she ended up doing gymnastics instead. That's what she's decided to dedicate her time to, which is absolutely fine. I do wish that she would have, because I think a martial art can be beautiful in the same way as gymnastics, a dance can be beautiful, but it also has utility that a gymnastics doesn't with respect to her safety. So I would be lying if I said that I wasn't disappointed, but she would have been equally capable and I guess could be equally capable at both, but I would have preferred her to do some kind of martial art because I just think it serves both purposes at the same time.
Because I still train, my kids see me doing it all the time and they just naturally wanted to join in, and that's how I got them into it.
Yeah.
But at various levels.
It's for me, Austin, it's the muscle memory. Even today, again, I've not trained for 15, 16 years. Not properly anyway. And the bit for me is it's the muscle memory. It's when I feel threatened, I feel that my weight goes onto my back foot. I loosen my hands up. They're down. It's still there. It's still there in part.
Yeah, it's security.
Yeah. Could I take on somebody in my own weight class who is currently training? Absolutely not. I get my ass handed to me. But it's still a nice friend to have.
And it's good to know that you've done what you can to protect yourself. Obviously, there's variables that are outside of your control. So to know that you've taken care of the variables that you can handle is really reassuring.
Well, it's also like it's kind of like the bit that always I used to find, the odd occasion that I did end up in a scrap with people like organically in the street, which does happen occasionally to most people, I guess. The bit that I always found odd is when you've been fighting with people who are trained in a similar martial arts, like they're much more predictable than an untrained person. Like an untrained person in a weird way is actually more dangerous because they have you have no clue what they're going to do. There's no formalization to their technique, and that's notwithstanding like the other organic stuff, like are they going to pull out a bat, a knife, a gun? Like you just don't know, do you? But with respect to how they're going to step to you in like,
I think the audience is enjoying this because the live chat's sounding an awful lot. The immortal Primordial Puggles is spot on when she says boxing cannot be underestimated. Boxing, I think, is probably easily top 5 striking martial arts. It's so effective, practical, straightforward, straight punches, conditioning, finesse, and there is a bit of a mental chess match to it too. And it is very effective. They have the strongest punches by far. And when you get into kickboxing with shit like Muay Thai, we're talking strong punches and strong kicks. And honestly, that's what Taekwondo is all about, is strong kicks. I put a lot of boxing and Muay Thai into my style.
The fucking Mega Male Yup Chuggy. The strongest kick in Taekwondo, the Mega Male Yup Chuggy. The sliding sidekick. I could fucking break through 3 boards of that shit.
Well, do you know I had
I'm a 2nd degree Dan in Taekwondo.
Second Dan.
Yep, 2nd Dan.
Yeah,
got my cookie and everything.
You got the two white pips on your black belt. Yeah.
As long as we're showing pictures and talking about martial arts, you guys mind more if I watch a 5-minute video real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
I'm gonna have to take my wife's going out for lunch with some of the girls, and I'm dropping her off because she's gonna get.
Sure. As soon as I want.
No. I was just gonna say if she knocks on the door and I've got to leave, then by the time you finish the video, I might not be here. So I was just to give you a heads up on that. That was all.
All right. let's see, where is it?
I was also going to offer a picture of myself and Mrs. Arpey up to the chat if we got at least 10 W async votes. Ooh, some weapons training. All right, we got one W async.
EQ Shinsa, whatever the fuck that means.
Japanese weapon training.
This is Kendo.
Yep. So Japanese weapon training.
Yeah, basically Japanese fencing, basically.
This is one of the many martial arts I dip my toes into.
It opened the app. This is my son's, I don't know what level test, but
It's actually one of the main differences between Tang Sudo and Taekwondo. Tang Sudo was it used to teach you how to take weapons from other people. So stripping knives and things like that was one of the things that you did in Tang Sudo.
Yeah, listen straight up.
Tank
If
Sudo
you're
is an
fighting somebody
interesting
with a weapon,
medium.
they have a huge advantage on you. I know there are people that say, "Oh, weapons don't count for a big advantage." I just think that's complete bullshit. If somebody's got a weapon, they got a big advantage on you.
Yeah, Tank Sudo is a very interesting medium between Taekwondo and Hapkido. Hapkido involves like various grapples and like basically reversals of object orientation.
What the fuck is going on here?
I don't know, but he's got pretty good strikes. Like he's got good conditioning, good stance.
Who the little one? No, the little one is not my son. I guarantee that.
When just to quick up in Tang
It looks
Sudo,
like he's trying to pass a test.
Yeah,
he is.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
is
This is
are
great.
strike passes.
Oh, this is his first level test. I don't know anything about Kendo. I've never seen it.
I learned Kendo from a friend who was really into it and had actual like practice weapons, and he was really good at it. And I only ever got kind of good at it, but it's a lot more practical of a martial art than you would think.
Yeah, but yeah, obviously, the thing with most martial arts is that they like in Tang Sudo, for example, we did something called Hosen Saw. Hosen Saw is basically it's grappling or what we used to call gripping. And it's like if somebody, mostly it's teaching you how to get out of some kind of lock or some kind of restraint.
Okay, now that resembles something more like.
This kid's quick though; he's quite fast.
Trade.
Yeah. Yeah, this doesn't look like a traditional sparring match. Because in a kendo sparring match, you would score a point and then you would stop and you would declare the point. And
this is a testing environment.
This is a belt test. Yeah.
Well,
very similar to Taekwondo testing environments.
Yeah. Well, the bit that we used to get with we used to get a lot of people, especially
this is like young choreographed forms kind of stuff. Then.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Exactly.
In Taekwondo, we have Palge forms and Taigu forms.
It's a fascinating little subset of sociology we got into here. I'm loving it.
We had the bit that I used to find odd, especially with the like young kids when you'd start introducing them to the martial art. It's the number of them that would they weren't self-conscious about doing the forms. They weren't self-conscious about getting involved in the class, but they'd get really self-conscious about the kiap, the shout. They would the shouting out, like being vocal, would make them like quite nervous. And you're like, no, it doesn't necessarily increase your effectiveness, but it kind of it ensures breathing like that you know you can't shout without like your diaphragm moving. And that was kind of the thought behind it, you know.
Yeah.
And it's quite intimidating as well. As a psychological weapon, it's quite intimidating. So
It's interesting. We call them similar things in Taekwondo. They're kiyas instead of kiyaps.
And in judo, it's called a kiai.
Right, my wife's phoning me. I'm gonna have to. I've got to take her to a booze besotted drinking session with her friends. So
bye,
I might
Daddy.
be back. I might
That
not.
morning mimosa.
I'll see you all later. Have fun.
All right, love you, John. Can we get some W Johns in the chat? WJONs. I think that's how he spells his name. If not, then WJOHN. Whatever. we love John.
Speak for yourself.
Okay, Gresham.
Never pass up a chance to take a dig at John. You know. Okay.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
I've been promising to watch that for like 2 weeks. I haven't. So.
Yep. Now, chat, unfortunately, I only got one WA sync from Austin, so you're not going to see my face and Mrs. Arpy's face until we hit 5,000 subs. So, sucks to suck.
All I had to do was hit WA sync.
Right?
Just
Like,
9 of you.
I would have done it after 5 of you, but sorry, it's too late.
LA sync.
Now, fun stuff coming up. I feel like this week we're gonna have some production meetings in order to get like the entire TikTok infrastructure ready and working, so that we can.
Well, that might
actually
take a little longer now with Justin dealing with the death of his mother and.
Oh, it was Justin's mom that passed away.
Yeah, so if we're gonna get, TikTok being able to talk to YouTube, I think we need Justin's software for that. So, because I don't know how to do it.
I heard that Blitz had to cut his visit short due to a family emergency on Justin's side.
Yeah, his mom passed away.
That sucks. Oh my god. I can't even imagine how difficult that is to deal with right now.
I absolutely can, because my mom passed away when I was 10, and yeah, but you're never ready for your mom to pass away, no matter how old you are. So big condolences out to Justin in this time. There's not really much you can say to somebody who's going through a loss that big, except that just time. Give it time, and you'll adjust to the new world. It never really stops hurting. You just get better at dealing with it.
Candidly about his mom in the past. I know she had a lot of like mental health issues, like she was schizophrenic or something, and
yeah, same.
Like at one point, she really believed that Justin's sister was a demon.
Yeah, I went through similar stuff with my mom.
Pretty severe, yeah. So,
my mom.
And I'm not like doxing anything personal. He said this on stream before, so.
I don't know if I've said this on stream before, but I'm not worried about it. My mom, when she was a toddler, got into a bottle of codeine cough syrup and drank the whole thing, and developed a crippling addiction to codeine from an extremely young age. And so she struggled with addiction her whole life. and actually got clean for a while and was an addiction counselor until some other stuff happened that I won't go into. But I have actually gone into that on other streams before, and it involves a police officer abusing her. And she ended up going back to, she relapsed after that, and that's what she ended up passing away from when I was 10.
Damn.
Yeah.
That's brutal.
Yeah. For sure. But like I said, you're never ready to lose your mom. It doesn't really matter what
No.
age you are. 10 is pretty early, but it doesn't matter if you're 90. You're still going to be sad about losing your mom.
Yeah. And then Kelly, just his son, his ex just died, his son's mother.
Oh, wow.
So, he's trying to be there for his son. And then JR with a stroke out of nowhere. It's like everyone seems to be going through it right now.
Death is a motherfucker, and we all got to face it eventually. But the goal is to just be able to say not today for as many days as possible.
Yeah. I'd trade my parents for any one of these people that no one wanted to lose. But
damn, that's harsh, but I understand that. I've
you know what? It's
seen some
with my
abusive
mom.
shit.
My mom's on like the beginning stages of dementia or Alzheimer's, and I would rather she just went quickly and suddenly rather than have to go through years of that shit.
Oh, okay. I figured you were like saying there
Yeah.
was animosity there, like they were abusive or something.
No.
I misunderstood you.
I
No.
understand that. I recently had to watch my grandfather, go through the stages of Alzheimer's, and it was tough. Getting to the point where he didn't recognize me. He thought I was my father, and he couldn't recognize me or my partner. And so anytime I'd come and visit, I would essentially like have to pretend that I wasn't myself.
Yeah,
But
when my grandma had dementia, she called me by my uncle's name a lot.
Yeah, my dad's just an abusive MAGA Mormon dickwad, and
Okay,
he's
yeah,
85.
so I was half right.
He's 85, and I just think the world could use one less of people like him. He's just an asshole. But I'm the only kid he has that still talks to him, so like he's my problem, Because my sisters haven't spoken to him in 20 years. That's what kind of asshole my dad is. His whole family doesn't fucking talk to him. At his entire family, the only people that actually talk to him are me and my middle kid. Even my other two kids don't fucking speak to him.
Damn. Yeah, no, you see a lot of that with MAGA, actually.
And my dad has never met my grandson because my grandson's half Mexican, and my dad is a fucking racist bigot.
Oh, well then for
Mormon,
sure, fuck him.
fuckwad
15 ways
maggot
redundant.
asshole. And by
You know
calling my
what?
dad a racist, bigot, Mormon, fuckwad, maggot asshole, trust me, I am underselling it.
You know what? I hope that it makes him see that night that his genetic code is now mixed with the genetic code of the Mexican haplogroup, and you just got to fucking deal with that, bro. That's going to be the reality. You're going to die, and that line is going to go on, and it's mixed now.
Yep.
So you basically hate yourself, which is real fuckwitted.
Yeah,
It's a cell phone.
My dad's a real piece of work, and like, I know I'm kind of a bitch and just sort of abrasive and kind of obnoxious, but I come by it super honestly, I promise you.
Yeah, I think we all have come from cycles of abuse and manipulation, and some of us have become aware of those cycles and have tried to rise above them, and other people still want to cling to them. It's a big part of what we're talking about here. I think religion is definitely abusive. Religion, they're basically it's what I call truth abuse. They're mind fucking you and distorting reality and fucking up your reality testing so that you have asymmetrical access to the truth. They have a more complete version of the truth than you do. You're actually believing this shit. They're only believing it when they're having to do so performatively during their sermons and their speeches. And in their private lives, they know that it's all bullshit, and that's why they're fucking Epstein Islanding it up, right?
No, they actually not, they don't all believe that. I mean, like my fucking family, they're true believers, man.
Well, yeah,
It's just
the congregation is, but the priests that are abusing children are not. Because if they were, they wouldn't be
it can,
abusing children for fear of eternal punishment in hell.
yeah, and you know it's kind of generational because you know what was done to me was done to my parents by their parents,
Yeah.
and then so on and so on and so on, and it's like
Hey, Kif.
it's gotta
Good to see
stop
you.
somewhere.
And then,
in
well,
my
and
family, it stops with me. Hi, Kif.
yeah. Well, it depends on the person, right? Because you've got the person who's like, I just want to see my grandma again. And that kind of person is probably not going to be as abrasive. But then you got somebody like the narcissist. And that person is going to fucking gaslight the shit out of you and just do everything they can to attack your ability to even know things so that they can pretend that their decision rather to choose myths is perfectly rational. It's just a different worldview. We both just have opinions, dude.
Later, Kelly. Have a good one. So,
Yeah,
yeah.
I've said it before. I'll say it again. I think religion is a behavioral vestigial that was necessary at a certain stage in human development, and now we need to grow beyond it and amputate it and leave it in the past.
I don't think it ever was necessary.
I think there
To be
was a stage
honest.
at which it was a positive contribution to group selection. So it was a pro evolutionary, it was evolutionarily pro selection. So what it did was it allowed tribes beyond a certain number to exist more cohesively because of mutual belief in common watchful deities. And the larger tribe was just capable of going and raiding the smaller tribe and was more likely to destroy them and win out over them. So there was a stage in which it contributed to human evolution, but yeah, now we are past it because we're in the industrial age and we have you can
But
easily
you know,
sustain tribes.
we could have done the same thing through, government, you know? It didn't have to be fucking religion.
No, that's true. I
It
think,
could have been
yeah,
it could have been done just through like civil, you know.
sociologically, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't have to be religion, and I think religion was just instituted to exert control over these tribes, no matter what the size, you know. And it's all based on fear, like control through fear.
Well, yeah, because humans are animals.
Yeah.
So they don't trust each other to make the right decision when deterministic factors that are out of their control are against them. So we feel the need to exert control on things.
Yeah.
Wake Rider says, I think it set us back. That's interesting.
I think so too. Imagine where we'd
the
be if we
idea
didn't
that
have all these holy wars and fucking, and all this religion to hold us back. Imagine where we'd be.
It
Who
could
knows?
be. It could be just. It could be a maladaptive trait that is basically a really negative side effect of hyperactive agency detection. Are y'all familiar with the hyperactive agency detect? I know RP is.
Mm-hmm.
Gretchen, do you know
Like
what that is?
pareidolia.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like essentially we see a rustle in the bushes and we attribute it to some sort of like entity with agency instead of just like the wind or something. And so because we have like this predisposition to attribute things to agency, we have this cognitive bias to like attribute all of existence to some sort of like agential power.
Well, that's part of it. And then the other part is that the individual that acts on that predisposed, the hypothesis that it's an agent is more likely to survive, whether or not that was true, whether or not the agent was a threat to them or not, because they just flee. They flee the scene and they get away. They say, I don't care if it's a rhino or a snake in the bush. I'm just going to assume it's something equally dangerous and just
right. So when it is some sort of agent that means to do harm to them,
yeah,
they are surviving that, and so
right.
they are passing on those genes that are more likely to attribute that false positive to some sort of agential being.
Exactly. So evolution can select for a brain that is mostly good at being more truth seeking, but it can sometimes select for a brain that just assumes agency and treats it as if it's real, the assumption is true, and reacts the same way it would if the assumption was true, which allows it to avoid fatal threats.
Yeah,
it's
I mean, I get
interesting.
that. I get that. The call it psychological, neurological, whatever. Part of us that automatically responds to that. I just think that. I mean, it's why God of the Gaps is still the most popular, fucking argument.
Yeah.
People don't want to feel like they don't know what they need to know. So they just fill shit in.
Yeah, well,
And
curiosity is way more exhausting than thinking you already have the answer, right?
it is. It absolutely is. And I think probably the majority of our species just isn't willing to do the intellectual heavy lifting that it takes to come to grips with the fact that we just don't know some things. But that doesn't mean that we have to adopt an entire fucking, theology or religion or anything else. It's
Gretchen, there's a necessary necessary mind.
Hey Felix, how you doing?
Sorry, that might be ableist. Like my impression of Felix. I realize that. I feel kind of bad about that.
It's also racist too, considering he's Puerto Rican.
I wasn't doing any sort of like Spanish like dialect. I was just like plugging my nose like this.
Yeah.
Cancel RP, everybody. Hashtag.
Yeah, cancel me. I deserve it at this point. I've had a long enough of an online presence. Like I've been RP since 2009. I'm only seeing a canceled an LRP from Gretchen and Beard of Empathy, so I think I'm probably fucking safe. But a necessary being must have some sort of personhood, right? Because it has to know things.
That's great presuppositionalist, RP. Anyways.
That's funny. Ugh.
Yeah, show me a single mind independent of a brain, and I might be able to jump onto your train of thought. Until then, brains are a necessary prerequisite for a mind.
Fair enough. Could be a black swan fallacy, but seems pretty unlikely to me.
I'm taking more of a Bayesian analytic argument.
Oh,
at this
necessary
point than
Gretchen is definitely a
deductive.
person, just for the term of one human lifespan. I'm wearing a Gretchen suit, and you know,
Is it stretchy?
stretchier than I'd like these days.
I unironically love the necessary Gretchen argument because Gretchen is a provable necessary being. You're this chemical reaction that's been burning for billions of years in the universe that gained enough meat processing power to ask what it is and decided that it's a curmudgeon atheist convert from.
And it's the
And I love
ultimate
it.
special pleading. Nobody can prove it wrong.
That's great.
And
You know?
to be fair, Charles Oliver, I've probably taken every single kind of chemical compound, but also please refer to me as they, them. Thank you.
I've done my fair share of experimenting, but I wouldn't say every kind of chemical compound. That seems like a lot. You know what? This is my general philosophy. It's usually okay to do some of the drugs some of the time, maybe even all of the drugs some of the time, or all the drugs some of the time. Just never do all the drugs all the time. It's just a bad idea. It's bad for you.
No, Charles,
And
you
I don't recommend
you don't
doing
need to
any of the
apologize
drugs
at
all
all.
of the time.
Trust me, like I'm not calling you out in any sort of like inflammatory fashion. Just like a friendly reminder. And no, I appreciate your response to that. But yes, Austin. I've engaged in what the kids call RCs, research chemicals, and it's probably best to not engage in all of the chemicals all of the time.
Yeah. Some of the chemicals some of the time is probably the best. That's what I would say.
Yes.
Probably not any of them all of the time.
Yeah, some of them none of the time.
Yeah, that's a good idea too on some of those.
Like, to quote, my favorite band, I do drugs, but not every day, because anything all the time's bad, I say.
Even sugar all of the time is bad.
Yeah, that's a big part of the whole reason our sugar ecology, our sugar environment is so bad is because everything in the grocery aisle has sugar in it of some kind or another. And it's not just that everything has sugar in it, it's that it has multiple different kinds of sugar, and that gets stored in your body in different ways that can clog up your capillaries.
The complex carbohydrates.
Yeah.
Of course, do as I say, not as I do. I'm not giving up my cigarettes for anybody. I'm practically at this point. I'm just daring these motherfuckers to kill me.
I do like a pseudo keto diet, but then I also smoke.
Hey, people all the time, they're like, those will kill you. I'm like, yeah, what's taking them so long?
Yes, Wake Rider. One of my favorite quotes of all time. I used to. I still do, but I used to.
Mitch Hedberg made many great observations about drugs, like about how he and his friends used to do drugs in the forest because you don't run into any authority figures, but you always run the risk of running into a bear.
Actually, I regularly attended this music festival called Electric Forest.
Yeah.
And you ran into highway officials pretty often. The Michigan highway police. It was considered like an honor to be able to serve at Electric Forest. And so they were some of the most like relaxed people, but still like you'd go into the forest and you'd still see these like state troopers with their like big old police top hats. It'd be an absolute trip, like in all intents and purposes of the word.
I want to see JD Vance go to Electric Forest, do a bunch of fucking peyote, and realize other people actually exist. Oh my God. Is this what other people are feeling all the time?
I don't know. I don't even know if that would do it for him.
Have you? No, but it's a joke, Gretchen. Have you read the papers about college conservatives doing mind expanding drugs for the first time and realizing other people actually exist for the first time?
Yeah, but like I think JD Vance is so fucking far back. He's so deeply fucking odd. You know?
Yeah, that's true. He's a pretty weird guy.
I mean,
He probably still try to fuck a couch in the middle of Skrillex and Dead Mouse's set. Which, by the way, Skrillex and Dead Mouse, is it Dog Blood that they do together? Fuck, I need to look it back up.
I fucked myself up so bad with it. I had a friend that loved Dead Mouse, and
it's Boys Noise and Skrillex.
Just to fuck with him, I would call him Dead Ma 5 because that's the way he spelled it, and it used to oh God, it used to drive Orion crazy.
Gretchen, you troll.
And
I mean that,
so
that
I just
was
kept
the
doing
point
it,
that
and
Joel,
now to this
Joel
day,
made
I
his
actually
name for
have
that.
to. I have to 100% check my fucking self before I say it because even to this day, I will just call him Dead Ma 5.
You trolled yourself.
I trolled myself.
You played yourself.
It was just
Just go quickly with the college conservatives doing like mind expanding drugs. Like I'm sure the experience, like the first time they do it, is like, oh my God, I am a fucking asshole. It's just
all those people were right.
The first time I went too deep, I like completely like disassociated. Like I experienced pure ego death, and like it was weird because like I was in the middle of a crowd of like 40,000 people, and I was trying to make my way out of it. But like to make your way outside of a crowd of 40,000 people while being the 40,000 people, it's quite the contradictive process.
I think I've had it all. I've been chased by dead babies, and I've been like in the middle of a silent disco, just wandering around stroking other men's beards for no apparent reason.
Silent discos are my favorite thing to DJ. Because like I fucking clean up on silent discos because like I feel like I notice like the amount of like green lights versus blue lights versus red lights, and like my sets, like I'm able to like accommodate to 4 on the floor while also giving that dirty bass while also like giving a danceable beat. And so like DJing silent discos is my favorite gig of all time because like I'm very competitive when I'm DJing against other DJs, and it's just a really fun environment because you get that instant feedback of like the lights of people with their headphones in the crowd.
Yeah, I think.
Sorry.
Not just no. I was just going to say not just with respect to the music, but with like the bit with the how can I put it? The experimental pharmaceuticals. It's just it's the feeling of just friendliness, like contentedness that you get with it, and that in conjunction with the music, with the environment, it is outside of like contentedness and happiness that I get when my kids do something amazing. Like I think it's probably the happiest I've ever been. It's just it's an amazing. I would never recommend that anybody do it because I don't think it's TOC appropriate to recommend it. But I have always enjoyed the experience as long as you've done it in a semi-responsible way. If that makes sense.
Have you guys ever seen the movie Black Sheep?
I have not, but really quick, let me say this in terms of like relation to John's position. I haven't like chemically altered myself since my son's been born, but I haven't felt more like excited since like I've like put my son in some sort of like specific stimulus environment and he's like chosen to act in a certain way. And so like I'll put like my house music on my my Xbox, and he has like this little like Fisher Price like DJ deck that he likes to like push himself up against and play. And like he'll like wiggle his booty more with like the music that I enjoy and I appreciate, and like that has just been like really enjoyable as like a parental experience.
It's like something my son he's 7, and I just had some old decking boards lying around, and my wife she wanted to start growing some strawberries, so she was like, "Can you just make me some planters?" I was like, "Yeah, okay, it's fine. It'll take half an hour, no big deal." Just went and got the tools off the van, and my son, we bought him a tool belt, but they're miniaturized, but actual real tools. They're not plastic, they're not injection molded plastic. It's an actual hammer, it's an actual spirit level, it's an actual screwdriver. And he insisted that he wanted to help. So we spent what would have taken me 20 minutes, maybe at the most, ended up taking about 2.5 hours. But Jack was just so enthralled, he was so engrossed in it. Like it's an amazing experience to have. Like, just he loved every second of it. Nothing was efficient about the process at all, but he was so happy. Like it's just fantastic. Yeah, and it's a contagious kind of happiness.
It really is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I brought up Black Sheep because it includes a scene that's kind of an example of my second favorite reaction to that kind of study. Like John's reaction, "Oh, I am the asshole." That's great. But my favorite is what happens to Chris Farley's character in that movie. He goes to rock the vote and he gets baked with a bunch of Rastas. And then it shows him sitting in there like, "Wait, so they get all the land, they get all the money." He's like explaining we got to tell somebody about this. We got to do something about this. Like they ask, who knows about this? What's being done? We got to get somebody on this. And then they realize, welcome to the fight, sweetheart. This has been happening, for 100 years. Glad to finally have you on board. But the joke in his instance is he goes out and he starts giving this really rousing speech and everybody's cheering, and then he ends it with "Kill Whitey." Just silence. Black Sheep. Yeah.
Okay.
Hold on, John. You're roboting.
It's because he's on his phone.
Yeah,
he's always got a shitty connection on his phone.
Integrate your connection to make sure that like we're getting the highest fidelity from your connection. That'd be best. But yeah, the entire like movie of Black Sheep is like a lesson in intersectionality. Like it's like sort of an introduction to intersectionality, like whether it be like gender intersectionality or like racial intersectionality. Like it's kind of a good place to start if a person is open to like critically assessing their position and their ability to like cast a vote or like engage in the democratic or electoral system in which they live in.
Dude, that was such a high level analysis of that movie. I would have just called it a slapstick comedy with Chris Farley in it, but it did have some pretty deep themes. No, you're totally right, because it was about an election, and there's a bunch of crime going on with the election, and there's a bunch of dynamics with the family because he's kind of the black sheep. It's the eponymous title of the movie. Yeah, no, that was a really in-depth analysis. Holy shit. RP, goddamn. I guess
Thank
you've
you.
seen the movie, right?
Yeah, no, I love Chris Farley. I love David Spade. I love those like 90s SNL names. But like also like, my best friend growing up was Filipino. The first relationship I was ever in with was a black woman. And so like I kind of have like a weird like intersectionality like experience that like most white people don't. But like I feel like these sorts of positions are important because like they're the white populace is so is such a majority in America that like we need to like consider the intersectionality of persons that don't have these same experiences. And so in order to do so, like you need to consider like completely different person groups from yourself.
And that's a good thing to do, and a lot of people don't end up doing it, which is a shame because you learn so much just exposing yourself to different people groups and different cultures and all of that, that it really opens the whole world up to you.
Yes, very well put, Zap.
Well, thank you.
I guess I'm kind of lucky in that like I grew up in a community that was like kind of like dealing with like a population shift of like being a majority Caucasian to being a majority Latino, because my hometown that I lived in was going through this transition to like being a majority of Latino residents, because there was this meat packing plant that was bringing a lot of legal residents from Mexico to the Midwest, just because Swiftco was offering a lot of good careers for these people that were willing to take like an entry level position. And so my best friend growing up, he's Filipino, but like because he's Filipino, a lot of people mischaracterized him as being Latino, just because our hometown was starting to skew a lot more like Latino heavy. And so like because of this, like my absolute favorite restaurant to dine at is a Mexican restaurant. Like I feel like a lot of my interests like growing up were skewed because of the demographic growing up, and that is absolutely not an issue at all. I actually wish that I had taken Spanish instead of German in high school, because it would have been a lot more utilizable instead of like being able to say ich habe eine Wassermelone in meine Hose.
Me gusta la biblioteca en la casa roja y
Right?
yo tengo dos bicicletas. Muchas gracias y de nada.
I heard that like you said that like I am glad about the library.
I
but
like
then,
the
like,
library, yeah.
Yeah,
Me gusta
yeah.
la biblioteca.
Beyond that, I had nothing. But
Vivo
like,
en la
ich
casa
habe eine
roja.
Wassermelone in meine Hose. I have a watermelon in my
Yeah.
pants, and that's about all I can say in German.
Yeah, I said I like the library. I live in the red house. I have a bicycle. Thank you very much, and you're welcome.
But now you can sing your own science songs during karaoke night, so it's all good.
Right. But my Filipino friend was like often like mischaracterized as like a Latino individual, and so even though like he was a very like obviously like Eastern Asian individual, he was just like automatically assumed to be like a Latino individual, which was like very interesting.
The cultures are very similar, so I mean, it kind of makes sense.
I mean, yeah, like Filipino language does incorporate a lot of Spanish language. It's like a combination
Yeah,
of
it's a
English
smattering.
and Spanish
Yeah.
into their Filipino dialect. And like they had these like Filipino dramas that like had this like combination of English and like Spanish, but like it was like an English Spanish soap opera.
It's a
It was super.
smorgasbord.
It was super interesting because like my first girlfriend was Filipino. Like her mother spoke Tagalog, and so like she was super used to like these like English, Spanish, Filipino soap operas, and so like I had to like sit there and like intake like these satellite programs of these English, Spanish, Filipino soap operas, and like try to like find some sort of like commonality or like humor to relate to this individual. And it was a fun experience. Like we definitely had a lot of fun doing it. She related a lot more to like video games than some of my later girlfriends and boyfriends.
Spanish television is hilarious. It's either hilariously dramatic and serious, or it's just hilariously silly, and I love it. It's great, especially when it's hilariously dramatic. I love the announcers they get for these hilariously dramatic show. Esta lunes en Amigas y Rivales. Like, it's so great.
We used to play this game where like neither of us spoke Spanish, but like both of us like had the context for like the Tagalog and the English.
Right,
that
yeah.
they would present that they would present in the program, and so we would make up the dialogue for some of these soap operas, and a lot of my dialogue just involved like baking food, like, oh, I made you the the like egg omelet for you waking up. How was your sleep, my darling?
That is easily one of the funnest and funniest activities humans can do. It's one of my favorite games from Whose Line Is It Anyway? And it's also responsible for my favorite comedy movie of all time, Kung Pao Enter the Fist, which I think is scientifically the funniest movie to ever exist. Okay, so you might just have to deal with that.
I actually I talked about Kung Pao and Steve Odenkirk and his entire company the other night. Austin, have you ever watched his Thumb movies?
Yeah, yep. Thumb
Yes,
Wars,
let's
Bat
go.
Thumb.
Yes,
Yeah.
God Thumb,
Yep.
fucking Thumbtanic. Like Steve Odenkirk is like legitimately like across the board a hilarious individual.
And then he made fucking Kung Pao, and he played basically every character in the movie.
Yep.
Which is
I am bleeding,
insane.
leaving me
Yeah.
the victor.
Yes.
Wee, wee, wee.
I have been called bad before. People say I do things that are not right to do. I do not believe in talk such as this. I am a nice man with happy thoughts all the time.
I'll take a pound of nuts. That's a lot of
That's
nuts.
a lot of nuts.
Yes, let's go.
First, a joke. What do you get when you cross an owl and a bungee cord?
My ass.
My ass. Enough.
Betty. Let's go. Oh my god. Austin, like I have like moved an entire like tier level to loving you.
Oh, that's great. I'm so glad.
You're
because
an
I can
amazing
quote that
person.
movie all day. I say I implore you to reconsider at least once or twice a day.
Let's go.
I love how multiple times in that movie I implore you to reconsider. Okay.
Hey,
That's all.
I've never seen the movie, but isn't it Bob Odenkirk?
Yes. No. Bob Odenkirk
it's Steve
is somebody
Odenkirk.
else. It's Steve Odenkirk. Yeah.
Yeah, Bob
There's two of
Odenkirk was a writer
two
for
of them?
SNL. Bob Odenkirk was Saul in Better Call Saul
Right.
Yeah.
and Breaking Bad. He was Mr.
I didn't know
Show.
there were two of them.
Steve Odenkirk is the lead of O Entertainment, the production company that developed Jimmy Neutron, and had like the tag of the monkey with the fucking third eye that was like, "Hi, I'm Paul."
Are they brothers?
I don't think so. I don't think they're even related.
Wow, crazy.
When you were talking about languages, I did want to. I spent an awful lot of time in Germany. A friend of mine was born in Germany. He was in a town called Heidelberg, famous for the university. And we started going to Germany. We'd go with the lads every summer, and we'd also go for New Year's because Germans seem like quite reserved and down to earth people. But you put fireworks in their hands at New Year's, they turn into fucking lunatics. But the
True.
but the thing was, it's the translation thing. We were out in a bar, and a mate of mine had been talking to this girl. They'd exchanged numbers, and she was like, "Oh, yeah, I'm going home. I'll they exchanged numbers. It was a good. It wasn't a date, but it was a good like meetup. And she sent him a message, and the text message was, "I'm in bed and I'm ready." And my mate got really excited. He was like getting in a taxi. He was fucking off. And me and my friend who speak a little bit of German were like, we had to translate it for him. He was like, no. That's the equivalent of saying like, "Oh, I'm so tired. I'm ready for bed." But because of the way he read it, because the way she translated it into English, he thought that she was propositioning him, as in like, "I'm in bed and I'm ready. Come over."
Oh no.
Yeah, exactly.
Unless she said guile, she probably wasn't ready
she was-
because guile is horny.
Gemütlich was super geil, yeah, guy.
He's so good. It's just schlecht.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
No,
Like,
I love German. Like I had a German foreign exchange student like stay with us, over a 4-week period, and we've been good like pen pals like ever since. But like English to German, it's a very specific sort of translation because there's certain things that can absolutely get lost in translation.
Because it's like sentence structure as well. The order of the sentence is different. So obviously what caused the problem here is when she said, "I'm in bed and I'm ready," like an English person would say, "Oh, I'm so ready for bed." But the sentence, because the sentence structure is backwards in that circumstance. But we told another friend of mine is that he was like, how do I say like where is the bathroom, like where's the toilet? And I told him that you should say
Wie geht's das Wasser.
Yeah, well,
I can't even do it, and I've had three years of German back in high school.
Yeah. Well, we told him we told him that it was "Wir geht's das Scheißekopf."
That's close enough.
No, we told him. So every time he was asking for the bathroom, he was asking for the shithead.
Die Scheißekopf.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get similar things in Spanish because the syntax is different there too. For instance, you wouldn't say mi burrito está no bueno. My burrito is not good. You would say mi burrito no está bueno. My burrito no is good.
Yeah, it's also, there are some aspects of like so that like if a native, or certainly in Spain at least, I'm not necessarily that familiar with South American Spanish syntax, but like a Spanish person from Spain, once it can seem quite rude, because what they'll do things like once they've understood the context of what you're saying, once they've got enough information, they'll go, bali 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 bali, and bali just means okay. It's like you can shut up now. I understand. I don't need the rest of what you're about to say. It's actually quite rude, but it's efficient also. You know?
Yeah. So when my partner and I got married, we did our honeymoon in Amsterdam. And Amsterdam is actually a pretty nice central location for Europe. So like,
it's also an incredibly liberal, fun city to go to. I recommend it. Yeah.
we did a night in Brussels, a night in Mainz, and a night in I forget what France region. But my partner, she's not a very feminine character. Like she likes a nice dark Kolsch like kind of beer, and like
right,
I have never developed any sort of like taste for like any sort of beer. Like I'm kind of a pussy if like you regard.
A Kolsch lager is a Kolsch is actually it's a type of glass, and it's a 200 milliliter ish glass. And usually a Kolsch is served. They usually get like a waitress who brings like a wheel, like a platter of them to the table, and the whole table pays for the platter. But you like a Schwarz lager or a dark lager, like is what you're talking about, I think. Yeah.
So like I'm like kind of a pussy compared to like my partner. Like she's a lot more masculine in her like beer taste, and like I'm like much more of a liquor taster. But like when we like had our like day in Germany, we were visiting a specifically like light beer section of Germany, and when she asked for a dark beer, our waiter said, "Oh yeah, you jump in the river and you swim 20 kilometers down the river, and you ask them for a dark beer." And it was one of like the most like fun parts of our honeymoon.
There's a see, I quite like the Schwarz lagers, the dark ales, but there's a place in Heidelberg, and it's called Vetter's. It's just it's an old brewery basically. It's the type of place where you go in, they serve schnitzel. It's like there's like old work benches everywhere. They've still got the original brewing equipment, and they serve their signature beer, or the beer that they're famous for is it's called Vetter 33, which is Vetter's 33. And that's because it's a 33% lager ale.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Dreizig is
dry and
30, and
Dreizig is 30 and dry is 3, so it's 33 dry and Dreizig. So it's a 33% by volume dark beer,
That's
It
heavy. That's
it's
really
mate,
heavy.
it's everybody who goes to Heidelberg it's kind of like an initiation where you go and you drink. They don't even serve it in pints. They serve it, like I said, they serve it in Kolsch glasses. They serve it in 200 ml glasses because it's probably not safe to serve in pints. You know?
Yeah.
But yeah, I love Germany. It's great, like especially the older parts, like the old town of certain cities. Just amazing. Yeah.
Germany is probably my single favorite rave experience in like my entire life. Like
Yeah, Berlin
we had to
is
like dress in all black in order
Yeah.
to be let into this Berlin club, and it was just like pure boots and cats like the entire night, and that's like my entire style as a DJ. It's just boots, kits, boots, kits, boots, kits.
Berlin. There's something for everybody in Berlin with respect to the clubbing scene. Everything from just a chilled out night out, having beers, having, going to a club, listening to some music, like pop crap, all the way up to the completely unhinged. It's all there in Berlin. It's an amazing city. I love it, really love it. I've never managed to get into Bergheim, but Bergheim, which is probably one of the most famous clubs in Berlin, they're really, really selective. They don't, like, if you're not a native German speaker, like, it's a sort of club where if you do get in, they put red tape, like red electrical tape, over the lens of the camera on your phone, and that's to stop people taking pictures inside. And like the bouncers, they will check like your phone. If you've taken the tape off, they'll kick you out, because it's the stuff that goes on in there apparently is absolutely nuts. Which isn't the reason why I tried to get in, obviously. But yeah, if you're not a native German speaker, Bergheim's a difficult club to get into. It's really difficult. And the only reason I know is because a friend of mine, he's half Scottish, half English, but he was born in England, but from the age of like 7 to about 14, he was raised in Germany. So he's got he speaks perfect German. He lives in Berlin now. So.
For Evan Porter, this Puss in Boots is super relevant to the kind of music that I spin. Here's a little example.
So they took me out to this club, this EDM club. I've never been to a place like this before. I guess they call it a rave or something. I don't know, not my thing. You know, the type of place where the music just goes.
Boots and cats and boots and catin. That's a common theme across house music. Is that boots in, cats in. The boots is like the kick drum. The cats is like the hi-hat between the kick and the snare, and the boots in cats. The cats is the snare, and so it's like kick and snare, or kick, hi-hat, snare, hi-hat, kick. So boots and cats and boots and cats,
And then back to the snare, right?
Yeah. It's that typical 4 on the floor disco beat, but with
and it's also just the basic beat for most basic forms of beatboxing. You know.
Yeah, yeah.
Obviously, it's a very dubstep thing, but it's when you get that build up.
But
No. I didn't know what the bit that I was going to say with respect to. I don't mean what you were talking about was dubstep. What I like dubstep thing where you get this slow increase in tempo, and then there's an epic drop off, and like the whole crowd goes nuts. I love that. It's just a great experience with respect to sort of like the clubbing experience. You know, like the whole crowd is synchronized. It's amazing.
Yeah, dubstep is typically like 140 BPM with like a whereas like a house beat is like like all night long. But I can easily go between the two.
Oh yeah,
Like,
I just I have such amazing, like me and my friends, we because it was again, this was in Berlin, like we were heading back to the Airbnb, like dripping in our own sweat, wearing like t-shirts on the morning tram with all of the commuters giving us like side eye, and we'd been out since Saturday. It was Monday morning and we were on our way home and we just hadn't stopped. It was absolute carnage. It's just just all of us like gurning like motherfuckers on the morning.
Oh god, gurning.
Yeah.
That's an entire other implication.
How many packs of chewing gum did you get through this weekend, John? 27.
Yeah, I love beatboxing. Beard of Empathy.
I want to make space for Beard of Empathy, implying Homestar Runner. The system is down, down, up, down, down, down. Homestar Runner is fucking goated. Let's
Dude,
go.
when I was in ROTC, we would do this as a sound off while we were marching. We would do the system is down, and it was great. I loved it.
I get the distinct impression that us three, and maybe Gretchen as well, if she was so inclined, would have a fucking epic time in a continental clubbing scene somewhere. It'd be lunacy, but it'd be fun,
Yeah, for sure.
Yes, Beard. Strong bad techno is the goat.
And I never thought I was particularly great at it, but my daughter likes it, and she'll ask me to beatbox for her. And she's loved it ever since she was little. And I feel like I've gotten better at it over the years of her life. So now I've had at least 8 years of beatboxing practice. I think I'm pretty good at it. You know who had an amazing beatboxing style? It's freaking Jonathan Davis of Korn. He has a really fascinating beatboxing style where he just
the whole section on Freak on a Leash is like super duper fun.
Yeah.
I actually one of my favorite.
By the way, Gretchen would not be amenable to any of that. You guys can go have your EDM fun, and I'm gonna go somewhere.
Sat in the corner drinking coffee, going, "These fucking
not necessary Gretchen status." Let's go.
No, I don't drink coffee, and I'm not gonna put up with fucking techno either. So it's like. Yeah, you can keep all that shit. I want to go find a punk rock club
fun
somewhere.
thing about techno
I'll be fine
is it's
all by
not
myself.
necessarily house. Techno is like
have
more
combat
about
boots,
like
will travel.
having a
EDM
big
is all
ass
techno
kick.
to me.
It's like blah 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 blah.
Anything
blah,
past
blah.
9 Inch Nails is all techno to me. All
You're
EDM
keeping
is
in
just-
step.
It's all the same.
In the line, got your chin held high, and you feel just fine, 'cause you do what you told.
That's a great one, but I think the best one by them is "I wanna fuck you like an animal."
Yes, Animal's good, and Hurt.
No.
Like his cover of Johnny Cash is fucking goated.
What? Did you just fucking say that?
Yes,
You know what?
I did,
Fucking
Gretchen.
cancel Arpy for real.
Go
You know
on,
what?
cancel
Fuck
me,
you.
cancel me. Let's do
Yeah.
it, chat.
Fuck
Cancel
you.
RP. Let's go.
His cover of Johnny Cash?
Is
You know Johnny
goated.
Cash covered that fucking song, right? You know where fucking Trent Reznor wrote that shit. Johnny Cash was the cover.
Okay. I
You are
admit
so
that.
fucking canceled.
You are
I fucking done, dude. Fuck you. That is unacceptable. Calling
Dude,
yourself
it's
a
an
fucking
amazing
musician.
I am a
Unbelievable.
dumbass little
Yeah, you
bitch.
are.
Johnny Cash covered Trent Reznor's "Hurt."
Yes.
Yes.
That is
Yes, he did.
absolutely accurate.
Yes.
But Johnny Cash's cover of Trent Reznor's "Hurt" is absolutely goated.
Yeah.
Can we agree on that?
It is one of the
No, we
best
can't.
covers ever
I
made.
disagree. I like the original better.
No, I think
anything
Johnny
off of Pretty
Cash's
Hate
cover
Are
is
you
so much
kidding
better.
me, Gretchen?
No way.
It
Anything
is,
off of
it
Pretty
is
Hate
the
Machine is fucking goated.
quintessential. Gretchen, you're
Period.
just
Yeah, keeping
objectively
it
wrong
step
about this. It is
in
the
the line.
quintessential perfect cover. Johnny Cash took
I disagree.
a gritty, dark, gothic techno song and perfectly translated it into a folk dirge.
I
And
hurt
it's
myself
so good.
today.
It's so good in both versions. I think it is a quintessential example of how to do a cover of
I've
another
never
song
heard
well,
anything. I've
especially
never heard
across
anything I like by
genre
Johnny
cover.
Cash.
You know
So
what?
that's where
You
I'm
know
at.
what? In terms of sound design, I'm about to blow your mind.
But you don't like
I
Ring of
know
Fire,
the chord
Gretchen?
progression of
I've
the
never
Johnny
cared for Johnny
Cash
Cash.
version
Never
of the
will.
song.
It's just a thing.
I think one of my favorite tracks of all time is actually "All Along the Watchtower." I think that's
that's a great one.
By
The
who?
Jimi Hendrix.
Jimi Hendrix.
Yeah, Hendrix,
I mean, I'm cool with that, but I never really cared for his shit either.
That's a cover too.
Okay, cancel Gretchen too. What the fuck?
What?
Jimmy
Just
was
because I don't like
amazing.
something? I can't help what my fucking brain decides it likes.
I'm just messing with you, Gretchen. But no,
You know,
Jimmy.
It's
do you know?
If I could decide what my brain likes, you really think I'd be fucking dedicated 30 years of my life to a band like 311? No, fuck no.
Gretchen, did you know that Jimi Hendrix was a
I didn't
left-handed
ask for
guitar
this.
player?
It just happened. Huh?
Did you know Jimmy was a left-handed guitar player? Yeah.
Yes, I did.
All right.
Yeah, he's left-handed
here's a
and he
super.
couldn't afford a left-handed
You know what? Let's
drag.
stop talking because all I hear is echo weirdness.
Yeah, I've got some heck now.
Sorry. I've muted it. Say your piece, and then I'll play my what do you even call it? Digital audio workstation recreation of the hand that feeds.
Yeah, I was just telling
my
the
favorite
anecdote.
aunt absolutely adored Jimi Hendrix, and I grew up hearing like everything about him, just ad nauseum. She loved Jimi Hendrix the way I love 311, and it's just I was just like, yeah, okay, I it's cool.
Yeah,
I don't get it.
I can understand why you would like if you've been bludgeoned with it like all through your childhood. Yeah, like you would get a bit like fed up of it, regardless of how good the music is. Like you would just get like fucking bored of it.
Yeah, and also it was her music, you know, and there's a bunch of stuff I don't like just because it was my dad's music, you know.
This might throw the cat amongst the pigeons. My favorite Korn track is "Wake Up."
Oh, that's a great one. Wake the fuck up. Yeah. The reason
You
there
are
was
my
like
brothers, each one I work.
I remember Korn from when they were just playing like local gigs around here, just doing like 9 Inch Nails covers and Skinny Puppy and shit. It was crazy. I honestly never thought they were going to amount to anything, and then
Yeah, Jimmy was just a little avant-garde. He came up with some things that changed the way we play guitar, and so that's why he's kind of a big name. But we can stop harping on it.
Yeah, I mean that I agree with. It's just it just never really grabbed me, you know.
Have you ever listened to his?
Same with Eddie Van Halen, but I never fucking cared for any of their shit either.
Have you ever listened to his version of the national anthem, Gretchen?
Yes, of course I have many times.
It's phenomenal, and it's emblematic of what he brought to guitar playing. That grungy, gritty tone, feedback, both as a metaphor and as a literal, sound modifier. It's very insightful, visionary.
Yeah, and then I got to hear more stories about him when I went in the Army because our Sergeant Major, I believe it was, served with Jimi Hendrix when he was in the Army.
Yeah, that's
And-
cool.
Shit,
Yeah.
I lost where I'm starting.
Wake Rider says Tool is definitely one of the best bands of all time.
There we go.
They're one of my favorites for
All
sure.
right, cancel Wake Rider. We don't say anything nice about Tool on this channel.
Oh, we really can't? Because I was about to say some nice things.
No, go ahead. It's just, that is one band that I've just been beaten over the head. My husband loves Tool the way I love 311, and I've never. I fucking hate him, and
as a guitar player, I love Adam Jones's guitar playing. I love
I get so much shit for it. Ironically, you know who didn't give me shit for saying I hated fucking
Danny
Tool?
Carey. Oh, yeah.
Danny Carey.
Let's try this on
I can
first.
respect that.
Papa Roach wasn't all bad.
Cut my life into pieces.
It's my last resort. Yeah.
Stars.
I played that cover version of it.
Yeah, no, that's the cover was great. Really like that actually. I've never heard that before.
Changed the whole fucking feeling of the song, huh?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Some of their newer stuff is good too, like American Dreams and Born for Greatness.
Yeah.
And
when they
I
stopped
Need
trying
Help.
to do the rap stuff, they got a lot better. They just went straight metalcore.
Yeah.
But
Do you call it
guys,
straight metalcore? Metalcore is a lot like stripped down.
Okay, straight new metal then. How about that?
Yeah, that's fair. That's fucking fair.
Yeah. But yeah, they were
Here,
still not one of my favorites, but
let me exhibit my DAW shit so I can just like close it out later so
Yeah,
we
go
can
ahead.
talk more about subgenres.
Okay.
Okay, so this is just like, you know, 9 Inch Nails, like unfiltered.
Oh, but I can't hear it.
Can't hear anything there.
Oh, okay. Here we go.
Oh.
Here we go. You hear that, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, now here's with an EQ. Now here's like with like my production.
You really got me.
Yeah, you got a bit more bourbon in tin hat.
Stop it.
And so
Don't go too long playing anyone.
Yeah, I know. Here's like my.
I got a 90-day copyright violation, right?
Okay. Here's my like isolated, completely like non original track like synth recreation. So then with like completely like royalty free. So I'm currently working on a Hand That Feeds remix, like completely like synth originated like house remix of the song.
What was the copyright for, Gretchen? Was this when you were doing the Ren stuff and things like that? Is that when you were doing a test?
No, Ren got cleared. Falling in Reverse was cleared.
Right.
It was the Daily Show.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah, I had to take a 15-minute training on what does and does not count as copyright violations.
That should be short enough that it shouldn't like.
Well, the way you were doing it, if you stop it every so often and like say something about it, because if you're making it educational,
mm-hmm.
then it's fine.
Cool. So I
Yeah,
think
like
my presentation should be fine.
So yeah, what you were doing was fine. Just you got to make sure you stop it every,
Well,
so often and say something. You have to add something to it.
Well, you just don't want to be in this situation where you just don't want to be in this situation. Yeah, it needs to be transformative, but obviously the AI doesn't it lacks context, so you don't want to get picked up by the AI whilst you're waiting for some
Right.
human in an office somewhere to review it and make a
But,
fucking decision.
Yeah. As long as you stop it often enough and like add some information to it, or some sort of education, or your own creative spin or something, I guess, then like if the algorithm catches it, then we can appeal it and you say, hey, but look what I did, and they'd have to give it to us. But
essentially what
I
I
just
was
straight
doing
played
was
a clip of
adding
the fucking Daily
what's
Show,
called an
and
ADSR
they didn't like
envelope
it.
to it. ADSR stands for attack, delay, sustain, and release. And so I was adding that type of attack, sustain, delay, and release envelope to the original track, which I ripped from Rock Band. Like that wasn't even like a studio isolation. It was just like the Rock Band isolated files from like Xbox 360.
Yeah, since I was playing like a TV show, they didn't even give me a warning or a flag. They just they took the whole fucking stream down. They killed it.
Really?
That's Warner Brothers for you. Warner Brothers are fucking ruthless. They don't give a single fuck.
Warner Brothers owns Comedy Central. I thought that was Paramount.
Europe. Well, aren't Warner Brothers currently trying to acquire Paramount?
No, Paramount just sold to
Warner Brothers.
Larry Ellison's kid.
I can't keep track anymore.
Just claim you're Jewish, then it will be fine, right? Yeah, the whole conspiracy thing. Yeah, just go. Just
according to Google AI, if you mean Paramount Skydance, led by David Ellison, yes, they are actively trying to acquire Warner Brothers Discovery.
Oh,
so yeah,
big time.
Yeah. This is the biggest fucking merger that we need to fucking like. We need to like fucking oppose this merger, like our
because they're
fucking
trying to
lives depend on it.
They're trying to buy Netflix too.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I don't like monopolies of any kind. I like the messy nature of different organizations, and like this. Any monopoly is a fucking bad idea.
Yeah. So. Anyway, yeah.
Oh. Was that Zap?
But yeah, go ahead and talk about Tool all you want. Have fun.
Me.
It was probably me. What did I do?
I'll even keep my Tool hate to myself for a little bit, so you guys can all like be Tool nerds.
The thing with Tool is that I can respect it that they're all amazing musicians. I love their drummer especially, but the music itself for me just doesn't get it, But I totally respect them. I think they're awesome, but it's not like I'm gonna Tool.
Lateralis is one of the
my
greatest albums.
My biggest
I've
problem
ever
with
listened to.
Maynard, it's like Maynard buys his own fucking hype, and I don't like that.
Yeah, that's true.
So,
He's a recluse, and he's definitely on the odd side.
Yeah. So.
One of my favorite things that he does, though, he's really quite a showman. He gives a phenomenal performance. He always talks to the audience as he performs for them, and he tells jokes. And some of his jokes are just brilliant and hilarious. Like every time I've gone to see him, He's done this joke at least once. He'll when they go to introduce the next song, he'll say, this next song, like all the others, is about anal sex." I just love the
who doesn't like
the
Bum Club,
others
really?
he adds in there. Like, just so you know.
I miss the days of Avenged Sevenfold when just in the middle of the show, the whole band would just disappear and go take a break for like 20 minutes. And Sinister Gates would be out there just riffing with his guitar just for 20 minutes.
Did you guys
shooting the shit with the crowd, telling jokes, and just,
Yo, Jay
improvising. And
Moolah,
it was
check this shit out.
fucking hypnotizing. I loved it.
Oh,
We
yeah.
have to do that
That's what I'm
anymore.
talking about. You finally watched it? Yeah.
No, I'm about to watch it tomorrow. Mrs. RP just finished Project Hail Mary, the book, and she's like, "You better download it tonight because we're watching that shit tomorrow, and we are doing it straight up."
That's what I'm talking about, man.
We got the 2K, the 2160p.
That's
like
beautiful.
we're watching it at fucking 28 gigabytes.
Man, that's
It's going on. It's going on. So we can finally talk about Project Hail Mary tomorrow night stream. Let's go.
That's awesome, man. That's what I'm talking about. I just woke up in the best of moods to such a great song. You know what I'm saying?
I'm there with you, J Money. Let's break physics a bit more, right? You know?
Yeah, I love it, man. You're gonna love it. I'm telling you, RP. You'll see. Right, John? It was good.
Look, it was a good film.
Tiff, Tiff, if you don't mind, let's go back to just kicking him every night. Because, we do actually need the engagement.
Who?
I mean, as fucking trolls go, Cypherbox isn't quite that bad.
Well, obviously, with all the talk about
sorry,
music,
Kip, but after we get to our 1,000 subs and we're rolling along, then sure. But until then,
Bugoos, what's up?
Let's get our nightly little piece of engagement out of Cypherbox and then kick it.
Jay, can I ask you something as the resident theist on the panel?
Cypherbox gets his 24 hours every night.
You're not a Christian, right? Do you identify as a Christian?
I mean, listen. Do Christians get money? You know what I'm saying? Because if they do, I'm just fucking around.
Try not to do that until after we.
I give respect to everybody, and if I have an affinity with something, it is Christianity. Like if I have any type of weak spot for this theism stuff, I was raised on it, but I don't qualify, Austin, as a Christian.
Yeah.
Right?
That's good enough for me to ask the question I want to ask.
Yeah.
Do you think the biblical Adam and Eve were real?
I believe that.
Like they actually existed?
A lot of people.
Come on, Evan.
I'm not sure if they were exactly
golden arm. So that's something, right?
My fault, Rich. I couldn't hear you. What you said?
Yeah, Gretchen. Jay
I was talking to Evan in the chat. Sorry. Go ahead, Jay.
I was saying, like, I don't know, you know what I'm saying, if they was real or not, based on the story. If you're trying to go, like, according to the story, right, then obviously that's questionable. I would lean more towards no. But, like, the stories are human, right? Like, human stories. There probably was a woman named Adam and a woman named Eve and a guy named Adam. You get what I'm saying? I've met a man named Adam before in my lifetime.
Yeah. Here, let me put it to you this way. Do you think there was a pair of humans ever that didn't have a mother and a father?
Not genetically, no. Like, they had to have it genetically, for sure, 100%.
Well,
100%.
so I know this is your line of questioning, AC Sims, but how would you not have a mother of, like, with respect to any other thing, any of the
consideration. Like, how would you have a mother and how would you have a mother and a father but not have a mother and a father genetically? What does
No,
the
this is what I'm
genetic
saying.
modifier
They
do?
they had to have it genetically. Like nobody comes about in life without that happening genetically. But then you got people that abandon their kids. You know what I'm saying? And they don't got a mother and a father. It's a kid in the world with no.
No. I don't mean somebody who doesn't have their mother and father in their life. I mean somebody who wasn't created by a sperm from their father going inside of their mother's uterus and fertilizing an egg in there and then being born. So somebody who didn't have a man and a woman who didn't have a mother and a father.
Yeah, forget the anthropological and the sociological context. Just focus
What
on
I'm saying
the
is
biology of the species. Yeah.
That's impossible. So, like when I take verbiage, I consider all aspects of it because there's people that might get confused. So that's why I clarify. I know what you mean.
Yeah. No, we're
but that's all I'm
clarifying.
doing.
We mean a biological mother and father.
Yeah. No, I get that, and that's impossible for something to be born without a biological male and female.
Okay, so then you don't believe in that version of a biblical Adam and Eve, like a literalist version where God created Adam and Eve out of nothing. It is possible to still believe in Adam and Eve and think that they were just like the first human in the evolutionary process that was self-aware enough to have a soul. There's theological answers to it. I was just curious what your take was on it. And I had a debate on it recently, so if you're more interested, you could go watch that.
Yeah, I would. I mean, link it, but my thing is, right. This is my biggest gripe with the Bible and that theism is that you can't tell when it's allegorical, when it's literal. You understand when it's metaphorical. Like even the smartest minds, when it comes to those words, would tell you, "Oh, that was rhetorical. That wasn't literal." Like, dude, like how was I supposed to know that? Right? There was never no cliff note telling me this is allegorical, whatever. This is just you telling me.
There's lots of cliff notes.
Yeah, so I don't know, but so I don't know what to take literal. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to that book, that's why factual claim.
It's possible to take things literally
you can buy
figuratively at
Bibles
the
with
same time.
commentary and study Bibles, and there are actually literally Bibles with cliff notes.
I mean,
and
see,
footnotes
I never knew
and
that.
stuff like that.
I didn't know that.
There's lots of them.
Just found out about that right now. So
We studied them. We use them in the UK for our religious studies. You've got you've got the page, the original page of whatever version of the Bible. So, like for example, the King James, and then you've got the col notes. That's on the right hand page, and then you've usually got the col notes on the left hand page, which is kind of like the interpretations or the historical analysis of it. And in some circumstances, the translation of it, because the old language doesn't, with respect to meaning, doesn't translate directly. We call them anthologies in the UK, at least.
Well,
and it's how we teach people how to interpret like historical text. You get the same with like Shakespeare as well. Like you've got the original version, and then you've got the modern language version of it on the other page, and how it should be interpreted with respect to cultural context. So like the "I bite my thumb at you, sir" is explained as an insult. It's explained as like flipping the birdie, throwing a middle finger, for example.
Got it.
I was raised by people, Jay, who think that there was a man and a woman that didn't have a father and a mother and weren't born, but were made by God, speaking magic words into clay shaped like a man, and then taking a rib out of that man and shaping it into a woman. And I eventually came to realize that was a scientific absurdity. We can't have possibly had a man and a woman that didn't have a mother and father, not without magic and miracles, right? So that was a big part of my deconstruction. So I was just kind of curious what your thoughts on it were.
Yeah, I mean, my thing is, all right, you see, you tell me stories, and if I pull, not you, I'm saying like the people, like the Bible pushers, they tell me stories, I run with it.
Yeah, it's the royal you, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's I either choose to run with it or I don't. But some people, they just obey, like they turn off that critical thinking. That's what those words teach, to like not think for yourself. You understand? Once you fall for that,
That's why they
anything.
like
Like,
to
once you
get
that
them
type of
young,
person,
stop them
it could
from
be
ever
anything.
thinking
Well, I'm
critically in
sorry.
the first place.
Yeah,
But
lean not on your own understanding, but trust in the Lord, right? Yeah.
Is
that's
that
what
like Mark something? Mark 11?
once you become that type of person, you become vulnerable for anything. Like, it could be anyone else. You could be like, I know you into combat sports. You could be in a martial art. You'll subject yourself to the worst of trainings. Like, you ever heard of the dude that was beating up on Tony Ferguson? I forget his name. I forget his name now. You probably know about him. Some weird dude. Like, he was just messing up Tony Ferguson's life, and then he ended up cutting him off. But he was like beating on him with sticks. You know what I'm saying? Doing all kinds of stuff. Like, absurdities that you would never do to a fighter. Like, he was
Yeah,
doing
yeah. Bullshito. Yeah, it's a
yeah,
common thing.
bullshito, exactly. But the
Yeah.
thing is, Tony Ferguson was believing it. So once you become susceptible to it, it could be something as simple as fight training, and you'll fall for it. You understand what I'm saying? It's about the person. That's how I see it. And you broke through it. You see, your mind was too strong to come to that. You get it?
Can you tell me if this verse is like equitable to that notion or not? Like, it's completely valid if like you disregard this, but Mark 13:11 says, "When they bring you to trial and hand you over, do not worry beforehand about what you are to say, but say whatever is given you at the time, for it is not you who speak, but the Holy Spirit."
Exactly. That's basically telling you that thing in your head that you call a brain, that conscious in yourself that you have, that voice, suppress it, throw it away, because you don't think with your head, you think with this head, you think with this spirit, not the one in you. Like, what you think you know, disregard it and pick this up. This is what you gotta roll with. You understand what I'm saying? My plight, not your plight. That's what that shows me. You see what I'm saying? I see the human being behind that trying to drop down this manipulation. You see what I mean? Like, that has nothing to do with divinity claims or an actual God out in the fabric of this reality. You know? That's just a human trying to pass over deception. That makes sense.
Yeah, but we do make contact with reality like on a fairly regular basis. So
Yeah, but we have limitations.
Yeah, of course we have limitations, but that's how we know. Like, our limitations are how we know that we're like contacting reality. Like, you know, our desires, our wants, etc. They're kind of irrelevant when it comes to like reality is just going to steamroller us. You know,
not really.
You have to accept it, right?
Reality.
Can we define the epoch of reality, like the 0.0.0?
The stuff, the primordial stuff, right? Like the stuff. I mean, we
yeah,
have.
I get what Uppy was saying. Like, our consciousness is also part of reality. So is our consciousness steamrolling our consciousness? I get it. It's more to do with like expectation. Like, you were talking earlier about the like the fighter that got his ass handed to him with the stick, right? I think I know. Yeah. But with that it was like when you see these fights get like where they're like martial artists who claim to have mastered chi, and then a mixed martial artist comes along and just fucking wipes the floor with them.
Yeah, just bodies them.
Yeah, just absolutely tanks them. You know, that's what I'm getting at. Like, reality steamrollered them. Their delusion is no more. It's gone because they're drooling into the carpet. Their nose is broken. You know.
No, I understand that, but it was never delusion. It was manipulation, John. That's the difference. Like, all right, you got people that are delusional like that, and then they eventually hit a wall, right? But the people you talking about are not delusional. They're manipulators. They're deliberate. They know what they're doing. They practice the art of bullshito. Like, you don't think they know that when they do that little gesture, the guy who's acting like he just got electrocuted and fell, didn't
Yeah.
really get electrocuted and fall. You don't think he
No,
knows
it's true. It's a cliche that students have to be taught how to react to the master's techniques.
Yeah.
This is what I'm saying. So it's legit manipulation. You understand what I'm saying? So when you understand
No.
that, you realize there's nothing real behind that.
Yeah, that's fair, and it does take just the problem is I think it's the sheep-like behavior with respect to humanity. Like, are we like when this sort of stuff happens? Like a lot of people like they look sideways and like, are we really playing along with this? And everybody else is playing along with it, so they play along with it too. And it takes one courageous individual to just go, you know what, fuck you, and slap you upside the head. But that's a reality changing, right?
Yeah, that's what it is. And that's why I'd rather die than to live and not be that person. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I'd rather just, because I already know what's going to happen one day. It's nothing to preserve.
Before anybody says, like, I don't mean it actually changed like the texture of reality physics. I just mean with respect to perception, social context, it's reality changing. That's what I meant.
And by the way, what you're talking about, John, that is a real thing that happened in mainland China. Freaking Zhu Xiaodong is the guy's name. He's an MMA fighter who's been going around challenging these fake masters and just wiping the floor with them. And the Chinese government hates it because he's destroying this myth around these traditional martial arts that they're freaking, you know, like Lonesome Dove, you know, Johnny Wu level powerful, and really just direct straight punches and takedowns and side control and all these basic pugilistic principles easily dismantle it.
There's a guy in the UK. There's a guy in the UK called Marcus Meakin, and he's got a whole part of his channel is something called Mad Lads. And it's just like crazy people that you wouldn't believe. And he's got a whole, like, it's an hour-long video on the Mad Dog, and basically it's just him laughing his ass off, where the Mad Dog like rocks up to like different dojos all over China, just challenges them, beats the fucking tar out. The guy's been arrested in China, because he's like culturally disrespectful.
That's the guy.
Yeah.
That's the guy.
But it's totally based. It's an evolution in martial arts that absolutely needs to happen. These kind of culty mindsets need to be exposed, because what they end up doing, and this is why Zhu Xiaodong is such a mad dog about what he's doing, is they convince people that they can defend themselves when they actually fucking can't. They're probably even worse off at defending themselves than someone has no training, because at least they weren't trained wrong, right? They aren't literally Wimp Lo. Oh, never mind Wimp Lo. He's an idiot. We trained him to fight wrong on purpose as a joke, you know? Like,
I am bleeding, leaving me the victor.
My finger points.
But you're absolutely right, and it's why actually the mixed martial arts community, with respect to self-defense, has provided a great service, because like there was always this old like, which martial art is better, which one is best, this one's best, that one's best, this whole argument. Now, as soon as you introduce them into an MMA environment, it turns out that actually no single one of them is the best. It's an amalgamation of different skills with respect to the problem that you're facing at the time. Like we were discussing earlier, you know, you need to be able to strike. Like if you don't know that when you punch somebody, you need to make sure that you've got a nice tight clenched fist, and that your fist is aligned with your wrist. Otherwise, that feeble joint is going to fucking break when you clatter with something with your whole body weight. That's a problem if you don't know that. And it's also a problem if you don't know that, for example, when you compress the jugular and the carotid at the same time, that it cuts off the blood flow to your brain and you go to sleep in seconds.
Exactly.
A figure four or a rear naked choke. Like, I don't care how fucking big you are, you're going to sleep. Your brain will not function without fucking oxygen. And you need to know it. You know?
And it only takes 5 hours to knock somebody out. 5 pounds.
Maybe your brain won't function without oxygen, but I'm just built different.
Somebody's I smoke that.
When we used to do the training, we used to treat people. We used to teach people to do figure fours. And it's because the shape your arms make when you look top down, it looks like a letter 4. And when we used to do the training, when you told people you're going to go to sleep, we were like, there's a good chance you might wet yourself. Don't worry about it. And then you put them to sleep.
I hear crazy echo. It's hard to pick up what you're saying now. So I hear crazy echo.
Yeah, there's an echo.
Maybe because the screen, like, I don't know, like maybe it's because of the screen or people, actually the echo just went away.
Yeah, I got you.
So good. But yeah, so, listen, man, anybody kicking that God stuff, God is a concept. And I keep telling people that. People want proof of this concept, right? A concept is just that. It's a concept. Yo, Puggles, get some good sleep, get some good rest. You ready? Peace and, all the good stuff. You heard?
Yeah, we love you, Puggles.
Yeah, and also Puggles. Yeah, is it nice to see like old boys getting slapped around a ring? No, it's not nice, but it was necessary because they were making some fucking insane claims and they needed to be put in their place. Like reality hit them upside the head, and I don't care how old they are, they kind of deserved it because they'd been shitting bullshit for fucking 1,000 years.
I mean, that's kind of base. I love seeing myself slapped about like around the ring,
Yeah, and the irony is that usually this happens even after they quibble over what the rules are going to be. Oh, you can't do takedowns, you can't do kicks, you can't do this, you can't do that. In a real fight, you can't go, oh no, that's not allowed, you can't do that. Somebody's attacking you, you can't tell them no takedowns allowed.
Exactly, and people do that. That's the thing. Like, there's no such thing as a fair fight.
I love Puggles' interpretation of a rear naked choke or a figure four. Put my neck in a comfortable vice. It kind of is a comfortable vice actually, because it equalizes pressure. It doesn't feel like you're being like when you have it done to you. You just kind of like switch off. You just kind of go for sleepy time for a minute. It doesn't feel like aggressive. It doesn't do any permanent harm, damage. It's just it's like a tourniquet. It just applies equal pressure to your neck, which cuts off blood flow to your brain, and you only need to do it for a second or two, and you just go to sleep and piss yourself.
Yeah, if it weren't for the squeezing, it would almost feel like a hug. Not that I need one of those.
That shit is not a pleasant experience. But like, if you ever been put to bed like that, like involuntarily, it's not a good experience. You know what I'm saying?
No, like the bit that I found really nasty when it happened to me, it wasn't the experience of being put to sleep. It was actually the nausea when I came to that was the worst part. Like, you feel really fucking sick afterwards when you, or at least I did at any rate. I woke up.
I loved it. That was probably the best part for me, the euphoric sensations. But like going out, I mean, like the experience of like, you see how you're sitting there and then like pressure gets applied and then little by little your air, supply gets cut off, and then up until the point where you out.
Yeah, but it's not.
It's not pleasant. Yeah,
but the mechanism is what like you're never not able to breathe. Like, you're not putting enough pressure on the person to compress the windpipe. You're not choking them. It's the compression of the blood vessels that feed oxygen to the brain, and that's why it works so quickly. Like, how long can you can you hold your like you can hold your breath for quite a long time. You will, like, when you're holding your breath, you would remain conscious for minutes. But but it's not that you can't breathe. That's the thing that I found. Again, it's an odd sensation. Like, you just start like drifting off. Your brain just starts going. Your brain just nopes out, but you can still breathe.
That's not the same. A lack of oxygen is not having your oxygen supply cut off, right? Like, you might have a little bit of oxygen and be able to, and then just go out, right? But there's a difference between no oxygen. Like, if I'm pressing right on your windpipe and you can't get nothing in it, you can't even gasp. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, but it's kind of like if you were drowning, if you were struggling for, like, there's this panic that, like, your body starts flailing, it starts doing like it. That doesn't happen when you just cut off the blood supply to the brain. The brain just sort of gently and quietly stops
stops controlling the body. It's a weird sensation. But not only is it a weird sensation to do it to a person, it's also a weird sensation to have it done to you. But most people who have trained in these martial arts know both of those experiences, right?
For me, like when, because like I've never drowned, thank God, you know what I'm saying, and I've never been like murdered via like suffocation, thank God. So I mean, I don't know the true extents and extremes to both, right? But like I've been put in a chokehold and like, you know what I'm saying, like not put completely out, but like, you know, I wasn't able to breathe, right? But I was thinking about how to get out of it. So I get what you're saying, like you in. I think it's the mind. I think that's the difference, John. You touched on it. You said you panic when you underwater drowning, right? When you in that chokehold, you might be panicking, but your mind, right? Your mind is always constantly to get out of it.
Yeah, your body doesn't flail around. It doesn't express it in the same way. There's a different mechanism at play. Yeah, I could go that far. Yeah,
it's like if you're drowning in the ocean, you know you're probably gonna die. You get what I'm saying? You're in a fight with somebody grabbing your neck. You're thinking, let me try to get in here, that way, contort this. You know, your mind is doing something different. I think the mind is the reason for the panicking. But just cutting off oxygen, right, to the brain is crazy. Right? I don't think that's ever good.
It's so efficient. I had a girlfriend. She wanted, like, it was probably be careful here. It was in an environment which was safe, but that I wasn't comfortable with, and she wanted me to basically render her unconscious with a choke, and I was like, I'm not fucking doing that. And she's like, why not? I'm like, firstly, it's not necessary. Secondarily, I'm a bit concerned as to why you want me to do that to you. And what I had to try and explain to her was that it's not something that you do without risk, but also I can't really wrap my brain around the person who would think that it was somehow a pleasurable experience.
You're a
like,
tease.
People into what they're into. You feel me?
I'm kidding.
You don't cut off the oxygen to somebody's
anaerobic
brain.
is like dangerous shit.
Yeah, you don't cut off the oxygen to somebody's brain for a fucking trivial reason, and this was a trivial reason, you know.
I mean, listen, some girls, that's the only way they're gonna get there, man. Like, listen, it's just, it is what it is, John. Like, some girls, like, they just want that. And
I think them girls are pH freaks.
Hey, listen, that happens. Listen, we need freaks in the world. This world wouldn't be as magnificent without
freaky
freaks,
deakies
right?
need love too. Okay,
I didn't say she wasn't fun. It was just like a line I wasn't prepared to cross. All right.
I mean, you don't gotta go Jason Voorhees on her, but you know, a little, you know, a little something, like, you know what it is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you know what? Even if that's the only way she can get there, that doesn't justify her asking her partner to do something he's not comfortable with.
Without an NDA or whatever, not an NDA, what they call that, waiver. You better sign that waiver, bitch.
Yeah, but I'm sorry. Even with some kind of
you don't know everything that person's been through. That could cause some like serious fucking trauma for him, even if nothing goes wrong. You know.
Well, it's not even.
You want to saddle him with that?
It's not even about the trauma that it would cause for me. It's the fact that whilst it is generally considered to be safe, the trivial reason for the request with respect to the risk was something that I wasn't prepared to engage with. Can you imagine what it would be like? Like knowing that there was some trivial pleasure that would have been derived from the experience, but the potential risk, the potential outcome was like brain damage for this person. Like, fucking no, I'm just not doing it. Like,
I hear what you're saying.
It wasn't a good enough reason.
I get what you're saying for sure, 100%. But there's like a how can I explain? Like, a person does that, they're looking for a certain level of engagement. They're looking to be triggered, like wired a certain way, right? So it's like okay, you might not want to do that, right? But you're gonna do something, right? You're gonna compensate with something. I'm pretty sure you didn't just say, "Oh well, since you want to be choked, unfortunately, I can't fuck you. You gotta leave now."
No, she was in.
Yeah, why
she,
not? Why not just say, I'm sure there's someone out there that's willing
Well,
to do that to you
when I'm
without fucking
listening to
themselves
what I'm
up?
saying,
Go
if
find
you
them.
heard, you didn't listen to what I said. Like, you obviously adjusted. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, you did something else and y'all compromised. You get what I mean? So if you don't feel comfortable, like this part, she just wants to be. It's a certain level of extra she wants, right? So if you don't give her that, like, I'm pretty sure there's some middle ground. I doubt she's just saying, "Choke me the fuck out," like
sorry, super
Excuse
quick. Beard. It does need to be an ecstasy-soaked lemon wedge. Like, if we're going to go down that route, let's get it right. British politicians are very specific with how they like their orgasms to function. So let's go all the way.
She's not just saying kill me or threaten me. I'm just so fucked up in the mind. She wants to get off. Like, she's trying to get shit off. She's not saying murder me. She's trying to say make me feel like you trying to murder me.
All right.
Yeah.
How about
Welcome to Async, everybody. We've got everything. Martial arts, coming. We've got science debunks, music.
How about we
Coming again.
emulate 12 bars of a phrase?
I don't even know how we fucking got here. I love it. I don't know how we got here. Never mind.
12 bars of a phrase. Let's go.
We gotta make you do it because that right there, that could be a good story. I know.
It gave me 8/16-bit vibes.
You want to hear how it sounds like with like other accompaniments?
Go for it.
I mean, like a baseline, right?
All right, because that was a single accompaniment. That was like the main melody.
Oh, okay,
yeah. Okay, like this next iteration, I'll add the drum kit to it. Right?
Mm-hmm. For sure.
I want to hear the snare and the thumper.
I'll even add a stab to it. All right, so that was a drum kit and the original melody. Now, do you want to hear it with the original melody and the harmonies with it?
That sounds like Miami shit.
It will fill out the entire spectrum.
Is that going?
Bit of empty. I'd love to hate fuck gently too.
Now, that sounds good. could hear myself spit that.
We'll do it without the original sample, so we don't get
Sounds like some background music for Miami Vice or Beverly Hills Cop.
That's good.
That's what I'm getting.
Axel Foley shit. All right, this is Axel Foley shit without the the
giddy
copyright
up.
shit.
You remember my nickname, you fucker. Everybody, you need to call me Axel Foley because I'm the whitest of white guys, but I have Foley as a surname. And obviously Axel Foley was portrayed by Eddie Murphy, who's like the blackest black man. So it was just an ironic joke.
All right, well, here we go for your namesake.
That sound like different mode. Come on back.
This is a video game, isn't it?
Not at all. This is just a single track.
Nah, I like it. Yeah.
It is amazing how different layers, like or extra layers, this additional depth, how you see the music. Like you can barely see the original beat anymore. My brain's not wired that way.
Like if you slow down, it could be like the music, like Scarface, remake montage. You know what I'm saying? Like Scarface, do a montage, slow that down.
Sorry, RP.
Let me.
The echo is too much, man.
You've got a massive echo on screen.
How about that? Is that better?
Much better. Perfect. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll slow this like way down to like 80 BPM, and like this is nothing that's like in the Scarface I guess films.
You would have to, adjust it, but I can see
bit of empathy saying that the echo killed what I said. I said that I'd love to treat you unconscious and it would make me come. Sorry, moving on.
See, this is why I would never make RP a song, because if he wants one, he could just make one himself. It almost seems like it would be insulting to make him a song.
I do appreciate that.
That's. I mean, if he
Can I make the right call on that one?
Yeah, it's valid. If he feels that way, it's valid. But like me, generally, if you want to dedicate something, do it. That's coming from your heart.
Yeah, but see, like I'd love to make Joel and Mezzo a song, but they're both musicians. I wouldn't feel right doing that.
Again, it's coming from your heart. You're not a musician.
Although
you as soon as
if any of you guys are musicians, Blitz gave us a pretty good clue of what he would like to hear.
Yeah, what was that?
Because I've been working on a song for Blitz with taking the tune from. Actually, maybe Arby could help with that.
I could.
Would it?
Maybe.
Would it?
I want to take the music from "It's the End of the World as We Know It" from REM, and I wrote my own. I wrote my whole own lyrics about flat Earth and fucking young Earth creationists and science deniers.
I want to hear these lyrics.
I'll post them for you. It's like, in fact, you would get an extra kick out of it, Austin. Trust me.
Yeah, I've been working on my own song about that exact thing that I been working on my own song about that exact thing that I call fuck anti-science bullshit.
Okay, well,
It's a.
I don't know if mine's quite that creative, but
I'm not sure if my
Yeah.
relationship with music is normal in that I technically can I create can I play some instruments? Yeah, I can play a piano. I have an
But
understanding.
anyway,
I can
when
read
I
music.
when I asked Blitz, I
Yeah.
told him I've been working on a song, and I know you don't like AI music, but is it cool with you if I make you one? And he said, I'd really rather you didn't, but do what you're gonna do, but I'd really rather you didn't. He goes, what I'd really like is for someone to get a hold of it, because that song that he uses at the end of his videos, Dr. Blitz, the Quantum Sage, that one. He lost the original to that. He would like to hear somebody that actually plays music make that into a full fucking song.
I'll be.
I mean, and
Yeah.
I would be down to write lyrics for that if we could get a group of musicians together to actually come up with the rest of the music
I
for
mean,
the song.
there's got to be somebody in the community that could make that happen. I mean, obviously Gretchen's not skilled enough, but like, there's got to be somebody in the community who could do it. Right?
I mean,
Come
I
on,
could
man.
do it
We're
with
on the panel
AI,
with somebody.
but
We on the panel with somebody. RP's right there. He could do it if he wants to.
I could totally like cook up a demo in Suno for it. But if we can find some musicians to actually play the shit, I mean,
here's like a rough MIDI.
we would get Blitz's
Oh, there's that echo.
Yep, that's the song. All right. Hang on a second. Where did I put it? Hold on.
Like I got the rough
Oh, I put it
MIDI
in there.
outline. I can
What
like absolutely turn those voices into like shit that doesn't sound like fucking Roland like keyboard dumbass banks.
Can I make a like? Obviously, Blitz has
Yeah, I
got
mean-
a pretty large. Like, how many subscribers does Blitz have? He's got a pretty sizable channel.
10K, 20K,
channels,
50K.
Yeah,
like 25, 30K between his two channels, and then I don't know, probably a lot more on TikTok.
But RP, given that you do this for fun, basically, and I'm not suggesting that you give away your skills for free. I would never suggest that. But why don't you like put something together for him and just like fire it at him and go, hey, look, I'd love, like, we love your channel. We've made this for you. Have this in exchange for a plug. Like push people our way.
Yeah, he couldn't afford my
Honestly,
he couldn't afford me, honestly.
and Blitz, if we actually asked Blitz, I'm sure he would plug us anyway.
I know we would, but it's nice to have some kind of
mean,
reciprocity, right? To give something in return.
Half
right?
the people involved in this channel are fucking Blitz moderators, So.
Yeah, but so what? Like collaborate, like work together, like do quid pro quo. Why not?
Blitz would like it if you made a song for him. I think. Well, who wouldn't like that?
He would, but like the amount of like convincing him that this would be a good move would be like I guess like too much effort on my part, because like my efforts on like certain album platforms have gone double gold. So like I wasn't trying to undermine your work, specifically for fun, instead of like any sort of like
what he really wants is like actual musicians playing his song.
Yeah, but I was just
so
thinking
he can
with
use it.
I was just thinking with respect to the channel. That was all. Like I wasn't trying to give away your skills for free, and like I don't even know if Blitz would care. Like,
yeah,
but it was
I
just
get that.
Yeah.
I bet you he would love it. I bet you if you just made him a Suno song like the way you just do for everybody else, anyone else.
Oh, Jay, you hurt my heart. Suno?
No. I'm saying like
with
Gretchen. I mean, like, you know what I'm saying? Because Gretchen,
I would have to use
reaching out. Like if Gretchen on her own, right, on her own with no help, just wrote the words, made the song, right? And say, yo, Bliss, I did this for you. He gonna be touched by that, I think. He gonna be like, oh wow, no one's ever done this for me. You know, I don't know how he sounds. I
That's the
can't do
thing. Someone did do it for him once a long time ago, and
Yeah, I know,
but it's
but
only a clip of a song, and he uses it as the outro on all of his videos.
Dr.
Only
Blitz,
he
the
lost the full
quantum sage.
he lost
that's
the
what
full
I'm telling
version
you.
a
So
long
you telling
time ago,
that makes it
and
easy. That still means my
and
point.
he wants someone to make him a full version again. So
That still means my point because you're telling me that it's a song. I thought you were talking about a song like that he made that was his or something like that he lost. You telling me
no, I
someone
believe
made the
it's
song for him?
someone made it for him. Yeah. So
Yeah, so if you make one for him, you're gonna like it too. It don't matter if it's AI now. It's the fact that you fucking forget it. I don't know if it's coming
Yeah,
across.
like it's the distinction. Like, if you're good at doing something, you shouldn't do it for free. There should be probably a degree of reciprocity, even if the only thing that you
Yeah,
get
I
back
did that for
is
way too many years.
yeah, even if the only thing that you get back is legitimate, like respect or gratitude. You don't do something for nothing, because that is it just engenders the
I do all these songs for nothing.
That's what I'm
well,
saying.
no, but you don't do them for nothing, though, do you? Because there is an externality to it. Like when you do, like it creates content for your channel. Like there's a degree of reciprocity where like the people who take part in the channel that engage with you, have conversations with you, appreciate it. Like it's not for nothing. You know,
How about
you're
that
not
it's
operating
fun?
in a vacuum, right?
What about that? It's fun. That's something. It's fun.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
is fun.
that's good. That's
Yeah.
enough right there. Like that's 100% of a reason, and it's valid because it's fun. That's it. They like doing it. It doesn't pay, but it's fun. Have fun.
Okay.
I wrote
Read
music for decades. You know what I'm saying? I got just the other day. I wrote a hook to what was supposed to be a diss song, but I never. I thought I said I'm not gonna finish it because I don't even want to diss the person.
All right, Austin, here you go.
This might be an out of pocket opinion, but I think we're all getting on too much. Like this is going too well. Is there like some
Oh my
lunatic
gosh.
that we can let into the chat? Like, is there some
That's
absolute
great. It
crazy
starts
person?
with flat Earth memes
Memes
creation to
creation.
MAGA's anti-science claims. And Dr. Blitz is not afraid.
I love
Logos,
this.
Adam Schiff, Elite Group.
I do. I do gotta cut in and say that I need to get to RP Junior now.
No doubt, man. That's what's up. We're gonna have a good day with
Good
it.
hanging out with you, RP.
Also, RP. When I dropped out earlier, obviously I
You reading
realized.
this, Austin?
Yes, I love it.
RP said something to me.
I haven't got
He
to
said,
the fucking payoff yet. Hold on.
he said, "I love you, John," and I realized that I didn't.
do.
Look at verse 3. Learning from
I
a
love you.
TikTok
I love you.
failing to
I
fact
love you
check.
too,
You're a
RP.
mark for the grifters,
And,
making money off your ignorance.
have fun with
You
RP
think
Junior.
the secret knowledge, believe it without
Thanks.
evidence.
Thanks, John.
Process your sixth sense and
Look.
proselytize your nonsense because it's lonely being gullible.
I
Professor
love
Dave,
it.
NDT, Sean Carroll, Aaron Adair, Guts Gibbon, Milo Rossi, Forrest, Val Kai, Planet Peterson, Austin Sims, and
Let's
Veritasium.
go.
Science teachers educating all over the damn internet. You're ill-informed, dumb as hell, ignorant ideas, got no excuses left. It's
Yes.
the end of your weird pseudoscience.
Yes. Love it. You know what? I've written a couple parody songs like this. Like I wrote a parody of the song "I'm on a Boat," but I made it "I'm on a Globe," and it's all about debunking
I
flat
have
Earth
a
stuff.
great edit for "I'm on a boat." Like it fucking slaps.
I'm on a globe, motherfucker. Take a look at me. My boat
I thought you were gonna
disappears
kick. I
bottom up
included
out
you in
on
there,
the
Austin.
sea.
The Lonely Island and T-Pain are an unbeatable combo. But I need for my family's sake, I need to log off. So
Yeah,
thank
peace
you
out,
everyone who came up. Thank you everyone who hung out and chat. I'll catch you all in the next one. Later, Gresham.
Night, RP.
That's
I still think the best pseudoscience debunking parody song that I've written so far is called "Spreading the Sickness." And it's a parody of "Down with the Sickness" by Disturbed, and it's about anti-vaxxers. Shut up, you fucking spreading the sickness. Shut up, you fucking spreading the sickness. You're licking doorknobs and not gonna get a vaccine.
Yeah, I thought you'd get a kick out of me putting you in that song. So.
I love it.
Yeah.
It is a dark iteration, though. Like it's like for people who don't understand how diseases actually like transmit from person to person.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
yeah.
And I'm picturing it in my mind that it starts off with like a lot of coughing and sneezing, instead of he goes.
Yeah, the track starts. The track starts with the musician expectorating on the audience,
right? Yeah,
like, jetting water molecules fucking everywhere. Yeah,
yeah. Instead of hey, he's just hacking.
Yeah, that deep, wet hacking cough that guarantees that you're going to fucking get it too.
Yeah, I've made a couple of them about anti-vaxxers. I think that's the best one. I also made a parody of Mad World. All around me are some dumbass faces. A bunch of racists.
Do you know? I think the thing that pisses me off with the whole anti-vax community is like obviously it's not lost on you guys. Like my dad passed away during COVID. It was just bad luck. He had
sorry about that, John.
No, it's just bad luck. He had an autoimmune condition, and at the time that we should have tried to bolster his immune system, it was prior to the first vaccines being available. But like, were there, based on the rush, the necessity required for the vaccines, were there some corners that were cut? Yeah, actually, technically there were, but that doesn't mean that the risk reward with respect to the vaccines meant that you just jettison all fucking vaccines. And would it have been the case that if the vaccine had have been available, if we could have modified my father's immune system and not had to suppress it, if we could have modified it, would he have stood a fighting chance? Fucking yeah, he would. So every time I hear of an anti-vaxxer, like, tell me, oh, this argument, that argument, the other argument, I'm just like, it just really fucking annoys me. And I don't tend to be a reactionary person with respect to emotion. I like to think that I assess people's positions, but actually the anti-vax position, I think, is one of the ones that really, really, really fucking makes me angry, but it's a personal position to me, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So the way I usually respond to anti-vaxxers, especially if it's my first time interacting with them, is I try and acknowledge that it's valid to be concerned about the side effects of vaccines, because vaccines do have side effects like anything else. So let's talk about those side effects. For the measles, mumps, rubella vaccine, we're talking about a disease that has an insanely high transmission rate. It's extremely communicable. So let's take
it's an R naught of nearly 2, right? It's really fucking high.
Yes. Let's take two perfect simple random samples of 10 million and say that, the entire first sample, none of them are vaccinated, and then the entire second example, they're all vaccinated. In the first sample, basically all 10 million of them are going to get measles. It's good because that's just how fucking communicable it is. Before measles was available, if there was a measles outbreak, pretty much everybody in that community is getting measles. And that's what makes it so dangerous, is that even though it has like a low fatality rate, because it's spread so wide, it still ends up resulting in a huge amount of deaths and especially hospitalizations.
Yeah,
so,
but Sims, like, and correct, like, I'm interested to test this. So where I think the vaccines are potentially we're probably doing more harm than good.
Well, let
is
me just
currently.
finish up my point real quick.
Oh,
I want to
sorry.
make
No, I
one
do
more.
apologize. Yeah, go.
Let's compare that to the true simple random sample of 10 million where they're all vaccinated. In the first sample, people are dying. They're dying from diarrhea. They're dying from SSPE. They're being permanently deafened, permanently blinded, and these things are happening in the thousands, or tens of thousands, or hundreds of thousands. So,
And they're
like
being
2
brain
million
damaged from
people,
fevers that won't break.
2 million people alone are going to be hospitalized. Of that 2 million, about half of them are going to die, and we're talking about lots of kids, mostly younger people. In the the 10 million simple random sample where they're perfectly vaccinated and they're all vaccinated, you're going to get almost 0 deaths from measles. That's the first thing. Almost none of them are going to get the measles itself. And then the worst side effects you're going to get are things like a mild rash, soreness around the injection site, and more rarely, maybe a little bit of fatigue. And more rarely, people get a more serious allergic reaction where the rash is worse or it's localized to their genitals, and that only happens in boys. And and you know what the number of all those people is going to be if it's a perfect, simple, random sample? 120. 120 people with a mild rash or something equivalent out of 10 million.
With the MMR, what's the sample size? It's what, like 100,000 people, something like that. 1,000
Yeah,
people.
right. Yeah. 100,000 is the standard for a good, simple, random sample.
Yeah, random sampling, not necessarily a controlled study, but a random sampling. That's a huge. That's a huge group. It's like it's a vast group. Like now, where I think the problems tend to arise, and this is on the medical end, not on the moral end. But for example, in the UK, there's an argument for making the chickenpox vaccine a standardized vaccine. And chickenpox, in the vast majority of cases, with a huge number of children, anybody who isn't like immunocompromised, it's actually a good thing to get chickenpox because it actually informs your immune system. It's a relatively inconsequential disease that can, in some circumstances, cause some scarring on your dermis, scarring on your skin. But in most circumstances,
but it's not, is it? Because once you get up into your late 40s and 50s, it increases your chances of getting shingles, what, tenfold?
If your immune system isn't trained up against it.
Exactly that. Like you need to train, like a vaccine doesn't train the immune system; it shields the immune system functionally. Like there are a couple of different ways that we can modify an immune system. We can train an immune system to more readily recognize infiltrators, or we can train an immune system to ignore infiltrators. Right. So there are some. And this is the bit that I think it's the harm. How do we calculate what harm is? Like,
well, how do you decide that with there being a chickenpox vaccine now? I mean, I know plenty of kids from when I was a kid that there was no chickenpox vaccine when I was a kid, and I know plenty of kids that never got it.
And my understanding of vaccines is
if
that
if you get chickenpox as an adult, that could be life-threatening.
Yeah. And my understanding is that they do actually train your immune system. That's the way they work. They introduce a deadened or weakened version of a pathogen so that your immune system's memory B and T cells can experience it and develop antibodies that attack
and with
mRNA
mRNA vaccines, they don't even use live virus anymore.
Right.
No, but there are some vaccines which, so the old vaccines used something called an adjutant. So what you do is you take an dead virus or a dead whatever you're trying to vaccinate against.
Yeah.
And you'd introduce it into the bloodstream, and then you'd introduce something called an adjutant, which would activate the immune system, something that the immune system recognized as hostile. And then when the immune system activates against it because it was bonded to the dead
whatever, it would then recognize that and it would have experience of it. It would know that it was hostile, or it would associate it as hostile. And the original vaccines, but I don't like the whole argument with like the old heavy metals. The original vaccines, like old vaccines, used to be fused.
Yeah, the
with mercury.
adjuvants.
Yeah,
The adjuvants used to be shit like thimerosal, shit with
yeah, exactly.
mercury in it. But they
Mhm.
haven't used that in
Whereas,
decades. Fucking
well,
decades. They haven't used that.
like modern vaccines still use they still use an adjutant, but it's a different type of adjutant. The
They're called
mechanism is different.
adjuvants. They're
And
adjuvants.
what they do is agitate the
With a
immune
B.
system. So adjutant isn't really a wrong word to use either. You can use either word. You're both right.
Well, yeah,
Okay.
like
My
we
bad.
are like, I mean, it's probably a difference across the pond one there. Like, I understand what you say when you say adjuvant.
That's true.
Adjutant.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's fine. We're not misunderstanding each other, at least.
Yeah, it does the same thing. It
But
Provokes
boosts
the
it
immune
and
system.
makes
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, exactly. It provokes a reaction, because if the immune system doesn't react, then it doesn't learn anything. It's purely a reactive system, right? But the modern mRNA vaccines, they don't elicit an immune system response. They just try to directly react with the system without eliciting a response. Would that be fair?
I haven't looked into it enough to say. That's something I should look into more, because I don't want to mislead somebody on it.
No,
I
look,
understand I understand the basics of the vaccine technique. I haven't looked into mRNA specifically. I know it's really cutting edge technology and that it's been really effective and helpful.
I mean, it's like, whilst it's cutting edge, the thing is it cutting edge? Kind of. I mean, it's technology that's been around since the 80s.
Right.
It was originally envisaged as a potential solution to the AIDS pandemic. That was kind of it was technology that was being developed at the time that was thought that it could be useful.
I know what I'm going to do as soon as I get off this stream, basically, now, John, is I need to go look up mRNA vaccine so I can give you a better input on this.
As far as I understand, is they don't use any sort of inactive or live viruses, right? It's straight up
right
RNA that delivers. All it does is deliver messages.
Yes, that's what mRNA is precisely.
Let's put it this way: if you've got a piece of code, like a piece of software, and you can train it through experience, or you can just directly modify the code, right? There are two ways of potentially modifying the reactions of the software. One of them is to train it through experience, and the other one is to just go, you know what, fuck it, I'm going to skip this step. I'm going to directly modify the code. The mRNA vaccines attempt to directly modify the code. The old style of vaccine, where you introduce it to a dead virus and an adjutant or an adjutant, you are trying to increase its experience by introducing it to something that could potentially cause it harm, so that it knows about it in advance.
I like how you analogized code when you was talking about our genetic makeup, akin to
We're
how
not
like
codes. It's not a code.
But you didn't say that.
But Jay, as long as Jay, I don't want to go down this rabbit. As long as you understand it was an analogy, Jay. I don't want to go down this.
It was an analogy, but that's what I'm saying. I'm glad you used the same analogy I be using. That's all I said.
J Money, don't make veins stand out on my forehead, okay? Don't do this to me.
Hey, listen, man.
If you care about me, don't do this to me.
You got to use your veins, man. They got to flow, man. You know what I'm saying?
Base pairs are
helping
not
your body
codes.
thrive.
But something I want to lay down on the table out of the gate is, I am not an anti-vaxxer. I think vaccines are one of the miracles of our modern medical reality.
No, you don't sound like an anti-vaxxer.
It is the case that we should potentially be skeptical of some novel technologies when they're introduced en masse. And had I had the opportunity to give my father an MMRA vaccine, of which I had myself, and that could have potentially saved his life, would I have given it to him? Fucking absolutely.
Hell yeah.
You know, so, but the problem, the issue with anti-vaxxers is that they take some minor, and I stress this, minor legitimate criticisms of how modern medicine works, modern vaccines work, and they attempt to beat the whole system over the head.
Yeah, no, it is legitimate to be concerned about what are you putting in my body. I want to know what you're putting in me. It matters. But what isn't legitimate is to never accept the answers when we explain over and over again, you know, we're putting this in your body. It's provoking your immune system. It's going to protect you from an inversion. And there's a moral weight to vaccines that gets looked over way too much. It's not about protecting you. It's about protecting babies and children, and to a lesser extent, elderly people, but primarily babies and children.
How many diseases do we have to almost completely eradicated and bounce back? Like polio is resurgent because of the anti-vaxxer community. Measles, mumps, rubella, measles especially because it's so unbelievably dangerous, is resurgent. Like we nearly eradicated these diseases, and because of weaponized ignorance, we're now having to deal with them a fucking Ken. And guess what?
And it's another example of how bad epistemology has a huge body count. And that's why it needs to be resisted. And Jay, this is part of why, like, I think you're a base theist. You're a base theist, and I think in some ways your epistemology is bad, but I think in other ways you have a good epistemology because you're not an anti-vaxxer, you're not an evolution denier, you're not a flat earther, you're not a science denier. And so I think in a lot of ways your epistemology is better than a lot of theists out there. So do keep up the good work in that regard.
But Jay, from an epistemological point of view, Jay mostly strikes me as an he's sort of like an agnostic, really. Like I feel like Jay and I should probably be not on the same side, so to speak. But like it's mostly driven by a doubt-based motivation.
Well,
I accept the limits of my knowledge, so this could be possible. But it's not that you believe that it's actually true, right?
I feel like Jay's just hedging his bets because he doesn't know what happens after we die.
I do believe it's true, right?
Yeah.
Here's the thing. I can't, like, there's my ego, right? And then there's reality, right? I have to understand that despite what my ego thinks and despite what my hunches think and despite whatever it is, science in reality has not proven anything. Proven is the word, right? So I have to be humble to accept that. If I don't, then I'm ignorant. I'm no different than whoever I point the fingers at. You know what I'm saying?
I know we've done this dance before, Jay, but you can't use the word prove like that. And it seems like an exercise in pedantry, but you can't. The word prove is you don't get to use it like that. It has a prescribed meaning.
I get all right.
Prove something is my criticism is that the word prove is used with respect to things that are deductive. They are certain. There is no possible other conclusion.
That's
like
what
our world, the world in which we exist, is mostly inductive. So you don't get to use the word prove. We're probabilistic.
John, what I'm saying is there are things, right, happening now that we will eventually prove that we can't prove right now. Like, we'll come up with better data, better.
I don't know. I think there are things we'll never be able to prove.
No, you're right. Because again, we're bound to our senses. We're bound to the physical limitations. There's certain things we just can't perceive. Even there are animals that are weaker than us, but they could see more. They could perceive more of reality, process more of the spectrum of reality.
Yeah, well, I keep chickens. They can see further into the infrared spectrum than I can.
Yes, that's what
they
I'm saying.
basically have night vision that I don't have.
I'm telling you. So I'm telling you that there's differences, right? So we have perspective limitations that even our best machines can't get us because if we're limited, our machines are even more limited. As much as they could do, they're even more limited.
Well, it depends on the axis on which you view them. Like some of the machines that we have created are more powerful than us. Like I have machines that can lift heavier stuff than I can.
I have a
That's
machine
not the
that's
value, right?
way better at assessing crystals than I will ever be.
Yeah.
You got to understand what I'm saying. We're still just taking the surroundings and manipulating it in a way where we're using it to do our plight. And our plight is just a piece, not even nothing. It's not even a sand grain, you know.
Yeah,
in
but
what's
Jay,
really
you
real
do
in
tend to
reality.
go overboard, and you don't just stick to science and what we know. You
Yeah.
tend to
No, Gretchen's
fill in
making a
gaps
great
with
point here,
with
Jay. And if I can
Call
piggyback
it
on
like
it,
it is.
if I can piggyback on the point Gretchen's making here, what I'm trying to say earlier and still is that I think the ultimate epistemology terminates in atheism, because the ultimate epistemology is based on the Cliffordian rational empiricism, the benchmark of it's wrong for anybody anywhere at any time to believe something when they don't have sufficient corroborative evidence to warrant that belief. And I think you even you accept that you should like you're really close on this. Like you've accepted science, you've accepted like the evidence to support these things, and you have a lot of evidence-based belief, but you're still making an exception for one non-evidence-based belief.
Yeah.
And
you still take extra
it's a
steps. And I can
non-evidence.
give you an example if
You
you
don't call
want,
it
so you know
evidence,
what I'm
but I call
talking
it
about.
evidence. No, what I'm saying is
It's an
a
example
good example,
of a belief that's non-evidence supported, that's really
I
similar to other claims that also don't have evidence,
I have
and you
evidence.
reject those, but you don't
You
reject this
don't
one.
have
And I think the
evidence.
reason you don't reject this one is purely cultural.
No, what I'm saying.
Remember the night you were
I feel
telling
like
us
I
about
do
how
have
there's a consciousness below our actual consciousness that we can
No,
actually perceive?
listen to what I'm saying.
You have no
I
evidence
read
for that.
goodness gracious. Like, all right, can I just finish this?
I know,
right?
we just gave you a lot. Go ahead, take
No,
a
no,
good
no,
long minute, Jay.
I'm not even gonna be long winded about this. I'm just saying, like, what you call no evidence. When I get into it, when I sit there in my mind, I don't think it's no evidence. I think there is evidence, and I think it's good evidence. You know what I'm saying? But that's me. You see what I mean? Like, you don't have to agree, and you
Then
don't
you need to
agree. But
update your definition of the word
here's the thing.
evidence.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing, though, right? Despite whatever I consider is good or bad evidence, I know that I can't go with that, right? Because that's not scientific data. Scientific data is the only thing that can be considered like, and not just scientific data, because anything could be like peer review is not the end or be all. It's literally step one. People think peer review is everything. No, that's literally step one. That's just getting your feet
Nobody
wet.
thinks peer review is
A lot
everything.
of people think that. Not you, not people on the panel. I'm talking about a lot of people I've spoken to. You know what I'm saying? They think peer review is all.
Peer review is the start of the test of one's peers. The
This
peer
is what
review
I'm saying. It's now the testing and the replication of it and the time and what you can do and how you implement it and other people doing it and testing it and corroborating it over the ages. And that's what separates a person's notes from what goes into the textbooks. You understand what I'm saying?
The bit that people get wrong with peer review is people say that it's past peer review, and the the common understanding of this, which is wrong, is that
It's
the
never
vast
past
majority,
peer review.
it's never past peer review. It is always subject to test.
Always.
Is this methodology, is this hypothesis coherent enough that we're going to broadcast it to the rest of the community and they get to test it? The test is in perpetuity. The test is always like at no point does the test stop. If we learn something, like after 1,000 years that some theory has been in peer review that demonstrates that it's false, guess what? The test is the thing that matters. The theory gets thrown out the fucking window. It's not true anymore. It was never true. We were under a misconception. And the fact that we're prepared to modify our understanding of the universe because we understand that we don't fully understand we understand that we don't fully understand the universe in which we exist, and we want to have a better understanding of it. That's it. And
Right.
But they
Like, I'm still pissed off that Pluto's not a planet anymore. But I mean, I accept that it's not.
They still, I heard something that they're talking about it, like it might be something still to that. I don't know.
Yeah, no.
Like, I don't want to make too much of a thing of
Neil,
it because
Neil deGrasse Tyson shrank our solar system by 8.6%. How many humans can make that claim?
No, I'm telling you, I heard that. I heard something with Pluto's going on. Like, it might be a planet again or something. Like, I don't know. I'm gonna look into what I heard. I might be wrong though. Like, y'all would know better than me, but I heard something like that. Like, they might be looking into that again. Like, did y'all hear that too, or am I tripping?
It depends on how much plutonium King Flippy Nips has mined out of the Pluto core.
No. I'm telling you,
I want the chat to appreciate that was a fucking epic comment, and I loved it. Yeah.
That's amazing. That's what I'm saying. Listen, I'm not against Pluto being a planet, obviously, but I heard something like that. Long story short,
it was a Rick and Morty reference.
Oh yeah,
Jay,
I don't know about Rick and Morty. I gotta get on that. Basically, John, I say this to say there's things out there that we just never going to get the answers to. There are things literally next to us that we don't have the ability to see. There's, we can't see the surface of exoplanets to see what's going on those things. Like we don't even really know. We got a good grasp, but our best tools is not enough to get us really there. Like next month, at the end of next month, we launching the Nancy Grace Telescope, and I feel like that's going to give us a good amount of answers, new answers, and then we launch more telescopes and we get more answers. And what I'm trying to tell you is the literal fabric of reality, what we are, what we're born into, like the real reality, absolute true reality with no limitations is stranger than your strangest science fiction.
I mean,
but that's just a cliche.
Yeah,
Jay. That doesn't actually say anything.
That's
not an opinion. That's just fucking.
I wasn't going to be as impolite about it as Gretchen was, although I do appreciate her bluntness. But the notion that we're never going to understand everything is built in. We can't possibly understand everything.
Okay.
Like the human experience is in part ignorance.
So nobody can write off of God. That's my point.
Hang on. Well, that's hang on, Jay.
Yeah,
that's why I'm an agnostic, because I do think that the fact that our knowledge, our understanding of the universe is fundamentally limited. As long as there is no logical contradiction, I will accept that there is a possibility that a God exists. But that doesn't mean that I think it's a likelihood that God exists. And the bit that I find odd with you is you seem to operate on the basis or on the understanding, or like that you think that there is a likelihood, a 50-50 probability that a God exists. I'm like if all you're doing is exercising humility about the limits of human knowledge, then you and I are in complete concord. We totally agree. But the way that you act, the way that you
the way he said that was just a rip off of fucking Shakespeare.
You're not getting. You didn't understand.
You seem to operate.
There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than is dreamt of in your philosophy. That's basically what you fucking said.
That's not what I. All right, go ahead. Tell me what I said. Tell me more what I said when I'm right here.
No, Jay, don't get shitty. Like that was obviously.
I'm just telling you what you said was basically a restating of something from Shakespeare's Hamlet.
I never heard him
Everybody take a deep breath. We're all friends.
I'm not calling you a fucking plagiarist. I'm just saying that.
Listen,
no, Jay.
We all good here.
Nobody said that you quoted Shakespeare and claimed that it was your own. It was the sentiment, it was the idea, the motivation. And frankly, like if you independently came to a conclusion that Shakespeare came to, Shakespeare, a world-class literary genius, and you came to it on your own without ever of hearing of it yourself, like, I mean, you're a person I want to know, but that doesn't mean that somebody else didn't think of it first. You're not being called a plagiarist. You know?
No, I'm not.
And
I'm
that
not.
maybe
I'm,
literature is your fucking lane and not fucking,
Yeah, exactly.
physics.
all right.
Maybe astrophysics ain't your bag. Maybe
All
you
right.
should look into the literary arts. That's all I'm saying.
All right, I heard y'all. Now, what I'm trying to tell you is that I come to these conclusions and I reach them, and we could unpack that. But I understand that I'm limited, right? I understand that despite whatever science tells me, it's limited and it can't give me all the answers. So there either is a God or there isn't a God, right? Some of it, most of it, pretty much all of my truth claims come from science, but there are certain things that science can't get me truths on that I still have
Can I
questions
pause
about.
you real
That I
quick,
still have
Jay,
questions
and
about.
pose
Yeah,
this?
go ahead.
Can I pause you real quick, Jay, and pose this to you? You say either there is a God or there isn't. Isn't it perfectly possible that God isn't even a possibility? And so to say that it is the case that there either is a God or there isn't could be wrong. It could be the case that there only cannot be a God. Does that make sense?
No, this is what I'm trying to tell you, Oshi. God is a concept. This goes back to, remember earlier today I said that God is a concept. So people define God. They define their God. So
yeah, I'm not even
when I
talking
say
about God. I'm talking about reality. Isn't it possible that we exist in a reality where the only possible state of affairs is that there is no God, and that it isn't the case that there either could be a God or it could be that there isn't a God?
What I'm telling you is that I wouldn't go with that. But if you wanna, hold on.
Hey, Kurt.
I
Good
wouldn't go with
morning.
that. Give me one second. I turned on my alarm real quick. If you
By the
want to
way,
go
next
with that,
time
I'm
you're
not gonna
here and
knock you.
Arpy's here, he would like to have a conversation with you about foxes.
You said
Keep
what?
that in mind.
Huh?
I was talking to Kurt.
Okay, my fault. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to tell
Kurt, what up,
RB
man?
about the neotenous Russian foxes, Kurt.
Our Arpy's down to go all fucking nerd fox with you.
So like, God is one of them things, right? That no one can prove or disprove, man. So when you tell me,
stop
about God, what's that, John?
stop using the word prove or disprove.
So
like
no,
you,
but
you can't use that word in this
Okay.
context. It's not valid.
All right, fine. But what I'm telling you is that eventually, this is what I'm alluding to. You might not find this God entity that is theorized by everyone. So in that sense, you're right. There might not be no God in that sense, Austin Sims. But you may unpack enough in reality and find enough into this where you will find what's responsible. And you might listen, it might just require experience. It might require departing from this experience and experiencing that, and like maybe who knows? I don't know. I don't know what this reality holds for us, really. All I'm doing is experiencing life. So ultimately,
Right, you're
right?
experiencing, but then you call that experience evidence, and it's not. You said yourself, you're limited. You said yourself, I have evidence, and then you said, well, it wouldn't be accepted by anyone else as evidence, but I do. So if you're limited, how come you can just define whatever you think of as evidence when
Goodness gracious. I
we
said
need
you
to
would
redefine
define
the
it as
word
a-
evidence just for you?
No, you don't have to redefine the word evidence for me.
So,
I'm telling you that what I consider
I mean,
good evidence,
but
you
I'm
might
making
not.
sense though, right?
No, listen, because I'm telling you that you don't have to define evidence based on me. I'm saying that what I consider good evidence, what I think is evidence to me, you don't think it is. So I haven't gone over it
Does anyone
like
think
that,
it
but
is?
I haven't gone over it today. I haven't gone over it today for anyone to really, really, truly know. But you know, there are things that I feel that indicate to me something more is going on. There's some sort of unison going on with the mind, the environment, reality, physics, all of that.
But when you start the sentence with "I feel," like you do understand that there's the standard that you're applying here isn't.
Christy John is not a theist. He's an agnostic that leans
Yeah, well,
toward atheist.
I was going to get to that next. I thought somebody was spoiling for a fight for a minute there.
No, I got you covered. We're good.
Yeah.
Carry on.
But you can't. The domain of what we know and what we believe, you seem to be trying to like amalgamate the two. You seem to be trying to like drag them together. Something that's testable is testable. Like the same test would end up with the same result again and again and again. And I understand this seems fairly rudimentary, but you want to try and drag together your intuitions, your gut feeling, for want of a better word, with and seem to put it on like the same pedestal as like a test. You can't do that. That's not reasonable. And Jay, frankly, I know that you're smart enough to know it.
I'm not doing that though. Like that's not what I'm doing. I'm not putting my hunches or what I think is what I'm telling you evidence to me up there with scientific data and those type of things. I'm not doing that.
You can't equivocate on what counts as evidence and what doesn't account as evidence, and then make that. Come on, like what?
I'm saying there's a good reason for me. Like it doesn't have to be a good reason for you. I didn't say that.
But Jay, you don't get to state that there's evidence when you're referring to a doxastic position, a belief position.
So your problem is the term evidence, right?
No, it's also how you use it. It's the interpretation. You're like, this is good enough for me, so it should be good enough for you. But it's also not. But it's also not testable. But that's kind of what you're doing, though, right?
No. It's not kind of what I'm doing. Show me a clip where I've said this is good enough for me, so you should believe it. I've never said that. That's what I'm saying.
You're right. You haven't said that.
You heard before, and I've never said that ever once, ever. Don't believe it, guys.
Fair enough.
Use your heads. Don't use mine.
Jay, if I ever step there, I'm not trying to miss. The thing here is, I'm getting a bit het up. Like the reason being is because Jay, like you and I have had a lot of conversations before. You've had a lot of conversations with a lot of other people on this panel, and you're so close to like not a revelation, because obviously a revelation would be biblical, but you're so close to kind of understanding the agnostic, like the true agnostic worldview, the not being convinced of the opposing position worldview.
Really, I think he's closer to a deist, but that's just
you think.
Listen,
Yeah,
I believe that there's a God. I can't prove it. Again, the word prove, right? I can't demonstrate it. I can't.
So,
like you asking me to
let me ask you this question. If you like, let's do a Bayesian question. Probabilistically, what do you think is more likely, that a God does exist or a God does not exist?
That one does exist, and you're gonna say why?
No. Forget the why. I was just asking for the belief position, and that's all I'm going to do. I'm not going to drop into Gnosticism. Do you think that humanity has a cause?
I think that
100% correct.
Coincidence is
That
crazy.
was my take on it too.
And for this to happen this way, for this to evolve this way, I do think there's something to that. Yeah.
So you're making the probabilistic argument, basically. You think that it's so improbable that we exist because the specifics of our existence require some kind of
He's using the
fine
cover
tuning.
your ass argument.
Yeah. Do you think it's possible? What do you think is more likely? A human evolved in an environment that was conducive to a human evolving, or a human evolved in an environment that was not conducive to a human evolving? What do you think is more likely?
I mean, obviously, that's leading me down a specific line of questioning, and we could get to
but
the.
it's just a question.
But I'll answer your question. What I'm saying is, I know that that's going somewhere. I'd rather just get there. But
no, Jay, of course I'm going somewhere, but I'm not an enemy here. I'm not trying to trap you.
I know that. No, that's what I'm saying. Just to get, just to like make the most of it. Like we could just, get to, I know you're not no enemy, John. I know that. I'm just saying, like
sometimes the devil's in the details, man. Just answer the simple questions first, and then let him get where he's going.
Didn't I not say I was going to answer the question? All I was doing was pointing out. I know he's going somewhere. So
you just wanted to complain about it first. Got it.
Not complaining.
Go ahead.
Goodness gracious. I'm just saying. Let's just get it. Anyway, long story short, look,
you were too easy sometimes, Jay.
Look, I'm not mad, Rich, and goodness. All right. So look, John. Can you run it back just one more time? Do you know how
my question was, what do you think is more likely? That humanity evolved in a place where it made sense that we would evolve because the natural conditions are conducive to us existing, or do you think it like the environment in where humanity exists, but when we look around us, the environment isn't conducive to our existing? What do you think is more likely, more probable?
I mean, there's two answers, right? The obviously
no, I mean not really. But I'm interested.
I got you. I'm answering you, right? So obviously, where life is conducive is best. Like that's where it's gonna come about likelier than where it's not conducive, where it's not conditioned for it to come about. What I'm or supposing, whatever I suppose, right? Thank you, Leo. What I'm supposing is that that maybe something had a hand in it turning out that way because the universe itself is not.
No, but you don't get to just insert a telos at the front of the question.
That's what I'm saying. You say that, but that's you don't see things from the scope I do. You're looking at it from your scope, which is fine.
Jay.
But
but you like it is clear to me that you understand the purpose of the question that I asked.
Yes.
Like, you understand. You
giving right to my place.
But it is clear that you knew that after I expected you to answer the question in the way that you answered the question, so I was going to say, well, like a God would be more likely in the universe in which that we exist, where the conditions of the universe do not allow for us to exist, because that would require some kind of externality, right? The fact that we exist in a universe where you would expect us to exist because we exist within the universe, it's not magical. It's not special.
No,
is it good? Am I happy that I exist? Yes, absolutely. But there's no deity required, right?
The very makeup of the universe is what I'm telling you contained us. This goes back to the beginning, like the.
I'm so glad you're here, Kurt.
You understand what I'm saying? That's what I'm telling you, John. Like that's where I was going at when I said something before even the earth and like all of this forming this way and resolving like this. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm saying that it's very possible that the same way we emerged through a combination and through a process of the stuff, something else out there could have emerged through a combination and process of stuff.
You are a puddle.
That might be God.
Hey, you're doing the equivalent, and this is a trope. This is
my thought, man.
This is a meme in physics. You are looking at the hole in the ground in which you exist as a puddle of water and going, hey, isn't it a fucking miracle that I fit this hole so perfectly?
Nah, that's not what I'm doing. I've heard that before.
That's exactly what you're doing. That's exactly.
It's not what I'm doing. That's Avogadro's law, right, Kurt?
No, that has nothing to do with Avogadro's number.
No,
Let me just get, like, I need to get behind what you're trying to say because I'm not sure you're like fully understandable unless I know this. So are you like somebody who thinks that our current scientific understanding of the world is like correct and can't be wrong?
I believe that it's our best understanding of what is.
No, I'm asking, are you a scientific realist? In other words, do you believe that the current understanding of science is
it could
accurate?
It's accurate, but it could always be fine tuned. We're always going to find more, right? Science can always be updated. But,
Yeah. So,
okay.
would it be fair to say that you think that our current scientific understanding is sufficient? It's accurate enough, but we're gonna get to the bottom. There's going to be more accuracy.
Like you get, we're gonna learn more, but does more include that we're going to be wrong about some shit that we've been thinking for 200 years?
Not wrong. Not wrong in the way that like 1 + 1 is 5 is wrong. Not that.
That's math, not science.
Not that way.
Jay,
yeah.
There's a thing called the pessimistic induction, right? So the pessimistic induction is that there have been many scientific theories that both were explanatory, useful, and had models that could make accurate predictions, and yet
Does anybody
were
know the name
wrong at a
Shawkat?
fundamental level, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the girl who played maybe on
Yeah.
Arrested Development's last name.
Right. There's someone backstage with the name Shawkat, Shaukat.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's
all right.
from Arrested Development.
Hello, Shawkat. Are you 18?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Yo, what's up?
Good. Are you over 18?
Are you?
Am I?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm
Yes,
over
yes.
18. Are you over 18?
Yes, I am.
Okay. How do you say your name? What would you like us to call you?
Yeah. What's the debate about? Is it about God's existence or about some proving some God?
Okay, can you answer my question first about your name? What would you like us to call you? How do you say that?
Yeah, Shaukat.
Shawkat? Okay. Cool. Yeah, right now we're talking about J Money here and his take on God.
So Jay, I want to finish with the pessimistic induction, right? So both scientific theories that we have had and that have been productive and explanatory, like capable of predicting, have turned out to be incorrect or wrong. But also there's a pessimistic induction regarding like theism and God beliefs, right? Every explanation that's ever been put forward that suggested that there was a God or something supernatural or vitalism or some supervening non-material dualism has always failed experiment. It's always been wrong. And many current scientific theories probably are at least at some level in some way wrong. So the question you have to get to then is, why would you think that the future is likely to disclose a fact that's going to demonstrate the existence of this sort of thing when the past has no evidence to suggest that's the trajectory of critical thinking or rigorous thought?
Because I feel like we were never in a position to ever like uncover that. Like
what do you mean we were never in a position to uncover what?
Like human beings, Homo sapiens, just what we are, the animals we are, the carbon creatures that we are, just incapable of uncovering all of the things.
Jay, the ontic
There was
state
a time where all scientists sort of agreed on a geocentric Earth model. I mean, and then we found out we were fucking wrong.
No, I get it. The human being, the flawed human beings that we are, the flawed creatures that we are, you know, we have our limitations, you know what I'm saying? We we over time we get better and better and better, and we're still doing that. We're gonna get better. 1,000 years, the science is gonna be way better. We're not gonna be wrong per se, but it's gonna be advanced. We're gonna say, oh, it was this instead of that.
Jay,
You know?
this is where religion fucks with us. It messes with our archetypes. Like, is it the case that we are ever going to perfectly understand the universe?
No.
Absolutely not. Is our understanding of the universe going to become better over time as our understanding improves, grows? It becomes more testable. We accrue more knowledge. Yes, of course.
Wait. No, that's not certain either. The understanding of the universe demonstrably got worse between 500 CE and 1200 CE.
Okay. Well, whilst I will accept the correction with respect to us accruing more knowledge and our understanding of the universe becoming better, they are directly linked. Is it possible that anthropologically we can experience conditions that would mitigate or reduce our understanding of the universe? Yeah, of course. Like there are certain real world conditions that would preclude us from understanding the universe better. But if we attain more knowledge, if we accrue more like testable theories, hypotheses, like if we continue generating hypotheses and we create methodologies that allow us to test them, i.e. the basic scientific method, and we continue doing this, are we going to have a better understanding of how our universe works? The answer must be yes, right? But is there are we ever going to complete the level? You know, are we ever going to get 100% understanding? No, because we're never capable of it. That is not achievable for us, because we are part of the entropic principle dictates that is never going to be possible for us.
Well, and there's always a law of diminishing returns, Jay.
Exactly.
In other words, we could know a lot more about what's going on in a glass of water than we do, but we know enough now about what's going on in a glass of water that further investigation is unlikely to yield useful or valid information such that it's not worth investigating anymore.
Yeah, exactly. It's what I call the argument from sufficiency. We have sufficiently investigated this thing to the point that it has no practical use to continue investigating it, right? Like we could burn shitloads of resources trying to understand the mechanics of this system more and more and more, and continue like passing it down and passing it down and passing it down. But practically, does it generate more results than the resources required to investigate it? Yes or no? You know?
I think that the process of death, like death itself, like people always gonna have questions
back to this.
No, yeah, I mean, because I get it, right? Attention, awareness, responsibility, I get it. But what I'm saying is, you know, it's just the brain, it's just the eyes, all of these things is.
I just want to take a super quick second to appreciate Kent's comment, which was "and titties." And yeah, I agree. I'm on board.
I listen. Trust me. I listen and I look into it and I keep this in mind and I understand attention, awareness, responsibility. All I'm saying is possibly something underlies that. Something in our
we know for sure something underlies it, which is like mobile organisms that need to like consume energy and like mate and reproduce. That's what underlies it.
Like we were alive before we had brains. Like we don't have brains.
Yes, life began before there were mobile organisms that needed to eat and needed to reproduce. Yes, that's correct.
I mean, in fairness, Kurt, the way I heard that, like when you said that we were alive before we had brains, I thought you were saying that we had consciousness before we had brains, because I've heard you say that before. So if I'm wrong, I apologize. But
I've never said we had consciousness before we had brains.
No, I know you wouldn't say that, Kurt. That's because you're a rational person who's like, you know,
I am not a panpsychist.
Yeah.
No, what I'm saying is, I'm not saying we got consciousness before we have brains. What I'm saying is that states of existence can be tricky, you know, because I'm currently experiencing one. And when I'm no longer experiencing this, there's no telling if I will then experience something else or not. Like, based on the data here, no, I die, consciousness ends. The brain ceases to exist, and that's what we could see from our perspective, and I accept that.
Right. And at that point, it becomes much more tricky. It becomes much more tricky to rock a rhyme that's right on time. That's tricky.
Yeah, I know. And that's where the conundrum comes
tricky,
in.
Tricky.
Yeah. Yeah. That's
you
the
fucking lunatic.
I love that song. It's tricky. It's tricky.
It's tricky. Anyway, Jay.
You could
the
say
point
it's
I'm
very
trying to
vital.
make. Yes. The point that we need to be right on time with here is
I can hear
whatever
RP's
model we
Yeah.
use right now, if the model doesn't include God, the pessimistic induction would suggest that it's more likely to be correct. And whatever model we have that we're over invested in, that we think can't be wrong, that we think is like certain, it's highly likely there's some component of that we're misunderstanding. And the problem we're facing in physics right now is that the energy required to do the experiments that will determine between the various models is greater than we're capable of generating at the moment.
Well, not just that we're capable of generating, but we're also we're battering our heads up against the observer effect. Like if you can create a perfect model of the universe, then you would in fact require the energy of said universe in order to create the model. And because the conservation of energy dictates that you can't create energy, that means that you would need to consume the energy of the universe in order to observe the universe to that degree of accuracy. Which we
and
can't
I think that's a synecdoche for the problem we're having with these
exactly,
LLMs, right? With the LLMs, what we have now is that people thought that they would just continually get better and better and better and better and improve and improve and improve. And what we're seeing is diminishing returns, such that these like cheaper knockoff LLMs from China that are using 10% or 5% of the energy that the American ones are using are getting really identical results or very close to identical results with much, much less input, because there are simple heuristics that you can put in that do a much better job than the way that the approach has been done.
It's almost like that my argument with respect to sufficiency, i.e. is it sufficient with respect to the goal, has a degree of utility to it.
Yeah, right.
That's just me. But yeah.
So the key point there, Jay, is at no point has anybody designing an LLM ever thought the way to fix this is to get into the mind of God.
No, not the mind of God. I don't think that.
Why is that? Why is it that our minds can access the mind of God and in the mind of so many theists, and the LLMs can't? What's the reason?
I don't think it can, though. I think that God is a concept. So it's like the mind of God is.
Well, if you think God is a concept, then you're an atheist just like me.
No. God meaning being the concept, being like, all right, the Bible had to.
God's a concept, just like Darth Vader. Yeah, exactly. Perfect.
Look, like
that's what I think.
This is what I mean. No, look, this is what I mean by that, right? The Bible provides.
Well, I'm unconvinced about the concept. What the fuck does that mean?
The Quran provides.
Darth Vader could have lived a long, long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. It's possible.
You understand? Like these different theistic books provide their concepts of God, and people choose to believe those concepts and uphold those concepts or not, based on.
Yeah, but Jay, they only exist in the minds of people. They're not investigable any other way.
No, but what I'm saying is still by just the nature of it. I'm just pointing out just the nature of it, right? It's still just concepts from people that
we have to. Jay, I'm running out of time, so I got to get to the key thing.
How do we interrogate?
No way to investigate the idea of God short of just sitting there and thinking about it and then writing some words down. There is no other way.
People credit God for being what's responsible for us.
People can credit God.
People can credit anything. And again, there are people who credit God, and that God is the Brahma of Advaita Vedanta, who is fundamentally different in every respect than the God of like the Abrahamic traditions, of which there are probably 50 different iterations of Abrahamic gods, right?
More.
Like Yeah, the Jehovah's Witness God is not the Mormon God, is not the Calvinist God, is not the Catholic God. They're all different
concepts. Different concepts.
So what distinguishes them? The minds of the believers.
That's what I'm
saying.
saying.
Nothing in experiment, nothing in reality.
Concepts nonetheless, but that doesn't mean that God is just simply a theory. God could be something.
Sure, it
really
is. Sure, it does. It does, Jay. The difference between water and God is that we can examine water.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. We can
Jay,
examine.
Jay,
You respect science so much because
you need to have an understanding of what is ontic, i.e., what actually exists, and human perception. There is. Do you accept that there is a gap? There is some space between what actually exists and human perception. Like, can I just get a yes or a no here?
Of course.
Yeah, there is. Okay.
Obviously.
There's a great line in one of the games I play. Hundreds of millions have lived without love, but not one without water. And there you go. There's the distinction between the two things, right? You can live without like words that are concepts that live in minds, but you can't live without water.
Can't live without water, but here's the thing. I bet you when you drink that water, you love it. You love that water.
Depends on the circumstance, right? Like,
yeah, you'll be
Grasping at
thirsty.
straws there, dude.
If you're Saul Goodman coming out of the desert with his bottle of piss, yes, you're gonna love water.
I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna have to go and get another drink, and you guys might not be online when I get back. But there's something
I hope it's water, John.
Maybe. But I wanted to say something super quick to Kurt. I was telling my wife about the hats that you wear, like the hat that you have on your avatar on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
And I also told her that I respected the arguments that you make, and that I consider you intellectually pretty robust, actually. And my wife's response was, "You don't wear enough hats."
Well, there you go. I'm helping you out there. So you need there's like a long tradition in the UK of great hat making anyway. So
definitely, yeah. But still, even though she's never met you, I think my wife might like you, Kurt. I should probably be worried.
Tell her I said hi. What's the line from Wham Rap? A white cool cat with a trilby hat, maybe leather and studs is where you at.
Is that little beat right there your recital?
No, that's from Wham Rap by George Michael, one of the lesser known rappers of the early 80s.
Oh, snap.
Oh, that is the title?
No, it's just a line. Oh, it's a bar from within the Wham Rap. The title is Wham Rap.
I know. I'm still doing the I'm sorry. Never mind.
Oh, I see. Oh, you're back in Tricky. I got you.
So, Jay.
You remember you told the Cavity Creeps to watch out for Crest from You Talk Too Much?
Nah.
That was funny.
Jay,
all right, guys. I gotta go. I got a full schedule today. But
peace.
Good talking to everybody. Always good to talk to you, Jay.
Same to you, man. Always.
See you, Austin. By the way, great job on the debate, Austin.
Thank
you
you.
did a fantastic job.
Thank you. I'm glad you saw that.
I mean, it's such low hanging fruit, but on the other hand, someone's got to do it, right? UG, I got to go, but good seeing you.
Oh, hey, good to see you.
It's goody chant.
Jay, so I want to ask a question, and I swear to God, I'm not trying to be like harsh to you or anything. It's just where my brain went, and I'm genuinely curious about this. Do you actually think that you're going to get? Do you think you're going? Sorry. Do you think you're going to get to see your great grandma again? Like when you pass away, you're going to go to another realm and you're going to be reunited with everybody you love, all of your ancestors. Like, do you believe something like that?
Not like that, right? Because I never met her, for one. I don't even know what she looks like. That's for one. For two, I don't think that's how it goes. I've gone into this, like, I don't think we are ourselves. I don't think you are Austin. we're just carbon. We are processes carrying themselves out in the universe, and we don't quite
Yeah, Jay
understand.
has an entire reincarnation tangent that
The,
he hasn't gone on yet.
we don't know the full understanding of what we are. Like you're not Austin. You were alive before you were you. You know, you were alive before your cells came together in a way that produced personhood. And you know, I'm saying that there's something in that. Like it's not just, oh, it's just a process and that's what happens. No, we take it for granted because that's all we know. It's only we can only get but so close to those answers once you're looking at it from that scope. It's like, okay, we're born. What can we do? Like, you know, it's like
Yeah. I
we're
think
born.
one of the ways religion persists, one of the major, if not the main way, is childhood indoctrination. And my specific childhood indoctrination involved a lot of things like, oh, you'll pass away and you'll go back to the arms of Jesus and everyone you love will be there waiting for you. And this is very emotionally persuasive. It can be a strong experience. I had dreams where things like that happened, where I did pass away and I went to the gates of heavens and all my ancestors were there, and that can feel like a very real experience. And you can see how these religions got invented by people who had dreams, who had sleep paralysis demons, and for whom these things were very real. They had a real experience. You know, I kind of disagree with Kurt here a little bit that the only way is to just think and write things down. You can have these real experiences of God. That doesn't mean the God you're experiencing is real. The experience is real, but the God is just this thing that we created.
Well, I mean, honestly, I feel like this, right? We are subjected to our feelings, our senses, our experiences, and we don't have
And emotions, right? Emotions, that strong
yeah.
emotion, that grief, that I want to be reunited, I want to hear their voice again, I want to not have to fear death, I'm going to live forever, you know. And it is emotional manipulation that creates these experiences people have. They get primed for it by this emotional manipulation and
As
indoctrination
kids,
that we
because
experience as children.
kids
Yeah.
tend to display like heavier abandonment issues than adults do.
Yeah.
But then if you foster that, if you try to assuage those abandonment issues too much, you can turn into an adult with abandonment issues, and then all of a sudden you're clinging to your God concept because, hey, it always worked when you were a kid, and
Yeah.
now you've
But
indoctrinated yourself as an adult.
here's the thing, right?
I mean, that's
That's
pretty broad strokes, but you get what I'm swinging at,
that
right?
that's where being rational comes in. Like you have to use your mind. Like you were given a mind. Well, you a mind was evolved in you. Like a mind emerged through you. You know what I'm saying? So use it. You know what I'm saying? Like that's where you have to like use that, because even me now, like I could just give into the doctrine and blah 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 and this and that. No, listen, I'm using my mind. My mind tells me there's more to it than that. Like I'm not gonna go certain directions with it. And that's what people gotta do. Get what I'm saying? Like I was taught the same things as a kid. I still got the same teachings, but I always use my mind. I always talk back. I always try to ask questions. You know what I'm saying? Like it is what it is. Like some people gonna just roll with it. Some people just wanna obey. It is what it is. You can't stop them. Those same people, if you took them away from their current religion, they'll turn around and become Scientologists. You know what I'm saying? Because it's just in them. That's what they want to do. Gotta let people be. You understand what I'm saying? That's the conclusion I've come
No.
to. We are individuals. You know what I'm saying? So
No, I don't think so. I think we can disrupt and
disagree with
agitate,
that.
and we can organize and evolve.
no, yeah, people come together and they congregate, but a lot of times it's people with the same, similar interests coming together for a similar cause. You understand what I'm saying? You ain't gonna have people with two separate interests that completely contrast each other coming together and trying to push their causes in the same way. Like they'll be working against each other. They can
Oh man, Jay, you're so
You know what I
close,
mean?
man. You're so close. I feel like you could be an agnostic within the year. You could be an atheist. Like I feel like you're just so close.
Nah,
You're just right there.
No, he won't, because he's open-minded to everything that he thinks of, but he's not open-minded to anything we say to him.
No, I am. That's what you think. I don't listen
But
to
you're
Kirk.
not.
You think I am though. How you gonna tell me what I am or ain't? Like I literally take notes. I literally
Okay,
have a whole Kirk
okay,
folder.
fine. You're not. That is my impression of you, though.
That's whatever. I mean, that's okay. That's fine. I don't hold that against you. Think what you want. But I tell you this.
Okay.
The point is right. Reality is gonna do what it does, whether or not we care, whether or not we're here to see it or know about it. We're gonna experience it. We don't have a choice in the matter. You understand what I'm saying? That's what I'm telling you. Before you came about, before you were able to even emerge and have a name and be named, there was a process that took months, 9 months for you to emerge. And you were in that womb. You were, you know what I'm saying? There was a whole system keeping you alive. You went from a liquid in the
I
ball.
wasn't in there for 9 months.
You know what I'm saying? Like you probably got cut out like early. You know what I'm saying? They probably like ended.
No, I didn't. But
probably
I didn't have a brain for the first however many months.
They probably released
So
you.
it wasn't me in there.
They probably released this Terminator soon after Arnold, y'all. This Terminator right here. What was it? The T3, the girl.
The T3000.
Yeah, the girl. The one that was a girl, remember? She's the T4000. Anyway,
Jay, have you ever thought about LARPing as an atheist? Just pretending to be an atheist and trying it on, and maybe like going into some live chats and talking to people as if you were an atheist?
Nah.
No.
Did you ever go to like church or anything, Jay?
When I was younger.
When you were a kid?
Yeah, when I was a kid, but they did some bullshit. You see true colors in there. We stopped going because they did some bullshit. Came in my aunt crazy, and one day we just stopped going. She was just taking me, you know what I'm saying, trying to keep me in that. And I believe, in whatever. It wasn't because of that. I already had like my own inclinations. I think I probably may have mentioned it, but I don't know. It is what it is. Like, I don't make too much of it. When I was younger, like people used to tell me about it. I had a friend who passed. He was very, very much into it, like very, very much into it. But he passed very young. He passed like at 24, so like shortly after we, got out of school. Like basically, school was over at 2004. He was gone by 2008. But like that was my guy, and he used to tell me a lot about religion and blah blah blah, and all that stuff. So. And he gave me a Bible. That's the one I still got. But from time to time I'll read it, you know what I'm saying? And I like some of the messages, you know what I'm saying? Some of the messages are good. Like good
Jay,
messages.
can I pose a hypothetical scenario to you? What do you think the Jay would be like in a universe where every kid is raised, and instead of being told by their parents that there is a God, they're told by their parents, there's some people that claim that God exists, but there's no more evidence for one God than there is for another God. So it looks like they're kind of all just made up, kind of on the same level as like trolls and fairies and dragons and stuff. And so angels, demons, and demigods, all those things are just kind of made up in the realm of myth. Do you think that Jay would still believe in a God, would still be like a deist or theist at all?
Yeah, because my true.
You do think you would be a theist? That's crazy. How would you end up
I
being a
told
theist?
you, he's open to anything he comes up with, but not open to anything that anyone tells him.
Jay,
you would have to come up with the idea for. That's so wild.
I'm literally
in But Jay, in that kind of vein, and obviously you're not an idiot, so you may be able to presuppose this question. But
You have a sentimental connection to the Bible, the book that was left to you, right?
Dude, I'm telling
Or
you that.
did you or did you not say a second ago that you have
I'm answering
Sorry.
Austin's question first, and then I'll answer that. Like, 'cause
Yeah, go for it. Sorry, I didn't mean to jump. I'm English. I didn't mean to jump the queue. I do apologize.
Jay has never expressed any allegiance or connection to the actual Bible.
Yeah, Jay, go ahead, because you were explaining how in a hypothetical world where you were raised as if gods were the same as trolls and goblins, you would still somehow come to believe in God. Do you think you would also believe in goblins and trolls in this world?
It wasn't like, all right. I'm saying that because despite what I'm being told, just like in this world, despite what I was told in this world, I go by what makes sense to me. That's what drives me to my conclusions about my opinions about God. It's the shit I go through when I go to sleep and wake up. The questions I have, right, about reality.
I was going to ask you, Jay, about after the church thing. I was going to say, those Christians that come up here and they argue and they talk about the Bible and reasons why their God exists and all that. Do you find any of that convincing?
Well, like the people that come up and talk, no. Like I think that a lot of them just kick an ego and fear, and like control dogma. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. It's like.
So what do you think of sort of Christianity? Do you think it's just made up? Do you think there's any truth to it?
I mean, again, that goes to humanity. That now you have to trust humans. Humans are the ones who came up with these stories. Is it possible that they came across something maybe of divine origin, maybe something that could manipulate physics somehow? And
Sorry, Jay,
people
with respect, that's not Christianity. That's deism. Like
no, it's not. Think about it. If I find something right that allows me to manipulate the universe, the cosmos somehow, some way, I don't know. Say a technology that we didn't have or they didn't have, and they saw it, harnessed it, made it theirs, and did things that convinced people of these things. You see what I'm saying? It doesn't mean that it's
Okay,
fake.
Jay. I want to modify my hypothetical a little bit and ask it to you again. So say the exact same world, you're raised in this world where gods are fairies and trolls, except for one god, a different god, the god Skull Daughter, and she's a skeleton kid with a evil scythe that goes around and destroys all the bad people. And in that world, do you think you would reject Skull Daughter and still have your deist belief that you have?
You forgot the 4 huge omnipresent titties. Now let me stop.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Well, that's the first thing you've said that I appreciate, Jay, and it's the appreciation of tea.
Finally, a God worthy of worship.
Like, let me just come direct with it. My contention is that in this world, in the first world, you would think gods are like trolls and fairies. You wouldn't believe in a god. And in the second world, you would believe in Skull Daughter. You wouldn't believe in this current. Not only is your interpretation of your God versus the other religion's God culturally shaped, the idea that gods are different from trolls and fairies and goblins at all is culturally shaped.
All right, but based on that logic, then why isn't that the case now? Why am I not just preaching?
You were raised in a culture that
Jay,
indoctrinates its children.
But you
That's
must.
what I'm saying. They
Jay,
say a different, a specific God. That's why I'm just trying to get this with him.
Culture. They were indoctrinated and inculcated by their culture.
Jay, you must understand, Jay, that the foundation of this question is quite it's quite profound.
I have a question.
The rules, the governing principles of the universe in which we all exist, regardless of the culture, is uniform.
Exactly.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is it 2 at the front and 2 at the back, or is it 4 at the front?
It's I prefer the cosmopolitan approach, which is 2 in the front and 1 in the back, but that's just me. So
It's UG with the fucking hard hitting questions.
There's a north, a south, a east, and a west.
like how many you get in the stink is on personal preference, but other than that, we're just going to go with it. So,
but yeah, so my thing is, that would be a crazy world where it rains breast milk and shit like that. Let me stop. But anyway, so
you just got you're making my point for me. We live in a world where people wear a torture device as if their savior would be happy they're wearing the thing he got tortured on.
So my thing is this: look, I'm always gonna have the questions that I have. This is the reason why I'm not dumping those words now. I get what you mean, how it works on others. There are people that been told that when they was a kid, indoctrinated through and through, stick with it. And they kick that to this day. They'll tell you the words, they know every verse, all of that, right? I was pitched that, right?
Yeah,
but
I think we're all indoctrinated.
Right? But here's the thing. In your logic, you say, oh, but if you would have been pitched this, you'd have believed that. You was pitched this, you'd have believed that. Well, I was pitched this, and I still got to the conclusion I got to, because I like to believe that I would have been able to critically think my way through and say and ask myself questions and do what I did in this particular instance. The only one world that I could go by. I can't go by that fictional world, but in this world that I can go by, when that could have happened, it didn't happen because I had the wherewithal to be able to ask these questions and come to my own conclusions. Now, does that mean I don't believe in God? No, I still do think something is responsible. Like, I just can't shake the hunch, but I'm humble enough to accept that I can't prove it, for one, or I have no evidence for, I can't demonstrate it. And that means that I cannot present it to you as a truth claim. That means I can't say to you, hey, guys, follow this, what I'm doing. I can't do that.
I am of the opinion that thinking about imaginary worlds is actually a great critical thinking tool. And I'll give you an example. I used to be a believer in a God like you, and now I am a complete disbeliever in that idea. How do you think that happened?
Imaginary worlds.
I'll tell you how it happened. I was given a belief about this God claim, and I was told that this God was perfect, and it was literally impossible that reality could be in conflict with the correct interpretation of that God's word. And then I found out that's all bullshit, because God's word is made up and people interpret it wrong all the time in such a way that reality is in profound conflict with it. In fact, it's full of scientific inaccuracy and absurdity.
But you're missing one important element here, Austin.
What's that?
Jay isn't taking a God claim that was given to him by someone else. He's talking about a God claim that he dreamt up in his own head, and he believes it because, and he just said it, he believes it because he likes to believe it.
It's not because I like to believe it. I believe it.
But those were your words. You said I like to believe it.
Jay. That is legitimately, like, you did say that, Jay, because
listen, John, that is her.
They were your words.
Summarization of it. I did not say it in those words. What I said was that
you did. You used the word feel, like to believe.
This is how I believe. Again, you're surmising. This is what I believe is the case based on how I see things. This is what makes sense to me, that there's more to this going on through the brain, through the mind. And that's just how I feel based on my experience, my everyday life.
That's how I feel based on my experience. What I like to believe. My overarching point is you didn't get this God claim from anyone else. You came up with it out of your own fucking noggin.
You said,
and that's going to be harder to.
Because it makes me feel good. I didn't never say that. I said because of based on what I'm seeing, the shit that I'm experiencing.
I didn't say it makes you feel
how
good.
I see life is. That's what I believe is going on. Like it's based on something. It's not just
But
me saying, "Oh,
like
fairies and
the
ponies."
Jay,
Yeah, it's based on what you
and
came up with in your own head.
It's based
I
on
don't want to.
making,
Obviously, I don't want you to dox yourself or anything like that. But if can I just ask a couple of questions with respect to antecedent facts? So, like, don't obviously if I ask a question and you go, I don't want to answer. Don't feel pressured to answer. There should be
Yeah,
no
Jay.
requirement.
What's your PIN number?
But,
I believe
yeah.
Yeah. What's your
Jay,
mother's
I
maiden
need
name?
I need your social security number.
My first pet dog's name was insert dog name here. What was yours?
Yeah. But my question, like, if the God claim didn't come from your parents, you just intuitively came to it, and that's kind of where my question is going to lie. Like, if like do you think, or do you have a gut feeling that we came from somewhere?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you do. Okay.
So
and the gut feeling.
Let me just clarify, because it's my opinion, right?
Yeah, of course.
That something is responsible for this, like that this didn't just happen out of nothing.
Okay.
Go ahead.
But
have you ever heard of what's called a saddle thrombus? Jay, it's a serious question. I'm actually asking.
Never heard.
Okay, so a saddle thrombus is when a clot in your body gets thrown and it goes through your blood system and it gets clogged in your pelvic girdle in that area, and you die. You can't live with it because your heart explodes, basically. And it's possible for you to have a genetic defect, which means at some point in your life, this is going to happen to you and you won't see it coming because it's an indetectable genetic defect. So it's possible that for people to be born guaranteed that they're just going to horribly die at some point. It's going to hit them out of nowhere and they're just going to drop dead. If something made that, if something is behind that, it's a psychopath. It's a sociopath to make things that way, right?
I don't think so.
We had the same discussion around something called an aortic dissection.
Yeah.
And I was working in Manchester. It was in one of the central hospitals in Manchester, and we had a patient. We were doing a thoracic MRI. We were looking at their spine for nerve damage, and they actually went through that. They suffered an aortic dissection whilst they were on the MRI scanner, and we caught the dissection as the aorta was like basically ripping to bits, and we dragged them from the scanner to surgery, and we didn't even get them to the room. They were already dead on the way.
That's brutal. Yeah, and a saddle thrombus is like the worst day of your life. It happened to one of my cats, and it was freaking terrible. He just started screaming.
It's the worst day of your life because it's the last day of your life.
Yeah.
Have you ever considered this thought experiment, Austin? Like, you say that this thing is a psychopath. If it exists in such a way that it lives forever, it's going to have to do everything eventually.
Ooh.
So it includes like being an arsehole.
Yeah, being psychopathic and sociopathic and mass murderous and incestuous and sexually ravenous, and
it's bored.
By the way, just kind of pour one out for aortic dissection. Shout out to aortic dissection for killing Lindsey Graham.
On a
fan
side
of
note,
aortic dissection.
Well, also,
I was not a big fan of Lindsey Graham's.
I'm also completely on board with sexually ravenous as well. So just
God's a hedonist.
You see, look at what it's doing now. It's being John right now, and it's being sexually ravenous. It just
Jesus turned water into wine, and I bet that loosened the chicks up real good.
do you know what? I had to drop out of this conversation to drop my wife off in Coventry because she's going out for drinks with the girls, and she doesn't fucking dress up like that for me. Like, I mean, she made me sexually ravenous, and it wasn't for my fucking benefit. I'm a bit upset, if I'm being honest.
Well, it's okay. She'll come home drunk, and you can probably persuade her then.
Well, yeah. Well, we'll maximize it then, of course. But
we're probably waves. It's probably a wave that's in us that leaves us that goes again and does this again, a wave that just goes through this reality, like something in the physics, a wave that's in us now that leaves us and then it does it again. I don't know, maybe that's what it is. Who knows what it is? I know that something more is going on than what I know.
But Jay,
And
do you not think? Do you like the problem that I have with your position? Isn't it's not your curiosity? It's not the fact that you're obviously intellectually capable. The problem that I have with your position is that you're inserting a conclusion when the most logical thing that you should do, what you should do is say, I don't know.
I don't
And
know that.
but you're inserting a conclusion. I'm like,
But I'm telling you that
why
I
are you
ain't
just not happy
yes.
with the I don't know part? Like,
Because I
we
know
are.
there's something going on. Though I don't know what it is, I know something is happening, right?
Yeah,
Something
but
going on, whether
but
I
you
know it or
can't
not.
you can't
Now,
but you're
I'm making my
you're
claim.
inserting an entity with attributes
No, I'm
that has
saying I never
you're
gave it
trying to
attributes.
insert explanatory power, right?
I never gave
And
it attributes. What attributes I gave it?
what do you mean? What attributes did you give it? Like you're saying that it's a deity. It has
I didn't
creation.
say that. I didn't
It's
say that.
responsible.
I
Well,
didn't
no,
say it's a
because if it's
deity or nothing like that. I said
no,
that
Jay,
eventually, if we do enough science, we will get to the point where we find something that
Jay,
we could consider a god.
you can't say that we came from nowhere. And I think that the reason that we came from nowhere, but sorry, let me rehash this. You can't say that we didn't come from nowhere. This entity produced us, because that's the I don't know. Whereas everybody else in this room is going, I don't know where we came from.
You're saying
We're not
you asked me a
inserting, like you're necessarily inserting an entity that
You asked
has
me if I thought.
agency. We're not,
You
right?
asked me if I thought. You asked me if I thought if we came from something. I said yes. So I don't. You know what was I supposed to do? Lie? Tell you no? Like I do think that. So I can't
Well,
prove that. I
I
wouldn't
don't.
said I could
But well,
demonstrate that.
well, no, that's fair. That. I mean, that is fair. Like, let's with reciprocity. Ask me the same question.
Yeah. Give me 1 second. Hold on.
Have any of you guys ever heard of trivialism?
No, but Jay, I think you're right. I think something is happening, and we should make a TV show where we talk about it, and we can call it "What's Happening." Brilliant idea. I think I'm the first one to have it.
Also, Jay, like, I don't want you to think that you're like, from my perspective at least, I'm not trying to attack you. I disagree with you, but I actually think you're a pretty good chap to have a conversation with, all told.
Yeah, man. Appreciate that. Same here, man. That's why I
No,
do
yeah,
this.
we love J Money on this channel. We don't tolerate J Money hate.
Love y'all back. That's right. Anybody who love me, I love you. Because you can easily be like, fuck you. Hate that dude. You know what I'm saying? So I take the love and I gives it back. Back. But yeah, you know, my thing is, right, God is something that I have to come to terms with. I have to say, okay, this is what I credit to be God, right? Because people are going to do that individually. Some people are going to use the books. Some people really believe in Zeus. They out here believing in Zeus, y'all. You understand? There's people doing that. There's people out here believing in fucking Zeno. That's God to them. You understand? But the one thing we could say is that each person comes to their own rendition, whether it's a delusion or not. It's a personal thing. And we set our criteria for God, right? We choose what compels us, right? The books align with science. And that's why they don't rub me the right way, because I see the power of science. I see the accuracy, you know? I respect
Science is powerful, but we're not just talking about science with respect to religious books. We are talking about archetype as well. We're talking about human experience. It doesn't have to be about science. It doesn't need to be
like empiric in the way that you think that it does. And the problem with religion, as far as I'm concerned, is that it places certain people on pedestals. Like it puts this notion of like Jesus or Moses being somehow superior. Like even Job, like as a story, to me is catastrophic. Like the notion that a god who had some kind of crazy power would just like brutalize this poor bastard just to prove
He's
a point.
bored.
He's
I mean,
bored.
but that's the thing. You keep talking about God. This guy in this dashiki is floating around. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I don't know. I mean, is it that? Is that what happened, or is that just one notion of God? You know, in the book, or you know, there's so many other notions of God. Like, what about Allah? Like, what's the critique about Allah? What about Zeus? Or what about Odin and Thor, Loki, and
Well,
what
they're
about
different gods in different books. Like, if you want to talk about like Zeus, then fine, but that's a different conversation.
I think J Money would enjoy being a trivialist. I think he'd enjoy it.
Yeah, I mean, my thing is this. Look, man, we can't put a lid on these concepts, right? Because there's so many different ones. We can't tell which one is right or wrong. Even the person who believes in the Bible God is an atheist to Allah. You understand what I'm saying? The person who believes in Allah is an atheist to, you know, Yahweh. You get what I'm? It's different. How you spinning it? Where you going? It's allegiance. It's gang shit. It's like this is what we do. People find stuff to live and die for every day. You could become a gang member and live and die for that, believe in that, and just be ready to go for that all day. It's just it's what people do.
Again, at the risk of asking a daft question, where do you live, Jay? Like, are you in a particular city, town? Like,
I mean,
don't talk yourself, obviously, but
I move around. I move around. I get around like my guy Tupac. What's up? I get around. What happened? What's the?
well, it's just because when you're talking about like when you're talking about God as if he's kind of like some gang member or something, I was just wondering about like this in-group out-group mentality.
Gang member. I didn't talk about him like he's some gang member. I thought that people, right, they think that way. Tribe mentality. It's been that way since the very beginning. Before there was even these books. You get what I'm saying? There was cavemen aligning so that they could work together to take down the fucking woolly mammoths so they could eat, feed their tribes. Like working together has always been a thing. We've always been that way. We've always been curious. We've always had questions. We've always been vulnerable and susceptible to manipulation.
I personally, I think from an anthropological point of view, humans, generally speaking, had quite a small in-group. Their tribe was their in-group. And I think what we need to do, or what is required for us in order to continue our existence in the modern technological world, is we need to widen that group out as much as is humanly possible. We need to make it easier for us to consider people to be part of our in-group as opposed to part of our out-group, because it is a dichotomy. Like if you think somebody is part of your out-group, i.e. another nation, another country, etc., then you're going to consider them to be, if not an enemy, at least a threat. And if they're at least a threat, then you're going to be concerned about them. And that's perfectly natural. It's perfectly reasonable. And I'm not advocating for the removal of individualism. Like, I think we are individuals. I think we have enough nuance to maintain our respect for our individual characteristics. But we probably should at least open up the net with respect to in-group and out-group with respect to aggression. You know, let's at least not consider each other enemies. That's the bare minimum standard that we should probably have.
No, what I'm trying to explain, right? People have this instilled into them. I'm just speaking towards the nature of humans and how we are and how we've always been.
Yeah, but that's what I was speaking to. The problem is that humans naturally, we intrinsically look at groups that are different from us as an out group.
Mm-hmm.
And if we can try and stop doing that, it will let a little bit of light in the room.
No, yeah, for sure. I agree. That's why I don't think that way. I personally don't think like that. But I'm just saying that I do know that that is a thing. You know, people will think that way against me, whether I think that way or not. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not stupid, and I get that that's gonna be something that's coming my way, whether I'm that way or not. Like you have to be conscious of who you are and what exists in the world around you, how others are.
Self-aware. Yeah.
You know, that's all it is. So I say that just to say, you know, even in certain things, like I like certain things I'm into that, you know, I can't imagine a world without. You know what I'm saying? Like boxing, wrestling, certain shit like that, you know, psychedelics, you know what I'm saying? It just makes everything fun. You know what I'm saying? But you know, family, my little boy, you know what I'm saying, my siblings, my people, you know, all that, you know what I'm saying? So my thing is we all find our niche and where we fit and what we believe. And
So
again, life is a personal journey.
What's a niche?
You know what we do, the way we live, like the way I
Oh,
what it is.
sorry. No, I do apologize. It's a niche. It's a pronunciation issue.
You have a brain
sorry,
fart there, John.
Yeah, no. It was when he said like it was the. It's just a cultural thing.
Some people pronounce it niche, don't they?
Yeah, niche. Well, that pisses me off. And that annoys me too. But
Did you know, John, that the way that Americans say aluminum is actually the correct way? We say it wrong.
It's spelt differently.
No, it should be said aluminum, and we say aluminium.
Aluminium.
Yeah, I say aluminum for you.
You and I are gonna fall out if you're not careful.
Hey, it's just the truth. It's still a tomato, though.
True. Best sandwich ever with cheese.
And I don't know what cilantro is, but good.
Jay, I have a really important. I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Do you think you would become an atheist if I said that it would be cool if you did?
Absolutely not.
I'm just messing with you, obviously. No, Jay, you have a lot of hit points, dude. I'm impressed by your ability to, you know, stay in conversations this long and still be cordial. And I appreciate you letting us like critically examine your ideas.
Yeah, why not?
Also, does like I mean, I've lost my temper with people before. Has Jay ever lost his shit? Like ever?
Yeah, I've seen Jay lose his shit. Not often though, and a lot of the time it's deserved. He was provoked.
Yeah, you know, I try not to, because at the end of the day, it's no point for that. But some people is just, you know, they just be dumbasses. So it's like, if you want to take it there, let's take it there. Let's make a shit show. You want to make a shit? You just want to talk shit? All right, let's talk shit. We can go there.
Yeah, that's the right place to be. I think you should be able to meet someone where they are if you want to meet them there.
Yeah. Exactly. So it's like, all right, if you want to talk, you want to have an intellect conversation, we can do that. Like, I'm not gonna go at nobody who didn't come at me first. You know, that's how I
mirror that energy, bitch.
Yeah.
That's all it is, you know? I don't mind, and I don't take it personally. But I've told people to go fuck off with me the next day like nothing happened. You know what I'm saying? Because that's how it gotta be. You can't wear this shit.
No, Jay's chill.
Yeah, you know, you gotta let it go, man. It is what it is, man. I don't harbor no resentment. Nobody. You know what I'm saying?
Do you know, it's an odd thing to say, but I actually fell asleep the other night, Jay, whilst you were having a chat on Gretchen's channel. But I just like drifted off to sleep, man. I was like,
that was like last week, son. I've been
drifted off to my sweet bliss whilst Jay was having a chat with people.
I mean, you know, my thing is this, right? People gonna feel how they feel. I respect it. Why? Because everybody got a story, right? Something led them to that, right? A lot of people got to their God beliefs through trauma. A lot of people felt alone. They didn't have nobody, and they had that voice that they said to themselves, and they felt like they was communicating with God in that moment. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that shit pulled a lot of people through a lot of hard times. I'm not gonna invalidate that and just be like, oh, that's crap, that's garbage.
Yeah, yeah.
Make your bed and lay in it. That's it. Just stand on it and stay out of my way. You know what I'm saying?
No, and I for sure was making a joke. I know you're not going to become an atheist just because I say it will be cool if you do. Although it will be cool if you
it would be fucking epic if you did.
I'll tell you one thing: you're pretty much already in an atheist in group, dude. You'd be in like Flint, you know, like you're basically an honorary atheist already. You hang out with atheists more than almost any theist I know. So yeah.
Pick up the gun.
This got nothing to do with atheism.
One of us. One of us.
There's a lot of theists that I wouldn't be on their shit because I don't like them. You understand what I'm saying? It has nothing to do with the religious belief. It's more about the people. You understand?
It can't not have anything to do with religious belief. But I think
it doesn't. It doesn't. It literally, absolutely doesn't. It has more to do with the fact that I'm among scientists, good people, good men, good women, good fathers, good, shit like that. That's what I view it as.
Jay, it's the reason that I say that it can't have anything. It can't not have anything to do with the religious belief. I understand that it's like the most minimal contact with the religious belief, but you are on the reason that it has a value to you. It seems, at least, is because of its cultural context, which is religious, right? It absolutely has to be religious. Like you can't make the claim. I'm sorry, Jay. You can't make the claim that it has no religious content whatsoever, but it does have cultural content. They're not separate. You can't separate them.
I don't come here for that. Is what I'm saying. Like me, it comes up.
No, and again, I understand that, but my feeling is that the reason that you are attached to the religious argument, the position that you hold, i.e., that you're not prepared to jettison this prime mover, this first cause, is because it does have some kind of cultural context to you that you just don't want to let go of. There is the part of you that isn't prepared to let go of the quote unquote God isn't logical. It's not rational. It's cultural.
What I'm saying is this, right? Look, what I'm saying is this. My beliefs, I'm going to have them whether or not I come up on here. The coming up on here is more relevant. It's more in relevance and, relativity to me fucking with y'all and like I fuck with y'all than not. Like there's other platforms where I don't know people that talk the same shit. I don't go there just to talk about the theism because I just want to talk about it. And fuck that. Like if I don't know you, if I don't fuck with you, like it's not going down. You understand what I'm saying? Like I go to maybe one other platform and it's a boxing channel. That's because I fuck with dude. You know what I'm saying? Like that's somebody in real life that I'll link up with. You get what I'm saying? Like shit like that. So that overrides
I'd have a beer with you. I'd love to have a beer with you. Actually.
Exactly. You see, exactly. And the feeling is mutual. And that's why this is even happening. You see what I'm saying? There's so many other places that talk this type of thing that I wouldn't do it because I say to this guy sounds like a fucking asshole. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't if I wouldn't kick it with you like the way I would with you. You see, we could chill, drink a beer, I smoke my blunt, we watch the fight, you know what I'm saying? Whatever, talk shit, nothing to do with religion. You see what I'm saying? If I can't do that, if I don't feel like I can do that, then I don't even want to fuck with you. You see what I'm saying?
John, would you go for a beer with Manar?
Probably not.
UG, why the fuck would you even ask that? Okay,
I would.
Come on.
I would like
to
think
why.
that I would like to think that I had it in me, the capacity to go for a beer with Manar. But do I think that I would end up breaking the glass over his head? Probably. Manar is the problem with Manar is that he tends to approach conversations with the hope that he's going to elicit a reaction, and I am unfortunately too prepared I'm too agreeable, so I'll give him the fucking reaction.
can't.
I would rather attempt to mate with a hornet's nest than go for a drink with that fucking disordered fuckwit. Holy shit.
I mean, listen, nothing against him. I don't know him, but what I'm saying is, when I do shit like that, I have to know you. I don't do that with just anybody. I don't go to clubs and do that. I've always had a motto: I don't attend the party, I supply the party.
But earlier today, we had a conversation. And when I say we, I mean like us as a group in general. We had a conversation with Manar, which was tragic because it was Manar who was just trying to elicit shitty responses from people, and he was just being hyperbolic, like a malicious cunt, basically.
That's his MO, though, isn't it? It's just
Yeah,
what I've
it absolutely is. But we also had a conversation with a young gentleman who, whilst we disagreed with, like, seemed to have a degree of sincerity to him, and the conversation was it was excellent. Like, nobody ended up agreeing, but we ended up understanding people's positions better. It was just an excellent conversation. It was
hang on. We did all agree that Nobody on Fire was a low tier slow boy runner. We did agree that.
Sorry, but fuck him. Like, I'm
that goes
team,
without saying, UG.
I'm team you, team
especially
UG.
on this channel.
I'm not gonna let my
I'm a genius, man.
I'm not gonna let my countryman hang out on his own. Like, I'm definitely team UG here. Nobody, by the way, go fuck yourself.
You know he loved nobody. But I tell you this, no matter what.
UG and I are walking into battle wearing red coats together. Fuck it. Let's go for it. Let's double down.
No matter what anybody says, right? God,
what's your grounding for loving Nobody on Fire? Go ahead.
God,
look, Father. Look, Father, an American. Don't worry, son. I've got him.
God is one of the things.
Or doesn't but like given that grounding seems to be based on like age, doesn't that mean that like they should just be English by deficit? Like,
nobody could define God in a way that's universal for everyone. You understand what I'm saying? Like, that's the thing about God, and that's where the disproving of it is even a pointless effort, because, or like, disprove God, prove your God, blah blah blah. It's just people putting forward their concepts, putting forward arguments. You know what I'm saying, and trying to give you their rendition, applying their logic on things that's thousands of years old. You understand? Like, we got to think, right? There are things happening, but our best way to it is through science. And that's what I tell the theists. It's through science. Science is what's going to get you the closest to whatever God you think
Jay,
it is.
Jay, the values, like, even with respect to science, the reason that we choose to explore the fields of science that we choose to explore is because of a value that we have.
Yes.
But our values, and I stress this, like, I really, really, really stress this, our values, not God's values, not somebody else's values, not some, like, even if there was a creator of the universe, not their values, our values. They're ours. They're first person to us. Like, do you think that I would stop loving my children, or that I would stop valuing my children just because a God weighed in and went, hey, you shouldn't do that? Like, they are first person to me. Our values are our values for a reason. It's because they're ours. They're first person to us. And the first person part is something that you should probably expect and accept. Like, I'm not going to have somebody tell me that I shouldn't value my children. I value them. I love them. I'm going to protect them.
Exactly.
And it is first person to us.
No,
regardless of our creator of the universe. So at the risk of asking what might seem like a daft question, what's the point with respect to speculating on some other creator? Like,
because again, God might not be again what you presume it to be. This all-powerful deity who could just do whatever at the whim of a thought. You know, it's probably not that way. You understand what I'm saying? It's probably more mechanical to this. It's probably more physics involved. Somehow.
What does more mechanical mean?
Maybe this is something that also emerged. Maybe something that was also born and was responsible for us move the universe in a way where this shit was able to happen and resolve this. Made sure
Okay,
that
guys, we got somebody new coming to the stage.
Go ahead.
Just letting you know. Someone named Hello Satan Stalker.
Greetings.
Yo, what up? How you doing?
Doing fine. How about you? How about you guys?
Everything
Good. Cute name.
Good. About to light up a blunt, chilling, you know.
Where's the name Satan Stalker come from?
Quite a long story. So I got it from like in the 90s when I was like a kid, and I read this Yahoo article. It was about this really nerdy kid who had a crush on some really popular chick, and but she wouldn't talk to him, blah blah blah, high school tropes. So what he did was he hacked her computer to where, like, even if she unplugged the computer from like the router or the internet or whatever, he was like remotely hacking her computer to fucking like chat with her and shit like that. And the username that he chose was Satan Stalker. I was like, oh, hey, that sounds cool.
Fascinating. So where did you bury her?
I understand how that is. I have a screen name that I've been using since like the first year of high school when I took my two favorite scientists at the time names and shoved them together. Sarah Gunder and George Smoot became Gunder Smoot, and that has now been my name on Xbox, Twitter. Like, Gunder Smoot is my identity outside of YouTube, so I understand how you feel.
Whilst this doesn't contribute, this is like, as far as I'm concerned, Satan Stalker has passed the test. Like, it was a deprecating joke that was directed directly at him, and his response was to laugh as opposed to lose his shit. So as far as I'm concerned, he kind of passed the test. That's not like channel specific or anything, but yeah, go for it.
So what brings you up to the stage, Satan Stalker? Is that what you want us to call you, Satan Stalker?
You can, yes. Well, I'm more of a friendly. So like I believe in the scientific method. I believe in evolution. I believe in the Big Bang Theory. I think science communication is absolutely a vital necessity in our society.
Be careful, because you are overloading me with levels of based that I can't really handle. So just don't be so based. You got to give us something to like fight about.
Like
Sims is looking for a phallus to stroke right now.
The only way people can properly govern themselves is if they are all well informed.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So did you jump up here to jump into this current conversation, or did you have something different you wanted to talk about?
You guys can just keep going on, and if I have something that I happen to know, science wise, I might say something.
I get the feeling that you rocketed up here because of aggressive agreement as opposed to disagreement, right? Would that be fair?
Yeah.
All right, good enough for me. Carry on, gentlemen.
Man, this just.
What do you think about J Money's position? Have you heard of anything about it, Satan Stalker?
No, I just got into the conversation.
Jay, do you want to explain your position to Stalker a little bit?
Yeah.
Stalker, do you want to explain your position to Stalker a little bit?
Stalker, do you want to explain your position to Stalker a little bit?
Jay, do you want to explain your position to Stalker a little bit?
I'm trying to still figure out my position as we speak. Now let me stop.
Okay, I'll
You
take
should
a
try
shot.
trivialism.
I'm just fucking around. So what I'm saying, what I feel is like God is something that people ascribe meaning to and put their criteria into it. Some people turn to a book, some people don't, right? I'm one of those that I look for my God or my truths or my hidden truths about reality. My something more, I look for it through science, right? I believe that that's our best way to find out anything ever, let alone God. You know what I'm saying? So I roll with
Well,
that.
see, the problem there is that you can't. There's no discernible way to test for God, right? Like there's
Point. Yeah.
God is something that's unobservable and immaterial, right? So how do you use science to determine that God is real?
Well, so they say, right? But to me,
On
you
an
know,
on an
say
unrelated
science,
note, I love this gentleman. Like, I think I found my wife. But other than that, carry on.
for sure. Take care, John. Have a good one, man. So, you know,
Oh, I'm not.
my
I'm not going anywhere. I'm just appreciating the
I
view.
thought you said, nah.
Yeah,
So
to piggyback on what Stalker said, not only is this like not
Satan Stalker, no
testable,
smoking on camera.
all the evidence we found, all the stuff we've looked into
Channel rules.
has taken our view
Yeah, go
from
ahead and turn your camera off.
taking our view of the universe from less and less supernatural to more and more natural and physicalist, and using scientific models to explain things. We've gone from explaining disease and mental distress as demons and curses to explaining them as things like neurological phenomena and
See the video
microbes and
camera button at the
microorganisms.
bottom? You just flipped it the other way around.
Yeah, well, I mean, at least this way you can't physically see me
Yeah,
smoking.
that's true. That's true. I'll be 100% honest. The reason I rarely have my camera on anymore is that I'm always fucking smoking. So I just
Yeah,
turn
and
it off.
all Todd's saying now that it's not specific to you. It's just a general rule. So
yeah.
But if you have trouble with your connection, it does help to turn the camera off. If you know your
How do you
voice
do
starts
that?
going in and out. You see the buttons at the bottom? You got a mic button and a camera button. Just tap the camera button and it'll turn it off. Just like that.
there we go. Yeah, now we don't have to see you anymore. That helps.
Or
I
his
can't imagine
ceiling.
what
We just have to deal with your ideas.
How come you went with
continue.
Dad Knows Best, John?
Me? I I realized the massive gap, the intellectual divide between my children and myself, and I was dealing with people, not necessarily on the internet. I'm not referring to anybody that we know, that had a massive misunderstanding with how the world works. Like they were clearly not functioning, and so I did start to think that maybe it was because that people were missing a dad, like a father figure, you know, and that's where it started. And
maybe their dads were just dumbasses too.
Well, like dads can be dumbasses. There's no it's not like mums don't. It's not an antithetical position to mums know best. It's just that I'm a dad, so that's my position. That's how I view the world.
I mean, maybe these dumb people you're talking to, maybe both their parents were fucking dumbasses, and maybe that's why they are too.
Could be, but the way that I view the world is from the perspective of a dad. You know, like
that doesn't surprise me at all.
But it is the case. Like, I mean, it's also the case that a mum could view the world. Like if a mum had created a YouTube channel and said, like, if I'd
That
created the
was
same
such a
channel, and
subtle
said,
dig. He didn't even get
Mum,
it.
no, I did get it, Gretchen. Come
Okay.
on. I chose to ignore it. You fucking lunatic.
How come you
so-
went with async? Is that
It's not
atheist?
fun for me.
Atheist sync.
Huh?
Wait
Is
a minute.
async atheist sync?
Well,
Hey Gretchen,
because this
don't I see you in like a lot of the live line streams, like allegedly Ian and Deconstruction Zone? Don't I recognize the name?
from chat.
Yeah.
Yes.
Woo! That's so cool.
Yes. You see me in there a lot.
super
And
quick.
I've been on.
Why,
I've been on with Justin before, so you probably see me there.
very
and
cool.
UG's gonna go around the panel. So, quick question, UG. Why did you decide to name your panel UG?
hang on a second. Eugene asked me a question, and I'd like to answer it. Thank you.
Oh, well, yeah, but nobody cares about you, Gretchen. You're just here because you pay the bills.
Is that so? Bye, John. Shut the fuck up. So no, I originally, set up this channel as a clubhouse for atheists, and just to synchronize atheists. And I'm also a backrooms junkie, so I stole the name Async from fucking backrooms.
Oh, cool.
Yep.
Cool.
And I infiltrated.
So
You
and
didn't, Jay, you didn't infiltrate. No, genuinely, you like. But I mean, like Gretchen will correct me if I'm wrong, but the reason that you're here is because we appreciate your contribution, right?
I'm just fucking around. I'm just, I'm the theist. It's an atheist clubhouse, whatever.
Your difference of opinion is sufficiently different that it provides us nuance, but it's not so different that we feel the need to stomp the fuck out of you.
I mean, I try to be as level in the middle as possible. Try to take what I'm told, you know what I'm saying, and hear it. You ain't gonna get nowhere if you don't listen. At least you gotta listen. Even if I don't agree, I'm gonna let you land. Take it from
also,
there.
When I say we, I'm not.
And at least J Money is respectful enough. He's the only one that followed me here that didn't get himself fucking banned, like Golden Arm and DeFreak.
Jay, well, whilst I massively disagree with Jay's a great person to have a conversation with. Like, you can have a good chat, at least, right?
Shoot the shit, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, did DeFreak catch a ban?
Yeah, he kept dropping slurs even when I told him to fucking stop.
So,
And
guys,
he thought just because I liked him that he would get unlimited chances, and then he found out he was fucking wrong.
That was saying like that, he's thinking about his kids' development, like strictly from the dad position.
Oh, hang on. What position?
Strictly from the dad position, like you
Oh,
know what's
right.
best for your kids.
Sorry, it's when people say dad, like it spikes my spidey sense because it's obviously my screen name. So, but never mind.
Yeah, when did he say? Just a few minutes ago? That'd probably be John, goes by the name Dad Knows Best.
Yeah, well, exactly.
right
That's why
next to
the word dad spikes my spidey sense. It's like,
Yeah,
what
well,
the fuck did I do? What did I say? I was like, shit, I didn't say that.
Sometimes I'm on other channels and I hear.
With your position because like raising kids isn't about like what you think is best. It's about raising them to what they think is best and what they find enjoyment and fulfillment in.
Yeah.
And it's about finding what that thing is, whether it be music, arts, science, or whatever it is. It's about finding that interest in your kids and supporting it wholeheartedly, even if you don't agree with it.
I disagree with that completely.
Regardless, Satan, UG was about to explain how I give him erections on other channels. Sorry, go on, UG.
That is true, but this is a different matter. It's when I hear someone say something stupid and then someone else says, "Yeah, nobody would ever say that," and I think, "Yeah, nobody on fire would say something
Yeah.
stupid like that."
Like the connections that you build in your brain, like fuck,
Nobody
like,
catching
that's not fair.
strays.
Nobody would ever say something so stupid. I think no, he would. He would say that.
He was.
Man,
What?
he's
Like, actually, what's worse, like the name nobody or the name dad? Like, I mean, either way, like it throws like false positives, right? You know. Jesus, I should change my name.
But I tell you this, look, man, God, right? You want to talk to me about God? We could do that, but you got to understand that when you do that, you're just giving out concepts, no different than a philosophy concept or this or that. What we like, all right, when a person tells you, like when you run into the most adamant Christian, right? The one that believes it the most, right? And they really believe it, right? Even that person, despite their conviction, can't demonstrate it. You understand what I'm saying? It's still the same. It holds the same weight despite their conviction, and that's the
Yeah, but
objective
Jay,
viewpoint.
Jay, none of us can demonstrate our epistemology. The whole point, the reason that an epistemology exists is because it is the best possible rationale that we have for understanding the world in which we exist right now. There's no certainty required. Like it's the best understanding that we have. Like morally, with respect to physics, you know, certainty. You must understand that. Like, and you're smart enough to understand that. You must know that, right?
No, I'm saying that science is the only way we could get facts. That's the only epistemology that matters to me. It's science, like, and
yeah,
you know, getting
But
that right.
But you
So
see,
that's not an
science and faith
epistemology.
are two different things.
Science is an epistemology, but it's not the only epistemology. And also, epistemologies exist with respect to different fields of quote unquote knowledge. So, for example, morality, right?
Well, morality is something that in itself is a science. Think about it.
No.
Can I try something on science?
Data, observation. What?
I bet nobody's tried this with you before, J Money. If I take the trivialist position, see if you can refute it. A trivialist says that every proposition is true.
No.
Yeah, that's true.
That's
this should be fun.
I mean, well, no, I don't think that every proposition is true.
Yeah, that's true as well.
I will posit that the Bible is just, it's not a good place to get your moral structures from.
You should just let
Yeah, J Many doesn't get any of his
let
moral
Eugene run
he
the
doesn't get
trivialist
anything from
position.
the Bible at all. He's
because-
not a Christian.
Okay,
I mean, Christians will tell you different, but you know.
He's a general theist.
I
I get you.
believe it's something.
He's
I'm not
kind of made
sure.
up his own theology around.
Does that seem like it might be
true?
What I'm looking for? True. Yeah.
Yeah,
my
true.
apologies for assuming your position.
No, it's all right. Don't worry, man. It's all good. But I tell you this.
We've been trying to pin his position down for a year, and none of us have figured it out yet.
My thing is, I like to meet science where it's at and ask my questions from there. Start my suppositions, if you will, from there. Like, for example, science says that when we die, the brain shuts off, and that's the end of consciousness and, you know, the end of existence. But, you know, I suppose that in that moment, instead of our limited viewpoint, because all we're going to get is the physical side. All we see is the end of existence, because that's what we can see. But, you know, there's probably deeper elements to our existence. There's probably a shift somehow. There's probably a change from this existence to a different existence. There's probably, I don't know, something else at play that I'm presuming could be the case, because we are not ourselves. You know, we are
I'm
not.
not convinced, Eugene. Does that sound like it might be true?
Well, I mean, maybe
I don't think he's playing. It's okay.
maybe not. But my thing is this: we don't know until we die, right? That's the real disconnect, literal disconnect. That's gonna allow us to see what is or isn't the case. Because we're either gonna see something or we're not. Something's either gonna happen or it's not, right? And it's only until we enter that state officially through brain death, not no other forms of quote unquote death.
So why
Brain
not
death.
celebrate the life that you have and like
Oh,
not
I
live
do. Oh, I do.
bound to
I do. I'm about to chill with my boy. I do. Believe me, I'm
Jake,
about to have a
Jake,
ball.
at the risk of asking what might seem like a daft question, if you accept that brain death is death, i.e., consciousness ceases to exist at the point at which the brains die, why are you continuing to kick this can down the road? Like, I can understand why you would with respect to other types of religious belief, but if you accept the biological condition that is us, humanity, i.e., that when we die, why continue to kick the can down the road? Like, what are you doing? What are you hoping to achieve? What's your
Well,
goal?
it's not a goal, right? There's no goal
Well,
involved.
no,
There's
there must be a goal, Jay.
no,
Like,
there's
there
not.
can't.
Like, there isn't. That's what I'm telling you.
Explain an action with.
what's
Hang
the
on,
point?
hang on. Explain an action absent a goal.
No, listen. The only goal that I have, like, all right, for example, like when I come up on here, is that what you mean? Like, is that what you mean? Like, what's the goal? Like,
No,
when I
no,
come,
no, no,
or
no.
just
Like, even
what,
even more fundamental than that. Like, why do you do what you do? Like,
like
it's
what
like
do
more fundamental. Like, forget the interactions that we have. Forget our concerns, our interactions. Why do you do what you do? What is the possible reason that you could have for this over that?
Well, I mean,
In its most infinitesimal sense. Like, forget everything else, like
well,
political.
why do I use my head? Like, I mean,
Just
like, it's like,
so there is a hierarchy, right? There is a this and that, right? There's a
yeah, I
good,
mean,
bad.
you have to have thoughts.
Yeah, and Jay, and you can go with this, or you can go with that,
You
or
can
you
go
can
with
go with
this.
this,
Go with
or you
that.
can go with that, or you can go with this because this is where it's at. But we just want to know where you're at with this and that.
Well, where I'm at with this and that, the pity pat after the boom in the back, I say,
I can't explain the P not P any more simply in colloquial language.
you about to explain it?
What the P not P?
You said it, right?
Well, the P not P is the most simple explanation that I could possibly give you in like math, but with respect to colloquial language, like how we use words on a day-to-day basis, I've
Try
tried to
hip hop.
explain it.
Maybe hip hop will do it.
Try hip hop.
Yeah, write a rap.
Right.
Oh man, listen, I'll tell you this.
I and then just go from there.
Like, look, you don't have to believe. That's not required, obviously. The only thing is required is staying out of motherfucker way. As long as you do that, you good. Believe what you want. You can believe in Gamba Kufu.
Well, see, the problem here is in order for you as a person to achieve your goals and see what you want done, you also have to abide by like the natural rules of the world. And there's other people who do the same thing as you, and they might not necessarily like want to. They might necessarily have something that you need to achieve your goals in life. So it turns into you ought to help other people to help yourself and realize your goals and be happy in life. it's kind of the base belief system around virtue ethics.
I agree. I don't disagree with that. You know, people learn from each other. That's why I like science. That's, you know, I don't consider myself a science communicator. I consider myself
Well, nobody was expecting
No
that you
one's
were
accusing you of that.
That's exactly the kind of thing nobody would expect.
I consider myself someone who pushes science compliance. Like, listen to the science communicators is what I would tell a person. You know what I'm saying? Like, get it from them. Don't get it from me. Like,
But Jay, what if the scientific consensus was there is no God?
Tell them to get
He
it
never was a god.
specifically from Austin Sims. Go to his channel Scientific Origins and subscribe right now.
Based.
yeah, like, that's what I would do. I wouldn't like try to be like, oh, get it from me, listen to me. Like, I'm saying, this is what I think. You know, reach your own conclusions. But this is what's on the table, though. This is what we're working with.
It's not.
Everybody
not
here, sorry, John. Just everybody here does agree, like out the gate, apart from Jay, of course, that science, that the God question is not really within the science remit whatsoever.
Yeah, it's Noma. Right?
Yeah.
I think the origins of the universe is within scientific inquiry.
No.
Science could explain the how, it doesn't explain the why.
I think that insofar as things like science, history, archaeology, geology, and forensic detective work can discern, gods are fictional characters. They're a category of fictional characters that evolved from the fictional concept of a soul, then the fictional concept of a soul realm, and then we came up with residents of this soul realm, and those residents evolved into modern deities eventually.
Nobody in Sims are absolutely right. Like, this concept of the why is very, very, very different from the how. Like, if you want, if you ask me the question about the fucking how, we can go all day, all night. The why.
We can't really just go all day, all night. We could go to where our best technologies can take us, and it's only to a certain point.
But Jay, you unfortunately are making the claim that there is some distinction between the how and the why. Like, if Eugene and I were having a discussion about how a bridge was built, like the engineering of the bridge, we can do the how all day. If Sims and I were having some kind of engineering discussion about how I don't know, Sims, what's your profession?
Biodata.
But fine. If Sims and I were having some discussion around like a biometric database or something like that, we could have, it would be a why a how discussion, not a why discussion.
How do we better manage this data? How do we better analyze it? Yeah.
That we, humans, men and women, insert the how, and there is no God required. Not only is there no God required, I wouldn't fucking want one either.
Well, that's because you think you have preset notions of the God based on certain texts and things like that. You don't know how this would work. You don't even really have an idea. You just going according to set notions.
I think that you think that I am upset with the notion of a God in the same way that I regret the absence of a father. It's not the same thing. They are not the same thing.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying like you know deeper system of existence.
Okay, let me try it this way. Why?
Like, you might just be part of a level of existence.
Functionally, what is the requirement of a God for the data that you see? Like, explain me. Like, step A, B, C.
Well, for me, I start from the practical. I start from my day to day. I start from me. I start from present moment right now. I ask myself certain questions and I work back from there. and then there's anomalies. We experience life itself. Like we know the how, we don't know the why. This all came about. We know the how, we don't know the why.
Like,
so,
but like let's stick. Look, first thing, let's stick with the how for a start, and then we'll come to the why in a minute. Like, just give me the how.
We can't
give me the like with respect to a self-replicating molecule. Like, just give me the how. Let's go.
No,
how did God do that?
Abiogenesis and all that, right? Like when the earth was forming and all that. So that's Luca,
just give me the how.
Right? Evolution.
Careful. If you say abiogenesis 3 times, you summon Dr. James Torr and he'll scream, Mr. Farina!
Go!
Is he still carrying around that piece of chalk?
Yep.
So
yeah, I've asked for the how, right? So just give me the how.
The how, like
the how.
I don't want James Torr to come in here, but you heard me. Like, that's
well,
why.
No, sorry, Jay, but you have a
listen, Jay. Nobody wants that.
You have
Mr. Farina.
You have a personal connection with the creator of our universe, do you not?
Well, yeah, I believe that it's set into motion. Not the universe. You. That's very specific. I do believe that something is responsible.
So when I ask you how, it should be trivial, right? But when I ask you how, it should be trivial.
It's kind of like planting a seed. Once you plant the seed, right? You're not responsible for every branch that sprouts afterward. Just plant the seed, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's kind of something like that.
So super quick question: did you just fart a little bit? Did you just like let off a little whiz pop? I thought I heard you say. I thought I did it. Doesn't matter. So
no, you heard
Jay.
me. You heard me take a drink of my Dr. Pepper. That was it.
Yeah, I love
but,
that.
Jay, like but you understand the question that I'm asking you here. Like, I don't want to beat you into a corner. I don't want to bully you.
So good, but I don't feel bullied. So good.
But you understand the question that I'm asking. Like, if you have revealed knowledge, then you have revealed knowledge.
No, I
like
really
but you are making a claim to knowledge that we don't have. But there is it is absent justification. There is no reason for it.
I'm not making a claim to knowledge. I'm not telling you this is true. I'm telling you this is what I hypothesize, what I suppose.
So right. So if it's purely doxastic, try it this way.
There's a lot of stuff that's true that I'll tell you. No, it's not what I suppose. This is the reality of life. This is the objective truth. There are things
no. Well, there you're making a knowledge claim. You can't like rock up to a conversation and say.
I'm not saying that those things are God related. I'm talking about like 2 + 2 is 4. That's subjectively true.
No. One is deductive and one is subjective. Your claim is subjective.
I'm telling you about knowledge claims, and when it's cool to make them. It's when it's in that sense. You can't do it when it's subjective stuff. It's only when it's objective truths, and that's what science gives you. Science gives you objective truths about reality. That's what it unlocks.
Well, actually, it doesn't. It depends on how you
because of the methods. This is what I'm saying. The methods that get implemented time and time again throughout the time. It's not the peer review. It's the continued use.
Right, Jay. If I told you that, so the distinction between deduction and objective knowledge, like deductive knowledge and objective knowledge, is whether it's mind dependent or whether it's just mind independent. Right? That's objective and subjective. And the bit that I think that you have fundamentally misunderstood is that we can have deductive conclusions about minds, but the experience that the mind has is subjective. So, for example, two humans could experience pain. The amount of pain that the two humans are experiencing is subjective. And we could ask them, how much pain are you experiencing? And they could say, well, I'm experiencing a 7 on the pain scale. Now, it is objectively the case that the two minds are experiencing pain, but we can't compare. There is no way of us going that person A is experiencing the same amount of pain as person B. There is a difference between the objective and the subjective. And I know this has been explained to you ad nauseum.
No, listen. People gonna perceive how they perceive. That's the part that we don't. That's part of the why.
Jay, is there any part
of
of what I've just said that disregards how people perceive stuff?
No, people perceive stuff that way through the brain. Yeah, like I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you. Like this.
But
look,
I'm asking you about the distinction between how we know what we know and what we know. There is a distinction between the two things, right? Can we at least agree with that?
Yeah, like I never denied that though. Like that's what I'm saying. Like the to agree with that is weird because I never denied it. That's the only thing that throws me off. But the whole thing is science is it's what I turn to, right? It's when I have a question about anything and I want to answer, I look to what a scientist has to say. You get what I mean? So that's my arbitrator of truth.
Yeah, but Jay, if you ask a scientist, is God real? They're not going to be able to give you a scientific answer because they can't.
Yeah, I'm a scientist and I say there's no God, but I don't say that based on science. Not in the sense that I know there's no God because of science. What I'll tell you is that scientific investigations have revealed this evolution that religions went through in human prehistory through animism, shamanism, totemism, polytheistic paganism, and then monotheistic deism and theism. But I don't know for sure that doesn't mean that means that the God that evolved from those concepts isn't real. Maybe it is, but I don't think it is based on those scientific facts. God not existing isn't a scientific fact, but there are some scientific facts that influence me to think God doesn't exist.
Okay, I hear you. What I'm saying is, if I'm asking you solely for provable science, nothing that's conceptual, just provable science.
But that's not going to answer the question of is God real?
Yeah, exactly.
Or does God exist?
I know this is what I'm saying. I'm going somewhere with it. See what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like when you take out because once you go to God, you go to the concept realm. You go again. I said it many times. It's concepts. So
Jay,
you step out of concepts,
hang on. No, sorry. I'm sorry, Jay. When you start the question with there has to be a there, when you use the word proof, there has to be some kind of conclusion. There is a statistical reliability to it. There's a mathematical outcome. And you don't just get to go, there's just a there. Like there are parameters to this question. So can we please set out the parameters to the question?
What do you mean? Like, when did I say there's a there? Like, what do you?
Jay, when you say there's proof, what are the parameters for the proof? Like when you say I need you to prove this, what are the criteria?
I wasn't even going there with that. I said if I ask you for something that's objective, goodness gracious,
you used the word.
I'm gonna let you, but you're not letting me land. Go ahead.
Did you or did you not use the word proof?
At this point, you knocked my thought. To be honest, like I'm not even gonna hold you. Like, I'm not even gonna like lie to you or nothing like that. You did knock my train of thought off, so I'm like I'm not even sure. Get what I mean? Like, well, I get it, but finish what you gotta say. Like, you know what I mean?
Proof, a statistical proof has a requirement to it. It actually has a mathematical requirement to it. So if you're going to use the word proof, let's go there. Let's do that.
Okay, if I use the word proof, cool. Whatever.
Yes.
Look
repeatedly.
didn't let me finish my statement though. I was in the middle of responding to someone
Sorry,
about,
no,
and that was the whole thing. So when you did that, you just knocked off my whole train of thought. So I was literally in the middle of responding to someone when you interjected, like, hang on. You see what I'm saying? Like that. That was a halfway statement in it that I was. Anyway, I'm trying to like get it back as you know what I'm saying? Because we was talking, and it was the God thing, because science can't give you facts about God, like scientific fact about God, like
Science can't prove
it's not
one
in the
way or
information.
another
It
if
can't
God
prove one way or the other.
exists. It
Yeah,
can't prove that God
so
exists, and it can't
that's
prove
what I
that
was
God
saying.
doesn't exist.
So basically, what I was saying was, but there are things though that it can prove, and that's why I trust it for my factual, objective claims. Because if I do turn to science, not for something like God, but for something that's objective facts, I can take a whole bunch of those and depend on that with certainty because of science. There's nothing
Yeah,
else
but
that can give me that.
I don't think
That's
anyone here, Jay, disagrees with that. I think we all agree.
Right. Right.
But you seem to be
Science,
saying
like,
that science points to God in some
I didn't
way.
say science points to God.
I
I'm
know you
saying
didn't say that, but
yeah.
it feels that whenever we ask you about the God question, you always seem to say, "Oh, well, I follow the science," and it's like, well,
Because I'm
science
saying
doesn't.
that.
well,
Yeah.
it seems more
You have
like
to go-
it seems more like he does a coin flip. Like today I'm gonna see what happens. Oh, I got heads, I'll follow science. Tails, I'll follow God.
No, to be
it's
fair to Jay, he's very
meeting
consistent. He
science at its
says this a
boundaries.
lot. He does
It's
always
meeting.
say he follows the science.
I'm telling you, like it's meeting science at its
Well, okay.
boundary and asking questions from
When
there.
I say two sides of a coin, what I more mean is he's treating like science is what you use for objective facts and things that we can measure and know, whereas God is a moral structure and things and something that you turn to for when you need to know how you're supposed to feel about something, or how you're supposed to think about something, or how you're supposed to judge judge something. I don't want to use the wrong word here. Ontologically.
Well, there's a distinction between how you know and what you know.
You
So
heard Stalker?
I think you're probably
It
referring
can't
to
be demonstrated.
epistemology, but still.
That's what the gripe is. That's the difference. So when you say I guess I got what you meant about the coin flip thing now. But what I'm saying is, it's because it can't be demonstrated. Like the science can, right? I can't demonstrate God. I can only talk like the same way I can't demonstrate.
Well, we can also
why
demonstrate. We can also demonstrate emotions and feelings that happened in the brain.
We don't know
because
why.
that's a synaptic.
I might have
We know
missed
how
that.
they happen. Stalker, we know how they happen, not why they happen.
Jay, this is a legitimate question. I might have misheard. Did you say that you can demonstrate God, or I can't demonstrate God? Can't. Okay, fine. Right. No, that was it. It was purely a point of clarification. I was just curious.
I'm telling you that there are things that science can explain. That's my justification for treating it with the respect that I do. And I meet it where it has questions. That's why I acknowledge what it currently says about death and the brain state and things like that. And I listen when I hear about it. And I also look at things like alternate dimensions, alternate realities. I don't know a lot about it. I can't really break it down to you, the physics. I'm not a physicist, but I do try to like look at things that talk about this. And there are questions, there are many.
Like the if.
I was letting John land. I mean, my thing is there are many questions.
Out.
He's muted.
John didn't pay his bill.
There are many questions, right, that I feel need answering, and I don't know if we ever gonna get the answers to them. I don't know if we ever gonna be able to, based on our sense data.
Here's a famous quote from Carl Sagan. He once said that it's better to have a question that can never be answered than an answer that can't be questioned.
Exactly. I agree with that. I don't mind. I don't mind with that. I don't mind that because I like the wonder. You see what I'm saying? I don't mind if nothing comes next because this life is great. You know what I'm saying? I love my experience. I'm grateful. You know what I'm saying? What I'm telling you is, and I don't take it for granted. What I'm saying is, that doesn't stop me from being curious about what could be. You know what I'm saying? That's all it is. It's not like I'm gonna fucking lose sleep over it or quit my job over it. Like I'm still gonna function and do what I do. But the point is, there could be something else happening out there. And that's not something that we could just, take for granted. I don't care if God turns out to be just some little short dude sitting on a fucking throne in the middle of a, civilization 3 Kardashev scale. He just manipulated the universe in a way where we could emerge this way. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe that's what the whole universe is, a Kardashev being doing what it does. Who knows? I don't know.
What if we discover that the universe is in fact eternal and everything in it that is all it has always in fact existed, and everything that we know today came about through natural processes?
Well, hey, look, it could be a turtle or it could be just an organism. It could be one big iris. It could be a big eyeball. You know what I'm saying? Who knows? For all we know, it could be an interconnection of neurons and networks that we just don't see. Dark matter, forces, energy, alternate universes, parallel universes, dimensions, all that shit is theorized. All that shit has mathematics behind it. It's not just stuff they pulling out of thin. They coming up with this. They're coming up with scenarios.
John.
And how they could test this. They got things that they're doing. Like I'm pretty sure Stalker, you know about the Nancy Grace telescope launching next month. I'm pretty sure you're excited about that. You're into science. Yeah, like I'm looking forward to that because at the end of the day, that's gonna give us more information about what we're in. That's all I want.
What's really super exciting is even though that really big explosion in Florida is the next stages of the Artemis missions where we're going to plant permanent bases on the moon.
Yeah, the moon. I can't wait till we go there. Like to be established.
You mean satanic NASA shill lying centers?
Nah, I can't wait till we make our base there. That's gonna be crazy, and people could visit.
Why?
Because it's lit, man. I'm gonna go smoke a blunt on the moon. What you why?
You're not gonna get to go visit.
If we come across enough money, even if I don't, I would. I don't mind being like a little ghost in the background, witnessing my future kids smoking a blunt on the moon. I'm gonna be smoking that blunt too, secondhand smoke or smoking from another dimension.
I can throw money at this particular problem. The question that you asked was why, like how, what, like why. The reason that I think, let me put it this way, the reason that I think the scientific exploration, the traveling to the stars is important is because I think, personally, that it advances scientific growth for humanity. And my children are part of humanity. And I also think that it will advance their knowledge.
Yeah.
So when somebody asks you why, with respect to science, you don't just get to go because. There is a reason.
Because there is a reason. I know that there's obviously a reason, but I'm thinking about my reasons why I would want to go there. Like she's not asking me because of science.
Okay. So
she's asking me just in general, like why do I care?
The reason is the reason isn't
I can't wait to build the base on the moon. And she said, why?
So let's try this question.
She asked why.
Jay, let's try this question again. Gretchen.
Yeah.
If you would indulge me, can we try the question again?
Yeah.
What was the question?
I made a statement. No, listen, I made a statement. The question came because I made a statement about me not being. I was like excited about us making bases on the moon and shit like that. She was like, "Why the fuck are you be excited for that? You wouldn't even be around for that."
That was my response to the question.
No. She said that. She was like, "Why the fuck would you be excited?" She lashed out, and then I said, "Because You know, I don't even
I
care.
didn't say that you
I'm
wouldn't
the-
be around for it. Like if we have a base on the moon, they're not going to let fucking civilians up there. We have
Well,
only
not,
two
they're
reasons to
gonna
put a
let
base on
people.
the moon. One
They're
is
gonna
to
let
store
people up.
fuel for our trip to fucking Mars, which is probably never going to fucking happen. And two, to rape the moon for any natural resources that we can fucking find there so they can
Telling me they're
monetize
not
that
gonna.
shit.
You
Because that
telling
is
me,
the only two reasons that we have to do this shit.
Gretchen, you telling me that they're not gonna eventually
You can also
commercialize it?
use the
Maybe
moon
for
as
like
a
$1 billion,
jumping off point
you
to
could
go
go on the
to
moon.
Mercury and mine the shit out of that.
No, not if they turn the moon into a big fucking mine.
Listen, they can monetize that by
No,
getting
they're not
billionaires.
gonna. They're not gonna sell fucking.
way
They're
more
not gonna sell
valuable metals
vacations
on
to a
Mercury than
fucking
there are on the
active
moon.
mine. It's not
You're
gonna
not getting
happen.
it. You're not understanding. All they gotta do.
Honestly, Gretchen, I'm
Listen,
gonna have to disagree with you there. 'Cause I don't really. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I really don't think there's any valuable minerals on the moon. Are there?
I don't know. Have we ever gone up there and drilled? Have we ever drilled up there?
It would make way more sense to use the moon as like you said, like a jumping off point, like a refueling station. So we can like hit asteroids or like I said,
But in that case, it's gonna belong to the
shit out of
DoD,
Mercury.
and they're not gonna let civilians up there anyway.
But
So,
here's what
Yeah,
you
not in our lifetime. Yeah, not in our
Gretchen.
lifetime anyway.
Gretchen, listen for a second,
What?
right? I'm talking about them going over there and eventually, not now, not in our lifetime, like you said. So it doesn't really matter. It's theoretical. But
okay, so then
I'm
you
saying
smoking a blunt
that
on the
them
moon is
building
never
a
gonna
city,
happen. That was my
them
whole
building-
point.
them
So we
building a
agree.
city. No, listen, them building a dome city where they could be outdoors in the moon, but it's like a dome over it, protected, shielded. You see what I'm saying?
Why the
But it's
fuck
like
would we do that?
No, because people pay for that. You know how many billionaires will pay? You know how much more money would go into space exploration if they could profit off of sending
Hardly
billionaires
any,
to
because
the
all
moon?
of their fucking billions would go to be paying for a dome that only fucking 10 people on Earth are ever gonna use.
You're not getting it. There's millionaires, billionaires everywhere. People you don't even know. It'll be people.
You're not getting it.
Didn't people say the same thing about commercial flight?
That's what I'm saying. Like, so now look, now you got now you got commercial flight. You see what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
look at Blue
now you got
Origin. We got commercial space. We got commercial
we could
space
put
flight, and what's happening?
we
Only
could
the
put
rich people are going up.
listen, we could put some
But guess
shit.
who's paying for it? We are.
We could even dig.
We're not ever gonna get
underground.
to fucking go.
We could even dig underground, make an underground encampment in the moon,
that
like
means
some other world looking shit. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know. I don't see it happening, and I think you're crazy.
I mean, listen.
But you know, you've talked to me enough to where you know that I'm not considered. You've talked to me enough, Jay. You've talked to me enough. You know that I am not concerned at all with what your grandkids or your great grandkids are going to get to smoke a blunt on another fucking heavenly body. Whatever. I don't give a shit. All I care about is boots on the ground. The situation as it is now, and what can we do about our world now?
Obviously.
Okay, fair
enough. Because you don't have an inner
the
child,
whole world is
T3.
fucking falling apart. We're on the edge of fucking killing each other, and you're worried about your grandkids smoking a blunt on the moon. I mean, I just think your priorities are a little fucked. That's all.
T4000. Sometimes it's good to have sometimes it's good to have a little, you let your mind go a little bit. T4000.
You know what, Gretchen? It is worth it. It is worth it to ask the question, what happens if we survive? What happens if we actually make it? And one of the things you have to take into consideration when you answer that question is that if we do actually make it, we have to find a way off this planet at some point, because this planet isn't going to last forever. It's going to get consumed by the sun. Maybe it'll become unlivable due to environmental issues, or we could get taken out by a gamma ray burst at any time. So planetary mortality is an issue that should be on your radar. I understand it should be on the back burner maybe, but it's something we should be thinking about.
Exactly.
I don't see why, because that's not going to happen for a billion years. So okay, fine.
Exactly, but it doesn't
But
affect you. You don't
nobody I know is going to be alive
We
at that
can
point.
get taken out by a
So
gamma ray
I don't
burst at
care.
any
That's
moment.
what you think.
We
That's
know
what
for
Or an
sure it's going to
asteroid
be
or a
gone
comet.
in a billion years. It could be gone by the time I'm done with this sentence. So we don't know.
That's what I'm saying. So my thing is,
Okay,
you
well,
always
if that
care about the
if
baby.
that happens, if it happens today, we're not prepared and we're all toast anyway. So
No, we're not. But
what
that's
good is putting in the work now?
man. Stop that, man. Stop
That's
that.
why we're working towards it, so that if it when it does happen, we'll be ready on the day that it does.
We won't. We'll be fucking dead probably.
But you get my point, Gretchen. You understand what I'm
Yeah,
explaining, hopefully?
I'm not as concerned with the propagation of the species as you are. That's what you don't get.
Because you're just all about the now.
Yeah, that's life we're living. You know what? I think my only responsibility in this life is to try to undo all the damage that the generation before me, which is the boomers, fucked us all over with. And that
No.
is my part.
It's
That is
also
the
about
best
making it
I
better
can
for
do.
the future.
So
Making it
that
better
is
for the
my
future.
fight, and I can meet that, you know, where the rubber meets the road, and that's the best I can do. Everything else, that's my fucking kids' problem or their kids' problem.
And you care
You
about
know?
that. You care about them. So
I care
you
about
care
them, but I won't care about them after I'm dead.
yeah, but if anywhere you could exist, you're gonna have care for them.
As soon as I'm dead, that's the end of me caring about my kids.
You don't know that.
Yeah,
You don't know
is
that.
it not the case
You
that
don't know
whatever
that.
you're doing now
I'm
is
pretty
because
sure.
you care about
You
your
don't
kids
know
and you
that.
want to set them up to succeed in the future?
No, because they're gonna have their own fucking fights to fight.
But you would want to help them no matter what. Stop that.
What?
I'm helping them by trying to unfuck what the boomers did. We're doing a shit job of it.
That's it. You always want to, wherever you exist, wherever your consciousness exists, will be the desire to want to help them no matter what.
My consciousness won't exist after I'm dead. That's what I'm telling you.
That's what I'm telling you that you see
And
from
I
this
don't.
lens.
And honestly, if I'm dead,
you'll
I don't give a
justify.
shit if the human species
I'm telling
fucking
you,
falls apart and doesn't survive. I think
wait.
we're all gonna kill each other before the planet fucking falls apart anyway. I
What
don't
happens
think that we have a chance no matter what. And I'm fucking fine with that. It doesn't bother me, and I don't think I have to spend any of my fucking time or effort or bandwidth, you know, preparing for
You
that
don't get it.
eventuality.
What if there's infinite use that you go back to? You understand?
I
Like
don't
they
think
say
there are
time-
infinite me's.
They say time works forward and backwards. That's like theorized. Like it works just as much forward as it does. Like time can go.
It only works forwards.
Mathematics for that. You know what I'm
Time
saying?
only works forwards. You can't go backwards.
Time works forward. You can't go backwards. But like scientists, I've read that they have like
and
equations like we can't do
to
it.
go forward, we have to figure out how to beat the cosmic speed limit, which is the speed of light, and we haven't done that. In fact, we haven't found anything that can,
or anything that can supersede it.
Yeah. So like whatever.
There's this.
It's not.
That substance.
I know you guys want to make this my fucking problem, but you just never will.
I didn't say it's your problem.
Yeah, we're not saying it's your problem,
Well,
but like when you make it your kid's problem,
I'm just never
that's a
gonna.
problem.
It's already my kid's fucking problem. I didn't do that. I did that by having them, but
Do we have a problem here? Do we have a problem here?
Hey yo, you got.
I think we got a problem here.
Can I take a stab at both sides in this? Kind of like build this bridge.
Yeah.
Right.
oh god, it's Ray. Yeah, come on, transhumanism, fucking life on other planets. Let's
No,
go
no, 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 no,
colonize
no,
fucking
none of
Mars.
that, none of
Let's
that,
hear
none of
it.
that. No, 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 none of that. None of
You
that,
and I have been
right?
having this discussion for
I
what,
know
a year and a
that's
half now,
I know that's why I came up, but that's kind of the thing though, right? Is like
and you haven't convinced me in that long.
no, in fact,
And
just the opposite.
they think
Just the
they're
opposite.
gonna.
I think if anything more, you've convinced me, right? In that.
Oh, what?
No. Because
That's
hear me out,
new.
right? Like as our knowledge evolves, right, as we continue to expand upon this stuff, we're going to get better technology that's going to enable us to do the things out in outer space that we want to do no matter what. That's inevitable if we continue down the path, at least in some way, right? We're not funding it well enough right now in the US anyway. The Europe seems to get it a little bit better. We're gonna continue to build the capacity to do these things no matter what as we expand our knowledge. There's always going to be the people with the curiosity that want to do that. So that's inevitable, right? What Gretchen's point is, we need to prove that we're worthy of being out there, right? And right now we're not. We don't care enough about one another to even consider going out there, because it's not, we're not going to do it to help we're not going to do it to help ourselves, like as a species. We're going to do it to help individuals at this point. So yeah, like we'll get there if we're.
Oh, Ray got raptured. I think his mic just disconnected.
Hello.
He'll figure it out.
He got raptured. We're all wrong.
He's still backstage. His mic just got disconnected. He'll figure it out. So, but like, what if space is fucking filled with like peaceful species that can like all get along, like Star Trek? You really think humans are gonna fit into that paradigm? I don't. We're fucking panicky, hateful fucking creatures. We can't even stop from killing each other. What do you think we're gonna do to fucking aliens? We're gonna rape our home planet for all of its natural resources, and then what? Go on and do the same thing? What are we fucking? We're like locusts. We're terrible. We're horrible creatures, and I don't think we deserve to survive anyway. We'll figure out a way to fuck ourselves over long before we figure out how to get to fucking other planets. Definitely before we get to other systems.
Yeah, apparently my my mic cut out halfway through there. I didn't realize it.
Yeah.
It sure did, sir.
Yeah,
but I'm a misanthropic nihilist, so I mean, good luck getting through that hard exterior.
Yeah, the gist is basically we'll get there because we're going to continue to learn. It's just, are we worthy of being there? And right now, no.
And can we get there before we kill each other?
I would definitely agree that right now we don't have a place in space.
Like right now, it would just be making the next quintillionaire, right? It would be whoever.
10 years ago, I might have said you guys had a fucking shot at like convincing me, but you know what? We elected Trump twice. So, you know what? I don't have a whole lot of hope for our species. I really don't.
I don't know necessarily if the U.S. could be taken as like a microcosm for the species. So, right? Like, I don't think. I think there's
things going on in the world.
But it's not just the U.S. The whole, half the rest of the world is cowering to that orange pig just because they're afraid of some extra fucking tariffs. Well, fuck that. You know what? He's getting everything he fucking wanted.
They're cowering to the 800 people who own the resources. It just so happens those people are manipulating the orange, tangerine amine over there. It's the people that own the resources that are controlling what governments are doing, because they're the ones that get people elected. They're the ones that say who get the power. Like if we don't fix the wealth disparity issue, none of it's going to work, right? We will collapse. That's just history.
That's like saying, you know what? We're not going to fix the Middle East until we deal with the Iraqi the Israeli settler problem.
Right.
We're not ever going to fucking deal with that.
We're never going to fix that, so we're never going to fix the Middle East. Yeah.
That's never going to get fixed.
You don't think wealth disparity will ever get fixed? Wealth disparity always gets fixed. Right? It always does. Be it either by massive disease.
Not always for the best. But
almost never. It's almost never been done for the best. There's always been heads in baskets. There's always been faces painting walls, right? Like, we could stop it if, we learned history, but we seem doomed to repeat it. It always comes down to how many people are starving. Once your starving threshold reaches a certain point, heads roll. The problem is now it's a globalized economy.
I'm glad you finally came around a little bit.
Well, I mean, obviously,
And you're not as pessimistic as I am, but I mean, I get that. That's cool.
I still have hope. I mean, like, I still see that there are people advancing those goals. And yeah, again, it's never going to happen in our lifetime, which is the biggest disappointment for me because I was a little kid looking up at the sky, looking at the moon, being like, I want to go there. Right.
But we're getting closer and closer and closer.
Yeah, there are baby steps when we could be taking leaps. That's the problem. Right? Like, if we didn't have the issues that we have here as a society, we could be devoting more of this into this, but we don't fund education. We don't value education. But the U.S. again is a bad example to look at. This is where we live. So what we see on a regular basis is idiots being idiots all day long because of failed education system. Other places don't have that problem, but we're not living in their environment.
Oh, yeah, like China's not having that problem.
China has different problems, right? They're rapidly expanding from an agrarian to an industrial society, and it's not going well, right? Like, they've got, laboratories sitting right next to like fields growing rice, right? Like, there's a weird. Oh God, am I getting cut again?
No.
We're in the Matrix, damn it.
Or maybe.
Oh, I can't tell.
No, I hear you.
Okay.
You're still there.
Yeah, the Matrix would be great. Then somebody could just tweak the settings a little bit and we could just do it all over again. But that's not it either.
And yeah, I mean, I'm pretty convinced that there isn't anything after this life. So, I don't really, I will stop caring about everything the second I kick the bucket. So,
Negatron disassemble.
But like I said, I would rather go out thinking that we're on the right trajectory than where we are now, right? To leave right now and be like, we're fucked, it's over. There's no in the path, at least where the U.S. is headed, and it is global because it's a global economy. It will impact everywhere eventually. It's just we're getting the first the first punch of late stage capitalism is where the U.S. gets it because we dove into it head first. We just didn't realize.
Yeah, but we're going backwards on the global economy. I mean, look at
exactly.
with Brexit and U.S. being all protectionist all of a sudden.
We could totally
we're
just
going the wrong
restructure
fucking
the
way.
second economy because economy is a social structure.
Yeah, we can't restructure our economy. Like, okay, so one of the biggest contributors to the U.S. economy is the military-industrial complex, right? So look at that industry and what could you retool that equipment for to be productive in something that would be helpful? Like the tools that they use to make weapons are pretty much only good to make weapons, right? So how do you rework that economy without completely tanking it in the process?
What I'm getting at is value is arbitrary. Like you could attribute any value to anything. Like it's all about just what you're saying it is.
Oh, okay, but globally, what the U.S. does is make it valuable to be able to end human lives by disrupting social systems, by inserting governments in the places where they don't. Like all they've done is insert their fist in the places to make conflict so that they can sell weapons.
No, I'm like talking about the actual number values we assign to things.
Right. We value turning people into a fine red mist. That's what we value. So we've got companies that are really, really good at turning people into a fine red mist. Sword bombs, dude. Sword bombs. So until we restructure those values, we're going to keep making
We're vile creatures, and this has been going on for thousands of years. And
well, no, okay. Let me see if I can phrase this right. So, like, we could still say like this fucking missile it cost like $100 million to make, or we could say the same missile it cost fucking $50 to make. I mean, it's the same thing. You're just saying two different values.
Yeah, but the materials that they put into that missile will never be valued at $50 because of all the other things those materials could be used for to do something beneficial. But they're not used for that. So plus somebody's got to have like siding on their yacht, right? I'm guessing what they put on a yacht. I've never had a yacht.
You could say it's 50. You could just arbitrarily say it's 50.
Well, sure. I mean, like you could. It's just a numbers
But
game.
why would they do that?
Why wouldn't you?
Hey, somebody say vile creatures.
Yeah. Wow. And you showed up.
Hey, what y'all doing, man?
You figured out how to answer to your name, huh?
I need to know what's the topic at hand so I can get into this. Like, what is it?
That's a good question. Late stage capitalism and how it's fucking us as a species.
And whether or not we deserve to take to the stars.
So it's like
MAGA can't, God isn't. Prove us wrong. That's the topic.
I thought it was what was it, main stage capitalism or what was it, mainstream capitalism?
Capitalism.
Late stage capitalism.
Late stage capitalism?
Mm-hmm.
So is it the same as capitalism, or is it like a capitalism that has evolved or decreased?
Oh, wow. I can't. Somebody else explain this to him. Bye.
Come on, why not?
Late stage capitalism is the
Because
eventuality
we're not
of a
here.
capitalistic
We're
system.
here. We're having a discussion. We're not here to stop it for fucking economics class for you, Cap.
All right.
Late stage capitalism is just like the precursor to imperialism, like just being completely overrun by oligarchs. I mean, it's kind of where we're at now. If you look at where
you think we're at that point right now?
who was standing behind the president at his inauguration?
Wasn't Bannon last time, though.
It was Bezos, it was Musk, it was Thiel, it was Ellison and Zuckerberg, the richest people on earth.
Brin.
I mean, like it was in a picture. Like it's the picture representing this is late stage capitalism. A government official standing by a bunch of private property owners that own fucking everything.
Okay, I might be a smart ass. That's legit. With all, what do we do to resolve that? What's the contingency plan, if you will?
There's so the way I look at it is there's three real options, right? It's a spectrum, right? So like as far as like peaceful to violent, right?
I learned about that.
No, it's not a political spectrum. It's the spectrum of violence, right? As non-violent as possible to fuck them. Right, that's the other end of the spectrum is straight up fuck them. But on one end, on the peaceful side, you can legislate it. Like you could tax these people effectively to disincentivize wanting to be a trillionaire, knowing that it doesn't do any good for anyone, because it doesn't. Everyone knows it, but we don't. We give them tax breaks. Some of these guys pay zero taxes, right? Well, your average American is paying 40 to 50%. That makes no sense. So you tax wealth, not work, right? That would be one. The other is inheritance, right? Like stop that whole bullshit, and the notion of trickle down, that kind of shit, right? That's the legislative way of doing it. You can do it with shame, right? Unfortunately, these guys are like the richest people are pretty much immune to shame, but you could bar them from any of the events that would be good to attend to. Like if Elon Musk shows up to Six Flags, he doesn't get to come in, right? Like, no, dude, you're an asshole. Go build your own theme park. The third option is straight up violence. You hit them where it hurts, and it doesn't have to be against humans, but I don't want to go into a lot of that, right? But the problem with the violence aspect is it's indiscriminate. So you're going to hurt a lot of innocent people along the way, and that's where like it has to be tempered as best you can. And why a lot of it isn't happening yet is because we're not at the point where we can indiscriminately hurt a bunch of innocent people to take out the ones that are causing the most harm.
You forgot the fourth option.
We all
The
just
fourth,
kill each other.
the fourth option, yeah, the fourth option is the one Gretchen has elected. We're all just going to go extinct.
Well, that's the yeah. If we don't
Well,
do any of the other three,
I
that's the
haven't
unfortunate inevitable
elected
fate.
that. It's just the conclusion I came to.
Yeah, that's definitely where we're headed.
I didn't choose that. That's just
I
where
know.
I
I'm just
landed.
poking fun at you, Gretchen.
Okay. All right.
No, but the fourth option is if we don't take any of the other three options to fix it. It's the inevitable fourth option is we just cease to be. Like it's a 2-horse race right now. The way I see it is a 2-horse race to the end of our species. It's either going to be climate change or it's going to be wealth disparity. Either one of those things could tip us to the point of we can't recover.
But to be fair, I mean, haven't we
Could
been
be
saying that since like the
biodiversity
40s?
collapse as well.
Haven't
Well,
we been
that
saying
would
that
be an
since the
aspect
Great
of climate
Depression?
change.
Like the Great Depression, didn't somebody have an epiphany and say, "Yo, something has to change"? It's been going for decades.
Thank God for what?
Thank God for what?
You broke up there.
What'd you say? You broke up a little. What'd you say?
Talking about the Great Depression. Don't you think like since the Great Depression, people have been contemplating the same things we are? Like, hasn't this been the same mindset for decades? Like, now that we've evolved,
The thing about the Great Depression is what got us out of the Great Depression was World War II.
Yeah.
Well, there was a brief period after World War II where you did see an effective tax rate in the U.S. that kept people from becoming.
Yeah. It wasn't
wealth
just World
hoarders.
War II. It was a massive social safety net that we installed.
Yeah.
That we'd never had before.
That-
And then
it was the
through
60s.
the 50s and the 60s, no, you didn't see all this pessimism because
Yeah,
the
no,
middle
we-
class
you
was
saw more
growing.
greed. You saw more greed, right?
No, not in the
No.
50s and 60s. That was the fucking sweet spot. We were
That-
growing because the middle class was growing.
Well, I heard the 70s was the sweet spot.
Part of the 70s, sure.
Yeah,
and then
right
all
up
the and then
Till
in
Nixon,
comes the
Reagan.
80s, and the fucking Republicans decided to deregulate fucking everything, and started dismantling the social safety net,
And then
and
Reagan came in with trickle-down economics.
Voodoo economics, yeah, that's what he called it.
No, trickle
Voodoo-
down.
voodoo
Well,
economics.
voodoo economics. Oh, what was that? That was the Holly Smoot Tariff Act, which drove us further into the Great Depression.
so and we've been on a downhill slide ever since.
Are we
Well, see,
repeating history?
the thing about
yeah.
the scale of progression is that it's never linear, and it's not even like a staircase or something like that. It's more like a saw blade, right? You go up, you go down, you go up, you go down. Right now, we're definitely in a down, but that doesn't mean that we can't go back up.
It does in some ways, right? If we go down too far, we can't get back up. Some of the resources that we're using today, if we lose some of the technological capabilities that we have, we cannot get the resource that we need to rebuild them. Like we've
So then-
already tapped the easy access of oil, right?
But you're telling me that we're
we
more
still
advanced,
need.
and if we're more technologically advanced and more intelligent now, how can we go more down?
Because it's the material necessities that we need to create those things, right? The access to resources is gotten harder and harder. Like you look at how
And
people
we're
have
not-
to go for oil.
And we're not more advanced human nature wise. We're
Right.
still
Dumb animals.
yeah.
We're going to the moon and to Mars, bro. How dumb do you think we are?
I didn't say dumb. I
Just
said we're
because-
violent, vile creatures who would rather fucking kill each other than work together to get anything fucking done.
And there's enough pockets of people that know that and don't do that. So we have things we are able to accomplish.
You're roboting, Cap. No one can hear you.
Still not better.
Gretchen, you anhedonic, misanthropic, pessimistic nihilist.
Ain't
Can
it
you hear me
great?
now? Hello.
Cap, it's not great.
Ain't I lovable?
What about now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay.
I know it's not a
Okay.
popular view, and but it,
Definitely not popular, but it's
once
yours to
you get to
hold.
know me, it works for me, doesn't it?
Yeah, so it may not be popular, but it's yours to hold.
That's true.
She's just trying to keep it real.
I'm just being honest. I could lie, but I mean, what the fuck's good's that gonna do me?
But yeah,
Nothing
Cap,
matters, so it doesn't matter that nothing matters.
It has to matter, bro. You matter. I matter. We matter.
Says who?
Don't we matter?
You
Not
can
really.
do whatever you want
I think it remains to be seen.
because nothing matters.
I think there's pockets of people that care about one another. There's pockets of people that have figured some things out, and we do something.
I think things matter. I just think things right here and now matter.
It was already a bad connection. You probably shouldn't sing. Yeah.
Just don't concern myself with things that are going to happen after I'm already dead.
Think about if humans in previous generations had that attitude. Would we have science? Would we have libraries? Would we have hospitals? Would we have roads? Would we have flight?
Yeah. Yeah.
No, we
Yeah,
wouldn't
totally.
have.
Oh,
All
sure.
those
Yes, we
things had to
would.
be developed by planning, by
I
the
don't fucking
by
care.
the
Sure
by
we
the
would.
notion
The
of
Romans
what
built fucking roads that are still there today.
because they anticipated a future society would be around. They built
No, it's so they
something
could
that would
move shit
last
around the fucking
because
empire.
they expected to be around. They expected their ancestors to, or their descendants to be around.
No, they needed to move. They needed to move goods through the fucking empire. Period.
That was the thing,
And then,
too. Like,
and
that
then
ended
other
overnight.
civilizations came by and improved on them because they needed them improved. And then when we switched from fucking horse and buggies to fucking cars, we made a whole different kind of road because what we had wasn't working for us anymore.
So you want to say change, or do we want to use the word colonize?
You know, they didn't start planning to go to the moon in fucking 1930. They did that shit in like 8 years.
Well, okay, people had thought about it, right? It just there was no practical way of doing
Right, but
it.
they didn't start putting any money into it
Right. Because
until Kennedy.
Yeah.
And then it happened in
Sputnik was over
1969.
our heads.
Right. So, like, yeah, I mean, fucking here and now. This is what that's what we need to make better is the here and now. Because if we keep letting it go the way of fucking Trump, we're all just fucked.
Obviously, we want to make things better in the here and now, but it's wise to plant a tree even if you will never sit underneath its shade.
Well, that's why we invest in education. Right? Is because
No, we don't. We don't even do that anymore.
Well, okay, we don't. Let me. We should invest in education. That should be the trees that we're planting, right? It shouldn't be necessarily like the technology at the time, right? Like because you're looking at it from this moment's capabilities, right? Education gives you the ability to work with the capabilities and the capacities of the future, which is where you need to be looking. Right. So to keep that going, education is that tree that will keep us going. Right. But we don't care about that. Like, fuck. It's in it.
Well, see, you know what? That's the beauty of fucking humans. We're all so goddamn different. You know, me,
right?
I'll fight for my shit and the here and now, my boots on the ground. You guys, you go think of the fucking future. You know what? Maybe it'll all fucking work out in the wash. But I'm not trying to stop you from thinking about the future you're never going to see. If you want to do that, fucking go ahead. Follow your own goddamn list. So mine is here.
Yes, we need people. We need people like Gretchen so that we can have people like, Carl Sagan.
Yes. Oh, I remember him. I remember watching his shows on YouTube, bro. He was he was deep, bro.
He was humanity's example of an adult.
Yeah.
Like,
look at
the zoom lens.
Look at Blitz. Blitz is a fucking genius, but I'd never fucking vote for him for office.
Right.
I would.
Why?
I wouldn't. He doesn't have the killer instinct to fucking
He doesn't
survive
have
in
the
that
temperament.
environment.
He doesn't have right. No.
Yeah.
He's insanely. I would put him on my cabinet in a heartbeat. I would value his opinion and his thoughts on things. I would not put him as the representative out there saying the things and being the face, right?
Yeah, he is really nice. Like really nice.
But as an elected official, nah, that's not him. But
Joel
I
Ormezzo, on the other hand,
recognize that it takes all types, But if we can't figure out how to work together, then
or Aaron Raw.
I'm doubtful that we can figure that out. But
Gretchen, I think maybe you're still holding on to a little bit of the death cult mentality, because the death cult has a very similar viewpoint. They just think we're all going to die and go to heaven, so none of this fucking matters. Like, does that make sense?
I didn't say none of this matters. You put those words in my mouth. I didn't say that.
Else matters.
I said I have things in the here and now that I am willing and engaged in fighting for. But that's me.
Yeah, her meaning is derived from the perception of the moment and where we're at.
What happens in 150 years, that doesn't matter to me at all. I won't be here for it. But if we can't unfuck the trajectory we're on right now, then none of that good shit's ever going to happen.
Exactly.
I just don't. There's like
so you know what? You aim for the stars, and I'm gonna go start killing some motherfuckers.
Okay, I just think there's a fundamental disconnect here between motivation and action. Because like the whole reason, like this is literally Monroe's motivated sequence. When we try to motivate people to do things, we want them to imagine a better future. A future that they or somebody they care about will enjoy occupying more. And that's one of the most powerful motivating forces on the planet. Like what we're talking about right now is almost that exact same thing.
Hillary and Harris.
You're talking about the current state of affairs and showing a need for change. And then the whole thing that motivates that is a better second state that happens after the change, after the action you're calling for.
But you can't get people to realize that when they're under the thumb, when they're working 60 hours a week to get overtime, and then they're thrilled that there's like no tax on tips or they're getting some benefit of that, encouraging them to continue to slave away for a paycheck as opposed to getting educated and realizing that they shouldn't be doing this in the first place, right? That they're just doing it so that some trillionaire can kick back and do nothing. It's absurd. Right? Like, yes, we people would love to have that vision of a better future, but they can't have that because they're too busy and they're fed propaganda to tell them that, oh, you should be looking down, not up. Right? Like there's core problems with the way people are even being presented reality that's going to prevent them from seeing that potentially better future. Like, I would love to end systemic racism in this country. It would behoove us so much to do that, right? But as long as there's a group of people that are poor and struggling, they're not going to care about the fact that there's other people that have it even worse along with their poor and struggle, right? Because they're worried about their own world. This is where they force selfishness. And you take apps like well, the advent of Facebook and everything else that has made us a narcissistic, attention-based economy, and that's not helping. It's giving people misaligned ideas of what their future could be because they're looking at representatives from social media that are only presenting the 3% of their life that is fucking awesome. Look at this great meal. Look where I am. Look at, like it's fake as fuck, but it convinces people that this could be their life.
Gretchen, let me ground this more in like realistic consequences. Say we
You're gonna put some
learn.
more words in my mouth.
No, I'm not trying to. Say we learn that 500 years from now, a meteorite is going to hit the planet and that'll be it. It's done for humanity. We don't have the technology now, but if we started working on it, we could have technology within 500 years that prevents that from happening. Why shouldn't we take those steps? It seems so obvious that the course of action there is to start building the technology to prevent the disaster that's scheduled 500 years into the future, right? And if you don't, aren't you effectively just committing suicide?
Yeah, but where are you going to get the money to start working on this now? I mean, Trump's dead set on fucking getting us into World War III. He wants $1.5 trillion for his fucking war in Iran.
I'm not even talking about the money or the logistics. I'm talking about the philosophy.
You can't do it without money and logistics.
I'm talking about the philosophy of I don't care what's going to happen in the future.
No.
What do you care? I don't
point.
have any skills that can help with that goal. I have none. Okay, I spent my life in the military, working in fucking politics, and then working for the VA. I have no skills that can help with that goal at all. So all I can do is stay in my fucking corner, and I pick my particular rock and push it uphill as far as I can until I fucking die. And that's what I'm doing.
I'm not asking
it's up to the
help
brain
solve
trust
the
to
problem.
figure the rest of this shit
I'm
out.
pointing
But you
out.
can't do it without logistics and money.
I'm pointing
and right
out
now,
that
we are
if the
setting
people who
setting cash on fire right now.
I'm pointing out that if the people who can solve that problem have that mindset, the problem doesn't get solved. The meteor hits the planet, and that's game over when it doesn't have to be.
No, and Gretchen, I'm
well, great. Then in 500 years, they can carve my fucking name on the asteroid and said it was Gretchen's fucking fault because she didn't care enough back in 2026. And you know what? I won't give a fuck because I'll be dead by then.
Well, Gretchen, I'm going to posit that you do, in fact, have something that you can use, and it is effective, and it's your voice. You can tell people that like this thing's going to happen, and we need to fund science and science discovery. The more people you manage to convince, I mean, then yeah, if you don't convince them, that's their fault. That's on them. But at least you put your voice out there, and you can say you did something, even if you don't think it matters after 500 years from now. You can still say in your lifetime you did something that actually mattered.
Well, that's the thing, though. Right? Like, what she cares about does matter, right? And if the messages from people like Gretchen talking about the now were taken to heart, then that future would be far more likely, right? And I think Gretchen doesn't have to worry so much about what we might be able to do when she's dead, if the current trajectory that we're on is extinction anyway, right? And if we saw that thing coming like 500 years from now, we would do something about it. That is enough motivation right there that we'd go extinct if this happens. But that's the thing that we see coming at us, and even if it's coming at us slowly, we know it's coming regardless, no matter what it's going to hit us. What we're suffering from now is a death by 1,000 cuts, right? We're slowly getting ripped to shreds, and we're not looking at the problem. It's slow rolling disasters are very, very difficult to present. Climate change is the prime example of it. Like, we've been warned about it since the 1800s, and we are still, because it's such a slow progressing disaster, we are not taking the necessary steps. We know it's coming. We know it. It has become self-evident. The world is on fucking fire, and yet we still have not taken the necessary steps to fix it. Like, the thing that
And
we
our
see coming.
system is so overblown and convoluted that we can't make drastic change in one fell swoop, because all that's going to do is get people killed. So the only option is baby steps and try to change the trajectory one small thing at a time. And that's basically where I live.
Like you would do
I
on
said,
an
I
asteroid.
pick my rock, I push it up the hill, and then I go and find another fucking rock. That's it. That's what I do. That's
It's
bitch.
It's like that asteroid coming at us. What you would do is you'd send a
Yeah.
gravitational
I was just
tug
about to
out
bring
on
that
it,
up.
and just you'd slowly pull at it. You'd give it just a little gravitational tug. If you can get to it soon enough, all you have to do is change its path by 0.1 degree, and it'll miss. A very small change in trajectory at that distance creates a huge one at the other end. So, like, we have the technology now to solve problems like that. Like, we have the technology now to solve our social issues, right? It's the urgency with which that we see the threat coming is how we're going to address it. And there's such slow rolling threats, we're not doing anything, or we're not doing things fast enough.
It's pretty obvious to me that you have to do both. Because how are you going to feel if you focus on the now and you fix all the problems and the economy's great and there's not all the wars and violence and murder and there's not all the climate disaster and all that, and then a fucking meteor that we didn't prepare for shows up and all this good work we did is for nothing because pop, there goes the planet anyway.
Right. Well, I mean, there's always, there's always super volcanoes that could go off at any point, right? Like,
right. I mean,
so
yeah.
I mean, like, there's a lot of ways that our species just ceases to be, and we are doing everything simultaneously. It's not like CERN shutting down because Trump is in office, right? They're going to continue to ramp up the accelerator. They're going to continue to do the work that they're doing. We're going to continue to get our models better, but we can't use that knowledge until we fix the social systems, though, right? Like, that knowledge is just kind of languishing as we're devolving into idiocracy. That was not supposed to be a documentary. That was a comedy.
Look, I've got a list
that has become prophetic, and that bothers me.
It's not just one item. It's a bunch of things. It's education. It's like the decline in education, erosion of democracy, pandemics, food availability, biodiversity loss, climate change, and the planetary mortality problem. Those should all be on the list, and they don't exist in a vacuum. They're all interrelated. If you're committed to solving any one of those problems, you need to think about the other problems, because I guarantee you at some point that problem you want to solve bleeds into one or more of those other problems.
Right. And where I think Gretchen has focused her efforts is just that, when she's like, the efforts in politics, for example, is that very thing that fixes the core, that fixes the very base of our society, that enables us to do that. So it's really attacking it from the ground. Well, a lot of people who have spent time, understanding physics can work on the thing that they've kind of spent their lifetime trying to get a hold of.
Well, look, I get why we
passion,
agree on. I get why we agree on education. I don't get why we don't agree on the planetary mortality problem.
I think we do agree on the planetary mortality problem. I just, it's a matter of the.
No, I mean, me and Gretchen don't agree on the planetary mortality problem. We agree on education, but not on the planetary mortality problem. We probably agree about everything on that list except the planetary mortality problem.
Because that's the thing that she's least likely to experience. She's not likely to live long enough to see, like, what am I thinking of? Yosemite erupt,
It won't. I mean, it's okay. I just, it's something that is going to destroy all the good work and the things that she values. Like, I don't know. It's confusing to me. I'm trying to understand it. I think it's pretty clear you have to care about both. If you fix education and then the planet gets destroyed, you fixed education for nothing. Well, if you don't fix education and the planet doesn't get destroyed, now we're stuck living on a crappy planet with uneducated people. You kind of have to do both.
Well, no, not really, because if you value education and your education progresses far enough, then feasibly the highly educated would be able to be, not only foresee said disasters, whether it is a meteorite or volcano or whatever, but they would actually have countermeasures that would ensure that our survival.
Yeah, exactly. The problems bleed into each other, and solving one helps you solve the others.
Exactly. That's why going back to building a society that flexes
When
their brain
exactly
muscle.
did I say that education didn't fucking matter?
No,
When
you
did I
didn't.
say that?
I said we agree on that. We agree education matters.
Why do we have to agree on everything?
I'm not saying we have to agree on everything. It's confusing to me why we agree education matters, global pandemics matter, erosion of democracy matters, food scarcity matters, biodiversity loss matters, and
How
climate
fucking
change
old are
matters.
you,
But
Austin?
we don't agree that the planetary mortality problem matters.
How old are you?
I'm late to early 30s.
I'm 20 years fucking
Or
older than
sorry,
you.
late
And I've
20s,
spent
early
more than
30s.
half my life in chronic pain because of military injuries. You know what? I'm almost done. It makes perfect sense to me why we don't agree on all these things. I
We
have a
agree on
lot more
all but
experience with
one.
you.
We agree
So?
on all of them but one. And the reasons we agree on
I don't
all the ones
understand why
we
that
agree on
confuses you.
are the same as the reasons we should agree on the last one.
But I'm a different person with a different brain, with a different set of life experiences. I would think it would be weird if we did agree on everything.
We don't agree on everything, but on this list, I don't understand the one item we don't agree on, why we don't agree on it.
Why do you have to understand it?
I don't have to understand it. I'm just trying to.
Sure. When you're like 80, you're probably not going to care so much about like if Yellowstone erupts, right? You're never going to see it, right? You'll hope that we've got the seismic sensors in place to minimize the loss, right? But I mean, it's not something you're not going to like fill your bunker. You're not going to prep for it. It's all in proximity to when the lights go out.
I don't know if I agree with that, because I already
You're
care
not there
about
yet.
these things.
You do now.
Well, why don't you agree with that? I want to understand why you don't agree with that, Austin. See how that
I just
feels?
explained it. I
Stupid,
already
right?
care about these things.
Right now.
Why would that change?
Because that's the only thing
Because
that's
life
constant.
has a way of kicking you in the fucking teeth. That's why.
Nothing stays the same. Like it'd be nice to hold a consistent anything, but yeah, that's the only thing that's consistent is change. So yeah, you're gonna change. It's inevitable.
I felt differently before I had kids. I felt differently after the military. I felt differently after there is no substitute for fucking experience. I mean, you can study, you can, get all the book learning you can, but none of that is going to substitute for years of experience, lived experience. And I'm sorry, but 20 years of lived experience is going to change you. There's just no two ways about it.
I've in all my life so far, my positions on none of these issues has changed. I've never gone from being pro education to being anti education. I've never gone from being in favor of having strong healthcare and medical emergency systems that help during pandemics to being against that. And I doubt I'm going to
Yeah,
go.
but you
I'm gonna
also
go
didn't
from
grow up in an
being-
age before the fucking internet either. You have no idea what I've been through. You have no idea what life was like before.
Or what people were like to each other. It was a
You haven't
it was a
spent
different world
the
before
last
this.
40 years watching the chronic downslide of fucking humanity. It's fucking insane.
Is the chronic downslide, is this your perception or like?
Oh, it's demonstratable. You
Is
can
it?
you can put numbers behind it. Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
What kind of numbers?
Wealth disparity. Look at the transfer of wealth. That alone.
Wealth disparity, political tribalization, you fucking name it. You know, all these problems that you're worried about, they're all coming straight from the fucking right. And it never used, and it wasn't like that. In the 80s, it wasn't fucking like that.
Yeah, not even Reagan was this fucking corrupt.
Well, fucking yeah, he was, but you know, he's just the one that got the fucking ball rolling, that's all. And
he did
they've
talk
taken
like a
it so
complete
far
idiot.
that even Reagan wouldn't agree with the shit MAGA's doing. They
And he
wouldn't
was an-
accept Reagan in the Republican Party today. Fuck no.
Oh, fuck no.
Oh no.
They'd be calling him a rhino, and you know, but even though he's the one that kicked the ball off and started all this shit.
Yeah, his immigration policy alone would have made him a rhino.
Reagan did some fucked up shit, and then he tried to sweep it under the rug. Fucking Trump's doing some fucked up shit, and he's like, "Hey, look what I did."
Well, that's the difference between an actor and a celebrity. Reagan was an actor. Reagan could go up there and play the part.
Well, it's also part of the downslide of humanity that nobody fucking cares anymore. You know, a president with 30, you know, we used to fucking kick fucking presidential candidates out of the race because they had an affair on their wives. You know, they cheated on their fucking wife, and that was it for them. They were done. Now, 34 felony convictions. Yeah, sign me up for that.
But of course, the people that should care,
you don't think that's a downslide in humanity? I do.
I picture some ancient human hanging out in some ancient pub saying, "Look at how bad things are. This will all be gone in a matter of centuries, and it won't be." And they were wrong. The people have had these viewpoints
you're
over
just
and over
picturing
again
it.
throughout history, and it's never been correct. It's
been correct many times.
Apocalyptic, doomsaying, like prognostications about how things are so bad, and the end is nigh, and it's just been wrong
happened
every time.
No, it hasn't been wrong. That's the problem, right? Like there are countless civilizations that looked like they were going to be great, and they were gone the next day. Rome is just one example of, hey, everything's great, and then overnight it's not, right? And then you're in the Middle Ages, and then the Dark Ages. And it's happened consistently.
And now we have technology coming out of our fucking ears, and what do they use most of it for? Finding new ways to kill people.
Yes, civilizations and empires have fallen, but the human species has survived all of it.
That's because we adapt.
So far.
I just don't really think anything worse than what has gone on in the past is really like in our future the way that you think it is, the way it just doesn't seem the case to me that like this global doom you've prognosticated is as assured as you seem to think it is.
I don't think it's assured.
Yeah, nothing's
I
assured.
just don't have a lot of hope that we can avoid it.
But some of the situations that we're in, if we backslide far enough, we cannot recover from.
I in no way think it's assured.
Some of the natural resources that we're using today, we've gotten the easy stuff, and now to get the resources that we need, some of the heavy metals, we have to use sophisticated mining techniques.
But then I also don't think that our long-term survival is assured. And if I had to lean one way or the other, I'm probably 60-40. We fucking kill ourselves.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Just based on the number of religious people alone that's going to defer to God for the answer.
Mm-hmm.
You know that we are born with love, right?
It's record shit.
You know that we are also born with love too, right? Not just with like hate and stuff. Like it's not just always going to be the wrong way. You know what I'm saying?
Well, no, right. That's why we need to end the patriarchy.
Yeah, love doesn't win elections. And
No,
until the left can get off their ass and grow a fucking spine and start using their claws and their fucking teeth, we're just going to keep losing. So you can be the good guys all you want, but if you can't win elections, you're ineffectual, pointless, fucking do-gooding assholes with
I'm
nothing
saying
to
that
add.
there's eventually the point in time where it's like, all right, America's only 250 years old. That's not very old. You know what I'm saying? Like nations come, nations go. You get what I'm saying? Like this is not a forever thing. There's no telling what's gonna be, how it's gonna hit a wall.
This rightward swing isn't just happening in the US. Crack a fucking newspaper.
Yeah,
it's happening everywhere.
Yeah, I'm not like I look at it more like from a historical standpoint, like civilizations have come. Like
we're not living in history; we're living right now.
You couldn't tell a Roman that there would be anything other than the Roman Empire. Like you get what I'm saying? You can't tell.
Right. Then the barbarians were at the gate.
Other than America, you get what I'm saying? Like you can't tell a Mayan there's gonna be anything except the Mayan civilization. Feel me? Like
I guess it was the Gauls.
We just into what we into, and things come and go. Like times come and go. Like, there has been times when good people was in power. That didn't last. And bad people gain power, and good times, bad times.
Okay, what's your point?
People are different. It's like there's no one uniform way that things are.
How does that address what we were talking about?
Right, obviously.
Because like y'all saying how things are, and that's not how it always is. Like bad people will, unless I just didn't track correctly. It sounded like y'all was saying like it's just bad, like evil and shit. Like you know what I'm saying? Everywhere, like
no. Again, it's the 60-40.
Like yeah, that like that.
Right.
That's that. Like it was something regarding that. Like that's what. Maybe
it's
that's
mostly
just me, and I recognize that I have the minority opinion in this situation, and I'm fine with that. I don't care.
I don't think you're wrong though, Gretchen. I think like the way we're seeing things trend in the U.S. right now, with people not being able to buy homes, the price of everything going up, people living check to check, it's not without merit. Right? There's plenty of evidence to see that we are not going in the right direction.
Do you think a lot of humans like 500,000 years ago thought that we would be around?
They didn't care. They were that you're talking about people who were food. right? Like they were part of the food chain that long ago, right?
They didn't think we would be around.
They gave no concern to it whatsoever. They were living in the moment because at any point that moment was going to end. Of course,
so
their
it
brains were
follows to
working
me
differently
that
too,
it's
right?
totally possible that 500,000 years from now, there's going to be descendants of ours still on this planet. It's totally possible, and we should prepare for that possibility
and help them.
And it's also a possibility 500,000 years from now, you
That
know,
will be
Homo
extinct.
sapiens are going to be extinct, and we're
Yeah.
going to have there's going to be a new species taken over. Is that still us? I don't know.
But you know what
Yeah,
happens
who's
if
to say
they,
the
if
best
they,
thing?
if,
But I don't
you know
care
what
either.
happens? You know what happens if 500,000 years from now they are around and we haven't done shit to prepare for them or to make things better for them?
You think they're going to go back 500,000 years and fucking look up this conversation from fucking YouTube?
No, I'm talking about the
And
consequence of the
say,
attitude.
boy, that Gretchen bitch.
Yeah,
Someone ought
fuck
to
yeah,
dig her
God
up
damn
and
it,
give her the
Gretchen.
fucking what
It's
for.
your fault. This was the point that made a difference.
No, I've had that thought before. I've gone down that mind experiment of or thought experiment rather of like maybe the first generation of species to gain intelligence, and what I consider by intelligence is a species that understands it's the universe understanding itself, right? So we've gotten to the point where we understand the stars have put out the material that have populated our star system and enabled us to understand that, right? So that's what I would consider as a baseline to be an intelligent species, right? But my thought experiment was maybe the first generation of intelligent species has zero chance of actually becoming anything other than a type 0 civilization because of the drawbacks of things like the God of the gaps, right? The curiosity and things that can't be understood. And perhaps the only way to get to a species that could actually become a type 1 civilization or a type 2 would be for a initial civilization to leave a time capsule for the next one and get the fuck off and let that next that next species
There you
evolve
go.
as
Yeah,
quickly
leave
as
a time
possible.
capsule. Here you go. Chrissy's got it.
Right, you leave a time capsule
Oh
with
wait,
all
no,
the
not
shit
that
that you
one.
need them to
There
know
you go.
that avoids
You know,
like them
preserve
falling
this,
into a god.
preserve this video and put it in your time capsule.
Necessary
So
Gretchen
everybody can come
necessarily
back
fucked
and
us all.
blame me personally.
That's right. The necessary Gretchen.
But like maybe that's the only way to get to a type 1 civilization is for a previous civilization to leave the information to avoid that next civilization of hitting the God of the gaps and falling into theism and a bunch of fake bullshit that leads people away from actual truth and knowledge.
Yeah, I think that the universe we exist in has infinite, limitless possibilities. And one of those possibilities is our survival. One of those possibilities is our evolution as a species, is our transcendence of this current shitty mode of existence. And I think if you don't even think those things are possible, it's less likely that you'll take steps towards realizing them.
Yeah, yes, and I only disagree in that there's limitless possibilities. I think there are very, very limited possibilities. Right? We can only harness so much energy. Right? There is one of our limiting factors, right? Like we've seen, quasars spitting out insane amounts of energy, and we can't harness any of that, right? So like we are limited. It's if we don't have the understanding, the very, very good understanding of our limitations and the curiosity to push them, right, to find out where they really exist, because I think our limitations are kind of a cloud at this point. I think we're just touching on what our capabilities are, and we're finding out that we're amazing, right? We figured out how to pump electricity through rocks and make them think for us. That's pretty fucking cool. So we're clearly pushing what the universe allows us to do, but there are limits, right? Like the speed of light isn't something to negotiate. There's physical reasons why that if you have mass, you can't break that, and they're not negotiable.
Can I get something real quick?
If Gretchen gets killed by a time cop, Well, no. One of us was right.
Hey, I already look like Sarah Connor.
There you go.
Sarah Connor.
Yeah.
Get to the chopper.
I do. That's the only
No.
celebrity anyone ever told me I look like is Linda Hamilton. So
I can see it.
So yeah, that'd be funny as shit if someone came from the future just to kill me.
But I think you're right though. Like as a species, we do find passion in different things. It's one of the things that makes us great. Is our brains all work differently. We all find different things to like enjoy, and there's always going to be people pursuing all of these paths. We just need to give them the necessary infrastructure and base to get them to do that effectively, right? And that's what we're not doing right now. We're keeping people tied to jobs they hate just so they can make ends meet, and the greatest benefit to our societies are dying enslaved, right? Like it's just core issues, dude. We need to suck less.
I mean, fucking agreed. How fucking crazy would I be if I disagreed with that? No,
That's
like,
but that's the thing, right? It sounds really simple, but like there's plenty of people that don't think like me, and that's what blows my mind.
fair enough.
Okay, guys, we're coming up on 12 hours, so we gotta wrap this up here soon.
Gretchen, you're a machine. Thank you so much.
For sure.
Yeah, I need to crash.
You do.
So yeah.
It's been cool talking to y'all.
Yeah, thanks for having me
You
up.
too, Staten.
Yeah.
We're
For
here
sure.
every night. So
At least until Gretchen gets killed by a time cop.
Terminator.
Yeah.
Gonna be a Terminator.
You know what? Maybe what happens is you get stuck in like a loop, a cyclical loop, an Ouroboros of time assassins trying to take you out and time cops coming and protecting you from the time assassins. That could be cool. You know, that could be a movie. We could write that up.
Oh,
Killer. I'm gonna be a fucking legend. It's great.
Yeah, but wouldn't that lead to like an infinite regress of like fucking time cops and fucking time assassins and then time cops and time assassins? It'd be like never ending.
Yeah, basically, it gets to the point where you know the time assassin's coming, and Gretchen doesn't even flinch, and then whoop, time cop comes out and zaps him, and she's just like, "Thanks, Sully," and you know, kind of talks to her friends like, "I wish the time assassins would at least shout something so they know I have some clue of what it is that I did that pissed them off." You know.
There's a
Well, hey,
time
after this
period.
conversation, I know. I'm aware. So
There's a time travel
hey,
idea.
just get me, but just before it happens, just get me up to like 25 feet away from Trump and some sort of
there you go.
Never mind. I'm not gonna finish that thought because
Yeah,
I don't
no,
want to
that-
end up on a no-fly list.
Right.
So.
Crank call.
But if I gotta go,
In
I'm taking some
Minecraft.
motherfuckers with me.
In Minecraft.
Yeah.
Yeah, in Minecraft.
In Minecraft. Yes.
All right. What songs do we want to hear today? On the way out.
Do you guys know? Do you guys know a band called Angine de Portrine? It's a Canadian band.
No.
Well, they're show related songs that Gretchen made the lyrics
Yeah,
for.
they're all AI songs that we made here on the channel because we can't play any copyrighted stuff because we'll get dinged for that. So
You could play M song in honor of Monarchist coming up at the start.
we could do that. And I'm gonna play Figure 8 again because of JR.
I would
And
love to introduce M to Monarchist.
We didn't have JR. We didn't have JR's son make an appearance last night to give us an update on his stroke, but
Wait, wasn't fucking?
I'm probably going to be playing Figure 8 a lot because that's JR's favorite.
Wasn't fucking Minar wasn't Minar fucking debating Planet Peterson and fucking? I could have sworn M was in that video.
Oh, okay, that would make sense.
Yeah, I think so. But yeah, Minar made an appearance here last night, and that was a flustercuck. So
that dude is like toxic masculinity on full display.
yeah,
I think he is an actual narcissist.
I wanted to try to get everybody to stop talking over each other, so I could have made some fucking content out of that, but I just couldn't make it happen. So
I have thoughts about
next
that.
time,
Maybe we'll talk more about that.
yeah. We just need to learn to work together a little better, and especially with someone like Minar, because he never shuts the fuck up.
That was a big part of the problem.
Yeah.
Like I said, we'll talk more about
But
this.
then you and John talked at the same time a lot.
Yeah.
Like John was talking over you, and then you were talking over him, and Minar was talking at the same time, and I'm like, yeah, all this is unintelligible.
Yeah.
But okay. Let me see, what have I got here?
I don't know if I'd say you missed it, Jay.
Nah, I mean, sometimes
the guy is vile. I wanted to tell him I found his.
He
death
knows
page
he
on
knows who
Amazon.
Minar. He knows who Minar is from
Yeah,
Taco
I know
Channel.
Minar is.
Oh, okay.
My thing is,
He's
I spoke to
fully
him once.
aware.
I'm not like, I don't be on, on it like that, but dudes be on their shit. You get what I'm saying? So I know it's a gimmick thing. You get what I mean? Like it becomes a argument thing, like winning arguments. And when I know you like that, I already know what come with the territory. I know how to treat them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he's just so
I
dishonest.
treat them a certain way. You can't take them too much to the heart because they're just trying to rile things up, man. That's it. Give them what they want. You know what I'm saying?
He was just a nonstop source of contradictions, though. He's bragging about how much money he makes, and then
Well,
like
he
pissed
came
off
in
about
with a lie. He
$300
came in with
death
he straight up came in with a lie. He's like, "Oh, I watch your stream all the time. What's
Oh,
this
yeah,
called?
yeah,
Like
yeah.
the show?" And I was like, "Oh, really?
disingenuous.
You
right
watch it
to
all the
this
time, and yet you don't know the fucking name of it." But I didn't even get that out before, everybody just dogpiled on it. I was like, okay, I'm just gonna hang back. So
I wanted to come up and tell him I found his depth gauge on Amazon and I bought it and gave the seller a 5-star rating.
that would have been funny.
But he'd already bailed by then. Yeah, that guy was just trash. Like I've had stuff stolen
Right.
from me before. Like I spend a lot of time at the track, and like when I'm on track, like my stuff is just out there, and somebody walks away with it. I know it's there. I know if it's missing, somebody needed it more than I did, and I go on with my life. Right? Whatever. It's fucking things.
Okay. I'm gonna mute everybody. So I'm gonna play songs and get the fuck out of here. Everybody,
have a good night. Sleep
thank
well.
you for being here, especially all of you who made it the whole 12 hours. You guys rock. So
Yay.
it actually turned out to be a pretty fun night, all things
Cool.
considered. So
Hey, do you think the Christians think Jesus is coming back because they actually nailed him to a boomerang?
that's funny. Ask the Aussies. They probably did.
Oh, get out of here, you can't.
All right, guys. Catch y'all tomorrow.
Yeah. Somewhere on the internet again. Another apologist talking wild. Dr. M's report to the scene. Did someone post the M's bat signal again. Is there a Muslim on the call being ignorant? M's destroying life smooth like an AI voice mod. Destroying all 5 pillars with the voice like a god. Baby, why you getting mad at me? Because your book teaches you fake anatomy. When M's gets on the call, it's like a rectal exam. Cause he knows the Quran like the back of his hand. You'll never see his face, but you're gonna hear his voice. Getting surgical on the hadith of your choice. Muslims getting cooked in English and Arabic. Biometrically trained ex-Muslim heretic. Gonna diagnose that cognitive dissonance that keeps you believing the Quran's nonsense. Did you say between the ribs and the backbone, bro? Sure. But that's a self-bone, bro. Blood clot gum and then into bones. You have no clue how an embryo grows. Just wait 1 beat, you're about to get owned. And M's cuts shit down with the biology he knows. You think your prophet's to the moon? Are you stupid? You probably also think he never screwed a kid. Miss me with your Muhammad. Police be upon him. Justice for Aisha. You'll never see his face, but you're gonna hear his voice. Getting surgical on the hadith of your choice. Muslims getting cooked in English and Arabic. Biometrically trained ex-Muslim heretic. Did someone post the M's bat signal again? Looks like another